In her past life, she met her demise due to a sinister conspiracy. In this life, she steadily ascends the pinnacle of medicine, embodying the benevolence of a healer. However, those who once conspired against her shall not escape unscathed. He is a formidable Marquis, commanding respect with his strategic acumen and ruthless decisiveness. Yet this diminutive female physician dares to sever his garments, commanding him with impunity and frequently pricking him with needles. He muses in frustration. Having traversed the treacherous abyss of bloodshed, can he not subdue a mere woman? Chapter 1. A Consultation. In the 9th year of Yongning, the capital city is particularly frigid, with snow cascading relentlessly, seemingly intent on encasing the entire earth in ice. On the outskirts of the capital lies a quaint village named Shilapu, home to a sparse 30 families, shrouded in silence amidst the vast expanse of white. Yet, the household of Hunter Chun at the eastern end of the village is anything but tranquil. Shida's father, Miner's fever is becoming increasingly severe. If this continues, a middle-aged woman clutches her unconscious daughter's hand, tears streaming down her face, her expression rife with anxiety and concern. The middle-aged man, seated on the long bench, gazes at the girl, convulsing on the bed due to her high fever. He takes a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling plumes of smoke, and as his furrowed brow finally relaxes, he reaches a decision. Wife, retrieve the box, let Shirtu go fetch a doctor. Aye. The woman rises to open the cabinet and produces a chipped wooden box. Shirtu. The man raps the table leg with his pipe. A robust young man with thick brows and prominent eyes responds, lifting the patched curtain. Father, you call for me? The man replies, take this money and go to the city to fetch a doctor your sister cannot do without medical attention. Understood, father. Shirtu receives several pieces of broken silver from his mother, glancing at his sister on the bed before turning to leave. The woman calls after him. The wind and snow are fierce outside. Dress warmly. Got it, mother. Shirtu replies. Just as he dons his raincoat and prepares to step out, his wife, Chaohua, detains him. Hey, where are you off to? To fetch a doctor for my little sister. Chaohua pouts in discontent. Isn't just a cold? A warm ginger soup will suffice. She's simply being pampered. Shirtu retorts. She's burning with fever and is unconscious. Chaohua digs into his pocket and pulls out a handful of silver, exclaiming, your mother is quite generous in carrying the Chun family's heir. Whenever I want a taste of something nice, she claims there's no money to spare. Yet for Miner's ailment, she produces so much silver. Shirtu grows agitated, casting a glance toward the eastern room, whispering, lower your voice, be careful not to let father and mother hear. Chaohua, with her belly protruding, raises her chin defiantly. Let them hear. I'm about to give birth in 2 months. This child is the first grandson of the Chun family. My son is due, and yet I don't even have a proper coat. This money should be saved for him. With a sudden whoosh, the soft curtain is pulled aside, revealing the middle-aged woman with a stern expression, glaring fiercely at Chaohua. Unfazed, Chaohua stuffs the silver into her bosom, turning her face away with an air of defiance. Mother, I shall go at once. Shirtu pulled his wife aside and whispered, quickly, bring forth the silver, my sister awaits a lifeline. Chaohua swatted his hand away and exclaimed, what do you mean? What do you intend to do? Today, I shall not give a single coin. How about that? Jean Chaohua, the middle-aged woman barked. Inside lies your sister-in-law. Chaohua retorted, Mother, our family is but a destitute farming household. Should anyone fall ill, we cannot afford doctor. Such fragility ought not to be born into a family of impoverished folk. Are you suggesting we simply watch as your sister-in-law succumbs to her illness? The middle-aged woman's chest heaved with anger, her breath unsteady. Chaohua, defiantly raising her chin, declared, Mother, last year, when Shirtu broke his leg while hunting, did you summon a doctor despite his cries of agony for nights on end? I nearly lost my life due to morning sickness. Yearning for merely a morsel of meat, did you provide? It seems Shirtu is not your flesh and blood, and you feel no sorrow for him. Yet the moment my sister-in-law coughs, it pierces your heart? Whenever there are delicacies at home, you lavish them upon my sister-in-law. And what have we said? During festivals, she receives new garments while Shida's new clothes were crafted for my dowry. Did we utter a word? Now, as your grandson is about to be born, you have prepared nothing for him, yet you wish to expend all our savings for my sister-in-law's treatment. Mother, this favoritism is beyond reason. The middle-aged woman retorted, is this what you call a sensible argument? When Shirtu broke his leg, who braved the tempest to gather herbs? While you carry a child, who has consumed the 3 hens we had. You, a lazy and gluttonous wife. How can your heart be so cruel? Do you wish for our demise so that you may reign supreme in this household? Xiaohua replied, Mother, do not cast such vile accusations upon me. I cannot bear such a heavy burden. I merely speak the truth. If you wish to seek a doctor for my sister-in-law, I do not intend to obstruct you, but I must retain half of the funds. My sister-in-law's life is precious, yet my son's safety is paramount. With the snow sealing the mountains, we cannot hunt, and our household has no income. Will my son emerge only to starve and freeze? As she spoke, Xiaohua produced 2 pieces of silver and tossed them to Shirtu. Head of the family, the middle-aged woman, infuriated, repeatedly called for her husband. The man, holding a pipe, emerged with an impassive expression. His gaze swept over his wife's swollen belly, and he stated, This money shall first go to Minner's treatment. I will find a way for your childbirth expenses. Though the head of the family was usually reticent, he was resolute in his words, and Xiaohua harbored a certain respect for him. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly produced the remaining silver, saying, Father, this is as you have said. Chapter 2. Rebirth. The quarrel outside roused Chen Minner from a nightmare, her eyes slowly fluttering open. As her weakened gaze sharpened, it shone with a cold brilliance reminiscent of the moon, strikingly beautiful, yet chilling enough to freeze one's blood. For 3 days, she had been ensnared in a nightmare, dreaming of transforming into another person and undergoing unfathomable experiences. She envisioned herself as Shun Shintong, a female physician in the imperial hospital, attending to the empress. The empress suffered from a debilitating illness, her pulse weak and delayed. The superficial pulse indicated deficiency, while the slow pulse suggested consumption. Her limbs lacked strength, her waist and knees ached, and she was unable to find rest, accompanied by the troubling symptom of hemoptysis. She employed a concoction of herbs including 2 varieties of winter roots, 2 types of motherwort, white atractylodes, donkeyhide gelatin, licorice, koik seeds, purple bellflower, lily, and platycodon, which were all appropriate. However, to her shock, the prescription had inexplicably included a dose of Salvia miltiariza. Given her frequent spitting of blood and her frail condition, such a remedy was ill-suited. Yet, the handwriting on the prescription was undoubtedly hers, leaving her with no means to defend herself against the accusations. When the empress passed away, the furious emperor drew his sword and lunged at her. The sensation of the cold, sharp blade piercing her searing chest was vividly clear, the pain, sharp and biting. She felt a profound sorrow and indignation, unwilling to accept her fate of wrongful death without knowing who had orchestrated her ruin, helpless to stop the blood from flowing and life from ebbing away. Chen Minner shuddered involuntarily. The dream felt too vivid, leaving her unable to discern whether she was Shin Shintong or Chen Minner. If it were merely a dream, why did she possess all of Shun Shintong's memories? If it were just a dream, why did this dilapidated room feel both familiar and alien? If it were simply a dream, why did the resentment and sorrow within her churn like volcanic magma, burning her with unbearable agony? With trembling hands, Chen Minner pressed her right hand against the pulse point of her left wrist. The pulse was superficial yet taut. Her head throbbed with heat, devoid of sweat but cold. She was afflicted with typhoid, not a mere cold. Her trembling intensified. This was no dream. She was indeed Shin Shintong. To be precise, her body had become the vessel for another soul, which now governed her very being. Despite her familiarity with various herbs, Chen Minner was ignorant of medical practices, unable to even take a pulse or accurately diagnose ailments. Yet, at this moment, she could diagnose her condition with clarity and certainty. Pain surged once more, and she fell into unconsciousness. Minner, Minya, drink the medicine. Take this bowl of medicine, and you will recover. Be good. Listen to your mother, and drink it well. A gentle voice echoed in her muddled mind, filled with deep concern and care. The bitter herbal concoction lingered on her lips. She recognized it as a life-saving remedy, yet her swollen throat made swallowing impossible. No, she must swallow it. There were countless unfulfilled wishes. She needed to uncover the identity of her accuser, return to the Shun family to ensure her relatives were safe, and tend to the many patients awaiting her healing touch. Thus, she could not afford to die again. She must live. I swallowed it. Father Minner has swallowed it. The gentle voice wept with joy. When the relentless wind and snow finally ceased, and the sky, shrouded in gloom for days, revealed a warm sun, Chen Minner emerged from the gates of death. In this world, There was no longer the sole female imperial physician of the great Zhou dynasty. Chun Min'er remained an ordinary daughter of a hunter from the outskirts of the capital. However, like a butterfly gently flapping its wings, a shift in destiny had begun with this soul's crossing.
Chapter 3. As dawn broke, Chun Min'er rose early to prepare the meal, washing rice, kneading dough, and steaming buns. Min'er, your health is still fragile. You should return to your room and rest. I will take care of everything, urged Wu Shu, fastening her apron to shoo Min'er away. Mother, I'm perfectly fine now. You, on the other hand, have been taking care of me and my sister-in-law, and you look much thinner, Chun Min'er replied with a gentle smile, deftly placing the buns into the steamer. Seeing her sensible daughter, Wu Shu felt a warmth in her heart as she snatched the steamer from Min'er's hands. Then you can help me tend the fire. Once they had prepared breakfast, Chong Zhengda and Shitu arose. Today, father and son were to venture into the mountains for hunting. Father, with the heavy snow blocking the mountain paths, you must be cautious, Wu Shu advised with concern. Chong Zhengda merely grunted in acknowledgement, continuing to inspect his bow and arrows. Chun Min'er had already packed provisions for her elder brother. Brother, return home early. After bidding farewell to the two men, Wu Shu instructed, Min'er, go wake your sister-in-law for breakfast. It's already quite late, yet she remains asleep. With a chuckle, Chun Min'er suggested, perhaps I should just bring breakfast to her. She would rather skip it altogether. That lazy woman. It's a wonder that Wang Meipa sings her praises like a flower, Wu Shu remarked with dissatisfaction. Let it be, after all, my sister-in-law is expecting. Chun Min'er replied as she prepared 2 white buns and a bowl of thin rice porridge to take to the west room. Upon hearing the commotion, Jin Qiuhua nestled deeper under her covers, pretending to sleep. Chun Min'er placed the breakfast on the counter table. Sister-in-law, I've left breakfast here. Please wake up and eat before it gets cold, as it's not good for your stomach. Jin Qiuhua, annoyed, pulled the blanket over her head. Unbothered, Chun Min'er turned and exited the west room. Wu Shu was busy sorting a pair of deer antlers, preparing to sell them in town. Mother, how much are these antlers worth? Chun Min'er inquired. Perhaps they might fetch a single string of copper coins. Unfortunately, there aren't many deer around here. Otherwise, we could have made some real money, Wu Shu replied. Chun Min'er thought to herself, that's far too little. The apothecary would sell these antlers for at least dozens of taels of silver. They are taking advantage of our ignorance. Mother, how about I take them to sell? With my sister-in-law nearing her delivery, I would struggle alone at home should anything happen, Chun Min'er proposed. Wu Shu hesitated. She was concerned about Min'er going to town alone. But if what Min'er suggested came to pass, her worry would only deepen. Can you manage it? Min'er smiled reassuringly. Mother, rest assured. I won't sell them for less than a single string of copper coins. Wu Shu shot her a playful glare. I meant the journey to town is long. Will your health hold up? It's fine. Today, Niu and her brother are also heading to town. I can ride in their ox cart. It won't be tiring at all, Chun Min'er replied. She had been seeking an opportunity to visit town, hoping to see the Sheng family. She wondered if they would be burdened by her presence. Last night, she overheard her parents discussing selling the collected deer antlers, which sparked her interest. Having received her mother's consent, Chun Min'er slung a pair of antlers over her shoulder and went to find Niu. Upon hearing Min'er call, Niu dashed out, grinning widely. Min'er, you're here so early. I thought your mother would allow you to come. Chun Min'er said, my sister-in-law is about to give birth, and my mother must stay home to care for her. Can we set off now? Niu replied, my brother and father went to the fields early this morning. I still need to wash clothes and feed the pigs. I can only leave once I finish my chores. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? Chun Min'er responded, give me the clothes, and I will head to the creek first. You can join me after you finish feeding the pigs. The sooner we complete our tasks, the sooner we can depart. Niu said, but that would be quite inappropriate. Chun Min'er laughed playfully and replied, what is there to feel inappropriate about? You often help me with my work too, don't you? Chapter 4. Saving a life. To the east of the village lies a modest stream, where the women of the village typically gather to wash their garments. However, at this early hour, the water remains icy, and few venture forth to cleanse their clothes. Most wait until the sun rises and the water warms. Chun Min'er, carrying a basket filled with laundry, ambled towards the stream when her keen eyes caught sight of several bloodstains amidst the grass by the roadside. Her instincts immediately heightened. Had someone been injured? The blood trail led to a dilapidated earthen wall not far off, compelling Chongminer to follow it. Upon rounding the wall, she gasped in horror. There, slumped against the wall, lay a man, his body drenched in blood, motionless, with eyes tightly shut, his pallor suggesting a precarious state between life and death. Regaining her composure, she set down her basket and approached him. As a healer, she could not stand idly by in the face of suffering. She knelt beside him, assessing his injuries. His body bore numerous knife wounds, but one particularly grievous gash on his thigh was severe, exposing flesh and oozing blood profusely. Yet the most critical injury was the arrow wound in his left chest. The shaft had broken off, leaving the arrowhead embedded within, a mere fraction of its mark. And he would have met his demise. He appeared to be in the bloom of youth, with a strikingly handsome and refined visage, his brows elegantly arched. He bore no resemblance to a villain. His flowing moon-white robe, crafted from luxurious silk, bespoke of a wealthy upbringing. What adversary could be cruel enough to inflict such harm upon him? Regardless, the priority was to save him. Just as she reached out to grasp his wrist and check his pulse, his eyes flew open, sharp and icy, resembling twin blades of cold steel. Instinctively, she felt a surge of danger. Before she could react, a sharp dagger pressed against her throat, sending a slight sting through her skin. Please, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to staunch your bleeding, Chongminer hastily clarified. The man scrutinized her intently for a moment. The menace in his gaze gradually softened, though caution still lingered as he hoarsely inquired, "Are you from this village?" Chongminer, unable to note due to the dagger at her throat, managed a faint affirmative. "Do you possess medical knowledge?" he pressed. "Somewhat. Your injuries are severe. Without timely treatment, you will perish," she stated, striving to maintain her composure while presenting the stark reality. Gradually, the dagger withdrew, and Chongminer exhaled in relief. The threat of violence had subsided. Recognizing his wariness, she abandoned the notion of returning to the village for assistance. "Wait here. I shall fetch some herbs and return shortly," she promised, tearing a strip from her undergarment to bind his leg, preventing further blood loss. His gaze remained conflicted, as if weighing the necessity of silencing her. Chongminer felt an urge to flee. His heightened suspicion left her uncertain of his intentions. She hastened to the nearest house by the stream, that of Madame Zhang, borrowing a needle and thread under the pretense of having torn her clothes while washing. Without hesitation, Madame Zhang procured the items for her. Chongminer dashed back, collecting a handful of thistles by the roadside. Although thistles are often dismissed as mere weeds, they possess remarkable properties as a hemostatic herb. Upon returning to the earthen wall, she found the man seated in the same position as before, and inexplicably, a sense of relief washed over her. She truly feared he might have left, leaving her to contemplate the unknown perils he might face. Noticing the grass clenched in her hand, the man relaxed his previously furrowed brow as he observed her breathless stance before him. "I must first suture your wound. It may sting a bit, so bear with me," she said, producing a needle and thread. Although she intended to cleanse the injury first, the circumstances dictated a more rudimentary approach. "I can only manage a simple treatment for now. Once you feel better, we shall seek a physician." With a steady and swift hand, she expertly stitched the wound. The man remained remarkably silent, not even furrowing his brow, as if her actions were inconsequential to him. Miner chewed on a thistle, mashing it before applying it to the injury. The man grimaced slightly, displaying a hint of disdain. "Perhaps you would prefer to chew it yourself," Miner offered, extending the thistle toward him. He turned his face away, as if to say he was no beast of burden to graze upon grass. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, she thought to herself, "How dare you be fussy? Were it not for my intervention, you would surely be doomed." After applying the herbal remedy, she lifted a corner of her short coat, intending to tear a strip from her inner garment for further bandaging. However, having already torn it earlier, the fabric was now too short, and further tearing would expose her skin. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, "Lend me your dagger for a moment." The man hesitated briefly before handing it over. Miner took the dagger and cut the hem of his robe. "Hey! You've ruined my robe. How am I supposed to face others now?" he finally protested, his expression tinged with irritation. With an exasperated glare, she retorted, "Your life is hanging by a thread, and you concern yourself with attire. What manner of person are you?" Chapter 5, a warning. Having attended to the knife wound on his leg, as well as his abdomen and arms, Chongminer wielded her dagger with such finesse that she transformed his long robe into a short tunic, leaving the man in a state of exasperation. Finally, she approached the arrow lodged in his chest. As the daughter of a hunter, she possessed an intimate knowledge of archery, The arrowhead was equipped with barbs, and removing it without caution would result in torn muscles and exacerbated injury. Minor picked up a sewing needle and aimed for a vital point on his chest. The man gasped, "What are you doing?" Being a martial artist, he understood the significance of acupuncture points, and a needle should not be recklessly thrust into them. What was more alarming was her youth. She appeared no older than 13 or 14. While she might manage to treat external wounds, the art of acupuncture was far more delicate, demanding a high level of skill. Could she truly be competent? He hoped she would inadvertently cause his demise. Unfazed, Minor retorted, "Would you prefer I conjure a silver needle?" She deftly inserted several needles, stating, "For now, I shall temporarily seal your acupoints to stem the bleeding. Lest the arrow be removed and you bleed to death." The man's gaze towards Minor shifted to one of intrigue. Given her technique and precision, even Hua Xiaotang might not surpass her skill. Who was she? Could it be that this small village concealed a hidden savant? Minor offered him a folded strip of cloth. "Bite on this." The man hesitated, his eyes flickering. "No need. Should you bite your tongue later, do not blame me." Minor replied, showing no inclination to insist. If he wished to feign bravery, she would not deter him. With her dagger, she skillfully severed the tissue surrounding the arrowhead, remarking, "Fortunately, there is no poison on it, otherwise, you would be doomed." The man remained silent, his expression darkening, as if he could bleed ink. Since her arrival, he had cursed his fate thrice. He was not so easily dispatched. At that moment, Minor suddenly exerted force, and the arrowhead was extracted. The man inhaled sharply, the excruciating pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. At last, the procedure was complete, and Minor, drenched in perspiration, slumped beside him, panting. Her small frame was truly inadequate. During her time at the clinic, she had never felt this fatigue despite long hours of work. "Minor! Minor!" The distant call of Niu reached her ears. Minor paused, muttering to herself, "Oh no, I haven't washed my clothes." With a sudden jolt, she sprang to her feet, grabbing her basket to leave, but turned back after a few steps, concern etched on her face as she looked at the man. "I must go now. I may not return for a while." "You." His expression remained impassive. "You need not return." If his estimations were correct, his subordinates would soon locate this place. "It is best not to mention that you encountered me," he warned coldly, pausing before adding, "I do this for your own good." That much, she was already aware of. He had shown mercy by sparing her life. Having been granted a second chance, she was determined not to lose it so carelessly. Minor reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 steamed buns, her mother as preparation for her lunch. "This is for you." She placed the bun into his hand and turned to dash outside. The man, holding a steamed bun, murmured thoughtfully, "Minor." Niu, noticing Minor emerging from behind the earthen wall, curiously asked, "Minor, I searched high and low for you. I thought you had fallen into the stream. How did you come out from that side?" Minor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I believe I have a slight discomfort in my stomach." Chapter 6, Sealing. After finishing their laundry, the 2 individuals set out to find Niu's brother, Juzi. Having completed his tasks, the trio hastened to the city with the ox cart. Upon entering the city, the siblings planned to visit the market, agreeing to reconvene at the West City Gate after 2 hours. Minor first headed to the Huairen Hall of the Sheng family, only to find the entrance firmly shut, adorned with the official seals of the authorities. Though she had prepared herself for this possibility, the sight still brought her great sorrow. She called out to a passing elder, "Excuse me, sir, do you know why Huairen Hall is closed?" The elder scrutinized her for a moment before responding, "Young lady, are you unaware? Huairen Hall has long been sealed by the government. I hear that Dr. Sheng committed a grave error, and his entire family has been exiled to the desolate north." Minor felt as if she had been struck by lightning, left momentarily speechless. The north was a harsh and frigid land, distant by 1,000 miles. How could her aged father and young siblings endure such a treacherous journey? "Young lady," the elder kindly advised, "if you seek a physician, you might consider visiting another establishment." He shook his head in resignation before continuing on his way. Minor gazed at the gilded plaque with the name Huairen Hall, the characters shimmering in the sunlight, piercing her heart with pain. This plaque had been bestowed by the emperor himself. It was meant to honor the Sheng family for producing the first and only female doctor of the great Shou dynasty, who had once brought immense glory to her family. And now, because of her, the Shengs were suffering. She silently vowed, "Father, I shall uncover the villain who has wronged us, restore my name, and seek justice for the Sheng family. Make way." Make way! A horse-drawn carriage sped towards her, the driver shouting loudly. Minor snapped back to reality and quickly stepped aside. However, the elder was not swift enough and was struck by the carriage, sent sprawling to the ground with a thud. The carriage showed no sign of slowing, continuing on its reckless path. Inside the carriage lay a strikingly handsome young man. His complexion pale and his body battered, presenting a most pitiful sight. He opened his eyes, revealing deep, dark irises that emanated a chilling intensity. Those who conspired against him and sought his demise would soon meet their own fate. Minor glared indignantly at the retreating carriage before rushing to assist the elder. Sir! How are you? Where are you hurt? The elder groaned in agony. My hand, I think it's broken. Minor asked, gaze sharpened as she examined his hand and realized it was merely dislocated. Fear not, sir. Your hand is not broken, it's perfectly fine. She reassured him, applying a sudden force, accompanied by a sharp crack. The elder cried out in pain. What did you do? Minor stood up, brushing off her hands. Sir, try moving your arm now. The elder, perplexed, tentatively moved his arm, his face lighting up with joy. Ah! I can move it. My hand is working again, young lady. He looked up, only to find that the young woman had vanished from sight before the gathering crowd could approach. Minor swiftly departed, pausing at the street corner to glance back at the plaque of Huairen Hall, resolutely thinking, one day, I shall restore this plaque to its former glory. Minor then arrived at the largest apothecary in the capital, Huichangtan, where she found a crowd gathered around a notice. Squeezing her way through, she discovered that Huichangtan was recruiting apprentices. The requirements were minimal, with only one stipulation: candidates must be under the age of 20. And there would be a 3-month probationary period, after which successful candidates would be formally accepted as apprentices. Minor felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely the opportunity she sought, a chance to enter the field of medicine. Huichangtan held a prestigious reputation in the capital, and its proprietor, Su Huaishan, was renowned for his exceptional medical skills and commendable ethics. Su Huaishan was an old friend of her father, Sheng Ziyuan. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, she would have been betrothed to Su's son, Su Yu, this year. Su Yu, who also served in the imperial hospital, held the position of a clerk, a rank considered second tier. There was no romantic affection between her and Su Yu. Their families had a long-standing friendship, and they shared similar aspirations. She bore no objections to the arrangements made by their families. What might Su Yu be like now? To uncover the truth, she would likely need to rely on the Su family's influence. Minor,'s resolve to become an apprentice at Huichangtan grew ever stronger. Chapter 7. The young master. Upon entering the apothecary, Minor inquired of the shop assistant, Do you purchase deer antlers? The assistant glanced at her and replied, Let me see them first. If they are of poor quality, we cannot accept them. Minor placed the antlers on the counter, yet the assistant, inspecting them with evident dissatisfaction, stated, I can offer you a maximum of 500 copper coins. Is that all? Minor mused inwardly. They say the prices at Huichang Hall are reasonable, but this is utterly deceitful. 500 coins. Do you think I'm selling tricks? She continued. You must recognize that these are the antlers of a 5-year-old Sika deer, fine velvet antlers of the highest quality. Just look at how plump the velvet is. The assistant, clearly irritated, retorted, Do you know better than I do? That is the price, not a single coin more. Minor pointed to the side, indicating the deer velvet slices, and argued, You sell your green velvet for 600 copper coins. And the spotted deer velvet should fetch at least 1 or 2 taels of silver, should it? My pair of antlers weighs nearly 8 taels. How much can they sell for? The assistant widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Oh, comparing prices here. Do you think we don't have to pay rent or wages for this apothecary? If you have the skill, sell them yourself and see who would buy from you. Oh fool, why all the noise? A deep voice reprimanded softly. Minor's heart skipped a beat as she turned to see a young man emerging from the back room. He was clad in a blue round-collared robe, with a jade-colored silk sash around his waist and a cloth cap atop his head. His features were handsome, and he carried himself with grace. Like a jade tree in the wind, it was Su Yu. She was taken aback to encounter him here. This young lady wishes to sell deer antlers. I made an offer. Yet she finds it insufficient and continues to complain. The assistant, known as a fool, complained. Minor silently began to retract the antlers, intending to put them back in her bag. However, a pair of long, fair hands reached over and took them from her grasp. These are the antlers of a sick deer, plump and well-formed, truly fine merchandise. Young lady, how much do you wish to sell them for? Su Yu inquired gently. The term young lady sent shivers down Chongmina's spine. Previously, he had always addressed her with utmost respect as Dr. Shen, and occasionally, in private, would call her Xin Tong. However, now, given her slight physique at not yet 15, coupled with the malnutrition common among rural children, she did appear quite young. After a moment's consideration, she extended a hand and declared, 5 taels of silver, not a copper coin less. She had observed that the spotted deer velvet at Wuchangho was inferior to her own exquisite peer. Su Yu smiled slightly and instructed Fu. Give her 6 taels of silver. Fu was about to protest that Chongmina was being unreasonable, but he was taken aback that the young master himself would become a generous patron. Unable to defy Su Yu's wishes, he begrudgingly departed to fetch the silver. Chongmina's admiration for Su Yu grew, for while he was typically humble and mild-mannered, witnessing his fairness in this transaction was a refreshing experience. Should you have any more antlers or tiger bones in the future, feel free to bring them here directly and mention my name. Remember, I am Su Yu, he said with a gentle smile. Ah! Chongmina nodded, watching him as he exited Wuchangho. Here you go, 6 taels of silver. Today, you have been fortunate to encounter our young master. Otherwise, you would have wandered the capital without finding such a price, Fu grumbled. Chongmina took the silver and inquired, Is this your young master? Is he also a physician? Fu, filled with pride, replied. Our young master serves at the Imperial Hospital as a court physician. Do you understand what that means? He specifically attends to the emperor's ailments. Chongmina displayed a look of admiration, exclaiming, How impressive! Yet, her mind was troubled, pondering how Su Yu, who was merely a clerk, had suddenly become a court physician. It had been just over a month since her incident, and his rise seemed remarkably swift. Could it be that he had taken her position? Chapter 8, Persuasion, Part 1. At the appointed time, Chongmina returned to the West City Gate, where the siblings, Heir Niu and her brother, were already waiting for her. Chongmina produced 4 steamed buns, offering 1 to Heir Niu and 2 to her brother, Juzi. Upon seeing the meat bun, Heir Niu's eyes sparkled with delight. Mina, where did you get the money to buy meat buns? They cost 2 coins each. Juzi declined, saying, You should take them back to your parents. It's a luxury for a peasant family to spend money on meat buns when they can barely make ends meet. Zuzi, please eat. Today I made quite a bit from selling deer antlers. Chongmina replied with a smile. Heir Niu, curious, asked, How much did you earn? Are deer antlers that valuable? Chongmina held up 2 fingers, 2 tails. Heir Niu gasped, So much. So, eat freely. Consider it my fare, Mina insisted. It was not that she intended to conceal 4 taels of silver. She feared her parents would be distressed to learn she had previously sold so many valuable items for little, and her sister-in-law, being mercenary, would undoubtedly urge her brother to hunt more deer if she knew their worth. Finding spotted deer in this region was no easy feat. I cannot accept your fare, Juzi said, being a man of integrity. Zuzi, don't be so formal. If you refuse, I may not dare to ride with you again, Chongmina feigned annoyance. Juzi hurriedly stuffed a bun into his mouth, grinning foolishly. Heir Niu sang joyfully along the way, while Chongmina, lost in thought, worried about her relatives who had been exiled to the northern wilderness and pondered how to persuade her parents to allow her to study medicine. Upon returning to the village, Chongmina stealthily approached the earthen wall, only to find that the person was indeed gone. Had they safely departed, or had they met a grim fate? She reassured herself that she had done all she could, and the rest was beyond her control. When she returned home, her father and elder brother had not yet returned from hunting. Mina handed her mother 3 taels of silver. Wu Shi was astonished. You sold so much. I was fortunate. I encountered the young master of the Huichangtan, who said our deer antlers were of excellent quality and offered me 2 extra taels, Chongmina replied with a smile. Wu Shi's eyes crinkled with delight as she carefully locked the silver in a wooden box. Mother, today I saw Huichangtan is recruiting apprentices. Chongmina ventured cautiously. Wu Shi did not delve deeply, responding, Studying medicine is admirable, but being an apprentice is arduous. It takes 7 or 8 years to master, and before that, you must work for free. Your brother has a family now. It's best for you to lead a quiet life as a hunter's daughter. But I want to go, Chongmina insisted. Wu Shi shot her a disapproving glance, shaking her head firmly. No, no. What would a daughter learn medicine for? In a couple of years, You should be preparing to marry. You must not delay such a significant matter. Why can't he, a girl, learn medicine? Didn't our dynasty produce a female court physician? Chong Minor countered. With another mouth to feed at home, if I become an apprentice, it will lighten your and father's burdens. Besides, being a doctor ensures a stable income. And when you and father grow old, it will be easier for you to receive medical care. Healthcare is so expensive nowadays. Chong Minor argued passionately. I believe studying medicine is wonderful. Being a doctor not only commands respect but also brings financial rewards. Taking a pulse, prescribing remedies, and soon enough, a substantial fortune would fill our pockets. Moreover, having a doctor in the family would mean that we would no longer incur expenses for medical care. Jin Chihua, leaning against the door and casually cracking sunflower seeds, remarked idly. Wu, however, found Chihuahua's idle demeanor intolerable and retorted, What do you know? All you think about is yourself. Unperturbed by the criticism, Jin Chihua replied leisurely, What am I planning for myself? After all, I do not have to support my younger sister. I speak only the truth. If she does not pursue a medical career, in a few years, she will merely marry into a peasant family and lead a life of toil, laboring from dawn till dusk. If she truly becomes a doctor, her worth will be vastly different. She would surely be worthy of a scholar as a husband. Wouldn't she? That would be akin to soaring to great heights, transforming into a phoenix. My intentions are genuinely for my sister's benefit. It must be said that Jin Chihua possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion, knowing precisely what words would resonate deeply. Is it not the desire of a mother to see her daughter wed into a respectable family? Wu felt herself swayed, but pursuing a medical career is no easy feat. Chong Minor, sensing her mother's wavering resolve, pressed on, Mother, the Hui Changtan is currently accepting apprentices, with a 3-month probation period. After 3 months, there will be an evaluation, and only those who pass will become official apprentices. Please allow me to give it a try. If I do not succeed, I can always return home, right? Wu hesitated. This matter is beyond my authority. You must consult your father. Chapter 9, Persuasion, Part 2, Isn't the home? A voice called from outside. Wu hurriedly stepped out. It's the magistrate. Is there something you need from him? There is an order from above, starting today. Hunting in the mountains will also incur a tax of 10 won per month. Cheng's wife, make sure to inform Senda to pay the tax promptly, or he won't be allowed into the mountains. Moments later, Wu returned with a worried expression, muttering indignantly, This is utterly unreasonable. Never in history have I heard of a tax for hunting in the mountains. How are we supposed to survive? Chong Minor, who had overheard from inside, felt a heavy weight on her heart. Life was already difficult. Last month, they had depleted all their savings for her medical treatment. The additional monthly tax of 10 won was an insufferable burden. For the wealthy, 10 won might be negligible, but for a poor family, every copper coin was hard-earned. Dinner was ready, but her father and elder brother had yet to return. Jin Chihua, carefree and unconcerned, filled her own belly before retreating to the warmth of the calm. As the household firewood was prioritized for her comfort, Chong Minor and Wu craned their necks and tiptoed, anxiously gazing out as the sky darkened. Their hearts tightened with worry. Mother, you should go back inside. The wind is fierce out here, Chong Minor urged. Wu's gaze remained fixed in the darkness. I'm fine. You go inside first. Ah! They are coming. Your father is back. Wu exclaimed suddenly, rushing into the storm. Chong Minor looked up to see Suzy carrying her father, with her elder brother supporting him. As they trudged through the snow. What happened? Ah! Father! Wu cried out in alarm. He slipped on the mountain and hurt his foot. Suzy reported as he carefully laid him on the calm. Thank you, Suzy. Her father said weakly. What is there to thank? We are all from the same village. Let me see how badly he is hurt, Suzy replied with a simple smile. Noticing her father's pale face, Chong Minor knelt down, lifting his injured foot. The ankle was swollen considerably, but thankfully, it was not broken. Mother, quickly bring a basin of snow, she instructed. What do you need snow for? Stone asked. To heat water. We need to rub it with medicinal liquor right away, Chong Minor insisted. We can't rub it now. That will only cause more swelling. We need to apply ice first. Mother, hurry. Wu was unsure whom to listen to but could sense Minor's confidence, so she hurried outside to fetch snow. Stone questioned. Can that really work? Isn't it customary to rub an injured foot with medicinal liquor to disperse the blood? Trust Minor. She knows what she is talking about. Suzy affirmed. Mina had always been decisive, even ere Neo listened to her. Seeing her calm demeanor instilled confidence in those around her. If we rub it now, it will only worsen the injury. We need to apply ice first to constrict the blood vessels, then we can use the liquor, and he will heal faster. Chong Minor explained. Wu, astonished, asked, Minor, how do you know all this? Chong Minor had already prepared her answer. I happened to visit the rejuvenation hall today and encountered someone with a sprain. The doctor advised it just like this. Wu expressed his concern without suspicion, asking anxiously, Father, does it hurt? Chong Zenda replied, It's nothing. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Father, please do not overexert yourself. Injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for proper healing. You must take good care of yourself, or else it will lead to chronic issues, Chong Minor advised. Upon realizing that Uncle Zhenda's injury was not severe, Juzi felt reassured and departed, with Shertu accompanying him to the door. After Chong Minor tended to her father's foot injury and they had finished their evening meal, she went to wash the dishes. Upon returning to the room, she overheard her mother speaking to her father. From now on, we must pay an additional 10 won in taxes each month. Her father sighed heavily. This dreadful weather shows no signs of abating. Even if the skies clear, you cannot venture into the mountains. Minor remarked. If you do not recover fully, it will lead to lingering ailments. Our family relies entirely on you. Her father retorted, What does Minor understand? We are but humble farmers. What is there to nurture? Father, Minor wishes to apprentice at the Huichangtan. She exclaimed. I believe this could be a path forward. If she succeeds in her studies and becomes a doctor, it would be far better than our current plight, her mother added. Her father immediately opposed. What need does a girl have for such apprenticeship? Why should she endure such hardships and suffer? Her mother replied, For now, she is still our daughter. As her parents, we naturally cannot bear to see her suffer. However, once she marries, she will have to manage everything. In this household, we all depend on her, don't we? I envision a future where Minor achieves success and finds a good husband. That would be her true blessing. Besides, Minor has been frail since birth. Learning some medicine would be beneficial. At the very least, she would not have to spend money on her own health care. For us poor folks, our greatest fear is not hunger, but illness. After a brief pause, she continued. Her father fell silent, the sound of his pipe resonating in the stillness. Chapter 10. Fear of your insecurity that night. Within the halls of the Yongning market, Hua Xiaotan busied herself with the medicine box, remarking, Fortunately, the wound has been treated promptly and adequately, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. You have lost a considerable amount of blood, and it seems you shall need to rest for a while. The man on the sickbed, with brows as dark as ink and eyes as profound as unfathomable whirlpools, appeared pallid from his injuries. He inquired with a hint of detachment, What do you mean by adequate treatment? Hua Xiaotan chuckled softly, Of course, I mean staunching the bleeding. Your injury has compromised vital blood vessels. Halting the flow of blood is no simple task. Even an ordinary physician, let alone the head of the imperial hospital, would find it a considerable challenge. Nu Hong, you are fortunate to have encountered a divine healer. I never expected such a skilled practitioner to exist among the common folk. I am quite intrigued to meet her. Divine healer. Nu Hong mused, recalling the young girl with the yellow hair. Can such a young person truly be a divine healer? Yet, he acknowledged her capabilities. Despite her apparent anxiety, her hands were steady, and her touch precise. You wouldn't want to meet her, Nu Hong muttered. Why not? Hua Xiaotan raised an eyebrow, her exquisite phoenix eyes brimming with curiosity. For no particular reason, Nu Hong replied inwardly, I fear you would feel inadequate in her presence. By the way, has the crown prince safely arrived in the capital? Nu Hong inquired. Hua Xiaotan replied, With you, the false crown prince, diverting the assassins. The crown prince is naturally safe and sound. Nu Hong sighed in relief, closing his weary eyes. That is good. Otherwise, these injuries would have been in vain. The following day, the family gathered in the east room to discuss whether to send Chong Minor to the Huichangtan as an apprentice. Upon hearing his wife's words, Shertu expressed his agreement. After finishing a bag of tobacco, Chong Zenda wrapped the edge of the cone, stating, Then let her give it a try. If it doesn't work out, she can always return. Chong Minor's heart soared, though her demeanor remained calm. I will succeed. When Neo learned that Chong Minor was to apprentice at the Huichangtan, she implored her parents to allow her to accompany Minor. The Li family faced even graver circumstances. With many mouths to feed, They were eager for an opportunity. Upon hearing that the apprenticeship required no fees, provided meals and lodging, and with Chongminer as a companion, the Li family readily consented. The next day, amidst Wu Shi's reluctant gaze, Shitu and Juzi escorted Chongminer and Niu into the city. Upon arriving at the Huichangtan, they inquired and learned that all positions had been filled. Niu, filled with disappointment, exclaimed, "Miner, what should we do? I even brought my bedding." Determined, Chongminer refused to retreat so easily. Suddenly struck with inspiration, she declared, "I was sent here by your young master." The attendant eyed her with skepticism, asking, "Do you know our young master?" With wide eyes, Chongminer affirmed, "Indeed. He said his name is Su Yu. He must be your young master, right? He instructed me to simply mention his name." The attendant, still doubtful, replied, "Please wait, I will inquire with our young master." Chongminer felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking, "What are the odds of this happening? Last time I came, Su Yu was at the shop. Could it be he is still here? Is the Imperial Hospital so idle that they require no attendance? Ah, so you are acquainted with the young master here. That is splendid. There should be no issues." Niu exclaimed joyfully. Chongminer felt a profound sense of despair, contemplating whether she should hastily depart, for it was exceedingly awkward to have her lies exposed. While she was lost in thought, Su Yu emerged with a companion, his gaze sweeping across the four individuals before settling on Chongminer. He remembered this young girl, recalling that a pair of floral antlers cost 5 taels of silver. Anxious and flustered, Chongminer managed a shy smile, addressing the young master. "It was you who said I could simply mention your name upon my next visit." Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite audacious. Indeed, he had made such a statement, but there was a preceding clause to his words. He had specified that any medicinal herb she had should be brought to the Huichang Hall, yet she had audaciously taken his words out of context. "Are you hoping to become an apprentice?" Su Yu inquired, choosing not to expose her misinterpretation. "Yes. Why not? Being an apprentice is arduous, filled with dirt and toil." "I can manage," Chongminer asserted confidently. To practice medicine requires not only resilience but also innate talent and insight. Not everyone can achieve success. It is not uncommon for someone to endure 7 or 8 years of study only to end up as a mere assistant at Huichang Hall, Su Yu remarked. Chongminer was well aware that the qualifications to practice medicine were not easily obtained. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, one had to pass the government examination to be certified as a physician, a process known for its rigor. Often, only 1 in 10 would succeed. How can one know their limits without testing themselves? Chongminer countered. Beside her, Niu nodded vigorously. Su Yu pondered silently for a moment before asking his companion, "How many female apprentices have we accepted this time?" "The total, including the 7th young lady, is 3, the companion replied. "Then let her be counted as well," Su Yu said, pointing at Chongminer. Quickly, Chongminer added, "Don't forget her. She is with me." Su Yu scrutinized Niu with a look of uncertainty. "I am not afraid of hard work," Niu promptly declared. "Very well. You may also be included, but be warned, if you fail the assessment in 3 months, no favors will be granted," Su Yu finally conceded. Chongminer expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Thank you, young master." Once she gained entry into this realm, the possibility of failure would cease to exist. Chapter 11, Admission. After Shitu and Juzi delivered their bedding to the backyard of the revitalization hall, the attendant barred their entry, and the 2 pairs of siblings bid farewell. The attendant, leading them inside, introduced himself. "I am Xiang, and you may regard me as your senior brother. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Chongminer noticed the multitude of people within the courtyard and inquired, "Senior brother Xiang, have many apprentices been recruited this time?" Xiang replied, "As of now, they cannot be deemed apprentices. Only after passing the assessment in 3 months will they earn that title. Including you, we have recruited a total of 32 individuals. I heard from the eldest senior brother that at most half will remain, so you must exert yourselves." Chongminer couldn't help but gasp internally. Retaining half was already quite a feat, as most medical establishments only accepted a handful of apprentices. It is not the quantity that matters, but the quality. You are fortunate to be part of this group. If you perform well, there might be an opportunity to serve as a physician in the Imperial Hospital, Xiang added. Chongminer was taken aback once more. The physicians of the Imperial Hospital are divided into 4 ranks, The first rank consists of imperial physicians, totaling 13. Along with 2 vice-deans and 1 dean, making 16. The second rank includes clerks, numbering 26. The third rank comprises medical officers, also 26. And the lowest rank consists of doctors, totaling 30. Only the first 3 ranks possess the authority to prescribe medications, while the lowest rank serves solely as assistants. Nonetheless, being appointed as a physician in the imperial hospital is no small feat. One must first attend the medical academy established by the court for over 3 years, followed by a rigorous selection process and numerous assessments to qualify as a physician. Admission to the medical academy is not accessible to the general populace due to the challenging entrance examinations and age restrictions. Those over 16 are disqualified. Thus, most candidates are scions of medical families who have been training from a young age, making it feasible to gain entry into the academy. The progression from physician to medical officer, clerk, and even imperial physician becomes increasingly arduous. Some individuals may spend their entire lives merely serving as doctors. In her previous life, she garnered considerable attention and was hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy because she entered the medical academy at the age of 14 and was selected as a physician just a year later. Remarkably, she ascended from physician to imperial physician in merely 4 years. A physician under 20 in the Great Zhou was unprecedented, both historically and in the future. Regrettably, she was a short-lived imperial physician, meeting her demise in her early 20s. I have heard that the physicians of the imperial hospital are selected from among the students of the medical academy. It seems the revitalization hall does not possess such qualifications. Chen Minor asked curiously. Xiang En regarded her with surprise. You seem quite knowledgeable. Chen Minor chuckled awkwardly. I merely inquired casually. Xiang En, not dwelling on it further, explained. The medical academy has faced a decline in talent over the past 2 years, prompting the imperial hospital to loosen its restrictions and recruit from civilian medical establishments. Hence, this year, we at the revitalization hall have taken in so many apprentices. If 1 or 2 are chosen by the imperial hospital, it would be a great honor for us. Understanding dawned upon her. In her previous life, while still at the imperial hospital, she had suggested such a notion to the dean. Indeed, there were many skilled practitioners among the populace who, due to excessive restrictions, were unable to enter the imperial hospital, resulting in a significant loss of talent. Regardless, this news was nothing short of delightful for her. In the course of their conversation, Xiang En had already escorted them to a side courtyard, pointing to a room in the western wing, saying, You 2 shall reside here. He pointed towards the side room and said, In that direction reside Miss Zhou from the Dun Tan family and Miss Li from the Sangshi Tan family. Miss Qi does not dwell here. The 3 of them are exempt from menial tasks, and you may unfortunately not be the exception. Chapter 12. Formal instruction. Chen Minor furrowed her brows, pondering whether Miss Li from Sangshi Hou was perhaps the younger sister of Li Shuqin, her assistant at the imperial hospital. Naturally, she refrained from comparing herself with them, as they hailed from esteemed medical families, which afforded them the eligibility to pursue studies at the medical institute. Yet, they chose to come to the rejuvenation hall, perhaps believing it would be easier to distinguish themselves here and enhance their chances of entering the imperial hospital. Please tidy up quickly. The formal instruction is about to begin, Xiang En instructed. Grateful for Xiang En's guidance, Chen Minor and Niu began to organize their bedding. With a frown, Niu voiced her insecurities. Minor, do you really think I can manage? Miss Zhou and Miss Li seem quite formidable. Chen Minor chuckled. How can you know if you don't even try? Stop comparing yourself to others. Just focus on your own efforts. Even if you don't make it to the imperial hospital, becoming a doctor is still commendable. As they finished packing, someone came to announce that everyone was together in the main hall. Over 30 individuals crowded into the lobby, a sea of faces. Chen Minor and a few other young women stood at the front, with Niu nervously pressing against her. 3 girls nearby appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. Su Fei was familiar to her, having met her a few times, while she affectionately called the other girl Sister Shintong. The trio's demeanor set them apart from the others, perhaps due to the superiority complex stemming from their medical lineage, giving them an air of arrogance. Chen Minor contemplated that forging a good relationship with them might prove challenging. The speaker, a man in his 30s, bore a serious expression and surveyed the crowd with piercing eyes. He declared, I am Zhao Dezai, the senior brother of the rejuvenation hall. For the next 3 months, I will oversee your studies. This period is crucial. If you fail the assessment in 3 months, some of you may have to pack your bags and return home. So, I expect everyone to be fully alert. A resounding affirmation echoed from the crowd. signaling their determination. Today, our first lesson will be the identification of medicinal herbs. Please follow me to the courtyard, Zhao Dazai instructed, leading the way out of the hall. In the courtyard, several tables were arranged, each adorned with various herbs. Groups of three formed freely and naturally, Miss Zhou, Miss Li, and the seventh Miss Su grouped together at the first table on the left. The remaining individuals paired off with their respective partners, leaving only Cheng Minor and Aaron Yu at the last table. From today onward, these groupings and positions will remain for our lessons, with daily assessments contributing to each group's overall score. After 3 months, the group with the highest total score will be exempt from the exams and will advance directly to apprentice status, Zhao Dazai proclaimed with authority. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, as many felt this structure was somewhat unjust. After all, they were unfamiliar with one another. And who could predict if a random teammate might be incompetent? Only the 7th Miss Su's group exuded an air of calm confidence, seemingly assured of their victory. Aaron Yu whispered, Minor, I'm a bit scared. Do not fear, I am here with you. Cheng Minor reassured her. Now, everyone gazes at the table before them, where 6 herbs are displayed from left to right: licorice, guangzhong, guanqing, duhua, shumao, and beimu. Licorice, the essence of the 9 soils, is capable of neutralizing the toxins of a myriad of medicines, harmonizing the 72 stones, and addressing the ailments of over 1,000 herbs, particularly those related to the cold and heat of the 5 internal organs. Zhao Dahai meticulously elaborates on the aroma, medicinal properties, and the efficacy of each part of the herbs. Each listener is deeply engrossed. Initially, their expressions are composed, but as the discourse progresses, furrowed brows become the norm. With so many key points to absorb, how could one possibly retain them all? The latter information causes them to forget the earlier details, leading to a frantic effort to recall what was previously mentioned, which in turn hinders their ability to grasp the new information. Now, I shall grant you a half hour to revisit what I have just imparted, after which an assessment will ensue, Zhao Dahai declares, having spoken extensively and now parched. He steps away for tea. The students sigh in unison, uncertain about how they will manage the impending evaluation, confronted with a challenge on the very first day. Cheng Minor understands the rationale behind Zhao Dahai's call for teamwork. Indeed, it is quite a task for one individual to memorize all the characteristics and medicinal properties of 6 herbs. However, with 3 members in each group, if each person focuses on just 2 herbs, the task becomes significantly more manageable. This is the essence of collaboration. What shall we do? Minor, have you managed to remember anything? Aaron Yu's expression is one of utter confusion. Aside from recognizing the 6 herbs, she finds herself unable to recall anything else. Chapter 13. The group of fools. Cheng Minor delicately picked up the licorice root and softly recounted the key points that the senior brother had just mentioned, prompting Aaron Yu to repeat them. Once she committed them to memory, they would proceed to introduce the guangzhong. Aaron Yu gazed at her in awe, exclaiming, Minor, your memory is truly remarkable. I'm so fortunate to be in your group, otherwise, I would surely be doomed. Cheng Minor smiled gently, remarking that these were merely the fundamentals, a mere introduction. In her previous life, she had been able to articulate the characteristics, medicinal properties, and effects of all herbs in the compendium of Materia Medica by the age of 6. The senior brother had yet to mention the accompanying prescriptions. Now that was genuinely complex. Nearby, a student, seemingly around 16 or 17, with enchanting peach blossom eyes, berated a fellow group member. Do you lack ears or a heart? Didn't you remember a single word from what the senior brother just said? You're dragging us down. This is just terrible. Another chubby student scoffed, with your abilities, you should reconsider your choice to study medicine. Perhaps you should return to farming instead. The student being scolded, a simple soul, bowed his head in guilt, acutely aware of his shortcomings and the burden he placed on his teammates. I'm sorry. I will listen more attentively next time. Come on. With a mind like yours, even 100 repetitions wouldn't help, the student with peach blossom eyes sneered. If you know what's good for you, just step aside and don't bring us down. Cheng Minor could not bear such arrogance, bullying the meek. With such character, they had no business studying medicine. If they were to become practitioners, they would be a blight upon the medical community, far worse than mediocre physicians. Noticing Cheng Minor's gaze upon him, the student with peach blossom eyes retorted, What are you staring at? Cheng Minor suppressed her anger and averted her gaze. It was her first day at the Huicheng Hall, and she wished to avoid any quarrels that might leave a negative impression. However, The student with peach blossom eyes soon realized that Chongminger's group comprised only 2 people, and his thoughts began to churn. He turned to his teammate and said, "There are only 2 people over there. You should join them. You seem much more alike." The scolded student timidly glanced towards Chongminger, his eyes betraying his insecurity. Chongminger offered him a warm smile, saying, "We still need 1 more person on our team. Would you like to join us?" I'm really not very bright," he replied hesitantly. Niu felt sympathy for him. She too considered herself dim-witted. Yet, thankfully, they had Chongminger, who was clever and could teach her. "It's alright, I'm not very bright either," she assured him. Peach blossom eyes and the chubby student burst into laughter. "See? I told you. You're clearly of the same ilk." Niu glared in frustration but dared not retaliate. Chongminger remained composed, her smile unwavering. Diligence can overcome ignorance. Even a tortoise can outpace a hare. With perseverance and determination, nothing is impossible. Peach blossom eyes scoffed. What a naive dreamer. Do you think studying medicine is akin to farming? Just having a bit of strength one suffice. Suddenly, the scolded student lifted his head, walking quietly over to Chongminger's group, stating earnestly, "I will work very hard." Chongminger smiled gently. "Good, then let us strive together." With the burden of his previous fear lifted, the student with peach blossom eyes mockingly declared, "No amount of effort will change the fact that you're foolish. Just wait to be eliminated." The other students watched the unfolding drama with amused anticipation. Chongminger smirked inwardly, disregarding the peculiar gazes directed towards her. She turned to the newly joined team member and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Tianyu, Feng Tianyu," he replied. "I am Chongminger. I go by Niu." After the trio exchanged their names, Chongminger asked, "Tianyu, what motivated you to pursue a career in medicine?" Tianyu hesitated before responding, "My mother is in poor health, and I wish to heal her." "Ah, so Tianyu is a filial son. For the sake of your mother, strive diligently. Can you identify these herbs?" Chongminger queried. Tianyu pointed to 2 herbs, stating, "I only recognize these 2, Wangqing and Shenma." "Very well, let us discuss Wangqing." Chapter 14. The first assessment. Half an hour later, Xiang summoned the members of the first group to the hall for inspection. Shortly thereafter, Miss Su Qi and her teammates emerged, radiant with joy. Xiang announced their results loudly. Liu Ruoyang, Li Shiqi, and Su Fei excellent. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the students, accompanied by a chorus of envy and admiration. In the subsequent groups, none achieved excellence. There were some with above average, and below average results, while 2 groups received poor ratings. Truly, some rejoiced while others despaired. When it came time for the group led by the one with peach blossom eyes, the 2 entered the hall brimming with confidence. Before they could emerge, Xiang called Chongming's group inside. Chongming quietly reassured her teammates, "Do not be anxious, just say what you remember. Even if our performance today is lacking, we have many opportunities ahead." Tianyu and Niu exchanged glances and nodded earnestly. Upon entering the hall, they noticed the one with peach blossom eyes and another stout individual standing dejectedly to one side, while senior brother Zhao Dehai wore a stern expression that only heightened his severity. "Feng Tianyu, why did you switch groups?" Zhao Dehai inquired. Feng Tianyu stammered, unsure of how to respond. "Feng Tianyu, I am asking you a question. Why do you not answer?" Zhao Dehai raised his voice. Because I am foolish," Feng Tianyu mumbled. "Was the switch voluntary, or were you coerced?" Zhao Dehai pressed further. Feng Tianyu glanced sideways at the one with peach blossom eyes and replied, "It was my choice. Senior brother, I did not lie. He truly chose to switch." The one with peach blossom eyes interjected hastily. Zhao Dehai shot a fierce glare in his direction. "Silence. Am I addressing you?" The one with peach blossom eyes promptly fell silent. Zhao Dehai then turned his attention to Chongming and Niu. "If Feng Tianyu is indeed a simpleton, would you still wish to remain in the same group as him? Are you not concerned about being dragged down? It is not too late to reconsider. I can return Tianyu to his original team." Chongming replied, "My father often says that one must be grounded and practical. Superficiality is the worst flaw. I believe that being a little foolish is acceptable, as long as one is diligent." Zhao Dehai inwardly admired her wisdom. It was no wonder the young master had taken her under his wing. "Very well then, you shall remain a group henceforth, sharing both honor and disgrace. Now, let us see who among you can first discuss the efficacy of licorice." Niu spoke of licorice and guanzhong, while Tianyu mentioned Huang Qing and Shen Ma. The remaining two, Chongming are covered, and they accurately identified all 6 herbs in detail. Zhao Dehai's expression softened, and he remarked, Feng Tianyu, you are not as foolish as I presumed. Although your speech was somewhat halting, you did not omit or err in your responses. That is quite commendable. The one with peach blossom eyes and the stout individual looked somewhat solemn. Had Feng Tianyu been deceiving them? Previously, he had seemed utterly inept. Feng Tianyu, being honest, replied, It was Chongming who taught me. I truly did not know before. Niu added, I learned from Ming as well. Senior brother spoke too quickly. I could not memorize everything. Chongming subtly furrowed her brow. These two were excessively honest. Would this lead senior brother to suspect her? Zhao Dehai expressed surprise. Chongming, oh, did you teach him? Have you memorized all 6 of these herbs? Chongming had already prepared her words. Indeed, senior brother, my father is a hunter. He often goes into the mountains to hunt and also gathers some herbs to sell. I have seen quite a lot and can recognize some. Zhao Dehai nodded in understanding. I see. Selenium, record the results. Chongming S group, excellent. Li Yanxing and Fang Shiji S group, mediocre. With a pout, the doe-eyed Li Yanxing protested, Senior brother, we clearly identified 6 types of medicinal herbs. Why are we rated mediocre? Zhao Dehai cast them a nonchalant glance. You lost a teammate on the first day and still expect an excellent rating. Li Yanxing was left speechless. Was this truly a criterion for evaluation? What a ridiculous rule. The group deemed least promising had achieved excellence, equaling the so-called elite group, led by Su Fei, which was truly hard to believe. Particularly, Su Fei and her companions regarded Chongming with evident hostility, feeling that the excellent rating bestowed upon her group was nothing short of an affront to their pride. After the first round of assessments concluded, Zhao Dehai met with Su Yu, while other students clamored to answer questions, eager to showcase their talents. Chongming's group displayed humility and cooperation, each member contributing 2 types of medicinal herbs. Notably, while Chongming clearly possessed knowledge, she did not hoard it, demonstrating a commendable spirit of teamwork. Zhao Dehai reported that Chongming left the deepest impression on him today. Su Yu listened intently to the report, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It appeared that Chongming was indeed exceptional, bold yet meticulous, seemingly well-versed in the market for deer antlers, and audacious enough to negotiate. Thus far, only Chongming had dared to request 5 taels of silver for a pair of antlers. In truth, today's assessment aimed not only to discern the students' intellect and insight but primarily to evaluate their character. Forming teams indiscriminately among strangers would reveal numerous issues, such as disdain for teammates, mutual complaints, and a struggle for recognition. One must admit, Chongming's performance today was commendable. However, this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. Chapter 15, Unqualified. As Zhao Dehai departed, Su Fei arrived, her lips pursed in discontent. Fourth brother, was that Chongming your recommendation? What is her background, after all? Su Yu understood his sister's displeasure. Her lofty pride could not bear being overshadowed by an obscure girl. What of a hunter's daughter? Su Yu replied with a faint smile. By what right does she claim excellence? Is the elder brother truly misguided? Su Fei retorted, visibly agitated. A flicker of irritation crossed Su Yu's dark eyes. Seventh sister, I often remind you that there are always those more capable than ourselves. Do not hastily look down upon others. Among this cohort of students, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding at present. But that does not grant you the right to be arrogant. Medicine is a vast and profound field. A true healer must possess not only exceptional skills but also noble ethics, a humble disposition, and a grounded approach to foster continuous improvement. Beware of vanity and recklessness, otherwise, you will find yourself surpassed not solely by Chongming, but by others as well. Unconsciously echoing Chongming's words, he added that being grounded is of utmost importance. She had already grasped this lesson and was astute enough to understand that perseverance would make her a competent healer. Su Fei, disheartened by her brother's lengthy admonition, felt further vexed. Did even her brother regard Chongming favorably? I refuse to believe that Chongming is truly that formidable. Fourth brother, you are more verbose than father. I shall take my leave to study medical texts, she replied sulkily. Will you not partake in tonight's task? Su Yu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Su Fei turned her head, scoffing. Do I really need to engage in such activities? Su Yu rose and approached her with a semblance of seriousness. Have you not always set your sights on Sheng Xintong, the first female imperial physician of the great Zhou before she turned 20? Do you think her success was merely a result of reading medical texts at home? No one knew better than he the immense effort Shen Xintong had invested. To discern the aromas of medicinal herbs, she had tasted thousands. To brew the most effective concoction, she endured countless trials, her arms swollen from the labor. To master acupuncture, her body bore the marks of countless needles, often bringing her to the brink of collapse from pain. Her steadfast character and meticulous approach are worthy of emulation and respect by all healers. A hint of disdain flickered in Su Fei's eyes. That may have been true in the past, but she is no longer that person. A physician who cannot even write a prescription correctly is unqualified to be my role model. Su Yu's expression grew cold, his voice low and resolute. You shall not speak of her in such a manner. Su Fei scoffed. I speak the truth. Her becoming an imperial physician was mere luck. She is utterly unqualified for the role. Su Yu's gaze darkened, an unexpected chill emanating from his otherwise graceful demeanor. With piercing eyes, he warned her. This is my final admonition. Do not let another disparaging word about her escape your lips, not even a single syllable. Su Fei pouted, mumbling, Fine, I won't say anything. But she has passed, and you still defend her. During her first assessment, Niu achieved an excellent score, which filled her with excitement. At mealtime, she eagerly urged Chongminer to teach her the remaining medicinal herbs. Observing her enthusiasm for learning, Chongminer devoted herself wholeheartedly to her instruction. Setting aside their roles as teammates, they had come together and were determined to see it through to the end. Chongminer firmly believed that there is no difficulty insurmountable for those who are truly dedicated. Niu was not lacking in intelligence. She simply found herself in unfamiliar territory within the realm of medicine. The elder brother had instituted a rule that each group of students must take turns washing dishes daily. Although Su Fei's group was exempt from this duty, free from any menial tasks. On this inaugural day, the rotation commenced with Chongminer's group. Tianyu voluntarily took on the dirtiest task first, sifting through the soiled dishes before passing them on to Niu for cleaning, while Chongminer was responsible for drying and organizing them. As Niu scrubbed the dishes, she expressed her gratitude, saying, Tianyu, we are fortunate to have you in our group, otherwise, it would just be Miner and me, and we might be here indefinitely. Tianyu offered a shy smile, internally reflecting that it should be he who thanked them for their acceptance. Suddenly, Niu exclaimed in realization, Oh dear. What about Li Yansheng and Fang Shiji? They must be in quite a predicament. During the assessment, she had feared that Tianyu might hinder their progress. And she anticipated that he would come to mind again when it was time for work. Chongminer chuckled, It's time to get to work, remember. We still have to head to the apothecary hall later. Tianyu and Niu exchanged glances and promptly quickened their pace. Chapter 16, Elevation. Each evening, the students diligently gathered at the pharmacy hall to study the art of herbal medicine. Initially, they learned to remove weeds and impurities, select the effective parts, dry and process the herbs, followed by slicing or grinding. Each step was meticulous, directly influencing the efficacy of the medicinal materials. Among these processes, the preparation was the most intricate, requiring the highest level of skill. It demanded not only mastery of the fire but also the addition of specific auxiliary materials for certain herbs during the preparation. Naturally, this task was beyond the capabilities of the novices, so the elder brother instructed everyone to first learn to clean and sort the herbs. Before each group lay a pile of herbs. Without further prompting, they recognized the materials and understood which parts to select. Now, commence the cleaning and sorting. I shall return in an hour to assess your progress, Zhao Dehai instructed before departing, busy with responsibilities at the revitalization hall's pharmacy workshop. With a command from the elder brother, all members except for Li Yansheng and Li Shiqi, who were left watching, began to engage in the task at hand. These two groups, with only 2 members each, faced a daunting challenge as Tianyu had been dismissed and Su Fei was absent. 4 individuals struggled with the overwhelming array of herbs. It was at this moment that they truly grasped the essence of the saying, many hands make light work. Chongminer emerged as the core of the group, orchestrating tasks with precision. Each person was assigned 2 types of herbs to clean, and they would rotate after completing a third, ensuring that everyone would handle 6 varieties. Completing the task was not the ultimate goal. The elder brother's intention was to integrate theory with practice, emphasizing that their understanding of herbs should extend beyond mere words. Niu, please recite the properties of Huangqin and Shenma, she prompted. Huangqin, also known as Scutellaria, has a bitter taste, is neutral and non-toxic, and is primarily used for Niu explained while clearing away weeds entangled with the herbs. Shema, also known as Simasifica, has a sweet, bitter flavor, is neutral, and slightly cool. Excellent. Now, let's taste it and discern its flavor, Chongming suggested with a smile. Tianyu and Niu each picked a root of Huangqing, tasting it, and were met with its undeniable bitterness, prompting a grimace from Niu. Chongming chuckled and encouraged Tianyu to describe the characteristics of Dubois and Baimo. While this corner buzzed with a light-hearted atmosphere, Li Yanxiong cast glances their way, feeling increasingly vexed as he observed their laughter and camaraderie. I should have kept that fool around, Fang Shiji muttered as he slowly picked through the herbs, his mood sour. Li Yanxiong withdrew his gaze with irritation, retorting, less chatter. Move faster. Fang Shiji mumbled under his breath. With only 2 of us, we cannot compete with them. Shou Ruoyang, halfway through her task, declared, I'm done. Su Fei doesn't he have to do this, so why should we? Coming from prestigious medical families, they were no less capable than Su Fei. Besides, they were already adept at identifying herbs. Why engage in futile labor here? Li Shiqi interjected. She is the 7th young lady of the revitalization hall. We cannot compare ourselves to her. As Li Shiqi cast a glance toward Chongming, her sparkling eyes flickered with a hint of disdainful amusement. It appears that some are rather enjoying themselves. Let them continue in their merriment. Rising to her feet, Li Shiqi grasped a basket of licorice and approached Chongming with an air of superiority, declaring, Chongming, you ought to gather these as well. Shou Ruoyang followed suit, bringing another basket and placing it before Chongming. The other students paused in their tasks, turning their attention to the unfolding drama. Was there entertainment to be had? Niu interjected, this is your responsibility. Why should we undertake it? Shou Ruoyang retorted, given our capabilities, we are not obliged to engage in such menial tasks. Slowly lifting her gaze, Chongming scrutinized the haughty expressions of the two, a cold smile gracing her lips. Whether or not it is necessary is not for you to determine. If you are unwilling to comply, you may speak directly to the senior brother. Li Shiqi added. To ask you to perform this task is a favor. Do not be so ungrateful. Chapter 17. Are you certain? Tianyu was aware of the backgrounds of these two individuals and, seeking to avoid further conflict, suggested, allow me to handle this. He reached for the basket. But Chongming pulled him back, shaking her head. If she capitulated today, there would be no hope for peaceful days ahead. Of course, even if she refused to yield, her circumstances would remain grim. Thus, why should she demean herself? Chongming raised her gaze to Li Shiqi, her eyes clear and indifferent. Thank you for your kind offer. But I do not require it. You. Li Shiqi was taken aback, her frustration mounting. Do you know who I am? Chongming smiled lightly. She was well aware of the prowess of Sang Shitan. The civil service medical examination typically featured officials from the Imperial Hospital as the primary and secondary examiners, supplemented by 3 esteemed doctors from the public domain, Dr. Reborn from Sang Shitan, Dr. Su Huaishang from Huchangtan, and her father, Sheng Ziyuan. These 3 held high regard in society. Yet, a father is a father, and a daughter is a daughter. Given Li Shiqi's reliance on intimidation, it was evident she lacked true competence. Those with genuine ability need not leverage others to elevate themselves. Chongming scoffed, I am aware. However, no matter your identity, here we are all students, and none of us requires the elevation from another. Chongming, what are you saying? You truly have a knack for self-importance. What are you compared to the young lady of Sang Shitan? Li Yanxing approached, standing beside Li Shiqi, mocking Chongming. Chongming scrutinized Li Yanxing, who was speaking on behalf of Li Shiqi. They both shared the surname Li. Could they be related? What? Am I mistaken? Is Miss Li not a student here? She continued, it seems you are eager for Miss Li to elevate your standing. Here, take these herbs. I am certain Miss Li will grant you this favor. Chongming spoke in a calm, unruffled manner. Li Yanxing's expression shifted slightly, realizing the sharpness of her words. He thought, what a formidable tongue she possesses. If he denied it, he would embarrass Shiqi and offend her, knowing his family had always relied on the patronage of her father, his uncle Reborn. However, if he acquiesced, he would be inviting his own misfortune, as he would struggle to complete his own tasks, let alone assist Shiqi and her companions. With a mere flick of her lips, Chongming passed the proverbial hot potato to him, placing him in a predicament. Li Shiqi shot a fierce glare at Li Yanxing, as if to say, why did you speak out? Realizing that Chongming was indeed a tough nut to crack, Li Shiqi understood that, having initiated this confrontation. She must see it through, otherwise, it would be her and Shichi who would become the laughingstock of the day. Chum Minor, I have heard you hail from a hunting background and possess some knowledge of medicinal herbs. Why don't we have a contest? If you lose, you shall undertake all these tasks, Li Shichi proposed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students erupted in astonishment. Most of them came from impoverished families and were somewhat discontent with the arrogance displayed by individuals like Zhou Ruoyong and Li Shichi. However, they hesitated to offend them due to their status. Still, this proposal was overtly oppressive. While they acknowledged Chongmina as exceptional, it was merely relative to their own circumstances. How could she possibly compete with someone from a prestigious medical lineage like Li Shichi? It was simply too much to bear. Li Yanxing, whose earlier bravado had diminished, regained his confidence and mockingly remarked, Chongmina, in today's assessment, only your group and Miss Li's group received top marks. With your remarkable abilities, I trust you won't shy away from a challenge, will you? Chongmina smirked and replied, I suggest Miss Li reconsider this notion. You hail from a prestigious medical family, steeped in the art of medicine since birth, a far cry from us humble folk. Even if you emerge victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. Should you happen to lose, that would be quite the embarrassment. Indeed, winning wouldn't be remarkable, chimed in a voice from among the students. Li Shichi's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a venomous intensity. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, the terms of the competition shall be set by you, as long as it pertains to medicinal herbs. That should suffice, correct? Chongmina raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Chapter 18. The challenge. Zhou Ruoyang softly urged, are you truly afraid of her? Li Shichi's gaze turned icy as she replied distinctly, I am certain. Chongmina sighed silently, pondering the futility of their endeavor. What will you say if you lose? Li Shichi, brimming with confidence, retorted, if I lose, our team will wash your dishes. In a show of support for her teammate, Zhou Ruoyang straightened her posture and nodded vigorously. That's exactly what we need to hear. Since you willingly present yourselves, we shall oblige you. Unless you are blooded in defeat, you will not comprehend that there are greater talents beyond your own, nor the humility that befits a healer. Concerned for Chongmina's well-being, Niu discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Chongmina smiled gently, it's fine, just a little game. However, the question remained. How should they compete? The aim was to win gracefully without revealing too much of their own prowess. All eyes were fixated on Chongmina, curious about her strategy. As she contemplated her approach, a clear voice resonated leisurely, since you all seem so leisurely, how about I propose the challenge? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a tall, handsome young man standing at the entrance, flanked by his senior brothers, Dashur and Xiangang. Some recognized him and nervously averted their gaze. Chongmina felt a chill run down her spine. How did he arrive here? Li Shichi and Zhou Ruoyang exchanged anxious glances, realizing that they had instigated today's events. If Su Yu were to hold them accountable, they would bear the consequences. As Su Yu entered, he cast a deep glance at Chongmina. She remained composed, her bright, clear eyes reminiscent of an untainted sky, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, yet also distant and unfathomable. This familiar gaze intrigued him. Where did her confidence stem from to dare challenge Li Shichi? Xiangang moved a chair into the hall, and Su Yu gracefully took a seat, directing his attention to Zhou Ruoyang and Li Shichi. Li Shichi, I have heard you could identify various herbs at the tender age of 4. Li Shichi performed a slight bow. Dr. Su, your praise is unwarranted. Ruoyang deserves the credit. Her words were humble, yet her pride was palpable in her demeanor. Su Yu lamented inwardly, recognizing a common flaw among these aristocratic youths, an inflated sense of self-worth. Much like Su Fei. Su Yu then turned his gaze to Chongmina. Chongmina, do you still wish to compete? Chongmina glanced at Li Shichi, who raised her chin defiantly in a provocative manner. Chongmina smiled and replied, a competition would be fine. If I lose, I suffer no loss, just a bit more work. If I win, it will be my gain. In her past life, she had never faced such a situation. Her excellence rendered her opponents non-existent. No one dared to challenge her, let alone bully her. However, this life was different. Her lowly status made her a target for the arrogant who sought to trample her. Should she remain submissive for eternity? How could she ever enter the imperial hospital or seek revenge? She was determined to shine brightly, to stand out. Only by being exceptional would she deter others from bullying her. Su Yu nodded approvingly. When Li Yansheng intervened earlier, he was already outside the door, expecting her to yield. To his surprise, she retorted sharply, leaving Li Yanxing speechless with anger. He admired her audacity. Timid individuals seldom achieve greatness, and sometimes, enduring humiliation does not resolve issues. Are you to compete in medicinal herbs? Su Yu inquired. Indeed, replied Li Shiqi. Chen Minor tacitly agreed. Su Yu summoned Xiang En, whispering a few instructions in his ear. Xiang En nodded and turned to depart. Everyone was curious about the challenge that Dr. Su would propose. Chapter 19, A Fragile Blow Before Long. Xiang En entered with several boxes and a stack of oil paper, instructing 2 students to move a table into the hall. He spread out the oil paper and opened the boxes, taking a handful of items from each and placing them on the paper. Upon seeing the items on the oil paper, Chen Minor felt a surge of joy. Were those not slices of deer antler? Was Su Yu deliberately presenting these slices to prevent her from losing on another topic? Su Yu spoke slowly. Here are 5 types of deer antler slices. You may only observe from a distance. Whoever can correctly rank these slices by quality shall be deemed the victor. However, if both of you rank them correctly. Li Shiqi bit her lip, reluctantly conceding, then it should be counted as her win. Coming from a family of herbalists, she had been able to identify medicinal materials since the age of 4. Although Chen Minor had some knowledge, she could not compete with Li Shiqi's innate advantage. A tie would already signify a loss for her. A knowing smile graced Su Yu's lips as he thought, Chen Minor, I hope you can rise to the occasion and not disappoint me. Xiang En, provide them with paper and pens. Chen Minor took the paper and pen, standing 3 paces away from the table to examine the 5 slices of deer antler. Initially, she thought Su Yu was aiding her, but now she sensed he genuinely intended to test her. 3 of the slices were from flower deer antlers, and their sizes and appearances were quite similar. Even those with expertise could easily err without careful scrutiny. The other 2, from blue deer antlers, were of commendable quality as well. Li Shiqi, who had been brimming with confidence, found herself at a loss. Despite recognizing thousands of medicinal materials, she had never studied deer antler slices with such meticulousness. Before her, she could merely categorize the 5 slices into 2 broad types, flower and blue. As Chen Minor began to write, a sense of urgency gripped Li Shiqi. Resolutely, she decided to trust her instincts, refusing to believe that Chen Minor could discern them all. The 2 finished their rankings almost simultaneously. Su Yu addressed Zhao Dehai. You go first and explain the ranking of these deer antlers, as if teaching a class. Zhao Dehai slightly bowed and approached, pointing at the 3rd and 5th slices. Both of these are flower deer antlers from 5-year-old deer. The 3rd is a wax slice, taken from the tips of the antlers, possessing the highest medicinal value. The 5th is a powder slice, taken from the upper part of the antler. The 2nd is also a powder slice from a flower deer, but it is derived from an 8-year-old sika deer, making its medicinal value comparatively lower. Upon completing his explanation, Li Shiqi's expression darkened. She had only correctly identified 3 slices. Su Yu then asked Xiang En to announce the rankings of both participants, starting with Li Shiqi's, followed by Chen Minor's. When Xiang En glanced at Chen Minor's results, he was left speechless. Everyone watched anxiously, puzzled by Xiang En's reaction. Only Chen Minor appeared slightly surprised. She had anticipated that Li Shiqi would prove more competent. Xiang En, please announce it, urged Zhou Ruoyang. Xiang En replied, you may see for yourselves. Chen Minor got them all correct. Li Shiqi snatched the answer, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized the rankings, which indeed matched exactly what the senior brother had said. She erupted in a fit of denial. This is impossible. She must have guessed. Zhou Ruoyang also approached to take a look, her face as pale as a ghost. Su Yu cast a glance at Chen Minor, who remained composed and smiling, showing no signs of arrogance despite her victory. Unfazed by defeat and unboastful in victory, she exhibited a demeanor of calmness and restraint impressive. Su Yu silently commended her. She must have relied on luck. This contest was not legitimate. Li Shiqi, in a fit of rage, exclaimed that she could not accept such an outcome. Having never anticipated her defeat, Su Yu cast a subtle glance at Li Shiqi before turning to Chen Minor. Chen Minor, was it mere luck? Chen Minor replied with a gentle smile. My father makes a living through hunting. Whenever he catches a sika or elk, if the injury is not severe, he only takes the antlers and returns the rest to the mountains, trading the antlers for silver. Each type of antler fetches a different price, and having observed this frequently, I have naturally learned to recognize them without relying on luck. It's unfair. This is entirely unjust. Her family specializes in hunting. It's not fair. Li Shiqi protested indignantly. Su Yu, typically poised, could not suppress her disdain at this moment and retorted coldly, "If we are to speak of fairness, Li Shiqi, your family's deer antler slices are the most renowned in the entire capital. By all accounts, you should hold a greater advantage than Chongminer." Chapter 20. Half-empty vessel. Su Yu silenced Li Shiqi with a few pointed remarks. Observing her finally subdued demeanor, he solemnly declared, "In the pursuit of knowledge, the greatest peril lies in being but a half-filled vessel, swaying unsteadily. This is particularly true in the practice of medicine, where even the slightest negligence can cost a life. To become a true healer, one must not only possess exceptional medical skills but also embody a heart of compassion. A benevolent person embraces openness and humility. They practice modesty and kindness towards others, harboring a spirit of mercy that seeks to alleviate the suffering of all. This is the essence of a dedicated physician. A truth to be etched in memory." Zhao Dehai promptly interjected, "Dear Su's teachings, you all must commit to memory." The crowd responded in unison. Chongminer was profoundly moved, a flicker of melancholy glimmering in her bright eyes. These words echoed the admonition she had received from the esteemed director upon entering the imperial hospital alongside Su Yu, a lesson she had always held dear. Li Shiqi was on the verge of tears, feeling more humiliated than ever before. Not only had she been outperformed by Chongminer, but she had also been chastised by dear Su. The phrase "a half-empty vessel" described her perfectly. She sensed the mocking gazes of those around her, piercing her with unbearable shame. Su Yu's expression softened slightly. Today, through Chongminer, he had intentionally imparted a lesson to Li Shiqi and her peers for their own benefit. Even the finest jade must be carved to reveal its true form. He continued, "One must accept the consequences of their wagers. Zhao Dehai, you heard their stakes. This shall be our course of action moving forward. Now that the task is complete, you may return to rest once your senior brother has approved your work. Those who have not finished must continue." With that, Su Yu took his leave, prompting Zhao Dehai to maintain a serious demeanor and urge everyone to resume their tasks. Upon returning to her group, Chongminer was greeted by Tian Yu and Aaron Yu, who regarded her with foolish grins. Aaron Yu, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Miner, you were incredible." Zhou Ruoyang approached, shooting a fierce glare at Chongminer, and coldly remarked, "Don't he celebrate too soon?" With that, she picked up her basket and returned to her station. Chongminer was speechless. Was she truly celebrating? Defeating someone of Zhou Ruoyang's caliber was hardly an accomplishment worth boasting about. Li Shiqi stood frozen, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Chongminer. All the humiliation she endured today was at Chongminer's hands, and she swore that one day she would reclaim her dignity, ensuring that Chongminer would regret this day. Sensing the sharp hostility directed at her, Chongminer met Li Shiqi's gaze without fear. If one cannot bear defeat, they ought not to act with arrogance. Remember, everyone, do not be a half-filled vessel swaying unsteadily. The embarrassment of such folly is trivial compared to the grave consequences of endangering lives, a tall, lean figure remarked sarcastically. Though Chongminer could not recall the names of all the students, she recognized the tall figure as Hong Shouyuan, for he shared a room with Tian Yu. They had achieved the only satisfactory score in their group during the day's assessment. It was rumored that Hong Shouyuan possessed some medical knowledge and had brought along a set of silver needles. Some students exaggeratedly chimed in, and Li Shiqi's face flushed with anger as she shot Hong Shouyuan a glare before stomping her foot and fleeing. "Oh, shikey!" Zhou Ruoyang stood up, intending to chase after her, but then remembered her unfinished work. She promptly handed her basket to Li Yanxing, stating, "You take care of this." Li Yanxing was left dumbfounded, wondering why the entire burden had fallen upon him when he still had a mountain of tasks awaiting completion. Beside him, Fang Shiji muttered, "This is what they call when the city gate catches fire. The fish in the moat suffer. We are the unfortunate fish." Li Yanxing, filled with pent-up anger, had no outlet for his frustration and snapped, "Stop rambling. Get to work." Chapter 21. Hostility. The following day, as everyone was familiarizing themselves with the medicinal herbs in the courtyard, Xiang entered with a companion, calling out loudly, "Li Shiqi, someone is looking for you." Chongminer instinctively lifted her gaze, momentarily taken aback. The woman standing beside Xiang was dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Hospital's female physicians, adorned in a jade-green jacket and a light blue silk skirt. Her countenance was graceful and elegant. With gentle features was it not Li Shiqi? The sudden sight of an old acquaintance caused Chongminer's heart to race. Li Shiqi was her assistant on the day of the incident. After Chongminer had written the prescription, it was Li Shiqi who had gone to the pharmacy to prepare the medicine. An inexplicable addition of a herb, danshun, had raised significant doubts about Li Shiqing. Chong Minor longed to inquire about the matter immediately, to uncover the truth behind it all. However, she could only stand frozen in place, watching as Li Shiqi joyfully ran towards Li Shiqing. She observed as Li Shiqing tenderly stroked Li Shiqi's hair, her face adorned with a smile, seemingly imparting some advice. Moments later, Li Shiqing departed. Upon returning to her spot, Zhou Ruoyang inquired, "Shiqi, is that your sister?" Li Shiqi replied with a hint of pride, "Yes, she is my elder sister, and now she is a physician at the Imperial Hospital." Zhou Ruoyang expressed her admiration. "Your sister is truly impressive." Chong Minor felt somewhat disoriented. Had Shiqing truly become a physician? According to the circumstances, Shiqing was her assistant. If Chong Minor were to face execution, Shiqing would undoubtedly face repercussions as well. Yet, why had Shiqing instead been promoted? With numerous questions swirling in her mind, she remained unperturbed, for she believed that the truth would eventually reveal itself in due time. Following this contest, Chong Minor emerged as a prominent figure among the cohort of trainees. The next day, Su Fei also moved into the annex, and gradually, the 32 trainees naturally divided into two main factions. One was centered around Chong Minor, the free-nose faction lacking background, qualifications, and financial means, essentially comprised of those from impoverished origins. The other was led by Su Fei, the aristocratic faction, consisting of scions from noble families or the offshoots of medical dynasties, connected through kinship, including individuals such as Li Yansheng and Fang Shiji. Naturally, some impoverished youths mingled into this group, believing that aligning with the powerful would provide a more promising future. What began as a contest among a few individuals had transformed into a rivalry between two grand factions, both keenly focused on the upcoming assessment in 3 months, eager to see which side would retain more members. In her quest to strengthen her faction, Su Fei did not hesitate to assume the role of a mentor, offering additional instruction to the trainees. This caused Chong Minor considerable distress, given her capabilities. She could easily guide several trainees, even serving as a teacher to the physicians at the Imperial Hospital. Yet, she was no longer Shen Xintong. She could not afford to stand out too prominently. Although the current assessment revealed that both groups were evenly matched, Su Fei's faction was steadily accumulating advantages, making the outcome in 3 months all too evident. Chong Minor felt a sense of urgency. She harbored no desire to compete with others. But what could she do if some were intent on challenging her? If she refrained from contesting, what would become of those who trusted her and stood by her side? For the children of noble families, becoming a formal apprentice might not hold significance. Their paths did not solely lead to the rejuvenation hall. However, for the impoverished youths without any background, remaining could be their only avenue for a future. The competition was fierce, and reality was unforgiving. Chong Minor contemplated seeking assistance from her senior brother or Xiang-en, yet it appeared that both were reluctant to involve themselves. To aid her would inevitably offend Su Fei, the illustrious 7th young lady of the Su family. From Chong Minor's observations, Han Shouyuan possessed considerable strength, yet he perpetually maintained an air of mystery and nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to everything, though he appeared to align with her interests. This palpable tension also vexed Zhao Dehai, while competition indeed fosters progress. The current animosity contradicted their original intentions. The crux of the issue lay with the 7th young lady, with one side aggressively pursuing victory while the other refused to be cowed. Su Yu remained unfazed, asserting that everyone harbors their own preferences. Healthy competition was necessary, provided it did not escalate beyond moral bounds. He was keen to witness the extent of Chong Minor's capabilities. As academic burdens intensified, the weaknesses of Chong Minor's group became starkly evident. In the forthcoming monthly examination, only she and Han Shouyuan from their group ranked in the upper tier, while the remaining 3 groups fell to the lower echelon. In contrast, Su Fei's group maintained at least a mid-level standing. Upon the announcement of results, Li Shiqi arrogantly looked down upon Chong Minor and her peers, mocking, "Haven't you used every waking moment to study? How did you end up with such poor results? It seems the issue is not your effort, but rather misplaced trust." Fang Shiji derisively remarked, "Just because you recognize a few deer antlers, some fools elevate you to the status of a divine healer. By that logic, hunters could easily become doctors." Laughter erupted behind him. Li Yansheng proclaimed loudly, "Do not tread a path that leads to ruin. Regret will come too late. It is better to awaken early and embrace clarity." Some among Chong Minor's group began to waver. Li Yansheng pressed on, "It is still not too late to change your mind." Gradually, 3 or 4 students stepped forward, quietly aligning with the opposing faction. Now, That's what I call recognizing the situation, Li Yansheng boasted. Niu and her companions seethed with indignation. Yet faced with the undeniable reality, their bravado faltered into whispered remarks about the traitors. Su Fei sauntered over to Chongming, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do you truly believe you qualify as my rival? Chongming, maintaining a composed demeanor, shot her a glance. Have you not already deemed me your opponent? Otherwise, why expend such effort? Su Fei's smile faltered momentarily before blossoming into a more radiant yet chilling grin. Rival? You overestimate yourself. I merely detest you and wish for your swift disappearance from my sight. However, if you were to kneel and plead, perhaps I might consider sparing you. Su Fei gazed at Chongming with a seemingly benign smile. Chapter 22. An overly beautiful thought. Are you joking? I, Chongming, kneel to heaven and earth. To my lord and my parents, and to my mentors. What is Su Fei to me? You wish for her to kneel. Chongming scoffed lightly. You are overly optimistic. Su Fei's expression shifted slightly. This person was indeed exceedingly detestable. Let us wait and see, she coldly snorted, turning to leave. While Li Shiqi shot her a disdainful glare and quickly followed in Su Fei's footsteps. Hong Shuiyuan cleared his throat twice and called out to his teammates. Is there anyone else who wishes to join them? Hurry, after today, even if you come begging, they might not accept you. With this shout, 2 more indecisive students joined Su Fei. Niu counted, and only 3 groups of 9 remained. They were indeed at a numerical disadvantage. She couldn't help but fume. Hong Shuiyuan, if you're telling others to leave, why don't you go as well? Hong Shuiyuan dismissively replied, those who want to leave cannot be retained. And those who do not wish to go cannot be dragged away. Tianyu remarked, no backbone. If they don't stay, so be it. Chongming interjected. Let us not say that. People naturally aspire to rise, and water flows downwards. They too are left with no choice. No one desires to be eliminated. Niu retorted sulkily, just because they went over there, does it mean they will definitely succeed? At least they believe their chances are greater. Chongming thought to herself. Hong Shuiyuan surveyed the remaining 9, frowning as he muttered, 9 people, teaching them should be somewhat easier, right? Chongming looked at him in surprise. Have you finally decided to help us? Hong Shuiyuan rubbed his nose. Let us give it a try. I hope we won't lose too miserably. That evening, after finishing their work at the pharmacy hall, everyone went to Hong Shuiyuan's room to attend his lecture. Su Fei's side was also divided into 3 groups, with Zhou Ruoyang and Li Shiqi each leading a group, determined to secure all the spots and force Chongming's team out. Su Yu returned to the rejuvenation hall and Zhao Dehai provided a brief report on recent developments. Now that they are acting as teachers, I find it much less burdensome. Zhao Dehai said with a wry smile. Having so many junior apprentices, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Su Yu chuckled, so, does this mean the plan has been completed ahead of schedule? Yes, originally we aimed for them to familiarize themselves with 300 types of medicinal materials within a month. Now it seems 501 be a problem. Zhao Dehai laughed. Su Yu continued, these students show great promise. Moving forward, they can engage in more practical training. I've heard that old Wu is somewhat overwhelmed, so let us assign them to him for refinement. Zhao Dehai expressed surprise. Old Wu is notoriously strict, and he handles the most laborious tasks. Even seasoned apprentices may struggle. They let us not forget our 6-month agreement with the medical institute. They have already had 3 additional months, Su Yu remarked. Zhao Dehai fell silent, acknowledging the weight of this commitment. With 2 competitions ahead, each held 6 months apart. The stakes were high. 2 direct placements at the Imperial Medical Hospital were on the line. If the Rejuvenation Hall emerged victorious, it would be a matter of great honor. They must give their all. After all, did they not relish competition? What significance is there in merely memorizing superficial knowledge? It is far more beneficial for them to encounter the essence of true understanding. Su Yu remarked that being a physician requires more than mere recognition of medicinal herbs and familiarity with their properties. A doctor must confront a myriad of patients, each presenting a diverse array of ailments. For instance, those afflicted with grievous diseases, festering wounds, and exuding foul odors. What does it mean to be unafraid of filth and fatigue? Only through first-hand experience can one truly comprehend this, and the medical clinic serves as the most formidable training ground. Zhao Dehai began to worry for the students. Realizing that such a rigorous introduction might overwhelm some, particularly the 7th miss among them. The following day, Zhao Dehai gathered the students together. Starting today, we will be introducing a new course. During the day, You will learn how to care for patients at the clinic and in the evenings. You will return to deepen your understanding of medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, the students began to murmur among themselves. They were already weary from their current workload. And this new arrangement would surely prove even more exhausting. Chapter 23. A bunch of cucumbers. Su Fei expressed her confusion. Isn't it only after becoming a formal apprentice that one goes to the medical clinic? It has only been a month. Why must we go now? Zhao Dehai cleared his throat and replied, Dr. Su mentioned that everyone's performance thus far has been commendable, thus, the plan has been altered. Li Shiqi and the others showed expressions of concern. While others might not fully grasp the implications of working at the clinic, they were acutely aware of the arduous nature of caring for patients, and some patients were indeed quite unbearable. Niu, noticing Su Fei and the others' serious demeanor, whispered to Chen Minor, Is it really that terrifying to go to the clinic? Chen Minor smiled faintly and asked, Are you afraid of filth? Niu shook her head. She had cleaned the foulest pigsty at home and had even picked up cow dung. What could possibly be dirtier than that? Are you afraid of exhaustion? Not at all. Niu declared resolutely. If others could manage, she surely could as well. Han Shouyuan remarked lightly, That is because you have yet to experience it. Ignorance breeds courage. Tian Yu thought of his mother, paralyzed and reliant on others for her most basic needs. Caring for one's own mother was one thing, but attending to a stranger would likely pose a significant emotional challenge. Zhao Dehai waved his hand, Everyone, keep up. The 32-member team marched into the clinic. Unlike a pharmacy, where a resident doctor typically treats patients through observation and diagnosis, the clinic was filled with patients residing there for treatment. The spacious courtyard was overcrowded, as this was the only clinic in the capital. Upon entering, one could hear the cacophony of weeping, moaning, and wailing, causing some of the students to feel apprehensive. Zhao Dehai called over a healthcare worker to inquire about old Wu's whereabouts. The worker pointed to a room on the left side of the main hall, stating, Dr. Wu is attending to a patient in the treatment room. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within, sending a chill down Niu's spine as she clutched Chen Min's sleeve tightly. Shortly thereafter, a gaunt old man emerged. Zhao Dehai approached him and bowed slightly. Dr. Wu, I have brought the people you requested. The old man did not even lift his eyelids as he replied, I need hands here. I hope these individuals do not come to create chaos. If they can't manage, I'll send them away immediately. Zhao Dehai, smiling, presented a performance record, saying, Indeed. If anyone slacks off, please feel free to send them back to me. Old Wu did not even glance at it, pointing at the crowd, You, and you 5. Go to the back to help prepare medicine. You 5, assist with gathering herbs. You 5, go to Dr. Wang. You 5, to Dr. Yang. Finally, he pointed to Chen Minor and 4 other women, instructing, You 5, go wash the bandages. What? Li Shiqi exclaimed in disbelief. They had the best grades. Why should they be assigned the dirtiest tasks? Old Wu glared, What? Do you have a problem? If you do, you can leave. Li Shiqi had never been treated so rudely before, and tears welled in her eyes from the humiliation. Chen Minor turned to a healthcare worker and asked, Where do we wash the bandages? In truth, Chen Minor was not unfamiliar with this medical clinic. In her previous life, she had spent 3 months honing her skills here while studying medicine. She understood old Wu's temperament well, despite his perpetual grouchy demeanor. When he truly recognized your potential, he would undoubtedly become a fierce protector. The medical staff cast a glance at the fearsome dear Wu and said, Follow me. Although Su Fei was filled with reluctance, she was unwilling to be overshadowed by Chen Minor and thus gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Dehai for daring to neglect her. Zhao Dehai evaded Su Fei's accusatory gaze and turned his attention to old Wu. These youngsters are not too bad, he remarked. Old Wu snorted in response, Not too bad. They are nothing but a bunch of clueless novices. Chapter 24. The trial Niu finally encountered something more repulsive than pig or cow dung, the pus and blood on the bandage, which made her want to retch. Yet, Chen Minor, unaffected by the gruesome sight, rolled up her sleeves and began to scrub away. As a healer, one must not harbor disdain for patients. In the eyes of a physician, there exists no concept of disgust, only the distinction between severity and triviality. If one cannot overcome such aversion, perhaps a return to the fields would be more fitting. Seeing this, Niu gritted her teeth, rolled up her sleeves, and, with eyes shut tight, grasped a bandage to scrub vigorously. Meanwhile, Su Fei and the others hesitated, unable to bring themselves to act. The sight was too nauseating. They only wished to be practitioners in a clinic, not to engage in such grim tasks. A faint smile curled on Chongmina's lips. Su Fei. If you do not take action now, you shall be defeated. Su Fei, ever competitive, could not bear the thought of losing to Chongmina, the person she most desired to surpass. Provoked by Chongmina, she pulled over a small stool, declaring, "Fine, I shall wash. Who is afraid?" Grabbing a bandage, she recoiled at the sight of the yellow and red viscous fluid, promptly discarding it and turning to gag in disgust. Witnessing Su Fei's reaction, Niu felt a sense of relief. At last, she had outperformed Su Fei. Old Wu observed the 5 women's reactions from a distance, shaking his head in disappointment. At least there is one who shows promise. After they spent washing bandages, Su Fei returned to the clinic to lament her plight to her brother, Su Yu. He simply retorted, "If you do not wish to go, then return home and marry in peace." His words sent Su Fei away in defeat. After 10 days of washing bandages, Old Wu redistributed the tasks among the apprentices. Zhou Ruoyang, Li Shiqi, and Niu were assigned to the ward, while Chongmina and Su Fei continued their laborious work. Niu, reluctant to part from Chongmina, requested to stay, only to be reprimanded by Old Wu. "Do you think this is your home, that you may do as you please?" During the evening gathering, Chongmina encouraged Niu, explaining that working in the ward offered invaluable learning experiences understanding diseases, their symptoms, the appropriate medications, and necessary precautions. The ward is the most challenging environment for one's growth. "And what of you? Why does Dr. Wu insist you wash bandages? You are the strongest among us, while Li Yanxiong is already studying post-diagnosis with Dr. Wang." Niu defended Chongmina. With a knowing smile, Chongmina replied, "Ah, there are benefits to this. Consider that Su Fei is also washing bandages." Han Xiaoyuan casually remarked. "That is because Dr. Wu values Chongmina. When great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, their resolve is tested and their strength is forged. As for him, he remains unperturbed, still responsible for decocting medicines." Niu rolled her eyes in annoyance, thinking him pretentious. Did he think he could belittle her just because she hailed from the countryside? Nevertheless, she had come to realize one thing: Chongmina would never be at a disadvantage alongside Su Fei. With a subtle smile, Chongmina acknowledged, "Indeed, in my previous life, Old Wu made me wash bandages for an entire month." Han Xiaoyuan tossed her a book. "Read this when you have the chance." Chongmina caught it and discovered it was a volume on post theory, something her senior brother had yet to teach them, but which she would certainly encounter in the clinic. Filled with delight, she exclaimed, "Thank you." Han Xiaoyuan smirked. "It's a family heirloom. Do take care not to damage it." Even Han Xiaoyuan could comprehend Dr. Wu's heartfelt intentions, yet Su Fei remained oblivious. In a fit of anger, she confronted Zhao Dehai, who, unable to withstand her wrath, sought out Old Wu for assistance. To his dismay, Old Wu dismissed him with a cold snort, stating, "Then take the person back. Here, there are no favors to be had." Zhao Dehai returned, dejected, and relayed Old Wu's words to Su Fei, who found herself despondent and questioning the absurdity of the situation. It was no wonder that Old Wu could only serve as a third-rate doctor in the clinic. Her 4th brother must have lost his mind to entrust them to him. Yet, despite her fury, Su Fei possessed a tenacious spirit and refused to concede defeat easily. Consequently, both Chongmina and Su Fei spent an entire month tending to bandages. When the 4th reorganization of work occurred, Chongmina, Su Fei, Li Shiqi, Han Xiaoyuan, and Li Yanxiong were assigned to follow Dr. Wu. This arrangement indicated that Dr. Wu held high hopes for these individuals. Chapter 25. Insights of a half-empty barrel. Dr. Wu is the most industrious physician in the entire clinic. All patients entering the establishment are first examined by him, who then determines which doctor should attend to their needs. This responsibility demands a high level of medical expertise, as he must make accurate judgments within a very short time frame. This is one of the reasons why Chongmina holds Dr. Wu in such high regard. Dr. Wu's teaching style is devoid of flamboyance and moralizing. Rather, he articulates the symptoms and pulse readings with remarkable detail during consultations, relying solely on personal insight. When faced with patients whose conditions are not overly severe, he encourages Chongmina and others to practice taking pulses themselves. On this particular day, as closing time approached, a middle-aged man suffering from back pain arrived for treatment. After inquiring about the symptoms and examining the pulse, Dr. Wu instructed 5 individuals to take turns checking the patient's pulse. He then asked Li Shiqi, "How many types of back pain can you identify?" Li Shiqi replied, "Back pain can be categorized into several types, including cold damp, damp heat, blood stasis, yin deficiency, and yang deficiency. With an impassive expression, Dr. Wu turned to Su Fei. You also checked the pulse earlier. Which type do you believe he belongs to? Su Fei pondered briefly and responded, the gentleman exhibits symptoms of weak knees, low energy, and diarrhea, which suggests a deficiency of kidney yang. Chongming thought to herself that this diagnosis was incorrect. The man's diarrhea was unrelated to his back pain. It stemmed from a deficiency of the spleen and stomach. One cannot solely rely on a patient's account, as they may conceal certain aspects of their condition for reasons that are difficult to articulate. This necessitates careful observation and meticulous post-taking by the physician. The middle-aged man, growing impatient, grumbled while supporting his waist, Hey, I'm here to seek treatment. Not to listen to your discussion. Do you even know how to treat a patient? Hurry up with the prescription, I have matters to attend to. Dr. Wu narrowed his eyes and retorted, Why are you in such a rush? Do you think everyone is born with medical expertise? I could have them prescribe something for you right now, but would you dare to take it? Chongming, you speak, Dr. Wu called upon her. Chongming inquired, Sir, do you often experience dry mouth and thirst, along with occasional tinnitus and dizziness? The middle-aged man grunted in acknowledgement. Do you have digestive issues? Do you frequently suffer from abdominal pain and diarrhea? The man cast a surprised glance at Chongming, pondering how this young lady seemed to know so much. Indeed, she continued, your diarrhea is unrelated to your back pain. You must pay closer attention to your diet and avoid consuming cold, raw, and spicy foods. Li Shiqi scoffed softly, we are addressing back pain here. Discussing unrelated matters is unnecessary. If you don't understand, please refrain from pretending. Chongming merely smiled in response. Turning to Dr. Wu to assert, the gentleman's back pain is caused by a deficiency of kidney yin, and he should focus on nourishing the kidneys. A flicker of surprise crossed Dr. Wu's eyes as he asked, How do you conclude that it stems from a deficiency of kidney yin? Chongming replied with a smile, the gentleman exhibits a flushed complexion, dry mouth, and cracked lips. While taking his pulse, I noted that his palms were warm. Had it been a deficiency of kidney yang, his hands and feet would be cold. Dr. Wu lowered his head to write the prescription while addressing the man. Did you hear that? It's a deficiency of kidney yin. If you wish to live a few more years, there are certain indulgences you must curtail. The middle-aged man's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Su Fei, her face flushed, was so engrossed in the uncle's narrative that she failed to observe his expression closely, leading to a misdiagnosis. The middle-aged man took the prescription to fetch the medicine. Only then did Dr. Wu adopt a stern demeanor and admonish. Diagnosing an ailment involves observation, listening, inquiry, and examination. Each step is of paramount importance. A moment as negligence can lead to a minute error that spirals into a grave mistake. I am currently overseeing your work. But should you ever operate independently with such an attitude, would it not endanger lives? The group listened intently, with Su Fei on the brink of tears. Dr. Wu showed no mercy, his tone harsh. While one can learn the art of medicine, carelessness is inexcusable. Should this happen again, you shall be dismissed. Su Fei fought back tears, having been scolded daily since joining Dr. Wu. Her confidence shattered. The thought of giving up crossed her mind, yet Chongming remained. And she was unwilling to concede defeat to her. After the reprimand, Dr. Wu instructed everyone to write a reflection, to be submitted only when he was satisfied. Li Yansheng detested Dr. Wu's collective punishment approach, believing that those at fault should be held accountable individually rather than dragging everyone down with them. However, as this time Su Fei was at fault, he could only grumble inwardly. Han Shouyuan took 2 sheets of paper and handed one to Chongming, jesting, at this rate, I may not master medicine but will certainly hone my writing skills. Perhaps I could even sit for the imperial examination. Chongming, glancing at Su Fei who was quietly shedding tears, sat down to write her reflection in silence. Li Shiqi felt indignant on Su Fei's behalf. Dr. Wu is truly unreasonable. He asks you questions, and naturally, the more you answer, the more mistakes you make. We are not doctors yet. How can we avoid errors? Finally, Li Yansheng managed to voice an accurate observation. Among us, Su Fei possesses the best medical skills, hence Dr. Wu naturally asks her. Look at me. I'm merely a runner, and Dr. Wu doesn't he even bother to inquire about my opinions. Li Shiqi nodded in agreement and, casting a sidelong glance at Chongming, remarked sarcastically, perhaps you should learn from certain individuals and simply claim ignorance. Dr. Wu praises them for their honesty. Suddenly, Han Shouyuan slammed the table and exclaimed, I've finally figured out how to write this reflection. The title shall be Reflections of a Half-Filled Bucket. Li Shiqi's face turned a mix of green and red. wishing she could leap over and strangle Han Shouyuan. His incessant mockery of her with the half-filled bucket analogy was utterly despicable. It was evident that those aligned with Chongming were not virtuous individuals. Chapter 26. The vain fellow. Upon returning from his rounds, Dr. Wu meticulously evaluated each case, particularly commending Han Shouyuan for his profound reflections, even reciting some of his thoughts aloud, encouraging others to learn from him. Han Shouyuan exchanged a mischievous glance with Chongming, whose eyes sparkled with playful mockery. Meanwhile, Li Shiqi's expression was so sour it could be sensed from miles away, her frustration palpable. Later, Dr. Wu requested Chongming to remain behind. Have you studied medicine before? He inquired. His keen observation revealed that when Chongming took a pose, she exuded an extraordinary composure and restraint. Her delicate features furrowed slightly as her bright gaze suggested a mastery over her craft, devoid of the confusion typically associated with novices. Her observations were astutely detailed. When she spoke, her diagnoses were invariably precise. For instance, she had disowned the man's spleen and stomach were weak and cold merely from his pose. A skill that required not only a refined touch but also extensive experience and ability far beyond that of an amateur, unless she were indeed a prodigy. He had encountered a true genius once, a rarity in a century, yet even such brilliance had been honed over years of diligent practice. While he acknowledged Chongming as exceptional talent and innate qualities, he pondered the scarcity of true geniuses in the world, prompting his inquiry. After a moment's reflection, Chongming grasped the crux of his question. She had skillfully concealed her inadequacies, but had nonetheless been seen through by Dr. Wu. I have only skimmed the surface, she replied vaguely. A traveling healer once stayed in our village for a time. Dr. Wu, proud in nature, often regarded the imperial physicians with disdain. Yet he never underestimated the skills of folk healers. He firmly believed that true masters often reside among the common folk, much like himself. He preferred the humble clinic over the imperial hospital, for a physician's duty lies in serving the masses, not merely the privileged few. Ah, I see. That healer must have been quite remarkable, Dr. Wu remarked, his expression tinged with a hint of regret. Now, wait here. He retreated to a back room, soon emerging with several volumes. These are my notes from years of practice, containing numerous cases of perplexing ailments. Take them and study. Your insight is commendable. But compared to Su Fei and the others, your foundation remains somewhat lacking. Strive to improve. Chongming felt elated. Such treasures were invaluable. In her past life, she had never received such an opportunity. Typically, only a direct disciple would be granted access to such knowledge. Thank you, Master, she said, kneeling in profound gratitude. Dr. Wu did not refuse her gesture, accepting her reverence with grace. He regarded her as a bright and pragmatic child destined for greatness. Su Fei and Li Shiqi had already departed, leaving Han Shouyuan waiting outside for Chongming. After a considerable wait, she finally emerged. Noticing the joy radiating from her features, Han Shouyuan chuckled. You weren't he scolded by Dr. Wu, were you? Chongming shot him an exasperated glance. You're the one who deserves a scolding. Han Shouyuan touched his nose, feigning disappointment. I was hoping to see you in tears. With a playful smile, Chongming retorted, you cry first, and I'll see how it goes. Han Shouyuan shrugged. Perhaps it's better not to watch it. After all, it isn't appealing. Chongming rolled her eyes, as if you are the epitome of attractiveness. Han Shouyuan's starry eyes gleamed as he exaggeratedly inquired, really? You find me attractive? What do you like? My eyes, my nose, my lips? Or is it all of them? Chongming was utterly speechless. Could he not be so vain? Yet, recalling someone she had encountered in the past who, even on the brink of peril, still fretted over their attire and image, she couldn't help but feel that Han Shouyuan's vanity was rather mild in comparison. She pondered how that individual was faring now. Chapter 27. Could it be him? The two exited the medical hall, exchanging light-hearted banter, when a man appeared before them, obstructing their path. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing Chongming. Are you Chongming? Han Shouyuan stepped forward discreetly, positioning himself protectively in front of Chongming. Sensing a murderous intent in the man's eyes. What is it? He inquired, his tone laced with caution. The man disregarded Han Shouyuan entirely, fixing his attention solely on Chongming. Your father, Chongzengda, was gored by a wild boar while hunting this morning. His life hangs by a thread. And your mother has sent me to bring you back. A jolt of fear coursed through Chongming, though she did not recognize this man. His knowledge of her father's name and profession raised unsettling questions. Was his claim trustworthy? Hong Shouyuan, equally stunned, turned to Chen Minor. The man, growing impatient, urged. If you intend to leave, do so swiftly. I have other matters to attend to. Chen Minor, reflecting on her life devoid of enmities, reasoned that neither Li Shiqi nor Su Fei would go to such lengths to deceive her. How badly is my father injured? She queried, her voice tinged with vigilance. The man's eyes betrayed an unmistakable threat. If you do not accompany me, you shall never see your father again. A profound shock enveloped Chen Minor. She grasped the gravity of the situation. Regardless of whether her father had truly been harmed, one thing was clear. Refusing to follow this man could lead to dire consequences. I will accompany you, Hong Shouyuan declared. Chen Minor shook her head. If this venture posed danger, she could not endanger Hong Shouyuan. I can manage on my own. Return and inform Niu that if she truly worries for me, you may escort her back to the village tomorrow. She handed Hong Shouyuan a few booklets given to her by Diarwu. Please keep these safe for me. Hong Shouyuan glanced at the man before accepting the booklets, nodding in agreement. Very well, just be cautious on your journey. Chen Minor followed the man to a carriage waiting not far away. Hong Shouyuan trailed behind at a leisurely pace, until they reached a secluded area. With a deft spring, he leapt onto the rooftop, searching for the carriage's whereabouts from his elevated vantage point. Soon, Chen Minor's suspicions were confirmed. The carriage was not heading towards the western part of the city. Clutching a silver needle in her hand, she prepared for any potential threat. The carriage raced forward, twisting and turning into a quiet, secluded alley, finally halting before a red-painted wooden door. The man approached and knocked in a specific rhythm, prompting the door to creak open. Get down, he commanded Chen Minor in an authoritative tone. Without further inquiry, Chen Minor understood that questioning would yield no benefit. She would observe what this man intended to do with her. Stepping through the wooden door, she entered a grand garden. In the moonlight, the shadows of trees danced. Majestic rock formations stood tall, and a winding stream flowed, filling the air with a delicate floral fragrance. A garden of such grandeur could only belong to someone of immense wealth or status. The man led Chen Minor to a moon gate nestled deep within the garden. 2 armed guards stood sentinel before the entrance, resembling statues in the night. The man whispered a few words to one of the guards, who then regarded Chen Minor with evident suspicion. The young master has been waiting for quite some time. The demeanor of the guard was relatively respectful. Upon entering the moon gate, one was greeted by a secluded bamboo grove. Following the cobblestone path, a quaint pavilion emerged before the eyes. A maid stood at the entrance, and upon seeing a visitor, inquired, "Is it her?" The man nodded. The maid regarded Chen Minor with a similarly skeptical expression, and after a moment, instructed her, "Follow me." Why did everyone regard her with such scrutinizing eyes? It felt as though they harbored doubts about her. Chen Minor pondered this, unable to fathom what connection she could possibly have with the master of this place. In this lifetime, aside from Su Yu, it seemed she had no acquaintances of any notable wealth. Wait a moment, a sudden jolt of realization struck Chen Minor as she recalled someone. Could it be him? Chapter 28. Refusal to answer. Within the confines of the room stood a man clad in a moonlight blue robe, his waist adorned with a jade belt, his tall and graceful figure exuding an air of elegance. Upon hearing footsteps, he gradually turned to face the source. His visage was strikingly handsome, framed by a pair of dark, enigmatic eyes. Chen Minor felt a sudden catch in her breath. Indeed, it was him, the man who had lain breathless behind the earthen wall that fateful day. Chen Minor, it has been quite some time, he remarked with a slight smile. His voice deep and alluring, the curve of his lips perfectly poised, graceful, charming, and noble. In an instant, it seemed as though the candlelight within the room brightened significantly. Regaining her composure, Chen Minor coldly inquired, "Where is my father?" He appeared somewhat taken aback, yet a faint smile flickered in his eyes. "Your father is currently unharmed. However, should your forthcoming response fail to satisfy me," he gazed deeply into her eyes, an undertone of warning lurking within his steady gaze, and continued languidly, "then your father may find himself in jeopardy." A surge of indignation welled up within Chen Minor. "Is this how you treat someone who saved your life? What do you wish to ask?" She bore the question with restraint, recognizing that this man was no benevolent soul. It was prudent to avoid inciting his ire. With a graceful sweep of his robe, he settled into an intricately carved rosewood chair, adopting a relaxed and languid demeanor. "Chen Minor, from whom did you learn your medical skills? Do not tell me it was from the Huichantan." It was evident he had conducted inquiries into her background. Chen Minor raised her eyes and replied coolly, "That is my private matter, and I refuse to answer." His smile vanished, his gaze turning frigid. You must respond. How have I hindered you? Chongmino retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. I am but an ordinary citizen living my modest life. What concern is it of yours? It matters greatly, as it pertains to whether I can place my full trust in you, he stated. Chongmino laughed in exasperation. I neither seek power nor wealth. Why would I desire your trust? My act of saving you is merely the duty of a healer. I seek no reward from you. Had you not sought me out, I would have long forgotten your existence. His countenance shifted, the anger visibly etched upon his face. Now you are aware. I know nothing, and even if I did, upon exiting this door, I would forget you entirely, Chongmino replied without hesitation. His lips began to twitch, and a chilling glint surfaced in his deep-set eyes. This girl, was she so naive and fearless as to speak to him in such a manner? Do you think this place is open for anyone to enter at will? He uttered coldly. Chongmino sensed the ominous air surrounding her. Today, she was alone here, and should he wish for her demise, it would require no more effort than crushing an ant. Perhaps it was wise to tread carefully. I am a healer, and saving lives is my duty. If you have summoned me to repay a life debt, there is no need for such formalities. If you require my services, there is no need for so much dialogue. I shall attend to you, she stated earnestly. Yet, it seemed he had already recovered. Did he perhaps harbor some hidden ailment? In her haste to save him that day, she had not taken the time to thoroughly check his pulse. At that moment, Mu Han's feelings were far too complex to be simply described as vexation. She harbored no fear of him, her heart was unburdened by desire, and he found himself utterly incapable of harming her, for he was currently in need of assistance. Discovering such a young medical prodigy hidden within a small village indeed took him by surprise. Subsequently, he delved into her background, which appeared as pristine as a blank canvas. No one in the village, not even her family, was aware of her medical prowess. It was perplexing that someone with such remarkable skills would choose to serve as an apprentice at a rejuvenation clinic, prompting him to harbor suspicions. For many aspects of her situation defied explanation and strayed from the bounds of reason. Chapter 29. Compromise. Hong Shouyuan, like a nocturnal bird, silently alighted into the garden. Previously, he had circumnavigated the estate, only to discover it was the residence of the Duke of Yongning. How could Chongmino possibly be entangled with the Duke's family? After observing for a brief moment, he could not help but furrow his brow. Mu Hong had fortified this place to the teeth, with traps lurking throughout the garden. It was no wonder, given the current tumult between the Crown Prince's faction and that of the Third Prince, with Mu Hing, as the Crown Prince's cousin and staunchest supporter, standing at the forefront, a prime target for those who sought his head. No, he could not venture further, otherwise, not only would he fail to rescue Chongmino, but his own identity would also be exposed. He needed to devise another plan. Hong Shouyuan crouched low and retreated step by step to the edge of the wall, then leaped swiftly into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Inside, Mu Hong gazed intently at Chongmino's tranquil eyes for an extended period. Those eyes sparkled with the clarity of exquisite glass beads, serene and transparent, appearing to penetrate into the depths of one's soul, yet somehow eluding complete understanding. Few dared to meet his gaze in such a manner, almost none at all, yet she faced him boldly, betraying not a hint of trepidation. Ultimately, Mu Hong conceded. He had no choice but to relent. The Crown Prince was afflicted by an unknown malady, and even Hua Xiaotang was at a loss, while the royal medical staff were utterly inept. Hua Xiaotang suggested seeking renowned physicians among the populace, and she was the first person that came to his mind. Even if she lacked the requisite skill, the person who taught her medicine must surely be competent. Regardless, it was worth a try. When Chongmino followed Mu Hong to the eastern warm pavilion and beheld the delicate and frail young man lying upon the bed, she finally comprehended the meaning of Mu Heng's trust. For the patient in need of her healing was none other than the Crown Prince himself. Having served as the royal physician beside the Empress, she had indeed encountered the Crown Prince on several occasions. The Crown Prince was utterly filial. As long as he remained in the capital, he would undoubtedly perform his morning and evening duties without fail, regardless of the weather. A month prior to the Empress's passing, the Crown Prince had been dispatched to Jiangnan to oversee salt taxes, and thus, he had been unable to return in time to bid her farewell. Looking upon the ailing Crown Prince, Chongmino felt a pang of guilt. Had she been more cautious, perhaps the Empress would not have met her untimely end. With the Empress gone, the most powerful figure in the harem would be Consort Xiao, who had been embroiled in a subtle struggle with the Empress for many years. Moreover, the Third Prince, born of Consort Xiao, enjoyed the Emperor's favor, making the Crown Prince's situation quite precarious. Upon sensing someone's presence, the Crown Prince weakly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Chong Minor beside Mu Hing, managed a bitter smile. Is this the miracle worker you spoke of? Chong Minor distinctly perceived the glimmer of disappointment in his gaze. Mu Hong stepped forward, saying, "Let her have a chance to try." Chong Minor observed the Crown Prince's pallor. His complexion was waxen, his lips tinged with purple, and his brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were enduring unspoken pain. Was this a sudden affliction? She had never heard of him having any chronic illness. The royal physician in charge of his post was Physician Jiang from the Imperial Hospital, who had maintained a decent rapport with her. Thus she was aware that, aside from occasional colds, the Crown Prince had always been in good health. What troubles you? Chong Minor approached to take the Crown Prince's pulse. His illness struck suddenly, with excruciating headaches and abdominal pain akin to cramping. Today marks the third episode, occurring every 10 days. Mu Hong elaborated on the condition. Chong Minor furrowed her brow, noting that the Crown Prince's pulse was somewhat weak. Likely a result of the illness-induced debilitation, yet everything else seemed normal. It was exceedingly peculiar. The pain during the episodes was intense, and the timing was remarkably consistent. What could this ailment be? She had never encountered such an unusual affliction before. Chapter 30. 3 Principles. Mu Hong observed her eyes cast down, her delicate brows furrowed, and her prolonged silence evoked a sense of disappointment within him. It seemed she too was at a loss. Just as he contemplated suggesting that a medical expert be summoned, Chong Minor lifted her gaze. Are there any other symptoms? For instance, have there been changes in your appetite? How is your sleep? Mu Hong found himself unable to answer. The prince pondered for a moment before responding. Recently, I seem to have developed an insatiable craving for meat, and at night, I often hear strange noises, only to find silence upon waking. Chong Minor's expression grew serious as she rose and said, "Could you please remove your garments?" The prince and Mu Hong exchanged glances, and Mu Hong nodded. With a gesture, 2 maidservants stepped forward to assist the prince in shedding his attire. The prince's skin was pale, his physique lean, yet his chest and abdomen boasted well-defined, powerful muscles, indicative of a diligent martial artist. In the presence of the prince's exposed form, Chong Minor remained unperturbed, her focus solely on the ailment at hand, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. She extended her hand, methodically feeling and pressing down from his chest inch by inch. A sharp intake of breath escaped the prince when she pressed a sensitive area of his abdomen. His expression turned awkward. Despite her youth, the reality of a woman exploring him so intimately would challenge any man's composure. A flicker of something unusual crossed Mu Hong's deep-set eyes. He was inexplicably unsettled by the girl's nonchalance in examining a man, despite knowing her intent was to diagnose. "Ah, it hurts." The prince gasped sharply as Chong Minor pressed on a specific point in his abdomen. Her fingertips were extraordinarily perceptive. She had clearly encountered something that vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Alarm surged within Chong Minor. This was a living entity. What happened? Mu Hong, startled by the prince's exclamation, inquired urgently. Chong Minor's countenance turned grave, although she had yet to ascertain the precise nature of the anomaly. She was already aware of the prince's affliction. She withdrew her hands and instructed the maidservant to help the prince dress again. Turning slowly to Mu Hong, she asked, "Was the cause of his ailment not previously investigated? Or did he wish to consult me for confirmation?" Mu Hong shook his head. "No. Hua Xiaotan is inept, and the Imperial Hospital is filled with incompetence. Have you discerned the issue?" Mu Hong pressed. Chong Minor nodded. "I have identified it, but I have yet to devise a treatment plan." Concern etched across Mu Hong's features. "What ailment is it?" "I can disclose that, but you must first agree to 3 conditions," Chong Minor replied, her tone deliberate. This matter entailed the prince's life, a significant weight to bear. She needed to secure her own safety. Now was indeed the opportune moment to lay down her terms. Mu Hong's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "Speak." The audacity of the girl was striking. Chong Minor solemnly stated, "First, you must not reveal that I possess medical knowledge." Turning to the prince, she added, "You must also keep this secret." The two exchanged a resigned glance, and the prince nodded in agreement. Mu Hong acquiesced, "Very well." It appeared that this girl harbored many secrets. "Secondly, you must refrain from using my family and friends to threaten me. You cannot coerce me in any form. If you wish for me to seek treatment, it must be done with the utmost courtesy," Chong Minor declared defiantly. Mu Hong's expression darkened significantly, and he spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Fine. You must swear," Chong Minor insisted, pushing her advantage. It was not that she lacked discernment. It was simply that this individual was capricious, and caution was warranted. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince cast a sympathetic glance her way, further deepening Mu Heng's skull. He ground his teeth and, almost through a clenched jaw, declared, "I swear I will no longer threaten or coerce you." Chong Minor raised an eyebrow. "Your tone suggests reluctance. Does it not?" The Crown Prince flinched slightly, unable to bear the sight, and averted his gaze. It was indeed amusing to witness the fearsome Mu Heng, known for instilling dread both in men and spirits alike, reduced to such a state by a mere young lady. "Chong Minor," Mu Heng growled in frustration, barely containing his anger. Sensing that he was on the brink of an explosion, Chong Minor wisely chose to retreat. "I have yet to finalize the third condition. I will inform you once I have given it more thought." Mu Heng glared at her fiercely. "Can you disclose now what ailment he suffers from?" Chapter 31. The influence of mood. "He has been poisoned with goo poison," Chong Minor stated solemnly. Mu Heng and the Crown Prince both changed their expressions. "Are you certain?" The term goo poison sent shivers down his spine. This insidious method of poisoning, which existed only in legends, was indeed real. Could it be that Chong Minor was mistaken? Chong Minor affirmed, "I am certain it is goo poison." "You must have suspected he was poisoned, but could not ascertain it, correct? Because goo poison is unlike ordinary toxins. It is a living entity crafted through sorcery and various poisonous substances. Once it enters the human body, it feeds on blood and flesh until the host perishes. Just now, I distinctly felt its presence. Its form is still small, causing limited damage, but given time to grow, the host's life will be forfeit." The Crown Prince, who had been reveling in misfortune, was now rendered completely speechless with astonishment. The notion that there was a living entity within him was utterly terrifying. Finally uncovering the cause of the ailment, Mu Heng's heart grew heavier. Goo poison appeared to be quite formidable. "Can you resolve this goo poison?" Mu Heng inquired. Chong Minor shook her head. "Unless we know the specific poisonous substances used to concoct this goo, any indiscriminate use of remedies will only incite the goo to frenzy, hastening death." Her understanding of goo poison was limited, for the method was shrouded in mystery, predominantly employed by foreign tribes, with a plethora of varieties, passed down from mother to daughter, seldom documented in medical texts. This is precisely why physicians of the Central Plains seldom consider goo poison as a possibility and might misdiagnose it as a gastrointestinal ailment. It was evident that the individual who sought to bring about the Crown Prince's demise was meticulous and malevolent. She was fortunate to have encountered this. Nonetheless, she believed in the principle of mutual generation and restraint. As long as the specific poison was identified, a means of counteraction would surely be found. The Crown Prince murmured, "Where shall we find the one who administered the goo? I am unaware of when I was poisoned." In truth, locating the one who applied the goo is not particularly difficult. The goo must be personally placed by the cultivator. You need only observe if there have been any recent encounters with unfamiliar faces, investigating whether they are male or people, or if any acquaintances are connected to male territory. As for whether you can extract information from this person, that depends on your skill, Chong Minor advised. But so much time has passed, can that person still remain in the capital? Mu Heng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chong Minor replied, "They must still be here. Having accepted payment to carry out the task, they must complete it before departing, mustn't they? Furthermore, they will need to retrieve the goo later, to avoid revealing their tracks." Mu Heng narrowed his eyes, a chilling intensity radiating from his gaze, as if he could freeze a person with his glare, and coldly declared, "That is good. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth this individual. We must act swiftly. His time is running out. And formulating an antidote will require time. Otherwise, I will be powerless." Chong Minor issued a cautionary note. "The responsibility of resolving this goo poison lies with you, not me. Should anything unfortunate occur, I cannot bear the blame." Mu Heng looked up at her, his expression complex. This girl is quite cunning. Already contemplating her escape route before the task is even accomplished. Is there truly no way to delay the onset of the goo poison? Mu Heng exclaimed in frustration. "There is. I am about to administer the needle, so I kindly ask you to step outside. Your presence here disrupts my focus. Should my hand falter?" Chong Minor could hardly bear his predatory demeanor, as if her failure to heal the Crown Prince would condemn her to an unspeakable fate. A physician is not a deity. So she decisively sent him away. With that, Chong Minor retrieved her silver needle. Mu Heng's eyes twitched slightly as he swept out of the room. What does it mean that he disturbs her mood? That insolent girl, I shall settle the score with her later. Alas, I haven't had dinner yet. Do prepare something for me. Chongminor called after his retreating figure. He paused momentarily, then quickened his pace. A barely perceptible smile graced Chongminor's lips. But she soon regained her composure. This procedure was unlike any other. She needed to contemplate it carefully. Chapter 32. Your dinner in the student dormitory of Hui Changtang's backyard. Niu anxiously noted that the meal prepared for Chongminor had grown cold, yet Chongminor had yet to return. With the evening class approaching, her worry intensified. Today, Su Fei and Li Shiqi had come back quite late, both bearing expressions of discontent. Typically, Niu refrained from engaging with them due to their haughty demeanor. But her concern for Chongminor compelled her to seek out Li Shiqi. Upon knocking on Li Shiqi's door, it opened just a crack, revealing her indifferent gaze. What is it? She inquired, her tone curt. I wish to know why Chongminor has not yet returned. Li Shiqi rolled her eyes, responding rigidly, how should I know? With a dismissive slam, the door shut. Undeterred, Niu approached Su Fei, yet she gleaned nothing and nearly collided with the door in her haste. With no other recourse, Niu resolved to find Tianyu, hoping to enlist him in checking on the medical clinic. To her dismay, Tianyu informed her that Han Shuiyuan had not yet returned either. It seemed that Diar Wu had detained both of them, a situation that had occurred previously. Tianyu attempted to console her, speculating whether Diar Wu truly valued these two, frequently assigning them arduous tasks, while Han Shuiyuan and Chongminor seemed to embrace it. A level of spiritual resilience that escaped his understanding. Niu gazed at the deepening night, muttering, but it is exceedingly late. Han Shuiyuan is there too. Do not fret. Soon the senior brother will commence his lecture. We must pay close attention and relay the information to them upon their return, Tianyu reassured her. In recent days, the senior brother had begun discussing post-theory, a topic both convoluted and perplexing, causing Tianyu much distress. Niu sighed, I suppose that is our only option. An hour later, Chongminor emerged, drenched in perspiration after completing her acupuncture session. How is he? Mu Hong awaited her, stepping forward with an earnest inquiry. Chongminor wiped her brow, responding, I have merely temporarily sealed the acupoints, confining the goo worms, to prevent the poison from infiltrating the heart and mind. For then it would be truly hopeless. Mu Hong furrowed his brow, his concern palpable. The prince's predicament weighed heavily on him, intertwining with the fate of the Mu family. The queen's demise had unleashed all manner of malevolent forces. Noticing his troubled expression, Chongminor assumed he was preoccupied with the prince's condition and reassured him. I shall return in 3 days. In truth, she was determined to aid the prince irrespective of his insistence. The queen had treated her with kindness. And out of personal obligation, she felt compelled to save the prince. He possessed a virtuous nature, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits, unlike the third prince, who was capricious and indulgent in pleasures, or the sixth prince, who was timid and lacked assertiveness, neither of whom were suitable heirs. Regrettably, not everyone shared her perspective. For selfish gains, some individuals would resort to any means. Thus, on both personal and public grounds, she felt an imperative to rescue the prince. Mu Hong regarded her, his dark eyes burning with intensity. She exhibited a depth and worldly wisdom that belied her youthful age. From the moment she entered, she had refrained from inquiring about his identity or the patient within, demonstrating an astuteness in discerning what was appropriate to ask and what was not. Why not remain here? With your medical skills, there is no need for you to apprentice at the rejuvenation hall, Mu Hong declared. Keeping her here would allow him to rest easy, after all. The prince's life rested in her hands, and he could not afford any missteps. I have my own matters to attend to. I shall return in 3 days. Chongminor replied. His expression darkened slightly. What if I insist? Chongminor gazed steadily at him. You have already sworn not to coerce me. Or do your oaths hold less weight than mere words? With great difficulty, Mu Hong managed to control his facial muscles and coldly stated, in 3 days. I shall send someone to fetch you. Chongminor smiled. Have your people wait outside the medical hall at the hour of the high. Wait, Mu Hong called after her, signaling to a maid who then presented a beautifully carved box. Chongminor, noticing the exquisite craftsmanship and sizable nature of the box, inquired, Is this my consultation fee? Mu Hong retorted, It is your dinner. Thief! A miser! Does the value of your life and the prince's amount to merely this? Surely, it should be worth at least a piece of gold. Chongminor huffed, accepting the box with indignation and departing without a backward glance. Mu Hong summoned the man from earlier and instructed, provide covert protection, do not alert her. Chapter 33. What it feels like as Chomina emerged from the moon gate. Cradling a box in her hands, she nearly collided with an individual who was hurrying past. He cast a brief, surprised glance at her before apologizing and dashing inside. Seated in the carriage on her return, Chomina opened the box to reveal an assortment of exquisite delicacies, hibiscus cake, rose pastries, and taro glutinous rice balls. In her days at the palace, the Empress often treated her to such delights, particularly the taro glutinous rice balls, which were the Empress's specialty. She picked one up and placed it in her mouth. It was sticky yet not cloying, sweet but not overwhelming. The flavor was strikingly reminiscent of the Empress's own creation. If she had harbored doubts before, they were now dispelled. This was indeed the work of the Empress. The Empress had mentioned that she learned this recipe from her family's cook. And with the surname Mu, there was only one person of such age and stature who could garner the Crown Prince's trust and protection, Mu Hing, the Crown Prince's cousin. Though she had never met Mu Hong in her previous life, she had heard tales of his remarkable prowess. He was a formidable warrior, brave and resourceful, having vanquished bandits and quelled uprisings at a young age, earning great accolades. Yet, he was also known for his ruthless demeanor and merciless tactics. In the capital, no second-generation scion dared to provoke him, and even the heir of the Ji-Bei Marquis had found himself bedridden for months after incurring Mu Heng's wrath. The physician who attended him returned shaking his head, uttering only that it was a most dire situation. They said he was a reincarnation of a vengeful spirit. However fierce he was, he too had his moments of vulnerability. Recalling that he had been gravely injured and lying in a state of despair behind a mountain wall just 2 months prior, it seemed that the Crown Prince was now afflicted with a venomous curse, indicating that someone was desperately seeking to usurp the throne. Their current predicament must be exceedingly dire. With a soft sigh, Chomino picked up a piece of hibiscus cake and savored it. Regrettably, she could not take any back for Aaron Yo to taste. Hua Shou Tan burst into the small building like a whirlwind, exclaiming, Mu Hong, I believe I have discovered the nature of the Crown Prince's ailment. Mu Hong emerged from within, lowering his voice. Do not speak so recklessly, the Crown Prince has just fallen asleep. Unable to contain his excitement, Hua Shou Tan produced a book and thrust it into Mu Heng's hands. Look here. I painstakingly unearthed this from my father's library. Observe this section. The symptoms align perfectly with the curse. Mu Hong tossed the book back to him, his voice nonchalant. I am already aware. Hua Shou Tan's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering. You knew? How could you possibly know? Mu Hong gave him a sidelong glance. Did you not encounter anyone upon your entry? Hua Shou Tan paused, recollecting. Yes. A young girl. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of Mu Heng's lips. Hua Shou Tan blinked in astonishment, then slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Mu Hong. You cannot mean that it was that girl who diagnosed the Crown Prince's illness. Furthermore, she immediately disowned that he was afflicted with a curse. Mu Hong regarded him with a sympathetic gaze, though his words were rather unkind. Have you not always held her in high esteem and wished to meet her? Now that you have, how does it feel? Is she truly the miraculous healer who saved you? Hua Shou Tan was rendered speechless. Mu Hong raised an eyebrow, observing Hua Shou Tan's expression as if struck by lightning, and suddenly felt his spirits lift considerably. This evening, he had been exceedingly vexed by that troublesome girl, and now, at last, someone appeared to be even more troubled than he. Hua Shou Tan exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible. This cannot be. How old is she? This is utterly outrageous. No. I must seek her out. With that, Hua Shou Tan dashed outside. Mu Hong felt a familiar twitch at the corner of his eye, pressing his forehead in exasperation. Did this medical enthusiast even know where to find her? Sure enough, not long after, Hua Shou Tan returned in a flurry, panting as he inquired, Mu Hong. What is her name, and where does she reside? Mu Hong shot him a glare, irritation evident in his voice. She will return in 3 days. 3 days felt like an eternity. Alas! Forget it, I shall first delve into researching the poison. She is so formidable, I must prepare myself. Hua Shou Tan rambled on, gesticulating animatedly. Mu Hong cast a glance at the beam above before quietly departing, leaving the young man to his frenzied thoughts. Chapter 34. The unspoken secret. At Chommina's insistence, the carriage halted 2 streets away from the Huichangtan. The street was nearly deserted, and Chomina hurriedly lowered her head, quickening her pace. Suddenly, she collided with something at the corner and, startled, looked up to find Han Shouyuan. What are you doing here? She stammered, surprised that he was not still attending Master Brother's lecture at this hour. In the dim light of night, his expression remained obscured. Yet his dark, piercing eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Feeling somewhat guilty, Minor averted her gaze and mumbled, "That person deceived me." I took the opportunity to jump off the carriage and ran back as soon as I reached a populated area. It was pitch dark, and I got lost. Under his unwavering gaze, which felt like a torch burning into her, Minor struggled to maintain her fabricated story. Such an excuse might work on simple-minded individuals like Aaron Yu and Tian Yu, but Hong Xiaoyang was far too astute to be swayed by her words. Yet, what alternative could she offer? Should she truly wait until tomorrow to return to that dreadful place? She wished to linger there not a moment longer. She anticipated that he would seek out the flaws in her story, exposing her deceit, yet he merely continued to observe her silently. If there had been any trace of doubt earlier, his gaze now resembled calm, unfathomable waters, which only intensified her unease. Minor steeled herself to explain. But when she opened her mouth, words eluded her. "It's good that you're back." He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing his trademark irreverent smile as he returned the booklet she had entrusted to him. "You should hurry back. I'm nearly freezing to death standing here." He shivered slightly, rubbing his arms, and turned to leave. "Wait. You're not going to question me?" Minor hurried after him. "Why would I wait for you? I had no idea you'd return." "I was merely trying to avoid Aaron Yu as nagging," he replied, feigning annoyance. Minor chuckled, "Thank you." It was evident that Hong Xiaoyang had been concerned for her well-being. "Why are you thanking me? When we return, I'll just say that Dr. Wu kept us as laborers. I don't want to be bombarded with questions. It's utterly tedious." Though curiosity gnawed at him, he chose not to pry further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, those unspoken truths that weigh heavily upon the heart. Minor had her secrets, and so did he. He understood the burden of concealing such truths, akin to an insurmountable weight. As long as she was safe, that was what mattered. The feeling of being helplessly adrift outside the Yongning Marquis' residence had been truly dreadful. Upon returning to the courtyard, the evening lectures had just concluded, and the students were filtering back into the yard. Aaron Yu, ever observant, spotted Minor and ran over, exclaiming, "Minor, why have you returned so late?" Minor glanced at Hong Xiaoyang, who turned his face away, adopting an air of indifference. She replied, "Hong Xiaoyang and I were kept by Dr. Wu to assist with tasks." Expressed her indignation, remarking on Dr. Wu's insistence that they two always attend to his demands at such a late hour, while he never seems to direct any requests towards certain others. Upon noticing Su Fei and her companions approaching in the distance, Minor hastily placed a hand over Eng's mouth, suggesting they retreat indoors to converse. They could not afford to let Su Fei and the others overhear them, as it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary disputes. With that, Minor pulled into the room. And Tian Yu, observing their departing figures, remarked, "Xiaoyang, I believe has a point. Do you genuinely think Dr. Wu holds you two in high regard?" Hong Xiaoyang smirked slightly, narrowed his eyes, and playfully gave Tian Yu a light tap on the head, muttering that it would be better to focus on studying rather than mulling over such thoughts. "Have you memorized the 4-character post-diagnosis yet? What did the senior brother teach you tonight?" Tian Yu retracted his head, rubbed his forehead, and grimaced as he replied, "Tonight. It was Dr. Chu from the Huichang Hall giving a lecture. His teachings were rather profound. I struggled to grasp them. I took notes, though, so you can explain them to me later. I'm still quite hungry, so could you please fetch me something to eat?" Hong Xiaoyang snatched the booklet from Tian Yu's hands, urging him to go find food. Tian Yu, grinning, said, "I saved some for you. Should we invite Zhongyang and the others?" "Sure, why not? After all, there are only a few days left. I'll see this through to the end," Hong Xiaoyang replied absently, pondering. Dr. Chu is one of the finest attending physicians at Huichang Hall. It seems rather excessive for Su Yu to invite him to teach, especially for a group of unofficial apprentices. After reviewing N's notes, Minor felt perplexed as well. Are they really starting to cover the intricacies of herbal formulas and pharmacology already? This seems rather hasty. Typically, apprentices at a pharmacy would spend a year on chores, followed by a year learning about herbs, then another year on decocting medicines, before gradually progressing to post-diagnosis. Herbal formulas, pharmacology, and pathology. It usually takes 4 to 5 years at a minimum, and up to 8 years at most for an apprentice to complete their training. Even the curriculum at the medical academy follows a systematic and pragmatic approach. However, Huichang clearly operates on a different principle. They aim to cram what should be learned over a year or even several years into just 1 month, expecting the apprentices to digest it all through practical experience. With the extent of their understanding solely reliant on their individual capabilities, a pursuit of expediency. Yet, in medicine, the desire for rapidity is most detrimental. Haste makes waste. So you cannot possibly be unaware of this. Is this rushed, didactic approach merely a means to prepare for the assessment in 10 days? Chen Minor expressed her skepticism. Chapter 35. The surgery. On the following day, the medical clinic admitted a grievously injured patient. The unfortunate individual had fallen from a rooftop while engaged in construction. Landing upon a pile of timber, with a sharpened stick piercing through the midsection of his thigh in a grotesque manner. His fellow workers hastily transported him to the clinic. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, Li Shiqi turned pale, instinctively clutching Su Fei's arm, unable to discern whether it was her own trembling or Su Fei's. Dr. Wu wore an unusually grave expression and summoned Dr. Wang and Dr. Yang. In a low voice, Dr. Wu commanded that he required assistance experienced ones. Li Yansheng hurried off to locate the 2 doctors. Chen Minor and Hang Shuang had already begun preparing the necessary instruments and medications without waiting for further instructions from Dr. Wu. When Dr. Wu turned around and saw Su Fei and Li Shiqi standing there in a daze, he erupted in anger. Did I bring you here to gawk? You are useless. Get out. Though it was the first time Su Fei had been told to leave by Dr. Wu, she felt a sense of relief rather than indignation. The scene was too horrifying, and had she been forced to remain, it would have been unbearable. The 2 fled outside, with Li Shiqi clutching her racing heart. Trembling as she asked, Su Fei, do you think he can be saved? Su Fei exhaled deeply and replied, it's hard to say. If the bleeding cannot be controlled, that leg may be lost. The thought of the stick being removed and blood spurting forth made Su Fei's complexion pale further. If I had to be a doctor in such circumstances, I would rather not be one, Li Shiqi lamented. Chen Minor carried the medications, while Hang Shuang held the instruments, both standing quietly by, awaiting Dr. Wu's instructions. Before long, Li Yansheng returned, reporting, Dr. Wang has gone out on a house call, and Dr. Yang is occupied with a patient whose condition suddenly worsened and is writhing in pain. Dr. Wu's expression darkened as his eyes darted between Hang Shuang and Chen Minor, hesitating slightly. Could these 2 young ones withstand the pressure? Yet, it appeared there was no choice. Time was of the essence. Li Yansheng, Hang Shuang, you 2 will assist me. Chen Minor, you stay as well, Dr. Wu instructed. What? He is staying too? Li Yansheng exclaimed, his mouth agape. Dr. Wu shot him a fierce glare. There was no time for reprimands now. Or he might well kick the fellow out. Chen Minor, administer the anesthetic. Hang Shuang, cut open his pant leg. Li Yansheng, fetch the pepper salt solution. Dr. Wu issued his orders methodically. After the patient ingested the anesthetic, his consciousness began to wane. Dr. Wu then instructed Hang Shuang to support the patient's head, while he retrieved silver needles to perform acupuncture at the pressure points on the back of the patient's head. Chen Minor understood that this technique, known as acupuncture anesthesia, varied in effectiveness depending on the patient's constitution. Should it prove insufficient, pain and struggle during the procedure would be troublesome. The use of acupuncture for anesthesia served as a dual safeguard. Chen Minor, you will clean the wound, Dr. Wu declared. The task was a test of her meticulous nature and skill. Chen Minor calmly and meticulously cleaned the wound with a solution of Sichuan pepper and salt. Dr. Wu then administered several stitches to the injured leg, aiming to minimize blood loss. In her previous life, Chen Minor had witnessed Dr. Wu perform such surgeries and held profound admiration for his medical skills, particularly since handling such injuries was her weak point. With all preparations complete, Dr. Wu grasped the scalpel firmly, and with a swift motion, he incised the skin on the injured leg. This procedure was not merely about removing the foreign object. Given the nature of the injury, it was inevitable that major blood vessels had been severed, necessitating sutures to halt the bleeding. The 4 practitioners labored diligently for nearly 2 hours before achieving a successful outcome. Dr. Wu emerged drenched in sweat, yet his expression radiated satisfaction. They had managed to save the injured leg, and these 3 young individuals proved to be quite capable. Particularly noteworthy was Hang Shuang, who, despite his usual playful demeanor, remained composed and collected during the critical moments. He exhibited an impressive instinct for anticipating what was needed, demonstrating remarkable synergy. Chen Minor's performance was commendable as well. At least she did not falter, showing far greater composure than that girl Su Fei. As for Li Yanxing, Dr. Wu sighed inwardly, recognizing that he required further training. Dr. Wu instructed the medical staff to transfer the patient to the ward. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a nurse approached with news. Deputy Director Song from the Medical Institute had arrived and was waiting in the back hall. Dr. Wu scoffed. That old fellow surely brings trouble. With that, he made his way to the back hall. Upon hearing that Deputy Director Song had come, Chong Minor furrowed her brow. As the Deputy Director primarily handled external communications, could it be that the students from the Medical Institute were also coming to practice at the clinic? Chapter 36, Eavesdropping Come. Let us listen in. Hong Xiaoyuan resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Chong Minor, taken aback, replied, Isn't that rather inappropriate? The Medical Institute sends students here annually for practical training. And I believe Vice Director Song's visit is for that very purpose. Su Fei strolled over, her voice melodious as she added. I heard from my sister that the students admitted by the Medical Institute this year are quite remarkable. Li Shiqi remarked, precisely for this reason. She chose to come to the Rejuvenation Hall. Better to be a leader among the modest than to be at the tail of the exceptional. Then we must go see for ourselves. After a long day, it would serve as a delightful diversion, Hong Xiaoyuan mused languidly. I shall accompany you, Li Yanxing immediately responded. Chong Minor, lacking interest, stated, You all go ahead, I still have things to tidy up. If Dr. Wu returns to find this place in disarray, he will surely be furious. Unexpectedly, Hong Xiaoyuan seized her and pulled her along, exclaiming, If we are to engage in mischief, we must all partake. That is what we call sharing the burden. Chong Minor fell silent, thinking, what nonsense. If Dr. Wu discovers this, we might as well be flayed alive. The five of them crept stealthily, crouching beneath the window of the back hall, straining their ears to catch the sounds within. No, this simply cannot do. The Rejuvenation Hall has already sent over 30 individuals, turning my medical institute into a chaotic mess. If your people come over as well, this place will be utterly overcrowded. Dr. Wu lamented. Vice Director Song retorted sarcastically. The folks from the Rejuvenation Hall are hardly proficient. How could they possibly not add to your troubles? Old Wu, you have always held high standards. How could you permit Su Yu to bring along such a motley crew? The five beneath the window exchanged indignant glances, silently rebuking. Is your medical institute truly so illustrious? You are the ones who are truly incompetent. Old Wu glared, declaring, I shall bring whomever I see fit. It is none of your concern. Hong Xiaoyuan, with a twinkle in his eye, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Old Wu, you truly are formidable. Li Yanxing nodded in earnest agreement. Vice Director Song continued, Old Wu, it is customary for medical institute students to intern at the medical facility. Do not forget. Both our medical institute and the medical facility are established by the court. We have a responsibility to cultivate outstanding physicians for the court, as per Director Shi's wishes. He even intends to apply for a special fund from this year onwards, specifically for talent development. Old Wu grunted twice, visibly intrigued by the prospect of that funding. The annual allocation from the court was always meager, forcing him to live frugally, almost to the point of becoming miserly. I have heard that the group from the Rejuvenation Hall will be returning in a few days. We can wait, so your place will not be overcrowded. Vice Director Song suggested. Old Wu replied, Not everyone is returning. A few will remain. A few is manageable. I will only send a dozen from my side. However, there are 5 students who require your personal guidance, Old Wu. Old Wu cast a glance at him. The few remaining will be under my supervision, with your 5 added. Will I even have room to breathe? There is hardly enough space in the rooms. The 5 exchanged glances, ultimately focusing on Su Fei, who furrowed her brow, silently conveying. Do not look to me, I am equally in the dark about this. Fourth brother did not mention that they intended to stay at the medical facility. The Deputy Director Song was taken aback. Old Wu was notoriously difficult to negotiate with, possessing high standards that made it challenging for most to gain his favor. Now, Old Wu seemed more inclined to return with those individuals from the Rejuvenation Hall rather than accept the students from the Medical Institute. Could it be that those individuals were exceptionally talented? This matter was crucial for the competition that was to take place in over 3 months. Deputy Director Song pondered. Old Wu, I have an idea. What do you think? Old Wu retorted gruffly, Spit it out. Song felt a twinge of embarrassment. But having grown accustomed to Old Wu's brusque manner, he did not take offense. Let us hold a competition. We from the Medical Institute shall send 5 individuals. And the Rejuvenation Hall shall send 5 as well. The victors shall remain with you. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Li Yansheng accidentally stepped on a flower pot. Old Wu's furious bellow rang out, "Which little rascal is outside?" In an instant, 5 individuals sprang up and fled, darting away with the swiftness of rabbits. Chapter 37. I will not show leniency. Everyone hurried back to the front hall, and Li Yansheng swiftly closed the door, anxious that old Wu might pursue them. Li Shiqi, still catching her breath, began to chastise Li Yansheng. "How could you be so careless? If dear Wu finds out, you'll bear the brunt alone. Don't he drag us down with you?" Li Yansheng replied innocently, "It was intentional." "All right, enough bickering. We should focus on our competition." Originally, Su Fei was eager to leave the medical hall, but the words of Vice Director Song greatly ignited her competitive spirit. She was not only a student of the Guichang Hall but also a member of the Su family, and that old man Song dared to look down upon them. What else dare to compare? "It's clear we will lose," Li Shiqi said glumly. "Come on. Don't let others' ambition extinguish your own spirit," Hong Xiaoyuan lazily remarked. Li Shiqi despised being called a half-bucket of water by Hong Xiaoyuan, who always brought up her embarrassing moments. What was his intention? "Hong Xiaoyuan, when will you stop?" Li Shiqi retorted angrily. "Can we discuss this properly without squabbling? Do you not mind being treated like a vegetable?" Su Fei snapped. "Chongming Heir, what do you think we should do?" Su Fei unusually sought Chongming Heir's opinion, advocating for unity against external pressures. Chongming Heir was deep in thought about the matter when she was suddenly called upon by Su Fei. She raised her eyes and said, "Discussing strategies now is futile. We don't even know the circumstances of the opponent." Hong Xiaoyuan concurred. "Indeed, it's best to inform dear Su. He is likely more anxious than we are. If we lose, it won't just be Huichang Hall that loses face." Just then, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and dear Wu strode in with narrowed eyes. The 5 of them instinctively stood at attention, resembling students caught misbehaving. "What's with the haste? Planning to switch careers to espionage?" "Dear Wu remarked with irritation. Hong Xiaoyuan, grinning, replied, "Master, we were just worried you might be bullied by that old fellow." Dear Wu raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to his head, not holding back. "Enough of your slick tongue." Rubbing his head, Hong Xiaoyuan chuckled even more ingratiatingly. "Master, you didn't agree to the competition, did you?" Dear Wu shot him a glare. "You little rascal, have you given up?" Hong Xiaoyuan exaggerated. "How could we? We are your disciples. If we give up, wouldn't that disgrace you?" "Exactly. We've been following you for almost a month." "If we lose to them, it would imply your teachings are lacking," Li Yansheng chimed in. Dear Wu glared at Li Yansheng with a dark expression. The same sentiment from Hong Xiaoyuan sounded more agreeable, but from Li Yansheng's mouth, it was utterly displeasing. Feeling the pressure from Dear Wu's gaze, Li Yansheng's scalp tingled, but he quickly thought on his feet. "Master, allow me to fetch you a cup of water." Su Fei stood tall, her neck firm, declaring, "Master, if there is a competition, we shall not fear." Dear Wu retorted with annoyance, "You're not afraid. You won't even dare to watch a surgery. Yet you claim not to fear." Su Fei's expression faltered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she softly murmured, "It won't happen again." Dear Wu's gaze swept across the group of 5. Despite their various shortcomings, they were undeniably promising candidates. Su Fei possessed the most solid knowledge of medical theories and pharmacology. While Li Shiqi did not quite match Su Fei's expertise, she was still commendable. Hong Xiaoyuan demonstrated a courageous adaptability, and with careful guidance, he could undoubtedly become an adept surgeon in the future. Li Yansheng's practical skills were commendable as well, yet he seemed to lack a certain enthusiasm, requiring a push from behind to spur him on. However, Dear Wu held the highest regard for Chongming. She appeared to have no flaws, exhibiting meticulous thought, composure under pressure, and an exceptional tactile sensitivity. For reasons unknown, he felt that Chongming's capabilities extended far beyond what was apparent. She was an enigma. Regarding the competition, I have already agreed with Director Song that it will take place in 5 days, with the questions devised by me. However, do not expect me to go easy on you for fear of losing face. I will not reveal that my least favorite assessment method is the question and answer format. Now, let us conclude for today. You 5 should return to discuss with Dear Su and prepare diligently. After Dear Wu finished speaking, he turned and exited to attend to his rounds. Inside the room, the 5 exchanged glances, pondering whether Dear Wu intended to assess their practical skills. Chapter 38. The thoughts of old Wu today. Su, you happened to have a day off. Upon returning, he immediately heard about Vice Director Sung's challenge and promptly summoned the 5 individuals to a private discussion. Xu Fei, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently accused Vice Director Sung of slandering Hui Changhe. Xu Yu, however, merely chuckled in response. Whether one is a vegetable is not determined by him. The crux lies within you. It is your choice whether you wish to be deemed as such. Li Shiqi responded resolutely. Of course, we do not wish to be called vegetables. Who would want that? Li Yansheng promptly nodded in agreement. Chen Minor quietly observed Xu Yu, awaiting his strategy. She was unafraid of the competition, provided that she could conceal her true abilities. What does Dr. Wu say? Xu Yu inquired. Xu Fei recounted Dr. Wu's words, prompting Xu Yu to burst into laughter. This old Wu is quite amusing. He claims not to go easy, yet it is evident that he is indeed being lenient. Zhao Dehai could not suppress a smirk either. I wonder how things are over at the medical institute. Xu Yu's expression turned serious as he contemplated. The current batch of students at the medical institute is indeed exceptional. The most formidable among them is named Qin Wang, reputed to be a descendant of the legendary physician BNK. His skills in diagnosis are unparalleled. He is particularly adept at identifying the source of ailments. Another is Zhang Jitong, hailing from a renowned medical family, with post-diagnosis as his forte. Then there is Sheng Rulang, who only recently entered the medical institute last month, yet her capabilities should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this name, Chen Minor felt a jolt of surprise. Sheng Rulang was the youngest daughter of her third uncle, Sheng Jifeng, who operated a pharmacy in Yangzhou. Fortunately, the emperor had only directed his ire towards her family, sparing others from the fallout. Was Sheng Rulang's arrival in the capital related to her affairs? This cousin possessed remarkable talent. Her father had often remarked that Sheng Rulang could become the second Sheng Xintong. Chen Minor began to anticipate the competition in 5 days. After listening to Xu Yu, the mood among Xu Fei and the others grew heavy, with a singular thought occupying their minds. They were bound to lose. You are indeed strong, yet there is no need for undue self-deprecation. Even Dr. Wu has confidence in you. You ought to have faith in yourselves. Xu Yu reassured them as he noted their pallid expressions. Moreover, you have been training with Dr. Wu for a month now, which is your advantage. Indeed, even if we were to lose this time, there will be another competition in 3 months. We still have a chance, Zhao Dehai interjected. The 5 of them turned their attention to Zhao Dehai, astonished. What? There is another competition in 3 months. Xu Yu smiled gently. I initially intended to inform you after the assessment in a few days, but it is no harm to share it now. Hui Changhe has 2 more competitions against the medical institute, and securing victories in both will earn us 2 direct placements into the Imperial Hospital. Therefore, you must continue to strive. 2 direct placements into the Imperial Hospital. Good heavens, what an enticing prospect. Xu Yu mused. Since Dr. Wu is not testing theoretical knowledge, he must be assessing practical skills. Testing easily diagnosable ailments would lack merit, while excessively difficult cases would not be examined either. Thus, you might consider reviewing the cases you handled before entering the medical institute, those that did not recover or those that cannot be rehabilitated in the short term. Xu Yu said with a smile. Old Wu has bestowed a generous favor upon the Spring Revival Hall, clearly demonstrating his fondness for these apprentices. Otherwise, given his straightforward nature, he would never engage in such an act. In preparation for the competition 3 months hence, the 5 of them must follow Old Wu. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei's confidence surged, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother is indeed clever. He immediately discerned Dr. Wu's intentions. Rest assured, brother, we will prepare earnestly. Xu Fei exclaimed with delight. Chen Minor privately marveled at how she had previously overlooked Xu Yu's keen insight into human nature. Her analysis was remarkably astute. Chapter 39. Enemies are drawn together upon exiting Xu Yu's presence. Xu Fei took the lead in assigning tasks. Starting tomorrow, everyone would forego their afternoon rest. And we would not attend the evening classes at Huichangtian. Instead, we would remain at the medical clinic to review case files. We must secure victory in this competition. Li Shiqi and Li Yanxing, accustomed to following Xu Fei's directives, raised no objections. However, Chen Minor found herself in a quandary, as she was scheduled to administer acupuncture to the crown prince the day after tomorrow. Han Xiaoyuan, scratching his nose, remarked, there is no need to be so anxious. You did do well to recognize your own limitations, Han Xiaoyuan. Can you truly compare to Qin Wang or Zhang Jitong based on your genuine abilities? Li Shiqi retorted sharply. Han Xiaoyuan, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and replied, "Are they really that formidable? Have you encountered them?" "It's easy to echo what others say," Li Yansheng chimed in. "While we must not overestimate our opponents, we should also refrain from underestimating them." Li Shiqi scoffed. "To claim one's own prowess is mere arrogance. True strength is acknowledged by others. If you possess real skill, let others sing your praises." Han Xiaoyuan dismissed her concern nonchalantly. "Whether others praise me or not is of little consequence. I am not as vain as you." Li Shiqi, her temper flaring, exclaimed, "You are the most insufferable person I have ever met." Han Xiaoyuan flashed a grin, seemingly unperturbed, and replied, "To be liked by you would be a misfortune." Seeing their argument escalate, Chongming felt a headache coming on. These two were like sworn enemies from a past life, forever bickering upon each encounter. Han Xiaoyuan, "Do keep your comments to a minimum," she admonished him with a glare. He merely shrugged, choosing to walk away. Li Shiqi glared at his retreating figure, muttering, "I've never encountered anyone more detestable than him." Xu Fei interjected, "You should also temper your remarks. This is a critical period. We must unite and avoid internal discord. His heart is not aligned with ours. He may deliberately sabotage our efforts," Li Shiqi replied sulkily. Chongming frowned. "Rest assured, Han Xiaoyuan is not that type of person. He treats others differently. It is you, Li Shiqi, who is particularly unique." "Then we shall proceed as I suggest. We must give our all this time," Xu Fei stated firmly to Chongming. Chongming nodded in agreement. "Very well. But I must step out the day after tomorrow during the high hour for no more than an hour and a half." Xu Fei frowned in displeasure. "What could be so urgent?" Chongming smiled. "I assure you, I will not hinder our progress." With that, she left. Li Shiqi rolled her eyes, muttering, "Look at her. Thinking she as impressive just because Dia Wu praised her a little." Li Yansheng pondered aloud, "If only we could replace her with Zhou Ruoyang. And if we could swap Han Xiaoyuan for Fang Shiji, that would be even better," Li Shiqi added. Xu Fei cast them a stern glance and stated seriously, "Let us refrain from such frivolous talk. Zhou Ruoyang and Fang Shiji are already out of the running. In 3 months, when we represent Hue Changtan against the medical academy, there will certainly be consequences for their absence. However, if you do not intensify your efforts, you may find yourself lacking even the qualifications to participate." It is not merely her exaggeration. She has been closely observing Chongming. Initially, she believed that Chongming's victory over Li Shiqi was a stroke of luck. Yet her perception has since transformed. Chongming is undeniably formidable, exhibiting skills far beyond those of a novice. She is convinced that Chongming had studied medicine prior to her arrival at the rejuvenation hall. Both Li Shiqi and Li Yansheng were taken aback, incredulous at the notion. However, upon witnessing Xu Fei's grave expression, their retorts were swallowed back down. Chapter 40. Not on the exam the next day during the lunch break. Li Yansheng entered the archives, carrying a hefty stack of medical cases, the records of patients treated at the clinic over the past 3 months. Xu Fei remarked, "Let us begin. According to my brother, we should first select the cases that might be examined and then study them thoroughly." Li Shiqi expressed her discontent. "But Han Xiaoyuan and Chongming have not yet arrived." Chongming went to change the dressing for a patient. "She will be here shortly." Li Yansheng, "Do you know where Han Xiaoyuan has gone?" Xu Fei inquired. Li Yansheng replied, "I just saw him chatting with the medical staff. I called out to him, but he ignored me. See? I told you so. This guy is not on our side at all. We do all the work, and he just swoops in to reap the benefits," Li Shiqi said angrily. "It is no wonder Confucius remarked that only women and men of low character are difficult to nurture," Han Xiaoyuan said leisurely as he walked in. Just as Li Shiqi was about to retort, Xu Fei shot her a warning glance and said with a slight smile, "You arrived just in time. We need to divide the tasks." Han Xiaoyuan glanced at the substantial stack of cases on the table and thought, "You could scour through these cases endlessly. But do you not know that only the records of patients who have recovered and been discharged will be archived?" Xu Fei was taken aback. "You know this?" Han Xiaoyuan smirked. "It is surprising that after being here for so long, you lack such basic knowledge." With that, he pulled out a case from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. "This is a record of a patient who has been ill for an extended period and is still receiving treatment. I obtained it simply by chatting with the medical staff." As he said this, he cast a pointed glance at Li Yansheng. Li Yansheng's lips twitched in embarrassment as he turned his face away. Xu Fei picked up the case and flipped through it. "So, we only need to focus on this one." Han Xiaoyuan shrugged. "If you are still unsure, then by all means, Go through all of them. Chong Minor returned from changing the dressing and reached the doorway just in time to hear Hong Xiuyuan and Li Shiqi bickering again. You are half-baked. One must use their intellect to work. Try calling me half-baked again. What shall I call you then? Dim-witted. Chong Minor looked up to the heavens in exasperation. Will these two ever cease their arguing? Dr. Wu has arrived. Chong Minor called out, and the room fell silent. Everyone turned to look, only to find that it was Chong Minor alone. Chong Minor, you came at the perfect time. Hong Xiuyuan has found a few cases. Let us discuss what Dr. Wu might examine, Su Fei said. Chong Minor contemplated. I believe Dr. Wu will not examine these cases. Previously, I found Su Yu's analysis quite reasonable, but upon reflection, I realized it was flawed. Dr. Wu is a person of great principle. He approaches both life and medicine with meticulous care. If he were to test us on cases already treated at the clinic, it would be deemed unfair, as the regulars at Huichangtan are already familiar with the clinic's circumstances. In truth, the fact that Dr. Wu does not examine theoretical knowledge is already a concession. Then what will he examine? Is he going to have us sit in the clinic? Wouldn't that be a mockery of the patient's dignity? Li Yanxing exclaimed. Chong Minor smiled faintly. But what if that is the case? How confident are you? Impossible, Li Shiqi declared emphatically. Why is it impossible? Dear Wu, even if he were to be lenient, would not do so overtly. At the very least, he must ensure that the medical hall cannot find any faults. Therefore, I believe that holding a consultation is the most equitable approach, Chong Minor remarked softly. Hong Xiuyuan, abandoning his nonchalant demeanor, nodded in agreement. Chong Minor makes a valid point. Li Shiqi, however, was unable to contain her agitation. What nonsense is this? Asking us to hold a consultation. What skills do we possess? Chong Minor smiled gently at her. Among the five of us, aside from a relatively weaker foundation, the rest of you possess solid backgrounds. What you lack is merely experience. The individuals from the medical hall are in a similar situation, perhaps slightly more proficient than us. Otherwise, they would not send trainees here for practical experience. Yet, we have the advantage of having arrived first. If you doubt your abilities, perhaps the people from the medical hall feel the same way about themselves. Su Fei contemplated the thick stack of case files for a long while. Just to be on the safe side, let us review all these cases. Outside the room, Old Wu stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Indeed, this girl is quite clever. That scoundrel Su Yu has grown overly presumptuous. Does he take me, Old Wu, for a fool? Chapter 41. The final method. The time had arrived for the appointed moment to administer treatment to the Crown Prince. Chong Minor deliberately scheduled the meeting for the hour of high, believing that the darkness of the night would render the streets safer and less populated. Additionally, since the students had already returned home, she could easily concoct an excuse to linger, bearing in mind her cautious duty in attending to the Crown Prince's health. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of the competition with the medical academy. Everyone was still occupied with case studies at the clinic. Chong Minor glanced at the hourglass on the table, closed the case in her hands, and rose to her feet, stating, I must take my leave now. I shall review the remaining cases tomorrow morning. Hong Xiuyuan, feigning disinterest, inquired, will you be returning? Chong Minor smiled gently. No, I shall go directly to the Huichangtan. You need not wait for me. Once Chong Minor departed, Li Shiqi muttered, at such a late hour, a young lady wandering about is quite unbecoming. Hong Xiuyuan raised an eyebrow and retorted, you seem rather invested in matters that don't concern you. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. So why all the fuss? Li Shiqi shot him a disdainful glance. Su Fei rapped on the table. If you wish to argue, take it outside. It's utterly bothersome. A carriage was stationed at the street corner, the same as before, with the same gentleman from their last encounter. However, this time, upon seeing her, he exhibited a markedly more respectful demeanor, bowing as he invited her to board. Before Chong Minor could step into the small building, a young man clad in azure silk brocade approached her briskly, his striking phoenix eyes appraising her from head to toe repeatedly before he queried, Are you the divine physician? Chong Minor felt uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze, pondering who this man might be. Yet, it was evident that he too was a trusted confidant of the Crown Prince. She shook her head in response. Did you save Mu Heng? Chong Minor thought to herself, how unfortunate. She had intended to feign ignorance regarding Mu Heng's and the Crown Prince's identities. This impudent fellow had unwittingly revealed it. Who are you? Chong Minor retorted. He grinned mischievously. First, you must answer my question, and then I shall reveal my identity. Chongmina rolled her eyes. I have no interest in knowing who you are. She turned to enter. The young man grew anxious, grabbing her arm. Wait. Is it not permissible for me to tell you who I am? My name is Hua Xiaotang. Now it's your turn to answer me. At that moment, Mu Hong emerged with a solemn expression. Casting a fierce glare at Hua Xiaotang before addressing Chongmina, please, step inside. Chongmina nodded and entered, faintly hearing Mu Hong reprimanding Hua Xiaotang behind her. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you continue this way, you might as well return. What does it matter to her? She is one of us now. Hua Xiaotang muttered defiantly. Chongmina scoffed inwardly. Who among you is considered one of us? Do not drag me into your affairs. The Crown Prince appeared in better spirits than that day, which offered Chongmina a measure of relief. As the parasitic worms continued to grow, the intervals between episodes would shorten, and a recurrence every 3 days would signify a grim fate. Have you experienced any discomfort in recent days? Chongmina asked while taking the Crown Prince's pulse. The Crown Prince's expression was melancholic. Occasionally, I experience abdominal pain, though it is not as excruciating as during the episodes. This is a common occurrence. I have sealed it off, yet it seems to be throwing a tantrum. Chongmina feigned nonchalance. Though inwardly she was troubled, the Crown Prince was in low spirits, and Mu Hong wore a solemn expression. Could it be that they could not locate the one who cast the curse? Chongmina, if we cannot find the one who cast the curse, tell me honestly, how many days do I have left to life? The Crown Prince's tone remained relatively calm, yet the despair in his eyes was unmistakable. There is always a way out. We shall find a remedy. Mu Hong entered the room, followed by the displeased Dan Fengyan. Cannot find the one who cast the curse. There is still time. You should continue searching, Chongmina urged. Dan Fengyan rolled her eyes. We have found the person, but we haven't been able to question them yet. She gestured as if cutting her throat. An unusual silence enveloped the room, the heavy atmosphere hanging over each individual like a dense cloud. Chongmina gritted her teeth and said, if that is the case, there is but one method left. Chapter 42. The Yin-Yang Serpent grew as the words fell. 6 pairs of eyes swiftly turned towards them. Speak quickly, is it as I suspect? The gaze of the one with phoenix-like eyes shone particularly bright, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Chongmina looked at him in confusion. Was this fellow also a physician? Mu Hong furrowed his brow and introduced. His name is Hua Xiaotang. A doctor, though his medical skills are quite ordinary. Hua Xiaotang did not mind Mu Hong's disparagement. His primary interest lay in Chongmina's purported method. A physician by the surname of Hua? Could he possibly be related to the esteemed director Hua Renli of the Imperial Medical Institute? Regaining her composure, Chongmina stated. Using this method carries considerable risk. I cannot guarantee success. The Crown Prince replied, regardless, it is a matter of life and death. Do elaborate. Mu Hong nodded at Chongmina. If it fails, we will not hold you accountable. Chongmina sighed in relief. That was precisely the assurance she sought. Since the one who cast the goo had perished, it meant that the goo within his body had become ownerless. It would soon act according to its nature, thus necessitating a swift extraction. I will examine the situation further. If there is only one goo within his body, the chances of success will be significantly higher. Chongmina continued. And if there is more than one? Mu Hong inquired. If there are multiple, then it becomes problematic, Chongmina candidly replied. Hua Xiaotang clapped his hands in delight. Indeed, great minds think alike. I share your sentiment. Mu Hong shot him a glare. Can you extract it? Hua Xiaotang faltered, stammering. If I can ascertain the location of the goo, then of course I can. The issue is that you cannot ascertain it, Mu Hong retorted bluntly. This concerns the life of the Crown Prince. You cannot simply dissect him and search at leisure, can you? Hua Xiaotang fell silent, a look of shame crossing his face. Chongmina interjected. I can manage it, but I will require an assistant. Hua Xiaotang immediately volunteered. I shall assist. Are you skilled in acupuncture? Chongmina inquired. Hua Xiaotang's eyes widened. Acupuncture is my forte. Very well. When the time comes, I will instruct you where to insert the needles, Chongmina replied. She instructed the Crown Prince to disrobe and lie flat, then punctured several acupoints on his body. It may be a bit painful. The Crown Prince felt a numbing sensation coursing through him, rendering him immobile. No worries, carry on, he urged. Chongmina focused intently, her fingertips gliding gently across his abdomen, seeking the location of the goo. Guangyuan and Zhongwang, Hua Xiaotang deftly inserted 2 needles. Observing his precise technique, Chongmina felt a surge of confidence. She could not accomplish this alone. Left and right Tianshu. Xiao Wang, Qi Hai. Left and right Wai Ling. It moved. Chongmina swiftly punctured the spot where she sensed the movement. The crown prince emitted a low groan. Someone, do not let him bite his tongue. Bring him a cloth to hold. Chongmina commanded loudly. Mu Hong was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing that Chongmina was referring to him. This girl audaciously reprimanded him as if he were a child. He shot a glare at Chongmina but did not dare to delay. Instead, he hastily tore off a sweat towel to place in the crown prince's mouth. Chongmina continued to explore, methodically issuing commands. Hua Xiaotang was also all ears, fully focused, waiting for Chongmina's instructions. After nearly a stick of incense had burned, Chongmina inserted another needle, and the veins on the crown prince's hand bulged alarmingly. A short while later, Chongmina straightened up, her expression grave. It is confirmed, there are two, serpentine in shape. Hua Xiaotang exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be the yin-yang snake goo? Chapter 43. Only success is permitted upon hearing the invocation of the yin-yang snake goo. Chongmina was greatly shaken. Do you recognize this goo? Hua Xiaotang inquired, producing a tome titled Witchcraft and Folklore from his pocket and presenting a page to her. Look here, it is documented. As Chongmina read, her apprehension grew, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out upon her skin. The yin-yang snake goo is birthed from the mating of 7 male venomous snakes with a 2-headed female snake, followed by nurturing with 100 different poisonous insects. This goo possesses not only a potent venom but also formidable reproductive capabilities. Once it resides within a human host, it grows for months, mates in the 2nd month, and lays eggs in the 3rd month, producing hundreds of snake eggs that hatch within 7 days. At that point, the host suffers excruciatingly as the myriad of serpents ravage their insides. Mu Hong took the book to examine it, his complexion instantly turning as pale as ice. This is dire. The 2nd snake I felt earlier was lethargic, unlike the first which struggled vigorously. Could it be that it is a female snake preparing to lay eggs? The thought struck Chongmina, causing her face to drain of color. Hua Xiaotang nodded slowly. It is highly probable. The crown prince exclaimed, extract it. Immediately remove it. Even if it means death, I refuse to allow this wretched snake to nest within me. Chongmina placed a calming hand on his forehead, speaking gently. Do not agitate yourself. The snake goo can sense the emotions of its host. Your agitation will only incite it further. I will find a way. Her soothing words and tranquil gaze possessed a comforting power, and as the crown prince gazed into her eyes, he gradually regained his composure. Mu Han's expression was grave. Chongmina, we need to converse. Understanding his intent, she followed him outside. What shall we discuss? The surgical plan. I wish to be involved, Hua Xiaotang chimed in eagerly. Can it be removed? What is your level of confidence? Once outside, Mu Hong inquired in a low voice. Theoretically, it can be done. But I can only assure a 50% chance of success, as the true nature of the situation can only be revealed upon incision, Chongmina stated candidly. You mean to say we must cut open his abdomen and assess the situation then? Mu Hong raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with her response. Chongmina fixed her gaze upon him resolutely. Do you possess a better method? If we do not proceed, he faces certain death. If we do, he still has a 50% chance of survival. Mu Han's lips pressed tightly together, his brow furrowed in frustration. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While he could contend with both overt and covert adversaries, he found himself powerless against the venom within the crown prince's body. This profound sense of helplessness was driving him to the brink of madness. Observing him pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, each step laden with weight, Chongmina understood the turmoil and anguish within him. She longed to offer him hope, yet as a healer, she knew she must remain pragmatic, refraining from overly optimistic estimations and preparing for the worst. We cannot delay. If we wait for the goo to lay eggs, it will be too late. Hua Xiaotang urged urgently. Mu Hong halted, his spine stiffening. Chongmina sighed softly. Today presents a rare opportunity. Both goo have been immobilized with silver needles. Next time, it may not be so simple. Slowly, Mu Hong turned to face her, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination born from painful contemplation, coupled with a trust to place everything in her hands. I entrust him to you. As Chongmina was about to nod, she heard him coldly declare. Only success is permitted, failure is unacceptable. After saying this, Mu Hong turned and strode towards the warm pavilion. Chongmina felt choked. How could such a guarantee be made? She was no deity. Was he always this domineering and unreasonable? Chongming murmured to herself in frustration. Hua Xiaotang leaned in, adding fuel to the fire. Not only that, but he is also capricious. Chongming shot him a glance. Did you not say that once the location of the poison insect is confirmed, it can be retrieved? Hua Xiaotang, momentarily taken aback, nodded as the topic shifted too swiftly for him to grasp. Very well, let us work together. Do you have the necessary tools? Hua Xiaotang's mouth fell open in surprise, before he quickly replied, yes, I have some readily available at the residence. Just a moment, I shall fetch them at once. With that, Hua Xiaotang dashed out like the wind. Chapter 44. The donkey after the meal is ground. As all preparations were set, it was already the hour of Yu. A time when she should have been at the Huichang Hall. Failing to return at night would certainly draw the ire of her senior brother, potentially leading to grave complications. Alas, the urgency of saving the crown prince to precedence, she would have to devise an explanation by tomorrow. All unrelated individuals had been cleared from the small building, and the area was heavily guarded. In the warm chamber, only Chongming, Hua Xiaotang, and Mu Hong remained. The crown prince had already been administered anesthesia, and Hua Xiaotang further applied acupuncture for sedation. Yet, Mu Hong, still unconvinced, insisted on checking the prince's sleep points. Chongming quickly intervened. Don't be foolish. Mu Hong retorted. What if he wakes up in pain? We are literally about to open his abdomen. Chongming shot him a frustrated glare. If you have so little faith in us, you should take over. Mu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, but he held back his protest and stepped aside. Hua Xiaotang, reveling in Mu Hong's discomfort, made a series of exaggerated expressions, relishing the rare moment of his companion's discomfiture. Mu Hong shot him a warning glance, prompting Hua Xiaotang to clear his throat. We are about to begin. Certain individuals should refrain from interfering. Chongming pointed to a silver needle. This one should be the female. I'll leave it to you. Once we cut, be swift and careful, don't get bitten. She illustrated the approximate shape of the parasitic creature within the body. Hua Xiaotang adopted a serious demeanor. Understood. I will count to 3, and we shall act simultaneously. Records indicated that these parasites had a mutual sensitivity, particularly the yin-yang snake goo. If one was in peril, the other would undoubtedly rush to its aid. Thus, they needed to proceed together. Taking a deep breath, Chongming prepared herself. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she would perform such a peculiar operation. The sharp blade sliced through flesh, and blood surged forth. Mu Hong, watching from the side, furrowed his brow, his heart racing. I see it. Hua Xiaotang exclaimed with excitement. Prepare the box, extract it, Chongming commanded calmly. At once. Both reached in and pulled out 2 live creatures, each the thickness of a finger and about 4 inches long, tossing them into the box. Mu Hong promptly closed the lid, relief washing over him as a heavy weight lifted from his chest. Ensure there are no foreign remnants, be meticulous. Chongming instructed before Mu Hong could even relax. Unable to bear the sight of the 2 rummaging through the crown prince's abdomen, Mu Hong found the gruesome scene unsettling. Even for him, yet, the pair seemed undeterred, as if rummaging through a wardrobe. Hua Xiaotang, the medical enthusiast, was one thing, but Chongming, a woman, displayed an audaciousness that was quite remarkable. The operation continued deep into the night, and only upon confirming that no foreign objects remained within the crown prince did they proceed to suture and bandage. Exhausted, Chongming nearly collapsed, while Hua Xiaotang, wiping his sweat, eagerly examined the extracted snake goo. Mu Hong directed the attendants to handle the aftermath, changing the blood-stained linens and removing the 10 lanterns hanging from the bed frame. Remarkably, these 2 snakes are rather adorable, entirely transparent, with 2 antennae on their heads. I have never seen such peculiar serpents before. Hua Xiaotang toyed with a bamboo skewer, playfully prodding the small snake, entirely oblivious to the 2 disdainful glances cast his way. I must take this back for further study, he murmured to himself. Chongming, with her trembling hand still clutching the pen, managed to scrawl a prescription and handed it to Mu Hong. Although the venomous insects have been eradicated, the potential for post-operative infection cannot be underestimated. If there are no signs of inflammation or necrosis in the wound within 3 days, then there is nothing to worry about. Proper care will suffice. Mu Hong accepted the prescription, his expression a complex mixture of gratitude and uncertainty as he regarded Chongming. He pondered how best to express his thanks for her invaluable assistance. Observing his indecisive demeanor, Chongming felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing he might turn against her after his troubles had passed. Chapter 45. The full well, my task is complete, and I must take my leave. You need not thank me, let us pretend we have never met, Chong Minor declared, eager to depart from this place. Stop right there. A low, cold voice emerged from behind her. Chong Minor feigned composure, turning to confront the speaker. Why so fierce? Are you planning to devour me or something? You still owe me 2 lives. Can't you speak a little more courteously? Mu Hong chuckled. Did you not just say I needn't thank you? That we should act as if we've never crossed paths. Yet here you are, incessantly mentioning those 2 lives. Are you hoping for my gratitude, or perhaps my gratitude? He had barely uttered 2 words when she launched into a tirade. She was leaving in such haste, as if fleeing a contagion. What did she mean by acting as if they had never met? Did she fear he would silence her forever? What did she take him for? He acknowledged that his hands were stained with blood, yet he prided himself on never having unjustly taken an innocent life. Why must you be so infuriating? Chong Minor felt a flush of embarrassment. Who asked for your thanks? I'm utterly exhausted. If you would kindly allow me to return and rest, I might consider thanking you. Mu Hong smirked, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Is this your 3rd condition? Ha! Chong Minor looked up, meeting his deep, dark gaze, which held an inscrutable amusement. In her view, it was a malicious smirk, one that threatened her. He was compelling her to invoke her 3rd condition. Well, she had indeed reserved this final stipulation for today. Biting her lip, Chong Minor steadied her voice. Indeed, let me go. You must not obstruct me. And you shall not seek me out in the future. That is my 3rd condition. Mu Hong raised an eyebrow, a troubled expression crossing his face. But you proposed 3 conditions. Allowing you to leave is one, not obstructing you is another, and not seeking you out is yet another. Which of these should I concede to? Is this fellow deliberately being difficult? Are these truly 3 conditions? It is quite evidently one matter. Frustration simmered within Chong Minor. Yet she recognized his elevated status and the privileges that came with it. What could she do? Could she possibly contend with him? Let me go, she insisted, conceding slightly. If she left now, she would never return, no matter the efforts to summon her back. After all, he had promised not to force her. Very well, he replied decisively. Chong Minor was taken aback. It was surprisingly simple. Then I shall take my leave. However, before she could take a step, he interjected, but not just yet. Chong Minor glared at him, her eyes ablaze. What do you mean by that? Mu Hong replied coolly, it means nothing. My people have already gone to the rejuvenation hall to request your leave. After dawn, you may go directly to the medical clinic. Chong Minor could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, request leave? What grounds do you have to do so? Why do you presume to meddle in my affairs? In Li Shiqi's words, she had never encountered anyone so infuriating. She had been minding her own business at the rejuvenation hall, steadily striving for opportunities. If he were to ruin her chances, she would surely retaliate. Mu Hong was taken aback by her vehement reaction, momentarily stunned. However, his expression darkened as he retorted. Chong Minor, do not be ungrateful. The commotion was rather loud, finally rousing Hua Xiaotang, who had been deeply engrossed in his research on snake venom. He approached the scene, observing the 2 with wide eyes, and feigned authority, exclaiming, What are you 2 making such a fuss about? Aren't you afraid of alarming His Highness? Silence! Chong Minor and Mu Hong retorted in unison, their round, bell-like eyes fixated on him. Hua Xiaotang immediately realized his indiscretion, quickly closed his mouth, and awkwardly said, Please, continue. I won't disturb you any longer. He then turned and hastily retreated into the warm pavilion. Chong Minor felt a sense of despair. It seemed all hope of feigning ignorance had vanished. Mu Hong inwardly cursed, Hua Xiaotang, you fool. Chapter 46. Anger. Mu Hong's enigmatic black eyes gazed deeply at her. Observing her slightly flustered expression, he remarked, You've already guessed it, haven't you? Chong Minor pouted, Guessed what? I am merely a country girl. The highest official I have ever encountered is the village head. However, seeing your grand residence and your splendid attire, I could sense that you are no ordinary people. To be honest, I never dared to imagine that I would one day treat the crown prince. Chong Minor's words were a blend of truth and flattery. And since the truth had been revealed, she felt the need to tread carefully. Mu Hong's expression softened. It was the most agreeable comment he had heard since their acquaintance began. Well, you need not be so anxious. You have rendered a great service by saving the crown prince, and I shall remember this. Now, go and have something to eat, then rest for a while. Chong Minor looked at him in disbelief. Wasn't he going to kill her? He was going to reward her. Why was he looking at her like that? Did he think she was the sort to repay kindness with malice? Mu Hong frowned. Chongmina blushed, hastily shaking her head in denial. Mu Hong found her reaction both amusing and exasperating. She had been so eager to leave out of fear he would silence her. However, she was still just a young girl. Achieving what she had was commendable. I will have someone escort you to rest. With a clap of his hands, a maid entered. Have all the necessities for Miss Chong been prepared? Mu Hong inquired. The maid knelt respectfully and answered, Yes, my lord, everything is ready. Mu Hong nodded and told Chongmina, Tomorrow morning, a carriage will take you to the clinic. Chongmina thought of her request for leave and asked, How did you manage to arrange that for me? Mu Hong replied nonchalantly, Do not worry, you won't be exposed. I have arranged for a distant relative in the city, so it will be convenient for you to come and go. Chongmina felt a shiver run down her spine. And what of the future? Why the pained expression? Ah! My arrow wound has yet to heal completely. You treated me initially. You must take responsibility. Mu Hong raised an eyebrow. Chongmina looked at him skeptically. Not healed. Surely that cannot be true. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Mu Hong waved his hand in annoyance. All right, hurry along. I haven't slept well for several nights. Resigned, Chongmina followed the maid to her resting quarters. Upon entering, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Seeing the table laden with dishes, her stomach growled. It had been quite some time since she had indulged in such exquisite delicacies. She thought to herself, Mu Hong has indeed improved. At last, he is not offering her mere pastries. Miss Chong, please enjoy. The maid presented her with a pair of silver chopsticks. Unfortunately, eating too much in the dead of night would be indigestible, so Chongmina could only sample a little of everything. After freshening up, she hurried to bed. For the next day promised to be demanding. Chongmina fell asleep, yet someone else was unable to find rest. A certain individual waited outside the Guichang Hall all night. The following day, Chongmina arrived early at the clinic, sweeping the floors, wiping the tables, and organizing the medicines. By the time she completed her tasks, Xu Fei and the others finally arrived. Hong Shouyuan appeared weary, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. Upon entering the room, he immediately sought out a chair to sit down. His gaze vacant. Chongmina had never witnessed Hong Shouyuan in such a disheveled state and approached him with concern, inquiring, Hong Shouyuan, what troubles you? Did you stay up late reading last night? Hong Shouyuan, maintaining a sullen demeanor, ignored her, not even lifting his eyelids. Is he sulking for some reason? Chongmina whispered to Xu Fei, Has he had another quarrel with Shorqi? Xu Fei dismissively replied, When do they not argue? Indeed, their disputes seemed to invigorate them even more. Concerned, Chongmina moved closer to Hong Shouyuan, reaching out to check his forehead for worms. Suddenly, Hong Shouyuan grasped her hand and rose, dragging Chongmina towards the exit. Hong Shouyuan, what are you doing? Chongmina exclaimed, utterly perplexed by his actions. Xu Fei and the others exchanged bewildered glances, equally puzzled by Hong Shouyuan's unusual behavior and his apparent conflict with Chongmina. Chapter 47. The awkward child. Hong Shouyuan held Chongmina firmly until they reached a secluded spot in the backyard, glaring at her in silence. Chongmina had a faint inkling of the reason behind his anger and, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered, Hong Shouyuan, I don't care what you were doing, but please give me a clear answer. When will you return? Will you come back at all? Don't make me feel like a fool waiting in the wind for an entire night. Hong Shouyuan shouted in response. Chongmina stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend his words. This foolish boy had actually waited for her all night. A wave of guilt washed over her. Hong Shouyuan, Niu, and Tianyu were her closest friends at the Guichang Hall, particularly Hong Shouyuan, who had always been there to help her out of tight spots, to cover for her, and to defend her. She understood that part of his frequent quarrels with Li Shiqi stemmed from his concern for her. I'm so sorry. Chongmina apologized. Please don't be angry. Last night was an unexpected situation. I didn't anticipate having to perform surgery for the crown prince. Chongmina, there you are. Niu suddenly appeared. Someone saw you two coming this way, and I didn't believe it at first. Oh, Mina. Didn't your relatives say you would be coming later today? They even asked me to help you request a leave from their Wu. Thankfully, I didn't go looking for him. She laughed. Hong Shouyuan's expression darkened further, and he turned to leave. Hey! Hong Shouyuan, don't go. Please listen to me. Chongmina urged anxiously. Hong Shouyuan quickened his pace, ignoring her. Niu, puzzled, remarked, "What's wrong with Hong Xiaoyuan? He seems really upset." "Did I interrupt something?" Chong Minor, distracted, replied, "It's nothing. He's just worried about tomorrow's competition." Hong Xiaoyuan didn't he acknowledge her throughout the morning, disregarding everyone. Even when Li Shiqi mocked him. Why was he acting like this? He wore a solemn expression, as if someone owed him money. Li Shiqi, taken aback by his silence, leaned over to murmur to Chong Minor. Chong Minor smiled wryly. "I owe him money." Li Shiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Did I actually guess correctly?" Chong Minor wrinkled her nose and nodded. The novice Li Shiqi took her words at face value, scoffing at Hong Xiaoyuan. "It's just a little money. Is it really necessary for him to put on such a long face? You two are supposed to be close." Chong Minor could only look skyward in exasperation. During lunch, when she didn't see Hong Xiaoyuan, she quickly surmised where he had gone. Carrying her meal, she sought him out and, indeed, found him perched on the low wall in the backyard, one leg bent and the other dangling, a blade of grass between his lips, gazing into the distance. Seemingly lost in thought. "Hong Xiaoyuan, come down for lunch," Chong Minor called out. He turned his head, casting her a blank look before returning his gaze to the horizon. "Hey, if you don't come down, I'll come up," Chong Minor threatened. He glanced back at her once more, a look of disdain crossing his features. As if to say, "Do you really think you can climb up here? Oh, this stubborn child, he certainly has a temper. I've already humbled myself, apologized, and made amends, yet he remains obstinate." Chong Minor set aside her meal, rubbing her hands together in anticipation, ready to scale the low wall and offer some words of comfort to the rather obstinate child. Unfortunately, while the low wall appeared diminutive to the tall and slender Hong Xiaoyuan, it loomed as an insurmountable barrier for the petite Chong Minor. After a couple of futile attempts to climb, she dashed off to fetch a stool. After all, a living person could hardly succumb to the urge to relieve themselves, particularly someone as clever as she. At last, she managed to ascend, triumphantly clapping her hands as she stood atop the low wall. Following Hong Xiaoyuan's gaze, she surveyed the breathtaking scenery. Indeed, the view was splendid, offering an expansive vista of rooftops and eaves, encompassing half the capital within her sight. "No wonder you are so fond of this place. The elevation grants a broader perspective, making one feel as though their horizons have widened," Chong Minor remarked with a smile. Observing her precarious stance on the wall, Hong Xiaoyuan could no longer suppress his concern. "Could you sit down? If you fall, I won't take responsibility," he said, somewhat irked. Chong Minor, with a cheerful demeanor, nestled beside him, exclaiming, "At last, you are willing to converse with me." Chapter 48. "I shall wait for you to." Hong Xiaoyuan cast a resentful glance at her. "I apologize. I didn't expect you to wait for me after last night's incident." Chong Minor sincerely expressed her regret once more. "Who is waiting for you?" Hong Xiaoyuan retorted coldly. "Ah, didn't someone mention they stood in the wind for an entire night?" Chong Minor stifled a laugh. The corners of Hong Xiaoyuan's mouth twitched, leaving him at a loss for words, though his face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Chong Minor spoke softly. "Hong Xiaoyuan, there are things I cannot share with you, nor with anyone else. Yet, I have come to realize that there exists a friend named Hong Xiaoyuan who cares for me, who would wait for me through the night. Therefore, if you were to vanish, I would wait for you as well." In her past life, she had been enamored with medicine, her prodigious talent garnering numerous admirers. There were those who waited for her all night to seek her counsel, and others who sought her favor for advancement. Reflecting on it now, Shen Xintong felt a profound sense of pity. She had not a single confidant. In this life, she shed the mantle of prodigy and became an ordinary farmer's daughter, yet she reaped a bountiful harvest of friendship, a feeling that warmed her heart and reassured her that she was not alone in this world. Thus, she sincerely hoped this friendship would endure. Gazing into her bright, crystalline eyes, imbued with sincerity, Hong Xiaoyuan felt a lump form in his throat, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. He had always maintained a rational distance from others, fully aware of the burdens he bore. He feared that if he drew too close, his secrets might be uncovered, leading him to tread a solitary path. Perhaps the weight of solitude and repression burst within him a yearning he could scarcely articulate. Initially, he was drawn to Chong Minor as kindness. She bore no disdain for Tianyu and endeavored to assist everyone in need. Although she appeared fragile, she dared to confront Li Shiqi. Her benevolence was unwavering, and gradually, he began to recognize more of her admirable qualities: sincerity, tenacity, composure, and wisdom, along with her secrets. He began to worry. a concern that had burgeoned beyond his expectations the moment he laid eyes on Chongming that morning. His frustration was not directed at her, but rather at himself. Silently caring is sufficient. Why must I verbalize it? What difference does it make if she knows? Will she mock me for my sentiments? At best, we are merely compatible companions. Yet, she approached him, apologized, and delivered a torrent of words that moved him deeply. Was this girl intentionally seeking to amuse herself at his expense? It is indeed a disgrace for a man to shed tears. Han Shuiyuan looked up at the clear blue sky, then stood up and brushed off his trousers. I'm hungry, let's eat. With that, he effortlessly leaped down. Hey! Could you lend me a hand? I can't get down. Chongming scrambled to her feet, recalling how clumsily she had climbed up earlier. Now, faced with the height, she found herself lacking the courage to jump down. Han Shuiyuan crossed his arms, tilting his head back to gaze at her. A playful smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, the view up here is quite splendid, take your time to enjoy it. I'll discuss it with you after I've finished my meal. As he spoke, Han Shuiyuan grabbed the stool that Chongming had been using to elevate herself and ambled away. Chongming, exasperated, declared, Han Shuiyuan, you shall pay dearly once I descend. Without so much as a glance back, he waved his hand dismissively. Stunned, Chongming thought, is he truly leaving? He even took the stool. This rascal is deliberately seeking revenge, eager to witness my humiliation. She sighed, gazing skyward, lamenting. What a troublesome child he is. With no one to assist her, Chongming was left to devise her own means of descent. After several futile attempts, she found herself in a rather precarious position, awkwardly suspended against the earthen wall, unable to ascend or descend. Han Shuiyuan, you scoundrel! I kindly brought you food. And this is how you repay me? You wretched boy, once I manage to get down, I shall have my revenge. Chongming muttered curses under her breath when, to her surprise, a ladder suddenly appeared beside her. Chapter 49. Disturbing the hornets. Chongming cautiously climbed down, casting a furious glare at Han Shuiyuan, who was laughing uncontrollably. If you laugh again, I swear I'll jab you so hard you'll be left with a permanent grimace. Han Shuiyuan stifled his laughter momentarily, only to succumb once more, chuckling at the comical sight of Chongming flailing her legs while hanging on the wall. Today's incident, if you dare to speak of it, I shall never speak to you again. Chongming shouted, her annoyance palpable. Upon witnessing her genuine anger, Han Shuiyuan's laughter ceased abruptly. His expression shifted to one of solemnity as he shook his head. I wouldn't dare mention it, even if my life depended on it. That's more like it. Chongming conceded, her irritation beginning to ease. Yet, he continued, but old Wu saw me too. When I went to fetch the ladder, he asked what I needed it for. I told him I was going to disturb the hornets. I suspect he came over to check on me, fearing I might get stung. Chongming's indignation flared. Why must you use such an excuse? You could have said anything else. The thought of old Wu witnessing her embarrassing moment was mortifying. Han Shuiyuan blinked innocently. If I had said hornets, what else could I have said? Saving someone? Old Wu would have fled faster than I could. The entire afternoon, Chongming was enveloped in gloom, particularly uncomfortable under old Wu's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to sparkle with an unusual glint that made her wish to disappear. After work, old Wu summoned the 5 of them. Tomorrow is the competition. How prepared are you all? Xu Fei replied, we've reviewed numerous cases these past few days and gained considerable insight. Old Wu nodded slightly, then added sternly. Tomorrow's competition is not a one-on-one affair. If you lose, you're all out. Win, and you all remain. Do you understand? The group nodded in unison. Old Wu continued, emphasizing that tomorrow's contest would require their collective effort. Each member must collaborate and utilize their strengths without acting independently. No more case studies today. Return home early to rest. We cannot afford to appear as though we've been in a brawl, he remarked, casting a pointed glance at Han Shuiyuan, prompting suppressed laughter among the others. Han Shuiyuan sheepishly rubbed his nose, pondering the exaggeration of the remark. Following old Wu's advice, they returned home early to rest. Su Yu had specifically taken leave to return. And Zhao Dehai, thinking Su Yu had important matters to discuss, inquired, should we call the children over? Are they still studying? No, they're all resting, Su Yu responded. Those carefree souls seem utterly unconcerned, sound asleep, Zhao Dehai replied with a wry smile. Su Yu chuckled softly, a balanced mindset is crucial. Let them be. They deserve their rest. Young master, what do you think our chances are this time? Zhao Dehai asked, uncertainty evident in his tone. Su Yu furrowed his brow. finding it difficult to provide an answer. What had initially seemed a sure thing had grown uncertain due to Chongmin's words. In hindsight, he realized his previous assumptions had been overly simplistic, underestimating Chongmin's perceptiveness. In the realm of clinical consultation, an abundance of uncertainties looms, leaving one in suspense regarding the nature of the patient seeking treatment, a factor intertwined with the element of chance, which holds significant weight for these novices. In essence, one must strive to do their utmost. Su Yu sighed, burdened by a weighty heart. The medical institute reported the competition with the rejuvenation hall to Director Shi, who expressed keen interest. Tomorrow, Vice Director Yang will be dispatched to oversee the proceedings. What initially began as an informal exchange has taken on a different hue due to the involvement of the Imperial Hospital. Moreover, a pivotal aspect of this contest is that those who excel will undoubtedly become the focal point of the Imperial Hospital's attention, which promises substantial advantages for future admission. These youngsters must indeed perform admirably tomorrow. Chapter 50. Sheng Rulang and Chongmin rose early, their hearts fluttering with excitement at the prospect of finally meeting Sheng Rulang. Su Yu led the group, accompanied by Zhao Dahu, as they set off towards the medical hall with a total of 7 individuals. Upon their arrival, they spotted a throng of people approaching from across the street. Chongmin quickly recognized the rotund figure of Vice Director Sun, whose smile resembled that of the Laughing Buddha. Following him were instructors Cui Wangrong and Su Xiling, trailed by a dozen unfamiliar students, including 4 or 5 young women, leaving them uncertain as to which one was Sheng Rulang. Sheng Xintong was 7 years older than Sheng Rulang, with her third uncle's family residing far in Yangzhou. Sheng Rulang had only met her briefly during her childhood visit to the capital when she was 6, just as she was beginning her studies at the medical hall, leaving her with little memory of that encounter. However, Chongmin's gaze soon fixed upon a girl of about 14 or 15 standing beside Su Xiling. This girl possessed delicate, elongated features, a straight nose, and cherry-red lips, with skin as smooth as cream, resembling a figure from a painting. Surely, this must be her. Only the most outstanding students would be accompanied by instructors, though she bore no resemblance to the Sheng family. Chongmin recalled that her third aunt also had similarly elongated brows and eyes. Is it really about numbers? Do they think sheer quantity will lend them prestige? Hong Xiaoyuan stopped. Li Yanxiong felt the opposing group's presence was undeniably formidable, rendering his own party somewhat shabby in comparison. He lamented, had I known, I would have summoned all my fellow disciples. Xu Fei shot him a glare. Do you think this is a brawl? The 2 factions entered the Imperial Hospital, with Old Wu already present. He summoned Su Yu and Vice Director Song into the room for discussions, while the students waited in the courtyard, sizing each other up. They seem rather ordinary, don't they? A surplus of women and a deficiency of men, such an imbalance. The medical hall students murmured among themselves, their voices low enough to be overheard, laced with disdain as they cast contemptuous glances at Chongmin and her group. How could these latecomers possibly compare to our esteemed seniors, Qin Wang and Zhang Jitong? Perhaps even the newly arrived Sheng Rulang cannot measure up. The students whispered, their derision palpable. These individuals have such a narrow view, as if only they can claim noble lineage. Do we not also hail from illustrious families? Li Shiqi felt compelled to declare her own noble background, wishing to dispel any notions of disdain directed towards her. Indeed, does being a scion of a prominent family confer superiority? Li Yanxiong misinterpreted Li Shiqi's words, falling victim to her subtle jabs, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhao Dahu spoke slowly, remember this. When you begin to underestimate a person or a situation, failure is often not far behind. Therefore, do not concern yourselves with how others perceive you. It is your own essence, be it strength or weakness, that ultimately defines you. Rest assured, senior brother. We shall compel them to swallow their words, Hong Xiaoyuan replied, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, though a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Sheng Rulang sensed the gaze of Chongmin and raised her eyes to meet hers. Noticing that Chongmin was of a similar age, albeit smaller in stature and clad in a drab short top and long skirt, she appeared rather unremarkable yet possessed a certain delicate charm. With an expressionless demeanor, Sheng Rulang averted her gaze. Chongmin, in turn, redirected her attention to observe the other participants. The 2 individuals behind Cui Wangrong must be Qin Wang and Zhang Jitong. Uncertain of which was which, she noticed that the slightly heavier fellow had an odd glint in his eyes while looking at Su Fei. Goodness, this is a competition, not a matchmaking event. Could you please focus? Suddenly, someone announced, Vice Ding Yang has arrived. Chongmin turned in surprise towards the entrance of the medical hall, where she saw Vice Ding Yang Guangnian and Dr. Shao entering. However, It was the arrival of another individual that left Chen Minor utterly astounded. How could he possibly be here? Chapter 51. One-on-one. Hua Xiaotang appeared not to recognize Chen Minor, glancing left and right, while Yang Guangyan politely invited him to step forward. Hua Xiaotang repeatedly waved his hand, stating, "I merely wish to observe the festivities. You are the host, and I am but a guest. Please, lead the way." Yang Guangyan felt a sense of pride, exchanging pleasantries before confidently entering the room. Chen Minor was puzzled by Hua Xiaotang's identity. Why did Yang Guangyan treat him with such courtesy? Yang Guangyan was renowned for his discerning judgment of character, and she could name numerous reputable physicians in the capital. Yet Hua Xiaotang was a stranger to her. Su Fei quietly inquired of Zhao Dehai, "Senior brother, who is that person?" Referring to Hua Xiaotang. Zhao Dehai shook his head, indicating he did not recognize him either. Inside the room, a heated debate ensued. Vice Director Song insisted, "Old Wu, the examination has already been established. Although I concede that it may be somewhat unfair to the students of our medical institute, I cannot support the group of 5 format. The purpose of this competition is to identify the most outstanding students. Can we truly select the best from a group of 5? Will they be practicing in teams in the future?" "Absolutely not," Su Yu countered. "Why not? Many of the assessments at your medical institute require teamwork, does it not? Team collaboration has always been advocated by the institute, does it not align with its spirit?" Vice Director Song retorted sarcastically, "Dear Su, you seem to have memorized the spirit of our medical institute well. Unfortunately, after 5 years, you have yet to grasp its essence. In a team, there is typically one core figure, while the others serve a supportive role. After all, few qualify to become attending physicians, yet physicians require assistants. While we cultivate elites, we must also train a cadre of experienced aides. This is the true purpose behind our advocacy for teamwork. Are you suggesting that the rejuvenation hall consists solely of a disorganized mob, relying on numbers to achieve victory?" Su Yu scoffed. "If you truly believe that the rejuvenation hall is a mere rebel, what then is there to fear from your elite ensemble? Such a competition will not accurately reflect their true abilities, and I staunchly disagree." Vice Director Song's tone was resolute. "Old Wu, I believe there is merit in Vice Director Song's argument. How about this? Let the students draw lots, pairing them for one-on-one matches, best of 5. What do you think?" Yang Guangyan pondered, then turned to Hua Xiaotang, asking, "Young Master Hua, what is your opinion?" Hua Xiaotang cheerfully replied, "You all decide. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle." Yang Guangyan felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking to himself, why did Hua Renli send such a person here? This competition is a serious matter, and given his role as a judge today, it is rather inappropriate to merely say he is here to observe. Old Wu's expression darkened. He had intended to favor a few of the younger participants. But with Vice Director Song's aggressive stance and Vice Director Yang siding with the medical institute, the situation was indeed complicated. He had previously assured the younger participants that it would not be a one-on-one format. "How about this? There are 6 of us here. Let us vote. Those in favor of one-on-one matches, please raise your hands," proposed Yang Guangyan. Vice Director Song was the first to raise his hand, and naturally, Dr. Xiao followed the lead of Vice Ding Yang. Thus, that side secured 3 votes. Hua Xiaotang abstained, and Old Wu, having no choice, also opted to abstain. Su Yu found himself in solitary dissent. Yang Guangyan decisively declared, "Very well, let it be so. Both parties, prepare yourselves, the competition shall commence shortly." Chapter 52. Consecutive defeats. Su Yu, with a grave expression, called Su Fei and the others aside to share the recent decision. "What? Wasn't this supposed to be a team effort? How did it turn into a one-on-one match?" Zhao Dehai exclaimed anxiously. "If it's one-on-one, how can we compete? Isn't this just setting us up for failure?" Li Shiqi said in a panic, "If I draw Qin Wang or Long Jitong, won't that be the end for me?" Hong Xiuyang scoffed, "If you do end up drawing them, it might actually benefit us." Li Shiqi glared, "Why are you so wicked?" Su Fei coldly remarked, "Hong Xiuyang has a point. The strategy of Tianji's horse racing involves using inferior horses against superior ones, medium horses against inferior ones, and superior horses against medium ones." "What? Am I an inferior horse?" Li Shiqi protested indignantly. Su Yu furrowed his brow. "It is pointless to discuss this now. The matchups will be determined by drawing lots. At this stage, let us set aside our mental burdens and do our utmost. Consider it merely a training exercise." As the drawing unfolded, Li Yanxiong was fortunate enough to draw Qin Wang. Li Shiqi drew Shi Zongping. who happened to be the nephew of the director of the Imperial Hospital and a prime candidate for nurturing. Xu Fei drew Zhu Ximyu, whose abilities remained uncertain as he hailed from another region. Hong Shouyuan drew Zhang Jitong, and Chong Minor fortuitously drew Sheng Rulang. Su Yu pondered the outcomes. Realizing that only Xu Fei had a slim chance of victory, the others, alas. The cunning Sun Pengzi must be reveling in this turn of events. The deputy director, upon reviewing the results, beamed with a smile reminiscent of the Mithril Buddha, casting a gloating glance at the somber Su Yu. Thinking to himself, "You insolent brat, do you really think this ragtag team you've assembled can rival my people? Not only will you lose face this time, but in 3 months' time, you will lose so thoroughly that even your parents won't recognize you." Chong Minor, holding her drawing, felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment at the sheer coincidence. "All right then. Let me see Sheng Rulang's prowess. Is it truly as my father claimed, that she may surpass me?" Suddenly, Chong Minor sensed an unusual gaze upon her and looked up to find Hua Xiaoting smiling at her. She averted her eyes, thinking it best to keep her distance from this clumsy fellow. The competition commenced, with Li Yansheng and Qin Wang attending to the first patient. The patient claimed to experience fever and chills, which set Chong Minor on edge. Fever and chills could manifest in numerous ways, with varying post-conditions and distinct treatment approaches. Li Yansheng's post-diagnosis was a weakness, making this particularly challenging. Qin Wang maintained his composure, examining the patient's tongue and asking about symptoms before taking the pulse, and soon began writing a prescription with full understanding. Meanwhile, Li Yansheng fumbled, scratching his head and hesitating to put pen to paper, his expression wavering. Xu Fei sighed softly. "It's over." After their assessments, Hua Xiaotang personally took the pulse and prescribed a remedy. The results revealed that Qin Wang had been entirely accurate, while Li Yansheng had misjudged even the basic conditions. The atmosphere at the medical academy was jubilant, with the students gazing at Qin Wang with admiration and fervor, confirming his status as the foremost among the new students of the academy. A victorious start indeed. The second match unfolded without suspense, as Shi Zongping emerged victorious. The medical pavilion triumphed in consecutive rounds, and Sun, grinning broadly, remarked, "Dr. Su, it seems your student has not even mastered the fundamentals of post-diagnosis. Your exceptional medical skills should not be kept a secret from your disciples." Su Yu maintained a calm demeanor, yet a bit of sweat formed in his palm. Should Xu Fei lose again, the remaining 2 matches would be rendered unnecessary. Chapter 53. A turn of fate. Li Shiqi retreated in dismay, and Xu Fei reproached her softly. "What were you thinking? That individual's bloodshot eyes clearly indicate lung heat, yet you diagnosed it as heart heat." Li Shiqi replied with a hint of grievance, "I was nervous." Li Yansheng has already lost a round. Xu Fei asserted sternly. Li Yansheng's loss stems from his own lack of medical proficiency. What about you? Your defeat resulted from negligence. Did Dr. Wu's request for your reflection go entirely to waste? You became anxious after just 1 loss, and now we've lost 2 rounds. Should we resort to self-harm? Chong Minor hurriedly interjected. We've already lost. There's no need to dwell on her mistakes. You'll be out soon, so remain calm. Xu Fei exhaled in frustration, lamenting that she feared not the formidable opponent but rather the incompetence of her teammates. Before long, the 3rd patient arrived. Xu Fei composed herself and approached to inquire about the ailment. Chong Minor silently prayed that they must not lose again. Even a tie would suffice. Hong Shouyuan. Are you nervous? Chong Minor glanced anxiously at Hong Shouyuan beside her. Hong Shouyuan, observing Xu Fei in the arena, replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be nervous about? If she loses, we can all go home. If she wins, we merely show our faces. Ah! If I were to triumph over that rotund dong, would you not admire me immensely?" Chong Minor rolled her eyes. "Prove your worth before boasting." Hong Shouyuan pouted. "Isn't a bit of encouragement permissible?" Disregarding him, Chong Minor thought him utterly insufferable. Xu Fei and Zhu Ximyu received a 6-year-old child as their patient. The mother reported that the child experienced feverish palms and feet at night, sweating profusely without relief, and suffered from persistent coughing that lasted all night. After meticulously taking the child's pulse, Xu Fei recalled several cases from her studies that closely resembled this condition. Dr. Wang had prescribed Chai Hu Glazy decoction, but Dr. Wu had recommended daily Tenshui massages to clear liver fire and nourish spleen blood. With a plan forming in her mind, Xu Fei recalled Dr. Wu's words about some children disliking medication, and how some families could not afford it. Thus, Tenshui massage proved to be both effective and a solution to the dilemma of children's aversion to medicine or financial constraints. Zhu Ximyu had already prepared the prescription and watched Xu Fei with keen interest. Once Xu Fei completed the prescription, she asked the child's mother. Does your child take medicine willingly? The mother replied with a furrowed brow. Which child enjoys bitter medicine? It often takes several adults to hold him down for feeding. Su Fei smiled gently, grasping the child's hand and massaging the Laogong acupoint while explaining to the mother. If you massage from here to the elbow pit daily, like this, 300 times each day, your child will no longer need medication. The mother, noticing Su Fei's youth, appeared somewhat skeptical. At that moment, Hua Xiaotang approached, took the child's pulse, and cheerfully affirmed, Auntie, trust this young lady. She is correct. Chong Minor could not help but silently cheer for Su Fei, who had finally grasped the importance of considering the patient's perspective. Victory seemed assured. Su Yu and Old Wu nodded in agreement, sharing a smile. As they had finally turned the tide, Hua Xiaotang declared Su Fei the winner. Zhu Simio stood frozen, pale as a ghost. He understood the benefits of Tianshui massage but had never anticipated its application in this manner. Beside him, Zhang Jitong observed the graceful figure with an intriguing gaze. I have already informed you that Su Fei is the sister of Su Yu, the esteemed physician, and she is not an ordinary individual. The students of the medical institute reacted with remarkable composure. A 2-to-1 outcome was still within the realm of acceptance. Zhu Simio was, after all, the least formidable among the 5, especially when pitted against a strikingly beautiful opponent. They were confident that their fellow practitioners, Brother Zhang and Sister Shen, would undoubtedly triumph over their adversaries. Hong Shouyuan absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. At last, it is our turn to take the stage. Chapter 54, Friendship First. Competition second, go for it, Hong Shouyuan. Chong Minor felt compelled to encourage him, as Zhang Jitong was the second in command of the opposing team and not so easily dealt with. Su Fei added, it's all up to you, Hong Shouyuan. Zhao Dehai nodded vigorously, his gaze brimming with expectation, an unspoken understanding hanging in the air. Hong Shouyuan flashed them a grin. Li Yanxing patted him on the shoulder, saying, Brother, avenge me. Hong Shouyuan raised an eyebrow, retorting, every grievance has its source. It is Qin Wang who defeated you, so seek him out for retribution. With that, he swaggered over to Zhang Jitong. Zhang Jitong barely acknowledged him. But Hong Shouyuan remained unfazed, cheerfully asking, will you go first, or shall I? Zhang Jitong pondered whether allowing Hong to go first would lead him to mimic his actions, and thus considered demonstrating magnanimity by letting Hong take the lead. However, before he could respond, Hong Shouyuan interjected, I think it would be better if I went first. I don't mind giving you a slight advantage. After all, friendship is paramount, and competition comes second. His words, neither too harsh nor too soft, were perfectly audible to everyone present. Chong Minor couldn't help but chuckle. Hong Shouyuan was quite the clever one, never one to allow others to take advantage of him. It seemed he had devised a strategy to contend with Zhang Jitong, likely employing a tactic of provocation. Zhang Jitong nearly spat blood in indignation, thinking to himself, who do you think you are? Does Zhang Jitong need to take advantage of you? Realizing Hong's confidence, he decided not to yield further and declared, then I shall go first, casting Hong a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. The judges, including young Guangyan, regarded Hong Shouyuan with contempt. This young man was slick of tongue, clearly trying to gain an upper hand while cloaking his intentions in grandiloquent rhetoric. Only Old Wu's eyes gleamed with a spark of insight, recognizing that this impudent youth was also adept at psychological warfare. As they conversed, the fourth patient entered. The individual, in his 40s or 50s, clutched his abdomen, his expression one of considerable distress. Upon seeing the two young men, his discomfort seemed to intensify, prompting him to plead with the doctors at the judging table, Doctors, I can no longer endure this pain. Could you please treat me directly? I can return another day for their examinations. The incoming patient had been briefed by the clinic staff that today was an assessment day, and the students would examine him first, with the doctors providing treatment afterward. Zhang Jitong smiled and said, Sir, you appear flushed and in pain. It seems your stomach is unwell, correct? Please, have a seat, and I will assist you. Reluctantly, the man complied. As Zhang Jitong began to take his pulse while asking him to open his mouth to examine his tongue, Hong Shouyuan leaned in closer to observe. But Zhang Jitong shot him a disdainful glance. Hong Shouyuan merely smiled and gestured invitingly. After assessing the pulse and noting a yellow, greasy tongue coating, Zhang Jitong inquired gently, Sir, do you often experience dryness and bitterness in your mouth, restless nights, and frequent gastric burning pain that feels urgent and accompanied by sour belching? The man paused in surprise, nodding in acknowledgement, thinking, this young man possesses considerable skill. Zhang Jitong had already deduced that this gentleman was suffering from liver and stomach heat syndrome and promptly prepared to write a prescription. Han Xiaoyuan, astonished, remarked, "You've already diagnosed him." Zhang Jitong scoffed disdainfully, his expression haughty, and retorted, "What else could it be?" Han Xiaoyuan blinked a few times, questioning, "Are you certain?" Zhang Jitong, disinterested, busied himself with writing a prescription. Han Xiaoyuan called out to him, "Are you really finished?" Zhang Jitong furrowed his brow, glaring at him in displeasure, thinking, "What do you mean by finished? You're the one who's truly done for." Han Xiaoyuan rubbed his nose, murmuring in frustration, "I kindly reminded you, and yet you seem displeased. I said I would go first, but you insisted on taking the lead, even when I offered you the advantage." The students of the medical school regarded Han Xiaoyuan as if he were a curiosity, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this fellow out of his mind? How dare he mock Brother Long? Who could tell? He certainly put on airs, yet it was unclear what substance lay beneath that facade." Chong Minor watched Han Xiaoyuan with great interest. Like her, he had been concealing his true abilities, and now it seemed he was ready to reveal his genuine talents. Chapter 55. "You strike my signboard." Han Xiaoyuan assessed the pulse and remarked, "Uncle, you must be in considerable pain at the moment." The uncle grimaced, replying, Indeed. It is quite torturous. Please hurry and take care of it. I need to summon a doctor for treatment." Han Xiaoyuan responded, "There is no need for a doctor. This is but a trifling matter. You should lie down over there." With a gentle push, he guided the uncle to a nearby bed and began to assist him in removing his garments, saying, "Rest assured, uncle, if I fail to alleviate your suffering, you may very well ruin my reputation." The uncle, genuinely intimidated by his words, complied and lay down. The onlookers in the hall were either dumbfounded, scoffing in disbelief, or twitching at the corners of their eyes, but each person was left pondering, what exactly is this fellow up to? Chong Minor chuckled silently, thinking to herself how preposterous it was for him to speak of a ruined reputation when he had none to begin with. Han Xiaoyuan then produced a set of silver needles, his previously playful demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness. He focused intently on the acupuncture points, decisively piercing the needles into Rongwan, Neguan, Zisongli, Qihai, Guanyuan, and Sanyinjiu. Seeing Han Xiaoyuan administering acupuncture, Yang Guangyan exclaimed, "This is madness. Dear Su, you ought to stop your apprentice immediately. Should anything untoward occur, you shall bear full responsibility." "Wait a moment," interjected Hua Xiaotan, observing Han Xiaoyuan's actions with unwavering attention. Su Yu exchanged glances with Old Wu. Su Yu's expression inquired, "Is this also part of your teachings?" Old Wu innocently shook his head, asserting, "I certainly did not instruct him in such matters. Uncle, lie still for 15 minutes. If the pain does not diminish after that, you may return these needles to me. Now, I shall prepare a prescription. Acupuncture alone is insufficient. We must also incorporate medicinal treatment." After soothing the uncle, Han Xiaoyuan approached the medical table. Noticing Zhang Jitong sitting there with a dazed expression, his disbelief palpable, Han Xiaoyuan smiled, "Zhang, have you yet to finish your prescription? Would you like assistance?" Zhang Jitong, with a sullen expression, grunted in response and vacated his seat. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaotan, retaining the needles, glanced at two prescriptions and erupted into laughter. Yang Guangyan, intrigued, leaned over. "What is it? Is it vastly incorrect?" Hua Xiaotan handed him the prescriptions. "Vice President Yang, the outcome is already determined." Yang Guangyan took a glance, noting they were all variations of Danqi Shio powder. He scoffed, "Isn't this the same thing?" Hua Xiaotan replied leisurely, "Do continue reading." Yang Guangyan's gaze fell further. Reading aloud, "Administer acupuncture daily, piercing Zhongwan, Neguan, Zisongli, with each session lasting 15 minutes. Dear Su, among your students, there are indeed hidden talents." Hua Xiaotan commented to Su Yu, though his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Chong Minor. Han Xiaoyuan was indeed impressive, but it was Chong Minor who truly captivated attention, leaving curiosity about her performance that day. "Oh, it is merely a gathering of the unremarkable, hardly worth mentioning," Su Yu modestly replied. Yet his eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded Sun Pangzi. Sun Pangzi grumbled, "It is still too early to discern whether they are dragons or mere insects." Old Wu shot him a disdainful glance. "Sun Fatty, if you do not comprehend, it would be wise to exercise some humility. The Hua family's silver needles are unparalleled. One glance is enough to discern victory from defeat." Sun Fatty's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort. The fame of Hua Renli's silver needle was renowned throughout the land, and naturally, the Hua family would not be lacking in skill. A quarter of an hour passed. Hong Shouyuan approached the elder and inquired, "Uncle, how do you feel now?" The elder's expression had visibly relaxed, and a smile broke across his face. "It seems to hurt much less now." Zhang Jitong's countenance was graver than that of the earlier Zhu Ximiu. He had anticipated that someone emerging from a corner could actually practice acupuncture. His defeat felt utterly unjust. Hong Shouyuan regarded him with sympathy. "I told you so. I was the first to come, yet you chose not to listen." Chapter 56. The decisive match. Hong Shouyuan, with his remarkable acupuncture skills, decisively defeated Zhang Jitong, dazzling the entire faculty and students of the medical academy with his striking prowess, reminiscent of a sleek black horse. This outcome was indeed difficult to accept, yet acceptance was inevitable. After all, practitioners of acupuncture among the newcomers were exceedingly rare. The fault lay solely with their own complacency. Assuming that the Rejuvenation Hall could not possibly harbor such talent, Zhang Jitong returned to the ranks, his face a mask of indignation. While Cui Wangrong consoled him, "There is no need for concern. The only formidable opponent on their side is this individual. The true trump card of the medical academy has yet to be revealed." Behind them, Sheng Rulang remarked with indifference, "This person is indeed formidable, yet should we cross paths, victory is not guaranteed for him." Su Xiling, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Do not underestimate your opponent, let them diagnose first. It is currently a stalemate, and the final match will determine the victor. While I hold great confidence in you, we cannot afford to lose now." Sheng Rulang cast a sidelong glance at Chongmina, who was celebrating with Hong Shouyuan, contemplating, "Even if this Chong excels in acupuncture, it will not exempt her from defeat at my hands." Hong Shouyuan gestured toward the opposing camp. "Chongmina, it seems your opponent looks down upon you." Chongmina turned her gaze to Sheng Rulang, who met her stare with an air of serene indifference, her clear eyes reflecting disdain. Indeed, the members of the medical academy often harbored an inflated sense of self-worth, having been raised amidst praise and accolades, leading to a sense of arrogance. Such an attitude would not carry them far. Chongmina held high hopes for Sheng Rulang, wishing for her to surpass Sheng Xintong, thus urging, "Sheng Rulang, do not let the halo above your head cloud your judgment or confuse your heart. On the path of healing, one must maintain a humble spirit." Zhao Dehai, sensing the pressure on Chongmina, advised, "Chongmina, remain calm and do not burden yourself with excessive stress. Achieving 2 victories in a contest like today is already commendable, especially with Hong Shouyuan having eliminated their second seed. The Rejuvenation Hall may be defeated but remains honorable. Of course, winning is ideal, yet their 5th contestant, having joined the medical academy merely a month ago, is not to be underestimated. Thus, while hope is essential, it is crucial to maintain a balanced mindset." Su Fei added, "Chongmina, simply do your best. Should you lose, we will not place blame upon you." Chongmina smiled and nodded. Su Fei's words reflected her growing maturity, a departure from her former competitive and prideful demeanor. The 5th match commenced. Within the hall, 2 women of similar age locked eyes. One exuded the aloofness of a cold plum in winter, while the other radiated the gentle warmth of a rose in the breeze. Hua Xiaotan found himself sitting a little straighter, having come to witness Chongmina unleash her prowess. "After you," Sheng Rulang stated coldly. Chongmina initially hoped that Hong Shouyuan would secure a victory, leading to a draw in this round. After all, the medical pavilion is akin to the favored child of the Imperial Hospital, while the Rejuvenation Hall is merely a stepchild. There is no need for a fierce competition, especially when not contending for a direct promotion to the Imperial Hospital. However, this notion displeased Vice Ding Yang, who is known for his narrow-mindedness and penchant for holding grudges. In her previous life, she had faced considerable adversity at his hands. Furthermore, Sheng Rulang belongs to the Sheng family, and Minor did not wish to place her in an uncomfortable position. Yet, Sheng Rulang's demeanor was becoming a source of concern. "I fear that if I make the first move, you might not have a chance," Chongmina remarked with a subtle smile. Sheng Rulang retorted with a slight scoff. "Oh really? That would be ideal, as I do not wish for my opponent to be too weak. A victory would lose its charm." Chapter 57. The old wretched lagged the 5th patient limped into the room, leaning on a cane. Upon seeing so many people, he momentarily froze and turned to leave. "Oh, sir, please don't go. We had an agreement, didn't we? If you are willing to cooperate today, we will waive the consultation and medicine fees." The medical staff gently urged him. The elderly man, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I fear I might frighten everyone." The staff assisted him further inside, reassuring him, "It's all right, it's all right." How could a doctor be afraid of this? Just relax. Chong Minor noticed the old gentleman's difficulty in walking and his evident trepidation. She stepped forward to assist him, kindly asking, Sir, what happened to your leg? The elderly man trembled as he sat down, bashfully saying, My dear girl, perhaps it would be better to call another doctor. Chong Minor smiled and responded, Sir, we medical students do not shy away from any ailment. Allow me to roll up your pant leg. Despite detecting a foul odor, Chong Minor harbored no disdain. As a healer, her duty was to alleviate the suffering of her patients and hasten their recovery. She carefully rolled up the old man's pants, revealing a pair of legs that were grotesquely rotting. Sheng Rulong couldn't help but frown. It was utterly repulsive. The students at the medical hall gasped in astonishment, some casting worried glances at Sheng Rulong, feeling indignant that such a revolting case had fallen upon her. In contrast, the students from the rejuvenation hall remained composed, finding nothing amiss. After 2 months in the medical institution, they had witnessed far more gruesome sights and had greater faith in Chong Minor. Let us not forget that she had spent an entire month tending to bandages soaked in pus and blood. Old Wu, whose brows had been tightly furrowed, now relaxed. A wretched leg was no challenge for Chong Minor. Chronic ulcers, often referred to as wretched legs, commonly occur in patients who have been standing for prolonged periods or carrying heavy loads, frequently accompanied by varicose veins in the lower limbs. Initially, there is merely inflammation, which then leads to ulcers. Without timely treatment, the condition worsens, deepening and expanding until the skin entirely necroses, ultimately resulting in osteomyelitis, necessitating amputation. Chong Minor maintained her composure as she meticulously examined the old man's leg. The tendons had been damaged, and a significant area of the skin was already necrotic, with the ulcer displaying a large cavity filled with pus and exuding a terrible stench. However, the destruction of bone was not yet pronounced, indicating that despite the severity, the condition was still salvageable. Having assessed the situation, Chong Minor rose and inquired of Sheng Rulong, the old man's wound requires treatment. Would you prefer to handle it, or shall I? Sheng Rulong pressed her lips together, her expression wavering, genuinely uncertain about her decision. She possessed countless techniques at her disposal, from acupuncture to massage. Yet this particular case was one she found hard to confront. Chong Minor silently sighed. A great physician must cultivate a tranquil mind and unwavering intent, devoid of desires, first nurturing a profound compassion and a vow to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. If one cannot even face a pair of wretched legs, how can they ever hope to become a true healer? This step must ultimately be taken. It is essential to understand that giving up equates to conceding defeat. Chong Minor gazed intently at Sheng Rulong, hoping she would not abandon her aspirations. The Sheng family, in their pursuit of medicine, must first remember the principles of sincere dedication to healing. Sheng Rulong, being a member of the Sheng family, could not afford such disgrace. However, after much struggle, she finally uttered, I can treat his leg with medication. Chong Minor shook her head in disappointment, but you are aware that the old man's ulcer must be properly addressed. Otherwise, no matter how effective the medication, it would be futile. Sheng Rulong bit her lip. These matters can be entrusted to the medical staff. What if there are no medical personnel by your side? Will you simply stand by and watch the patient suffer and perish? Chong Minor felt not only disappointment but also a flicker of anger. As a healer, how could she utter such words of evasion? With such a mindset, how could Sheng Rulong even consider surpassing Shen Xintong? She did not even deserve to be called a healer. Chapter 58, The Little Fox Sheng Rulong. You are unworthy of being a healer. Chong Minor's expression turned cold, her voice low yet powerful. To have the ability yet refuse to act is no different from witnessing death and doing nothing. Sheng Rulong's heart trembled. On what grounds could she say such a thing? Was it merely because she was less afraid of getting dirty? Did that grant her the authority to dismiss her medical skills? Did she truly know which medicines to use, or how to provide care? Chong Minor, at best. You are fit to be a nurse, Sheng Rulong declared, raising her proud head and gazing coldly at Chong Minor. With a mocking smile, Chong Minor retorted, unfortunately, you lack even that qualification. With that, she exited the hall. Their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, leaving the onlookers unaware of its content. Upon Chong Minor's departure, Fat Song burst into laughter, exclaiming, It seems our medical pavilion has triumphed this time. Dear Su, I concede to you. Old Wu shot him a disdainful glance. What as the rush? With her departure, is there still a need for a competition? Fat Song scoffed in response. Yang Guangnian was about to rise to announce the outcome when Hua Xiaoten leisurely interjected, Everyone, please remain calm, the best is yet to come. As he spoke, Chong Minor returned, carrying a tray filled with various instruments and medicines. She posed the question to Sheng Rulang once more. Have you made your decision? Sheng Rulang's heart was a tempest of indecision. The thought of losing in this manner was intolerable. She glanced at the anxious faces of her teachers and seniors from the medical pavilion. Their hopes rested on her. Her failure would be their failure. A burden she could not bear. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her teeth, resolute in her determination. Chong Minor, I will not concede. With that, Sheng Rulang picked up a silver needle and crouched beside the old man's foot. A barely perceptible smile graced Chong Minor's lips. Now that is more like it. As she pierced the abscess, a thick, foul yellow liquid oozed forth. Sheng Rulang felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, fighting to suppress her urge to vomit. Yet Chong Minor remained composed, unperturbed. Though she abhorred Chong Minor's earlier aggressiveness, she couldn't help but admire her dedication to her craft, a quality Sheng Rulang recognized she lacked. The teachers and students of the medical pavilion sighed in relief. As long as Sheng Rulang was involved in the wound treatment, the subsequent medication and care would proceed without issue. Su Fixiu frowned slightly. It seemed just now that Sheng Rulang was about to give up. Chong Minor should have seized that opportunity. Han Shouyuan cryptically replied, if Chong Minor were to do so, she would cease to be Chong Minor. Li Shiqi scoffed, as if you know her so well. Han Shouyuan smirked. A frog at the bottom of a well can never comprehend the vastness of the sky. What? Are you calling me a frog at the bottom of a well? Li Shiqi retorted, flustered. Su Fei hushed them. What are you arguing about? Can't you see the occasion? Old Wu, seated prominently, wore a look of satisfaction. He had not misjudged her. With such talent and spirit, it would be difficult for her not to become a great physician. Su Yu also nodded slightly, noting that she bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed Shen Xintong of years past. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yu found himself momentarily taken aback. Shen Xintong was not merely the object of his affection, she was also the pinnacle of his aspirations in the pursuit of medicine. How could he have possibly conflated Chong Minor with Shen Xintong? A subtle ripple danced in the depths of Huo Shoutang's phoenix-like eyes as he contemplated. Oh, Chong Minor, today you have truly broadened my horizons. It was through your concession that perhaps another skilled physician may emerge in this world. By taking a step back, you have not only garnered a splendid reputation but also ensured that today's contest concludes joyously, leaving no one offended. Chong Minor, you are indeed a cunning and worldly little fox. Chapter 59. The best outcome. When Yang Guangnian announced the fifth round as a draw, holding the two indistinguishable prescriptions, a gasp arose from the medical pavilion. How could this be? Sheng Rulang had not emerged victorious. Sun Pengzi's expression darkened. This outcome was beyond his expectations. The so-called elites of the medical pavilion had drawn against the Rejuvenation Hall in their one-on-one contest. Though a draw, it felt akin to defeat. He had confidently boasted before Director Lu, and now how would he explain this upon his return? With a disgruntled flick of his sleeve, Sun Pengzi departed without a backward glance, followed closely by the faculty and students of the medical pavilion, each wearing a grim countenance. Sheng Rulang slowed her pace, hesitating momentarily before approaching Chong Minor, maintaining her proud demeanor. Chong Minor, in the next competition, I shall surely triumph over you. Chong Minor replied with a calm smile. Let us discuss it once you have defeated me. Sheng Rulang felt perplexed. From where did Chong Minor derive such confidence, remaining so poised? Just you wait. Sheng Rulang retorted coldly. Yang Guangnian, too, felt a lack of enthusiasm. He had come to support the medical pavilion, yet the results were disappointing. Dr. Su, do not dwell too much on today's outcome. Prepare diligently for the competition in 3 months, he remarked indifferently. Su Yu discerned the deeper meaning in Yan's words. The Rejuvenation Hall had merely stumbled upon a draw by sheer luck, and they should not celebrate prematurely. The true test would reveal itself in 3 months. He would certainly ensure that the students prepared earnestly. Su Yu smiled and bowed respectfully as he bid farewell to Vice Ding Yang. As Hua Xiaotan passed by Chong Minor, he quickly winked at her. Chong Minor feigned ignorance. Was he so eager for others to know of their acquaintance? With the irrelevant parties departed, Su Yu and Old Wu approached with smiles. Everyone performed admirably today, particularly Han Shouyuan and Chong Minor. However, one must not grow complacent and must continue to strive for excellence, Su Yu advised kindly. We could have won if Chong Minor had held back, Li Shiqi complained. Old Wu shot her a glare. You know nothing, Li Shiqi replied, feeling wronged. It's plainly obvious. Sheng Rulang was disgusted and nearly gave up, yet Chong Minor insisted on working together to treat the wounds. Isn't that holding back? Su Yu let out a dismissive scoff. Had Chong Minor not held back, we would have lost today. What do you mean? The confusion was palpable. Not only did Li Shiqi struggle to comprehend, but Li Yanxun and Xu Fei were equally baffled. Xu Fei asked, why? Old Wu rolled his eyes and muttered 2 words, foolishness. Su Yu patted Old Wu on the shoulder. Come, let us go for a drink. Li Shiqi and the others were left dumbfounded. Chong Minor's restraint was being praised. What was the reasoning behind this? Hadn't they always emphasized the importance of winning? Zhao Dehai, the elder brother, took on the responsibility of elucidating the matter. Do you not understand why Vice Ding Yang was present? Did you truly believe that winning this time would earn us the respect of the Imperial Hospital? Do not forget, the medical pavilion is subordinate to the Imperial Hospital. Defeating them would only serve to embarrass the Imperial Hospital, which would consequently regard us with even greater disdain. Do we truly believe that if we were to lose, they would regard us more favorably? Xu Fei expressed a differing opinion. Zhao Dehai chuckled softly. Thus, a draw would be the most advantageous outcome. They would neither be able to criticize our errors nor underestimate our capabilities. Chong Minor, do you not share this sentiment? However, Chong Minor's thoughts were far more intricate. Having spent time at the Medical Institute and the Imperial Hospital, she was acutely aware of the true nature of certain individuals. In her previous life, her downfall stemmed from her excessive straightforwardness and inability to adapt to circumstances, leaving her oblivious to the manner of her demise. Of course, there lingered a hint of personal bias. After all, Sheng Rulong was a member of the Sheng family. I had considered it deeply. I merely felt that even in victory, the people from the Medical Institute would remain unsatisfied, Chong Minor replied perfunctorily. Chapter 60, captured after the competition concluded. Hua Xiaoteng hurried to report the outcome to Mu Hong. Upon hearing the news, Mu Hong wore a knowing smile, as Hua Xiaoteng, the medical enthusiast, had finally rendered an astute judgment concerning matters beyond the realm of medicine. The little fox, is she not a cunning little vixen? Since the competition ended in a draw, Old Wu decided to retain all 10 participants, assigning each team a day. With merely 5 days remaining before the formal apprentice assessment at Huichangtan, although Chong Minor and the others had already met the requirements for official apprentices, Su Yu insisted that they all partake in the evaluation, ensuring equality for everyone. Nevertheless, in light of their remarkable performance during the competition, Su Yu resolved to grant them an additional 2 days of leave. Chong Minor, upon your return to the village, could you possibly check on my parents? Air Niu expressed her envy for Chong Minor's time off. As if you needed to ask, Chong Minor replied with a playful scolding. As Air Niu saw Chong Minor off, she noticed Han Xiuyuan waiting at the gate. Han Xiuyuan, are you truly not going home? Chong Minor inquired, as the next holiday was uncertain. Han Xiuyuan pouted slightly. If you depart and I leave as well, what will happen to Tianyu and the others? Oh, this fellow possesses quite the sense of responsibility. His grandiose declaration made Chong Minor feel a twinge of guilt. Observing her unease, Han Xiuyuan grinned and said, I was merely jesting, my home is far away. And 2 days would hardly suffice for a round trip, so I might as well stay. Where is your home, then? Chong Minor queried, intrigued. As Han Xiuyuan had never mentioned his family. Given his exceptional medical skills, one could only surmise he either came from a prestigious lineage or had been guided by a renowned mentor. Han Xiuyuan rubbed his nose. A cryptic smile flickering in his bright eyes. Are you interested in visiting my home? Chong Minor rolled her eyes. Who wishes to visit your home? I merely asked out of curiosity. Time is of the essence. I must be on my way. You are in charge of Air Niu and Tianyu. Would you like me to accompany you? Han Xiuyuan offered with a smile. No need. I am quite familiar with the route. Chong Minor waved him off and stepped out of the courtyard. Han Xiuyuan watched her diminutive figure vanish at the alley's end, the smile in his eyes gradually fading, revealing a hint of melancholy. While everyone else joyfully returned home, he found himself without a place to go. Chong Minor first visited the market to purchase a tiger hat, a small vest, and little shoes for her nephew. She bought a pouch of tobacco for her father, a piece of fabric for her mother and sister-in-law, new shoes for her brother, a jug of wine for Air Niu's father, and 2 pounds of pork from the butcher, spending half of her modest savings, and returned laden with gifts. Upon arriving at Shirley Pool, Chong Minor first went to Air Niu's home, delivering the wine and a pound of pork to Aunt Li, claiming they were from Air Niu. However, Aunt Li's expression turned grave as she asked, Minor, did you rush back because you knew something was amiss at home? Chong Minor was taken aback. What has happened at home? What? You are unaware. Your brother has been taken by the officials, Antley replied. Chong Minor was astonished. What has my brother done? Antley sighed heavily. Minor, you should return home at once. Her tone suggested that there was more to the story than she could convey. Chong Minor, her mind in turmoil, hurriedly bid farewell and sprinted home. As she entered the courtyard, she called out loudly, Father, Mother, I am back. Upon hearing her voice, Mrs. Wu rushed out from the house, astonished. Minor, what brings you back? Mother, where is my brother? I heard from Antley that he has been taken away. What on earth is happening? Chong Minor inquired anxiously. Chapter 61, Seeking assistance. Your father, hindered by his mobility, is unable to venture into the mountains for hunting. The once abundant hunting grounds have been seized by the nobility, transforming them into private preserves, barring the common folk from entry. Your brother, after a considerable effort, managed to catch a roe deer, believing that the musk from the deer could fetch a handsome price. In his desperation, he fiercely resisted any attempts to seize the deer from him. In truth, he never even laid a hand on that wealthy landowner's son. Instead, several of Zhen's servants dragged him away after the son fell from his horse and broke his leg, subsequently placing the blame squarely on your brother. Wang wept as she recounted the events. Chong Minor, infuriated, exclaimed, How could my honest brother ever resort to stealing someone else's catch? It is clear that Zhen's son is merely shifting the blame. Your father, accompanied by the village headman, visited the Zhang family today to plead for leniency. However, the headman remarked that Zhang is exceedingly arrogant, being a relative of the magistrate, rendering any plea futile. Yet, what options do we have now? Wang sobbed quietly. Chong Minor realized that her father's endeavor was likely in vain. Zhang was notorious in the region for his tyrannical behavior, wielding his connections to the government with impunity. His malevolent reputation for bullying the weak made it evident that your brother's troubles with the Zhang family would not easily resolve. What of my sister-in-law? Chong Minor wondered aloud. She had returned home some time ago but had yet to see her sister-in-law emerge. Wang ceded, Do not mention that wretched woman. Upon hearing that your brother had clashed with the young master of the Zhang family and was taken by the authorities, she fled back to her mother's house with the children, taking the last of our silver with her. Chong Minor found herself unable to contain her frustration. Her sister-in-law's actions were unconscionable, truly embodying the saying that birds of a feather flock together, yet in times of peril, they take flight. As they conversed, a voice called from outside, Sister Chong, come quickly. Wang hastily wiped her tears, and the two rushed outside, only to be taken aback by the sight of Chong Zhenda, blooded and supported by the village headman. What has happened? Were you not supposed to be pleading for leniency? Wang exclaimed, panic-stricken, unsure where to place her hands in her distress. The headman explained, Do not mention it. We barely had a word before Zhen's men charged in and attacked. Had I not intervened, Zhenda would have been beaten to death. How could they be so unreasonable? Are you all right, dear husband? Wang's heart ached with helplessness, tears streaming down her face. Together, they helped Chong Zhenda to the bed. I am fine, I shall survive. He weakly gestured, his vision blurred by blood as he caught sight of Chong Minor. Minor, you have returned. Dad. Chong Minor choked on her words. She had come home in high spirits, only to find despair enveloping the household, her brother imprisoned, her sister-in-law fled, and now her father injured. Was there truly no path for the impoverished in this world? Thank you, esteemed headman, for bringing my father back, Chong Minor said, bowing respectfully. The headman sighed. I have done little to assist you. You must find a doctor for Zhenda. His injuries require immediate attention. After the headman departed, Chong Minor examined her father's wounds. His head was lacerated, and his body was covered in bruises, though fortunately, no bones were broken. Chong Minor performed a simple bandaging for her father, offering him some words of caution. She turned to her mother and said, Mother, please take good care of father. I shall return to the city momentarily to procure some invigorating medicine and medicinal wine for him. The Zhang family's attitude was evidently one of unwillingness to resolve matters amicably. Their intent seemed to be to bring harm. They possessed both wealth and influence, and it appeared that her only recourse was to seek assistance from that individual. Considering it a favor owed to her. Chapter 62. Count it as a favor. Before Chong Minor reached the village entrance, she heard Juzi calling her from behind. Chong Minor. Wait a moment. Turning back, she saw Juzi hastening towards her with a bullock cart. I went to your house. And your mother said you were heading to the city to buy medicine. I can take you there with my cart, Juzi offered. In a hurry. Chong Minor did not stand on ceremony. Thank you, brother Juzi, she replied. No need for thanks, we are all from the same village, Juzi said. Upon arriving in the city, Chongming first headed to the Huichang town to purchase medicine. Upon seeing her, Fu smiled and remarked, "Hey, aren't you on break? Why haven't you returned home?" After a competition between Huichang town and the medical clinic, Fu treated Chongming with much more courtesy. "My father was injured, and I came to buy some blood-activating powder to dissolve the bruise," Chongming explained. "Oh dear. Is the injury serious? If it is, you should definitely have a doctor take a look," Fu replied while preparing the medicine. "It's not too serious," Chongming reassured him. "How much do I owe you?" "You can just give me 10 won, since you are from Huichang town. It's half price," Fu said. After paying, Chongming expressed her gratitude and hurriedly exited the apothecary to hand the medicine to Juzi. "Brother Juzi, could you please take the medicine back for me? I have some matters to attend to and will return later." Juzi glanced at the sky, hesitating. "Should I wait for you?" "No need. My father is waiting for the medicine," Chongming insisted. "I'm counting on you." Juzi nodded. "Take care of yourself then." Watching Juzi leave, Chongming proceeded to the home of the so-called relative arranged by Mu Hong, requesting to see him. The full uncle asked her to wait and went to inform Mu Hong. Chongming waited anxiously, her heart racing as darkness began to fall. Would Mu Hong not come at all? After all, once he had used her, was there still a need to meet? It seemed she had sought the wrong person. As she contemplated leaving, she found herself at a loss for whom to turn to for help. Su Yu? He was merely a 6th-rank imperial physician. Would a 3rd-rank provincial governor take him seriously? Chongming bit her lip, determined to wait for Mu Hong regardless. As dusk deepened and the hour of Su approached, footsteps finally echoed outside. Chongming hurried to open the door and was met with the sight of Mu Hong, dressed in a flowing azure robe, adorned with a jade belt, striding towards her. The moonlight, silver and ethereal, illuminated his strikingly handsome face, casting a soft, jade-like glow that was both captivating and resplendent. Noticing Chongming's entranced expression, Mu Hong smiled gently. "What brings you to seek me with such urgency?" Snapping back to reality, Chongming awkwardly averted her gaze. "Oh, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. May we step inside to talk? I stood in court all day today." Mu Hong chuckled lightly. "Of course." Chongming quickly stepped aside to let him enter. Once seated, the full uncle promptly served tea before silently retreating, closing the door behind him. "Speak freely. What is it?" Mu Hong inquired, observing her composed demeanor and feeling reassured that it was likely not a grave matter. He had just returned home, having changed his clothes in haste upon hearing she was looking for him. It appears that the only thing capable of summoning him at will is the imperial decree. Yet he came without a moment's hesitation. Chongming, without indulging in false pleasantries, directly stated, "My brother has been apprehended by the magistrate's office. Could you possibly intercede with the Lord Prefect on his behalf?" Fearing a refusal, she added, "Should you grant me this favor, I will owe you a debt of gratitude. And in the future, if you find yourself in need of my assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige." Chapter 63. Dine with me. Mu Hong squinted with keen interest as he observed Chongming. This girl exhibited not the slightest hint of anxiety, displaying an unwavering confidence that he would assist her. Nonetheless, the conditions she proposed were quite agreeable to him. "What trouble has your brother found himself in?" Mu Hong leisurely sipped his tea. "My brother is not in trouble. He has merely fallen victim to treachery." Chongming recounted the events with clarity. Mu Hong's handsome brows furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Gao Lan." A young attendant promptly entered, cupping his fists in respect. "What are your orders?" "My lord." Mu Hong removed a jade token from his waist and instructed, "Take my jade token to the capital's government office and seek out Lord Dong. Just tell him." He paused, suddenly realizing he did not know Chongming's brother's name. "Chong Yongnan, with Yong meaning brave and Nan meaning man," Chongming clarified. "A valiant man. Is it?" Mu Hong mused, glancing at Chongming, who appeared as fragile as a newly hatched chick. He found it difficult to envision her brother as a figure of valor. "Very well. You shall inform him that Chong Yongnan is your relative." He turned to Gao Lan. Gao Lan's lips twitched slightly, aware that his lord seemed fond of assigning relatives. "Understood," he replied, not daring to voice any dissent. Even if his lord claimed that Chong Yongnan was his father, he would not question it. After Gao Lan departed, Chongming asked with uncertainty, "Is that all it takes to resolve the matter?" Mu Hong cast a nonchalant glance her way. "A 5th-rank official from a minister's household. Although I am not a minister myself, there are few in the capital who would dare to openly oppose me." Chongming pouted, internally scoffing, indeed. While they may not dare to confront you openly, they are certainly bold enough to plot behind your back. Rest assured, await the news. If that wealthy John possesses any discernment, he will surely come to apologize by tomorrow, Mu Hong asserted with confidence. Yet Chen Minor harbored doubts. If he claimed her brother was his relative, there might be a chance. A glint of cold amusement flickered in Mu Heng's eyes. Should he fail to appear, his son shall be deprived of one of his legs. Chen Minor widened her eyes in shock. This man was exceedingly domineering. No wonder he was dubbed the Little Overlord, however. Dealing with a scoundrel like Zhang required an even greater ferocity to ensure he would not dare to bully again. Have you dined yet? Mu Hong inquired in a calm tone. Chen Minor shook her head, unable to eat with her troubles unresolved. Have your cousin fetch some dishes, he suggested. Chen Minor stifled the urge to roll her eyes. Cousin? That's merely your fabrication, not mine. No need, I'm not hungry. I must return to Shirley Pool, she replied. Mu Hong frowned slightly. You may not be hungry, but I am. I haven't eaten yet. I came here first to help you resolve your issue. Did you not say that you would never refuse me any requests? Now, I insist you accompany me for a meal. But my mother is waiting for me. Chen Minor lamented. It's quite late. If I do not return soon, she will surely worry. Mu Hong remained unfazed. There is no harm in a slight delay. At worst, I shall send a carriage to escort you back later. The sky had darkened. Did she really intend to walk back to Shilpu on her own two legs? A young girl traversing the night path, unafraid of encountering ill-intentioned individuals who might seize her and sell her away. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Minor relented. Very well. In light of his assistance, she would accompany him for a meal. Chapter 64, discarded. The efficiency of the faux uncle was remarkable. In no time at all, he had prepared a splendid feast. There was ginger stir-fried chicken, vinegar-flavored fish fillets, a medley of tomato beef soup, stir-fried free shreds, Buddha's hand cabbage, and corn with pine nuts, accompanied by a pot of Shaoxing rice wine. Mu Hong poured himself a drink and inquired if Chen Minor would like some. To which she promptly shook her head. As she gazed at the bountiful spread, Chen Minor felt her stomach rumble with hunger. However, she adhered to the etiquette of dining, waiting for the host to commence. Yet, Mu Hong remained fixed in his gaze upon her, showing no inclination to pick up his chopsticks. Chen Minor inwardly grumbled. Why are you staring at me? It's not as if I'm going to fill your stomach. Are you not hungry? If so, why not just eat? The two pairs of eyes locked in a silent standoff until Chen Minor, exasperated, finally exclaimed, Why aren't you eating? Furrowing his brow, Mu Hong replied, You may have refrained from pouring me wine, but at the very least, you could serve me a bowl of soup. Is this how one treats a benefactor? What? You expect me to serve you soup? Who do you think I am? Your maid? If we are speaking of benefactors, I am indeed your lifesaver. Chen Minor was left speechless by his audacity. Am I mistaken in saying this? When you aided me, I treated you to a meal, he asserted with conviction. Chen Minor could hardly contain her laughter at his audacity. Was his skin made of iron? Lord Mu, I saved your life twice. And you think a single meal suffices? I have yet to ask you for my medical fees. Did I not already pay you? He feigned innocence. When exactly did you compensate me? Chen Minor was tempted to jab him with her chopsticks. How could he lie so shamelessly? The box of pastries. Did it not contain silver notes beneath them? Mu Hong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You didn't throw that away, did you? Now it was Chen Minor's turn to be taken aback. Is that true? Mu Heng's expression darkened, left momentarily speechless. How could someone be so foolish? Had her eyesight failed her? Forget it, forget it. If you threw it away, then so be it. I had given it to you, after all. Mu Hong muttered, finally picking up his chopsticks to serve himself. Chen Minor, however, was incensed. While her intent in healing was never to seek riches, she was indeed in dire need of funds. The little silver she possessed had been taken by her sister-in-law, and her father was injured. Who gives medical fees so obliquely? It's not something shameful. Could you not just say it plainly? Hey! You're the one being foolish and yet you blame me. Mu Hong shot her an irritated glance. How could this possibly be her fault? It had been dark in the carriage. How could she have seen the silver notes? Moreover, the pastries could not be taken home, so she had discarded the entire box without a second thought. Thinking of the silver notes she had carelessly thrown away, Chen Minor felt a pang of anguish and asked despondently, How much did you give? Seeing her distressed expression, Mu Hong hesitated to reveal the actual amount. Having discarded it, what did it matter how much it was? Consider it an act of charity, a benevolence towards the impoverished. Mu Hong replied. Chongming gazed skyward in exasperation. She was a poor person at this very moment. Lowering her head, she silently picked up her chopsticks, but her heart felt heavy, rendering her unable to enjoy the lavish spread before her. Do not merely eat tofu. Your behavior is quite unappetizing. Seeing her dejected and devoid of appetite, Mu Hong too lost his desire to eat. Is it really such a trivial matter? Chongming rolled her eyes in response. You live a life of luxury, oblivious to the struggles of the world. Some impoverished families can't even afford tofu. Mind your own business. I simply prefer light meals, Chongming retorted. Mu Hong glanced at her petite figure and scoffed. No wonder you're as thin as a cat. Be careful not to remain stunted. Chapter 65. Eating tofu. Upon noticing where his gaze lingered, Chongming's face flushed with embarrassment, and she snapped. What business is it of yours whether I am thin or not? Mu Hong leisurely popped a slice of ginger into his mouth and replied, Of course. It has nothing to do with me. I merely intended to offer a friendly reminder. There's no need for your reminders, Chongming retorted. Though she nonetheless picked up a piece of chicken to eat. It mattered little if that particular area of her body grew or not. But her constitution should not be too frail. Being a doctor required strength. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Mu Hong's lips, his eyes glimmering with amusement. The sight of the little rascal blushing was rather endearing. Chongming stole a glance at him and, meeting his enigmatic, shimmering gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine. Surely, he could not still be concerned about her physical development. Hey! You should eat less ginger. She quickly changed the subject to divert his attention. Isn't ginger supposed to be beneficial? He shrugged, popping another slice into his mouth. Good things must be consumed at the right time. Haven't you heard the saying that one should not eat ginger in autumn within a year and not at night within a day? Chongming asserted. Mu Hong shook his head. I have only heard that one should eat radishes in winter and ginger in summer. When the topic of health arose, Chongming became animated, completely forgetting her earlier lament over the discarded banknotes. That assertion is not entirely correct. Ginger is warming, beneficial for the stomach, dispels dampness, and aids digestion. It can be consumed during the day, as daytime is associated with yang. Warming foods help to invigorate yang energy. At night, however, which belongs to yin, yang energy should be concentrated, allowing the body ample rest. Therefore, warming foods are not advisable at night, as they can disrupt sleep and harm your health. Mu Hong frowned. You so-called doctors are quite bothersome. There are so many rules even about eating. Pray tell, which of these dishes is permissible? Chongming pointed to the tofu. This one is edible. Mu Hong grumbled. You want me to only eat tofu? Of course, it is not just tofu, aside from ginger. All the other dishes here are acceptable. However, to punish you for your earlier rudeness, I shall deliberately nod seriously, Chongming replied. Mu Hong raised an eyebrow. Could this girl truly be toying with him? No wonder you would only eat tofu. Very well. For the sake of your health, this plate of tofu shall belong to you. My health is robust. The balance of yin and yang is of no concern to me. I shall manage that, he declared, pushing the plate of Buddha's hand tofu towards her and shifting the other dishes towards his own side. Chongming was taken aback. This fellow. He was not falling for her trick and had moved all the food to his side. What would she eat? Was this not akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? A classic case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice? That simply won't do. Your arrow wound has yet to heal. Chongming insisted, pushing the tofu back towards him and reclaiming the vinegar fish, refusing to let his scheme succeed. Why should she watch him feast while she was left with mere tofu? My injury has long since healed. It is of no concern, Mu Hong proclaimed as he snatched the vinegar fish from her hands. Oh! Who was it just days ago that claimed their arrow wound was unhealed and required someone else to take full responsibility? Chongming retorted, seizing the opportunity to counter him. Mu Hong's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that one should be careful with their words. Chongming, delighting in the hard-won dish of fragrant fish, relished every bite. This dish was indeed authentic, rivaling even that prepared by the imperial chefs. Observing her savor the meal with such enthusiasm, Mu Hong couldn't help but smile. It was clear that food tastes best when it is eagerly contested. Chapter 66. No face given. Having left a meal unfinished, Gao Lang returned. His eyes flickered as he glanced at Chongming, hesitating to speak. Mu Hong, understanding the unspoken tension, said to Chongming, I shall send someone to take you home. I will arrange matters regarding your brother. However, Chong Minor, anxious, inquired of Gao Lan, has Lord Dong refused to release my brother? Gao Lan's lips twitched as he pondered, ultimately absorbing the blame for the situation, stating, perhaps my subordinate's influence is insufficient. Did you not present Lord Mu's jade token? Is that not enough? Chong Minor, flustered by concern, failed to grasp Gao Lan's sincere intentions. Previously, had not Mu Hong spoken with such certainty? The mention of a minister's servant of the 5th rank and the Long family's impending apology yet. What was the outcome? They granted no face whatsoever. Gao Lan felt a sense of grievance within. My lady, do you not realize that some words are better left unspoken? Have you not seen the darkness clouding my lord's expression? Your inquiries only serve to further diminish his dignity. Mu Hong, with a grim countenance, coldly asked. What did that old curmudgeon say? Gao Lan hesitated before responding. Lord Zhang stated that a prince is no different from a commoner when it comes to the law. Mu Hong let out a chilling laugh. A prince is no different from a commoner. Very well, I shall engage him in a thorough discussion on the law. Gao Lan. Investigate his background. Gao Lan clasped his fists and accepted the task. Chong Minor had not anticipated the complexity of the situation. What began as a dispute between common folk had escalated into a battle of officials, leaving her deeply unsettled. Perhaps I should consider alternative solutions, she suggested, which only deepened Mu Heng's frustration. Did she truly not trust him? That old curmudgeon had not even granted him face. Who else could she turn to for assistance? The crown prince. Did she believe it wise for the prince to confront a 3rd-rank official over a mere commoner? Mu Hong replied irritably. Chong Minor fell silent. She had not suggested seeking the crown prince. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall resolve it. Within 3 days. That old curmudgeon will have no choice but to comply. If he cannot manage this trivial issue, he has no business in the capital. I apologize for causing you trouble, Chong Minor said despondently. Although the situation had not been resolved, she felt grateful for his earnestness. She had approached him merely with a mindset of trial and error. Yet he displayed no reluctance, readily agreeing to assist her. Such sincerity was more than sufficient. Noticing her self-reproachful demeanor, Mu Heng's expression softened. I will have someone escort you home. Once I have news, I will inform you. By the time Chong Minor returned to Shirley Pool, it was quite late. Wu Shi had been waiting for her and exclaimed upon her arrival, Minor, why have you returned so late? It is perilous for a young woman to travel at night. Chong Minor replied, I was waiting for Dr. Su at Huichang Hall, hoping to enlist his help. Did he agree? Wu Shi's eyes sparkled with hope. As they were utterly at a loss, lacking both funds and connections, Chong Minor nodded. Dr. Su mentioned he would inquire about anyone who has relations with the magistrate. She dared not reveal her meeting with Mu Hong, and given the current uncertainty, she could only feign reliance on Su Yu for the time being. Although it may not be entirely reliable, it certainly provides an additional avenue. Mrs. Wu remarked, Dear Su is indeed a good man. What about my father? Chong Minor glanced toward the eastern room. Your father has been thinking of you constantly. He simply couldn't hold on any longer and has just fallen asleep. Minor, have you eaten? I saved you some food. It's still warming in the pot. Empress Wu inquired with concern. Chong Minor smiled gently. Mother, I have dined at the Rejuvenation Hall. Mrs. Wu responded with an O, and suddenly remembered to ask, Minor, I completely forgot to ask, how did you return today? Chapter 67. Do not act recklessly. The next afternoon, Chong Minor returned to the city, intending to visit the government office to check on her brother's condition, hoping to see if he was suffering in confinement. To her dismay, she found herself unable to enter. Even after offering bribes, the guards dismissed her attempts, regarding her meager coins with disdain. Unable to see her brother, Chong Minor returned to Huichangtan in despair. Hong Shouyuan, having heard of her return, hurried to find her. Chong Minor, what happened? I heard from a fool that your father was injured. It's nothing, just a minor wound, she replied absent-mindedly. Hong Shouyuan squinted at her, assessing her with suspicion. Chong Minor, you look wan and droopy, like a frostbitten eggplant. Is this truly the demeanor of someone untroubled? If it were merely a common injury, Chong Minor could handle it herself, but her evident distress suggested two possibilities. Either her father was gravely hurt, or there were insufficient funds for his treatment. Chong Minor instinctively touched her face, wondering if her worry was so apparent. Hong Shouyuan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and pressed it into her hand. What is this? She asked, astonished. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a banknote for 100 taels of silver. How do you possess such a sum? And why are you giving this to me? She inquired, wide-eyed. Hong Shouyuan rubbed his nose sheepishly. This is all I have, but your father's health is of utmost importance. Please take it for now, and you can repay me double once you become a doctor and earn money. Eh? Did he think she was distressed over finances? While money was indeed necessary, it wasn't required in such abundance. Chong Minor returned the banknote to him. What? Is it too little? Hong Shouyuan frowned. Not at all. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this silver, she insisted. This is your entire fortune. You need it for your own life. Are we strangers now? I'll just forego the interest, he replied, somewhat hurt. Chong Minor's refusal stung him. Were they not friends? It was only natural for friends to help one another. Seeing his discontent, Chong Minor felt compelled to clarify. I am truly not worried about money. My father's injuries are merely superficial. He will recover in a few days. What troubles me is my brother. Upon hearing the full story, Hong Shouyuan's temper flared. He rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth. Do you know where that Thong landlord lives? Chong Minor stared at him in confusion. What are you planning to do? This demeanor. Are you intending to confront him violently? I detest bullies who use their power to oppress others. I shall go and break his other leg, Hong Shouyuan declared. His fists clenched in righteous indignation. Eh? This explosive temper rivals that of Mu Hong, Chong Minor thought. Had I known this would be your reaction, I would have kept silent. I warn you. Do not act recklessly. Things are already chaotic enough, and if you provoke further trouble, I might as well hang myself with a noodle. Hong Shouyuan remained unsatisfied. Should we simply let this go? I cannot swallow this indignation. And what else can we do? They possess wealth and power, along with influential relatives. Can we, mere common folk, truly contend with them? Even if you manage to enter their home and inflict harm upon them, ultimately, the repercussions will fall upon my brother. While you may find solace in your vengeance, what will become of my brother? He would only face greater misfortune. Chong Minor lamented. One cannot deny the validity of Chong Minor's words. In this world, there are countless circumstances that render one helpless. Even when one is in the right, they often endure injustice, with no avenue for redress, much like his own predicament. Hong Shouyuan silently clenched his fists, vowing that the offspring of the Long family, who dared to bully Chong Minor, would never find peace in their lives. Chapter 68. Your understanding that night, Gao Lang came to report. My lord, I've discovered something intriguing. Mu Hung, while polishing the sword in his hand, paused momentarily and raised an eyebrow to share. It appears that Lord Zheng's only son, Long Ruable, has taken a fancy to a girl from Yichun Tower, spending 300 taels of silver to redeem her and bring her home as a concubine. I have obtained the testimonies from the madam of Yichun Tower, as well as from the servants of the Long household. According to one servant, this concubine is already over 3 months pregnant. My lord, if we calculate the timeline, this transgression occurred during the period of the Empress's mourning, a grave sin of indulging in debauchery and taking concubines. Mu Hong twirled the gleaming sword in his hands, its cold light reflecting in his dark and profound eyes, casting an eerie, chilling smile. Excellent. I had no intention of moving against him, for I held him in disdain. However, since he fails to recognize his place, I shall take it upon myself to impart a lesson. Did Lord Dong believe that by aligning himself with the Duke of Shou and becoming the lapdog of the third prince, he could secure his career and dismiss me? Regrettably, he has miscalculated. The position of the capital's governor holds significance. Removing this thorn will undoubtedly cause the third prince considerable distress. The following day, a memorial regarding Lord Zheng's transgressions during the Empress's mourning was presented to the emperor. Enraged, the emperor issued a decree to dismiss Lord Zhang and imprison him. Shortly thereafter, Gao Lang effortlessly retrieved Chong Yong'an using his jade token. Stone thought he would at least face severe repercussions, yet he was released before even undergoing a court examination. Curiously, the relative who claimed to assist him was a complete stranger. Do not be surprised or ask questions. Just return home and inform them that Lord Dong has been imprisoned. The scribe will ensure your release, understood? Gao Lang instructed. Stone was perplexed, but since his benefactor had spoken, he complied, expressing his gratitude before hastily returning home. The next day was the examination, yet Chong Minor was preoccupied with worries, her spirits low and completely out of sorts, miscalculating the herbal remedies multiple times. Niu and Hong Shouyuan exchanged concerned glances. Chong Minor, Perhaps you should take a leave from the senior brother. After all, your medical skills are exceptional. And you are bound to pass, suggested Air Neo. There are reasons for your distress. The senior brother and Dr. Su would surely understand. Han Shouyuan concurred with Air Neo's proposal. Rather than fretting here, it would be better to return home. Chong Minor sighed, but returning home would be futile. Mu Hong promised 3 days, and today marks the 3rd day. Can he truly rescue my brother? At least I would feel more at ease. Seeing Chong Minor so troubled, Han Shouyuan lost his inclination for humor. Chong Minor, your uncle is looking for you. Xiang An came to summon Chong Minor. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. If her uncle had arrived, could it mean there was news from Mu Hong? Chong Minor dropped the herbs she was holding and dashed out. Han Shouyuan frowned. He was not mistaken. A flicker of joy had distinctly passed through Chong Minor's eyes just moments ago. Who exactly was her uncle? Could he possibly assist her in resolving her troubles? Air Neo, do you know Chong Minor's uncle? Han Shouyuan inquired. Air Neo pouted, expressing her unfamiliarity. I don't know him, I've only seen him once. Chong Minor mentioned that his cousin's family recently moved to the capital. Recently moved? Han Shouyuan felt increasingly perplexed. Chong Minor swiftly exited the courtyard and spotted her cousin standing there, with a cheerful smile. What is going on? Chong Minor cautiously surveyed her surroundings before inquiring. Your brother has returned home, everything is fine now. Really? How did that happen? Chong Minor exclaimed with delight. Her cousin chuckled softly. Well, you might want to ask Dao Lang about that. I'm not quite sure myself. Chapter 69. You are merely an apprentice. Chong Minor naturally refrained from inquiring about Dao Lang, content that her brother was unharmed. However, she later learned that a single remark from Lord Dong had provoked Mu Hong to the point of imprisoning him, which left her quite astonished. Indeed, the reputation of the chaotic demon was not unfounded. With a weight lifted from her heart, Chong Minor could finally focus on helping Air Neo review her lessons. The following morning, the assessment commenced. Su Fei's group achieved the highest overall score, thereby qualifying for direct passage without examination. The remaining 29 individuals were called in one by one to face their evaluations. This round of assessments was presided over by Su Yu, alongside Dr. Chu and another physician from the Huichang Hall, making a total of 3 judges. It was Air Neo's first time facing the assessment alone, and her palms were clammy with nervousness. Chong Minor reassured her, saying, do not overthink it, treat it as a regular evaluation. But a regular evaluation has you present. Air Neo replied glumly. Next, Li Huang, Xiang An announced loudly while holding the roster. Chong Minor squeezed Air Neo's hand, urging, go on. It's your turn now. Remember the techniques I taught you. Take a deep breath and clear your mind of all distractions. As Air Neo entered, Chong Minor revealed her anxious expression. Han Shouyuan, standing nearby, remarked calmly, this assessment accounts for only 30% of the total score. Air Neo's regular performance and the ratings from the clinic are both commendable. So as long as she does not falter, her chances of success are quite high. Though his words were accurate, Chong Minor remained uneasy. Air Neo had a tendency to become flustered under pressure. I hope she makes it, Chong Minor sighed softly. The evaluation continued until noon, culminating in the announcement of results. Zhao Dahai, holding the list, surveyed the students with eyes that lacked their usual sternness, now imbued with a touch of warmth and regret. Over the past 3 months, each of you has worked diligently and given your utmost effort, which is commendable. Therefore, even if some of you must depart tomorrow, do not feel regret. For you have tried your best. Now, I shall announce the names of those who will remain. Every individual tensed, their nerves akin to tightly drawn bows. Their gazes filled with anticipation and trepidation as they fixated on their senior brother. The successful candidates were Han Shouyuan, Chong Minor, Li Yanxiong, Feng Tianyu. Chong Minor silently counted in her mind. By the 16th name, she still had not heard Air Neo's. At that moment, Zhao Dahai paused in his reading. Chong Minor glanced at Air Neo, who had turned pale. Her eyes reddening. Her name was not called. After a brief pause, Zhao Dahai continued, originally, the plan for Huichang Hall was to recruit 16 apprentices. However, several candidates performed exceptionally well. Therefore, we have decided to increase the number of spots by 3. These individuals are Li Huang, Zong Liang, and Zong Tu. Wonderful! Chong Minor immediately enveloped Air Neo in a jubilant embrace, exclaiming, Air Neo, you made it. Still in disbelief, Air Neo stammered, did I pass? Did I truly pass? I thought I heard senior brother announce Li Huilan's name. You passed, you silly girl. Chongming smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. Niu had truly excelled. In just 3 short months, she had transformed from a novice, utterly unacquainted with medicine and unable to recognize a single character, into a formal apprentice at the Rejuvenation Hall. What an extraordinary achievement. Chongming, I have passed. We need not part ways anymore. Niu burst into tears. Over there, Han Xiaoyuan, Tian Yu, Zong Liang, Zheng Tu, and a few others were also celebrating with high fives. How wonderful it was that all 9 of us had succeeded. Feng Tianyu grinned foolishly, his eyes shimmering with joyous tears as well. Li Shiqi, observing their excitement, scoffed, it is merely becoming a formal apprentice. It does not equate to passing the medical qualification examination. There remains an insurmountable chasm between an apprentice and a doctor. Look at how proud they are. Su Fei shot her a cold glance. Do not forget, you two are merely an apprentice at present. Li Shiqi was taken aback. While Chongming's group had all succeeded, more than half of her own group had been eliminated. She was merely standing up for Su Fei. Yet, Su Fei not only dismissed her but also retorted sharply, leaving her feeling aggrieved and pouting. Zhou Ruoyang tugged at Li Shiqi's sleeve, whispering, please stop. Can't you see that Su Fei is in a foul mood? Chapter 70. Where it falls short. Su Fei was indeed in a dismal mood. Since childhood, she had been lauded for her exceptional intellect and had dedicated herself to her studies with the hope of one day surpassing the esteemed imperial physician, Shen Xintong. However, since her arrival here, she had repeatedly lost to the relatively unknown Chongming, as if no matter how hard she tried, she could never outshine her rival, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. Hearing that Su Fei had locked herself away in her room without even eating lunch, Su Yu came to check on her. He found her sitting by the window, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. With a light-hearted smile, he asked, what are you pondering? Su Fei asked softly. Brother, do you truly believe I am inferior to Chongming? Su Yu understood the source of her unhappiness. His proud sister had finally encountered a formidable opponent, and one who seemed so ordinary. How shall I put this? He said, taking a seat across from her, contemplating. In certain respects, you indeed fall short of her. Su Fei looked up at her elder brother, perplexed. Your innate talent is no less than hers, nor is Shen Rulang's, yet you both have been bested by Chongming. Have you ever considered why? Biting her lower lip, Su Fei had an inkling of where the issue lay but was unwilling to accept it. Was it truly so significant? You falter because your approach to medicine lacks the purity and dedication that she possesses. When faced with patients, she embodies the spirit of a true healer, indifferent to their filth or unpleasantness. In her eyes, there exists only the ailment, and in her heart, a singular focus on alleviating the suffering of her patients. She has no interest in comparison. Her sole adversary is disease itself. As Su Yu spoke, his gaze grew misty, seemingly lost in memories of someone. Time and again, he had perceived echoes of Shen Xintong in Chongming. In their dealings with patients, they shared an identical gaze, focused, serene, and wise. After the recent competition, he and Old Wu had gone out for drinks, and Old Wu had remarked, Chongming, yet another Shen Xintong. Yet, Chongming was different from Shen Xintong. She was spirited, while Shen Xintong, though kind-hearted, possessed a cool demeanor, her passion confined solely to medicine. Shen Xintong's brilliance was channeled exclusively into her medical practice, while Chongming exuded wisdom in her interactions with others. Su Yu shook his head with a wry smile. They were, after all, fundamentally different individuals. If you cannot embody her purity, perhaps you may one day become a skilled physician, but you will never attain the stature of a great healer, he asserted. Su Fei's expression sharpened, yet seeing her brother's earnest demeanor, she sensed the gravity of his words. The path of great medicine, a concept she had heard since childhood, began to crystallize in her understanding at this moment. Having passed the assessments, everyone exhaled in relief, for the past 3 months had nearly cost them their lives. Zhao Dehai, ever understanding, graciously granted them a day and a half off. Those wishing to return home to share good news could do so, while others could celebrate or bid farewell. Niu was eager to return home to share the joyful tidings with her parents, and Chongming too wished to check on her family's situation. The two planned to set out after lunch. However, Han Xiuyuan's home was far away, and if everyone left, he would be left alone. Chongming cast a worried glance at Han Xiuyuan, who was quietly consuming his meal. Feng Tianyu also noticed that Han Xiuyuan was particularly subdued today, and said, Han Xiuyuan, if you're not going home, why not come to my house? Han Xiuyuan raised an eyebrow, displaying an exaggerated grin. What? Do you pity me for being homeless? Feng Tianyu, flustered, replied, No, no. I owe this success to you and Chongminer as assistance, so I would like to invite you to my home. My mother would be delighted to see you. In that case, you should invite Chongminer to your house instead. Your mother would be even more pleased, Hong Shouyuan jested. Winking at Chongminer as he spoke. Feng Tianyu, being a straightforward individual, struggled to withstand Hong Shouyuan's teasing, his face reddening to an almost comical degree. Chongminer glared at him. Hong Shouyuan, he is sincerely inviting you. Could you refrain from your frivolous remarks? Hong Shouyuan gave Feng Tianyu a light pat on the back. All right then. I shall accompany you to your home. Chapter 71, No Escape. Shirtu returned. And Chongminer once again passed the assessment to become an official apprentice at the Huichangtan. Chongzenda felt a surge of joy, to the point where he scarcely noticed the pain from his injuries. Wu, having prepared a few dishes, the family gathered joyfully around the table. Truly, heaven is watching. That Lord Dong has ended up in prison just in time. Otherwise, who knows when your brother would have been released, Wu remarked with a laugh. Chongminer paused momentarily. Are you referring to Lord Dong of the capital? Who else could it be? With Lord Dan's downfall, I doubt that Zhang the Wealthy will be able to hold on for much longer. I've heard from the village head that many villagers who have suffered at the hands of the Dong family are planning to file a joint complaint against him. This is what we call retribution. It's not that it doesn't happen, merely that the time has yet to arrive. Wu spoke through clenched teeth at the mention of Zhang the Wealthy. Chongminer fell silent, reflecting on how ruthless Mu Hong was truly a case of those who follow me flourish, while those who oppose me perish. It was no wonder that everyone feared him. Chongzhengda interjected, let bygones be bygones. Shirtu, remember this, do not engage the rich, nor the officials. It's acceptable to suffer minor losses, but sacrificing your life is not worth it. Shirtu nodded obediently, understood, father. Chongminer felt speechless. For as a member of the common folk, one could only endure and seek a path to survival. Yet, the more they yielded, the more the likes of Zhang the Wealthy would become arrogant and domineering. Chongzhengda continued, Shirtu, tomorrow, go to Ketu and bring Qiaohua and the children back. At this, Shirtu fell silent. Wu, with a hint of irritation, replied, what is the point of bringing her back? When Shirtu was in trouble, she left faster than anyone else, taking all the valuables with her, never considering our well-being. A daughter-in-law like that is better off without. Chongzhengda shot her a stern glance, and what of Bao? Would you cast him aside as well? At the mention of their grandson, Wu's anger dissipated instantly. Chongminer observed her brother's expression and recognized that he was genuinely upset. Jin Qiaohua had truly gone too far this time. Her brother had treated her with utmost kindness, even more than his own mother, yet she showed not an ounce of marital affection. Frankly, such a woman would be better off divorced. However, there was still Bao to consider. He was, after all, her brother's flesh and blood. Father, I believe we need not rush to fetch her. Otherwise, she might think that my brother cannot live without her, and it could further diminish her regard for him. It would be better to leave her before a while to reflect, Chongminer suggested. Wu found an ally in her daughter, her resolve firming further. Miner is right. That is precisely my sentiment. We cannot allow her to take advantage of us. Chongzhengda grumbled, you two should refrain from coming up with foolish ideas. What if she truly runs away and does not return? Is it so easy to find a wife these days? Father, rest assured, she will not escape. Chongminer declared confidently. What can a married woman with a child do? Jin Qiaohua is hardly appealing, small eyes and a flat nose. Who would want her? Wu added. Shirtu, you must stand firm this time. Even if she returns, do not spoil her as before. Shirtu sat in silence, absorbed in his meal. Father, mother, come quickly and lend a hand, came Jin Qiaohua's voice from outside. The four individuals were momentarily taken aback. Only moments ago, they had spoken of going out to greet someone, yet now the person had returned. Wu, with a decisive clatter of her chopsticks, declared, none of you should come out. Rising from her seat, she promptly exited the room. Chongminer, fearing that her mother might not be an equal match for Jin Qiaohua, hastily set down her bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming, I shall go take a look as well. Chapter 72, As You Wish. Jin Qiaohua descended from the ox cart, cradling a child in her arms. Her father, old Jin, beamed at Wu Sure and remarked, Mother-in-law, this child is timid. Upon hearing that she had offended Master Zhang, she panicked and fled back to her mother's house, fearing trouble would ensue. Both her mother and I have scolded her quite sternly. And she knows she was in the wrong and regrets it. By the way, how is Sure too? Is there anything we can assist with? Jin Qiaohua maintained a stern expression, seemingly displeased by her father's words. Wu Sure replied, Master Zhen's support has collapsed. This news has spread throughout the region. Haven't you heard, my in-law? Why the pretense? Sure too has been imprisoned for several days. If you truly cared, you would have come to inquire sooner. Seven Li Pu is not far from here. Old Jin was taken aback. Is that so? I had no idea. Does that mean Sure too is safe? Wu Sure scoffed. My Sure too is resilient. He will not perish. Old Jin chuckled awkwardly. Then that is good news. I can rest easy now. Qiaohua, you must not act spoiled and cause trouble. As a mother now, you should focus on living well with Sure too. Jin Qiaohua, growing impatient, retorted, I understand. Now please go back. With that, she attempted to enter the house, but Wu Sure blocked her path. Jin Qiaohua frowned. Mother, what do you mean? Are you not allowing me to enter? Old Jin was taken aback by Wu Shure's obstruction and, feeling displeased, said, Mother-in-law, you are magnanimous. Do not hold a grudge against a child. Wu Shure replied, Father-in-law, it is not that I wish to hold a grudge. We are simply fearful of your Qiaohua. She fled home, fearing repercussions, yet took valuable possessions from our household. What kind of behavior is that? It is too extreme. If Ming Heir hadn't returned, we would have faced starvation. Such a daughter-in-law, we cannot accept. Qiaohua scoffed, Mother, you jest. Are there truly valuable items in our home? Those few worthless trinkets. Not even worth picking up from the street. It amounts to just a few taels of silver, which was already promised for Bao Heir. I am Bao Heir as mother. What is wrong with taking what rightfully belongs to me? Chong Ming Heir, who had been observing silently, could no longer contain herself and quipped, Sister-in-law, you have quite the audacity. A mere few taels of silver, and you would think you hail from a wealthy family. With a scowl, Qiaohua shot a fierce glare at Chong Ming Heir. What do you mean? If you do not allow me to enter, I will take Bao Heir and leave. Wu Shure, incensed by Qiaohua's insolence, declared, What do you mean? Have I not made myself clear? Our humble Cheng family cannot afford to host such a grand figure as yourself. Mother-in-law, please calm your temper. Let us discuss this amicably, Old Jin interjected. Sensing Wu Shure's firmness and feeling compelled to appease her. It had been a challenge to marry off Qiaohua, and she could not simply be brought back. Jin Qiaohua forcefully pulled her father aside, defiantly stating, Are you trying to drive me away? Fine, this is what you say, and do not regret it later. I will change Bao Heir's surname, and you shall never see her again. Wu Shure, seizing the opportunity to assert her authority, thought to herself. With Bao Heir in her possession, what was there to fear? Chong Minor disowned that Jin Qiaohua was merely posturing, her gaze constantly darting towards the room. She understood that her father held the deepest affection for this grandchild, deliberately pricking at his heartstrings. Now, it was a matter of who would falter first. Chong Minor feared that her mother would yield prematurely, rendering all their efforts futile. Wu, resolute in her stance, was determined that if she could not assert her authority over Jin Qiaohua today, what credibility would she have as a mother-in-law? Do as you wish, no matter the surname. Bao is still of the Chong bloodline, she declared, her face a mask of fury as she glared at Jin Qiaohua, refusing to give an inch. Jin Qiaohua, sensing the urgency of the situation, began to panic. Wu stood firm, and with neither her father-in-law nor Sure too emerging to intervene, the harsh words had already been exchanged. What would they do now? Chapter 73. Weeping Old Jin's head felt urgency. The Wu family was willing to abandon their child, so what value did Qiaohua hold? Qiaohua, how can you speak to your mother-in-law in such a manner? Is this not sheer folly? Quickly apologize to your mother-in-law. The wind is rising, do not let Bao catch a chill. Old Jin admonished his daughter sternly. His words awakened Jin Qiaohua to a revelation. With a sudden idea, she pinched Bao's little leg sharply, causing the sleeping child to awaken in pain, her large, round eyes gazing blankly at her mother before bursting into tears. Jin Qiaohua joined in the lament, intensifying her efforts to elicit an even louder wail from Bao. What are you crying for? Do you not realize that your father and grandparents have forsaken you? You shall grow up without a father. How wretched your fate is. Other children are treasures. Yet my Bao is but a blade of grass. Oh, my unfortunate child. Her melodramatic sobs, reminiscent of an opera, harmonized with the child's increasingly piercing cries, striking a chord within the hearts of all who heard. What a pitiful pair of mother and child, abandoned by their family. Wu's face could no longer maintain its composure. Gazing at the inconsolable child, her heart ached as if a piece had been torn from it. What has happened to Bao? Why does she cry so vehemently? Wu extended her arms to embrace the child, but Jin Qiaohua turned away, wailing, "Our lives are of no concern to your Cheng family." Old Jin felt a deep frustration. If only that foolish girl would place the child into her mother-in-law's arms, the latter's maternal instinct would surely resolve the matter. Yet, she persisted in her stubbornness, and he wondered how this would end. "Who says this has nothing to do with our Cheng family?" Cheng Zhengda stepped forward, his voice low and firm. Jin Qiaohua, undeterred by Wu, felt a twinge of trepidation towards her father-in-law and ceased her loud cries, opting instead for soft, pitiful sobs. "It was my mother who said she no longer wants us," Wu retorted angrily. "I never said I would abandon Bao." Old Jin seized the moment. "In-laws, look at this commotion. It would be quite improper for the neighbors to overhear, would it not? My Qiaohua simply lacks understanding. Allow me to apologize on her behalf." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Though Old Jin's words were insincere, he performed the role splendidly. Cheng Zhengda, a man mindful of appearances, found it difficult to reject such an overture. Cheng Minor, sensing impending disaster, recognized that her mother had exerted so much effort solely to compel Jin Qiaohua to admit her faults. With her father present, and Old Jin's placating words, the matter might just be swept under the rug, which was unacceptable. If Jin Qiaohua succeeded this time, who would be able to rein her in the future? Stepping forward with a smile, Cheng Minor said, "Sister-in-law, let me hold Bao. As her aunt, I have yet to cradle her." Jin Qiaohua hesitated, but Cheng Minor continued, "I also bought Bao a tiger hat and little shoes. I wonder if they will fit." "Qiaohua, quickly let your aunt hold the child. It's all right. We are family, after all. How can there not be a few bumps along the way? Once this is resolved, all will be well." Old Jin interjected cheerfully, smoothing over the situation. At last, Jin Qiaohua relinquished the child to Cheng Minor. Cheng Minor gently patted Bao twice while smiling and said, "I will take Bao to try on the tiger hat." She carried Bao into the eastern room, placing her on the con and unwrapping the swaddling cloth. To her dismay, she discovered the tender white legs of Bao marked by patches of red and purple. Cheng Minor was instantly consumed with fury. And when Bao suddenly let out a piercing wail, she sensed something was amiss. It was unimaginable that Jin Qiaohua would be so cruel as to harm her own child. Sure too, who was seated on the con, also noticed the discolored marks on Bao's legs and exclaimed in astonishment, "What happened to this?" Cheng Minor coldly replied, "Sister-in-law must have done this to make Bao cry, hoping that our hearts would ache for her, allowing this matter to be swept under the rug." Sure Tu's face turned pale with anger as he abruptly jumped off the con and strode out with determined steps. Chapter 74. Futility of outrage. Jin Qiaohua, are you not even human? How could you be so cruel to such a small child as Bao? Sure Tu reprimanded sternly. Jin Qiaohua was taken aback. Usually, Sure Tu did not dare to breathe in her presence, yet today he had the audacity to point an accusing finger at her. "What nonsense are you spouting? How have I been cruel to Bao?" Jin Qiaohua retorted angrily. "Bao's legs are bruised and battered. Can you honestly claim that it was not your doing? If it wasn't you, then was it your family who inflicted that harm?" Sure Tu was filled with rage, his eyes ablaze, consumed solely by fury. He was an earnest man, believing that a girl who married him, bore him children, and managed their household deserved to be cherished. And thus he genuinely cared for Qiaohua. Despite being aware of her many flaws, he defended her fervently, always thinking that her feelings for him were equally sincere. However, her actions had left him utterly heartbroken. Jin Qiaohua, feeling guilty, retorted, "How could I have known? It certainly was Timmy." She silently ceded, realizing that Cheng Minor had lured Bao away merely to expose her. That little vixen truly had a venomous heart. Wu Sure was momentarily stunned, then turned and entered the house. Shortly thereafter, she emerged and said to Sure Tu, "Sure Tu, you shall decide how to handle today's events. Neither your father nor I will intervene." Originally, Wu Sure had intended to confront Jin Qiaohua fiercely, but Minor had stopped her, insisting that this matter should be resolved by her brother on his own terms, and that Qiaohua could not evade responsibility. Upon reflection, Wu Sure found wisdom in this approach, knowing that with old Jin around to fan the flames, Zongda would be unable to maintain his composure. If she were overly assertive, others might criticize her for being intolerant. With that, Wu Shi ushered Cheng Dong back inside. Hearing Wu Shi's words, Jin Qiaohua felt unexpectedly relieved. Shi too was easily placated. She approached him hesitantly and whispered, "Shi too, I take full responsibility for this matter. It was my oversight. At the time, I feared that the Dong family would come to cause trouble. It's no big deal if we adults suffer a little. But Bao is still so young. Thus, Shi too had already seen through Jin Qiaohua's true nature. No amount of sweet talk would sway him now. Were it not for Bao, he truly wished to never lay eyes on this woman again. Qiaohua, I have treated you well, and so has my family. The Cheng family may be poor, but we still possess a conscience. If you truly recognize your mistakes and wish to remain in this household, then you must bow to my parents and offer your apologies. From now on, conduct yourself properly and rid yourself of those lazy habits. Otherwise, you may remain at your maternal home and never return." Shi too spoke coldly. Jin Qiaohua gazed at him in disbelief. Was this still the honest and pliable Shi too she had manipulated at will? He was demanding that she bow and apologize, insisting that she behave like a subservient wife. Was he truly overturning her world? Jin Qiaohua felt herself losing composure. Not only was she uneasy, but she was also furious. She had yet to realize Shi too's shift in attitude, believing instead that he was merely acting under Wu Shi's influence. Thus, she brandished her typical arrogance, pointing an accusatory finger at him and shouting, "Cheng Yongnan, you are something else. How dare you demand my submission? If you have the nerve, go and demand it from the Dong family." Before outsiders, he behaves like a grandson, yet returns to bully his own wife. What kind of man are you? You wretched coward, I must have been blind to marry you. Shi too wore an expression devoid of emotion, his heart filled solely with disappointment, an unending stream of disillusionment. "If you regret it, I can grant you a divorce. Go find someone better." Lao Jin panicked, realizing that Shi too was far more obstinate than Wu Shi. "You two should talk it out. If you communicate openly, there will be no issues." Shi too's demeanor was resolute, clearly hardened. Jin Qiaohua began to wail pitifully. But when she attempted to strike her head against Shi too, she merely bounced back, stumbling and collapsing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "They are driving me to despair. Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. The old Cheng family lacks conscience. I can no longer endure this life." Inside the house, Cheng Minor and the others furrowed their brows at the commotion outside. Wu Shi scoffed. She only knows how to cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang herself. Cheng Zhengda, retracting his smoking pipe, remarked, "If this continues, it will only provide entertainment for others." He was about to rise from the bed. "Father, please remain calm. Even if they laugh, it is only at my sister-in-law. She is in the wrong this time," Cheng Minor interjected, blocking her father. "Indeed, if she is unafraid of humiliation, let her continue. Everyone will know, and we shall see if she has the face to meet anyone afterward," Wu Shi coldly retorted. Outside, Shi too declared, "Your commotion is futile. Tarnishing your reputation will only deter future suitors. Father-in-law, I kindly ask you to take her back. When she has come to her senses, she may return. Should she find a new home, please send word, and I shall promptly deliver the divorce papers." The cries outside gradually subsided, and Cheng Minor silently breathed a sigh of relief. If only her brother had displayed some backbone earlier, Jin Qiaohua would not have descended into such a state. It was all due to her brother's indulgence. Chapter 75. Emergency. Jin Qiaohua was taken back by her father. Cheng Zhengda summoned Shi too for a conversation, while Wu and Minor fed Bao rice paste. The little one was evidently hungry. Before Cheng Minor could bring the spoon to his lips, his tiny mouth opened wide. Minor playfully teased him, withholding the food, which made the little fellow quite irate. His lips pursed, and his face flushed with indignation, a sight that could melt anyone's heart. Wu chuckled reproachfully. "Stop teasing him. He looks so pitiful. My little Bao has gained weight in just a few days." Wu gazed at her precious grandson with eyes full of affection. "If Qiaohua doesn't come back, I'll take care of Bao myself. Our Bao is so well behaved. His grandmother dotes on him the most." "Mother, rest assured, my sister-in-law will definitely return," Cheng Minor reassured. "It's fine for her to stay a few days at her family home, but if it drags on, the siblings will have their opinions. After all, there are 2 other sisters-in-law in Jin Qiaohua's family. Otherwise, could old Jin possibly return his daughter personally? Enough about her. Discussing her only brings frustration. Minor, I am still uncertain whether your pursuit of medicine is the right choice. You endure hardships alone out there, and I am unable to assist you," Wu lamented. Cheng Minor smiled gently. "Mother, see how well I am now. Besides, I have Heir Niu with me. The brothers and sisters at Huichangtan are very kind. You need not worry about me. The following day, Heir Niu brought a pot of goat's milk for Bao, saying, my father instructed that until Bao's mother returns, our goat's milk is reserved for him. Wu exclaimed, thank you so much. I was just fretting over this matter. Heir Niu gazed enviously at Bao in Chengmina's arms. Let me hold him. He is so adorable, just like you, Mina. Chengmina laughed. I've only heard that nephews resemble their uncles, not that a nephew resembles his aunt. Then he resembles your brother, thank goodness. If he were like your sister-in-law. Heir Niu caught herself, sticking out her tongue. Relieved that Wu had entered the house with the goat's milk and did not overhear. The two girls played with Bao in the courtyard when suddenly, Brother Zhu rushed in. Panting, Heir Niu, Chengmina. Chengmina looked up to see Zhu out of breath. You two must hurry to Granny Zhan's by the creek. It seems she is on the verge of passing. Wu emerged from the house upon hearing this. What happened? Wasn't Granny Zhang well just yesterday? Zhu gasped for air. I don't know. They said she was working in the fields and collapsed. No matter how they call her, she won't wake up. Wu was astonished, so serious. We must quickly summon a doctor. We've already sent for one, but it's quite a trek back and forth. Uncle Zhang asked if you two, as apprentices, could help check on her, Zhu said. Heir Niu hesitated. Brother, apprentices do not have the qualifications to practice medicine. What if something goes wrong? We could be in legal trouble. When lives are at stake, who can afford to quibble over such matters? Just go and see. If you can help, do so. If you cannot, Uncle Zhang won't blame you. Wu was a warm-hearted individual, often close to Aunt Zhang. Upon hearing of her misfortune, Wu was filled with concern. Chengmina entrusted Bao to her mother, saying, let us go and see what has happened. The three of them hurriedly rushed to Aunt Zhang's home. A crowd had already gathered there, mostly well-meaning villagers inquiring about the situation. Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law was weeping uncontrollably at the bedside, accompanied by her children. Mother, please wake up. Uncle Zhang stood nearby, wiping his tears. Uncle, Heir Niu and Mina have arrived, called Juzi loudly. Uncle Zhang quickly rose, hastening toward them. His face streaked with tears as he implored, Mina, Heir Niu, I am truly at a loss. You have studied medicine, and your knowledge surpasses mine. I beseech you to help. Mina replied, Uncle, please ask everyone else to step outside. The crowd is suffocating the air, which is detrimental to Aunt Zhang's condition. She then urged Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law to leave as well, for her incessant wailing could only worsen the situation. With only Uncle Zhang and Juzi remaining in the room, Chengmina observed Aunt Zhang's pale complexion, her lips tinged with purple. Using chopsticks, she gently pried open her mouth to reveal a dark red tongue, speckled with purple spots. Checking her breath, she noted it was barely perceptible. Did Aunt Zhang mention any discomfort prior to this? Chengmina inquired while taking her pulse. Uncle Zhang sighed. Your aunt is exceptionally stoic. She rarely complains of minor ailments. However, I have seen her frown and clutch her chest on a few occasions. Understanding dawned upon Chengmina. The issue lay in Aunt Zhang's heart, strained by prolonged fatigue, her vital energy insufficient, leading to stagnation of qi and blood, which ultimately obstructed her heart's pathways. There had been signs before, but they had regrettably gone unnoticed. Observing Chengmina as confident demeanor, Uncle Zhang felt a flicker of hope. Mina, do you know what illness your aunt is suffering from? Chapter 76, True Heart Pain. Chengmina spoke with gravity. It appears that the elder lady is suffering from true heart pain. Heir Niu expressed her concern. Mina, can you be certain? Indeed, she could ascertain the situation. Yet she refrained from articulating it so bluntly. An acute onset of true heart pain is exceedingly perilous. Medical texts caution that if the pain is severe, one may perish by nightfall if the onset occurs in the evening, or by dawn if it strikes in the morning, and without treatment, death is inevitable. The elder lady had been afflicted for nearly an hour, and the doctor would not arrive for another 2 or 3 hours at best. It was imperative to implement emergency measures to ensure she could endure until the physician's arrival. Chengmina had seen cases in the medical hall. Saving a life was paramount, or else the elder lady would not survive until help arrived. Her expression was solemn. Uncle Zhang immediately replied, Mina, whatever you propose, I shall comply. Chengmina inquired, do you have a rooster at home? Uncle Zhang shook his head. Only 2 hens. Will that suffice? No, it must be a rooster. Uncle Zhang gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall procure one. Chengmina then called out, Juzi, Please go to my house and fetch the silver needles from my bundle. Understood. Juzi promptly departed. After dispatching the two, Chongminer instructed Erniu, you must stimulate the elder lady's jichu and acupoint with your fingers, and do not cease. Without hesitation, Erniu complied. Chongminer swiftly produced several silver needles and deftly inserted them into the elder lady's zhongwan, niguan, and jianxi acupoints. Erniu, puzzled, asked, Mina, why do you possess the silver needles, yet send my brother to fetch them? In her previous life, Shen Xintong always kept needles on her person, feeling incomplete without them. Thus, in this lifetime, Chongminer had retained this habit, albeit with great caution, ensuring that even Erniu, who shared her dwelling, remained oblivious. I simply wished to divert their attention. My acupuncture techniques were taught to me by Dr. Wu, who entrusted me with his secret art, which he rarely shares with others. Therefore, I cannot disclose it publicly, nor reveal it. My intention is solely to save a life. Moreover, I do not regard you as an outsider. I trust you. Chongminer explained while administering the needles. Erniu was moved by the trust Chongminer placed in her demeanor turning resolute as she nodded earnestly. Mina, rest assured. I shall not speak of this, not even under duress. Oh, do not stop. Continue until the elder lady regains consciousness. Chongminer felt a pang of urgency. Elder lady, please awaken. She thought to herself, they shall return shortly. As if responding to Chongminer's silent plea. The elder lady opened her mouth and exhaled a breath that seemed to have been held for a lifetime. Chongminer rejoiced, hastily withdrawing the needles and proceeding to massage the zhongwan acupoint. Elder lady, you are awake. Please do not move or rush to speak. Allow me to massage you a moment longer, and you shall feel more at ease. Mina, the rooster has arrived. What shall we do? Uncle John burst in, clutching a rooster as if propelled by the wind. Chongminer smiled. Uncle John, the rooster is no longer needed. The elder lady has awakened. Uncle John, filled with disbelief, glanced towards the bed and, upon seeing the elder lady's eyes open, was filled with joy and tossed the rooster aside. The rooster squawked a few times, flapping its wings as it dashed out the door. Chongminer conveyed some important instructions to Uncle John, particularly regarding how to describe Aunt Jane's symptoms when the doctor inquired. Uncle John meticulously noted everything done, expressing his profound gratitude as he bid farewell to the two of them. As they proceeded partway, they encountered Juzi, who was drenched in sweat. He scratched his head and asked, Chongminer, where have you hidden the silver needles? Aunt Wu and I have searched for ages without success. Chongminer, feeling apologetic, replied, I'm terribly sorry, Brother Juzi. I completely forgot that I had the silver needles with me. Erniu and Chongminer exchanged knowing glances and stifled giggles, for this was a secret shared between them. Juzi then inquired about Aunt Jane's condition. Erniu responded, Aunt Jane has already regained consciousness and can speak. We are merely waiting for the doctor to arrive, prescribe the medication, and once she takes it, she will surely recover. Later in the afternoon, before departing, Chongminer visited Aunt Jane once more. Uncle John informed her that the doctor had come and confirmed her diagnosis. It was indeed a case of heartache. Da Shuang had gone with the doctor to fetch the medicine. Chongminer did not press further, reassured that everything would be fine. However, the following day, Brother Juzi arrived at the clinic to deliver the heart-wrenching news that Aunt Jane had passed away. Chapter 77, Acting Separately. How could this be? Just yesterday, when I departed, Aunt Jane was still conversing with me. Her complexion had improved. Erniu was taken aback. Chongminer, though surprised, felt a pang of sorrow. A vibrant life extinguished so abruptly. After a moment of silence, she inquired, which doctor did Da Shuang invite? Juzi responded, it is Dr. Zhou Bingyi, the second son of Den Ho. Tianyu exclaimed, that is Zhou Ruoyang's elder brother. Zhou Bingyi? It is said that he possesses exceptional intellect, the most outstanding among the Zhou family as progeny. However, his proclivity for leisure and laziness renders him ill-suited for the medical profession in Chongminer's eyes. She continued, what is the current situation with the Zhang family? Juzi replied, Uncle Zhang, overwhelmed by grief, has fallen ill. Before taking the medicine, Aunt Zhang was quite well. But after consuming it, she suddenly deteriorated. No one could bear such a blow. Da Shuang and Er Shuang have gone to Den Hall this morning to seek an explanation. I accompanied them here. Upon hearing this, Chongminer grew anxious. Da Shuang is being recklessly impulsive. If he seeks an explanation, he must first ascertain the facts, otherwise, how will he respond when questioned? He risks being accused of inciting a disturbance. Juzi stammered, then what should we do? Many people have come to the village. Has my brother arrived? Stone Gu could not escape, otherwise, he would have joined us. Learning that her brother had not come, Chongming felt a slight sense of relief. Although Denho does not boast the same renown as Huichangho or Sangshi-ho, it is a time-honored establishment with deep roots. Even if Zhou Bingyi were to misdiagnose, Denho would undoubtedly devise ways to evade responsibility. Da Shuang's quest for accountability would be fraught with difficulty. It might even entangle her and Heir Niu in the matter. Hong Shouyuan, who had remained silent, glanced at Chongming. Her inner turmoil mirrored his own concerns. If Denho refuses to acknowledge their culpability, and the Zhang family remains unyielding, the only recourse would be to take the matter to court, which would inevitably drag Chongming and Heir Niu into the fray. Not to mention, practicing medicine without a license by inquiring on behalf of another constitutes a serious offense. Thus, it is prudent for Chongming and Heir Niu to remain discreet at this juncture. Hong Shouyuan rubbed his nose and said, Brother Juzi, let us proceed to Denho and assess the situation. Ming'er, you and Heir Niu should return to Shirleypu to ascertain how Uncle Zhang communicated with the doctor, what the doctor conveyed in return, whether there were any witnesses present, and whether the remnants of the medicine remain. In short, prepare for every conceivable question. Heir Niu recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. What about me? How can I assist? Tian Yu eagerly volunteered. Hong Shouyuan replied, someone must stay here. If we return, we will regroup at your location. Remember, you must not disclose anything to anyone, not even if Dr. Su inquires. Tian Yu nodded emphatically. I will say that I know nothing. Hong Shouyuan patted his head. You are a teachable child. I entrust this matter to you. Chongming intended to seek leave from Dr. Chu, as after becoming an official apprentice, they would be instructed in their studies by a certified physician. Today marked Dr. Chu's lesson on the pharmacology of prescriptions. Hong Shouyuan, however, intercepted her. Considering Dr. Yu's temperament, if we request leave on our first day of class, he will undoubtedly refuse. Then what shall we do? Hong Shouyuan replied with a faint smile. Let us act first and report later. We can have Tian Yu assist us in requesting leave. After all, our elder brother has not issued any decree regarding leave requests. So how could we possibly know that one must apply in person? This reasoning holds merit. Ignorance does not warrant blame. Given the urgency of the situation, we have no choice but to resort to a little cunning. The three of them then proceeded to execute their plans separately. Chapter 78. Upon glancing at the prescription, Chongming immediately discerned the source of the issue. Zhou Bingyi had prescribed a modified CNI decoction with an excessive dosage of ginseng, a remedy intended for heart-yang deficiency leading to true heart pain, effective in warming the interior and dispelling cold, as well as reviving the young. However, Aunt Jane's true heart pain was caused by qi stagnation and blood stasis, necessitating the administration of Shuefu Zhuyu decoction with appropriate modifications to first disperse the stasis before tonifying the young. To forcefully counteract the stagnation while the blood stasis remains unresolved is a grave misstep. How could Zhou Bingyi, as a physician, be unaware of this principle? Uncle Shang, did you clearly communicate the symptoms I previously described to the doctor? Chongming inquired. With a sorrowful tone, Uncle Zhang lamented, of course I relayed everything several times. Yet the doctor was exceedingly impatient, retorting, am I the doctor or are you? At that time, who else was present? Da Shuang's wife and the village head were there. Uncle Zhang replied, Ming'er, Heir Niu, I implore you to ask the physician from your Huichangho if there is a flaw in this prescription. Your aunt was even able to jest with me at one point, yet after taking the medicine, she simply vanished. Uncle Zhan's heartache overwhelmed him, and he began to weep. Chongming glanced at Heir Niu, feeling somewhat conflicted, for it was evident that Zhou Bingyi had misdiagnosed the condition. Even if she were to testify, who would believe the words of a mere apprentice? As long as Zhou Bingyi steadfastly insisted that his diagnosis was correct and attributed the unfortunate outcome to the delay caused by the long journey, the crowd would undoubtedly choose to trust him. Ming'er, Heir Niu, I beseech you. Your aunt treated you well in her lifetime. You must not allow her to die without clarity. Uncle Zhan's tears streamed down his face as he prepared to kneel before them. Chongming and Heir Niu hurriedly assisted him back to his feet. Uncle, please do not do this. We will certainly help in any way we can, they reassured him. Heir Niu, ever straightforward, added, Uncle, it's not that we don't want to help, but if we testify, we may end up facing legal repercussions ourselves. Uncle Shang, oblivious to the complexities involved, asked in confusion, why so? We lack medical qualifications. We cannot indiscriminately treat patients, Neil explained. Uncle John fell silent. And after a long pause, he mournfully declared, I sought your assistance. I cannot bring harm upon you. Alas, this is your aunt's fate, and we must accept it. Hearing Uncle Jane's words filled Chongminer with unease, for in her past life, she too had faced an unjust death. Now, witnessing Aunt Jane's demise due to a quack's misdiagnosis, she felt torn between her knowledge of the truth and her instinct for self-preservation, which stood in stark contrast to the ethics of a healer. However, the potential consequences of speaking out were daunting. Should the authorities impose a severe judgment, she would be barred from ever practicing medicine again, thereby obliterating her plans for vengeance. Chongminer was engulfed in turmoil, and Neil shared her sorrow, both at a loss for how to comfort Uncle Dong. Just then, Juicy returned with grim news. Da Shuang and Shuang had gone to Den Hall to confront them, leading to a violent altercation with the staff, resulting in both being taken to the magistrate's office by the city patrol. Zhou Bi was now countersuing Da Shuang and Shuang for defamation and willfully damaging his reputation. Neil exclaimed in distress, Brother, why didn't you intervene? Zuzi, bewildered, replied, I did try to intervene. I fought tooth and nail to stop it alongside Han Shouyuan, but we couldn't hold them back. That Dr. Zhou spoke provocatively, driving Da Shuang into a frenzy. Upon hearing that Da Shuang and Shuang had been apprehended, Uncle Zhang was instantly at a loss, pondering what course of action to take. Chongminer realized that this time, the situation had escalated into a serious predicament. If Uncle Zhang could not present evidence, then Da Shuang and Shuang would be unjustly convicted of slander and face imprisonment. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Chongminer furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze upon Neil, asserting, Listen carefully, everyone. I alone am responsible for providing the emergency care to Auntie. It is solely my doing, and it has nothing to do with Neil. Chapter 79. A foolish idea. Chongminer intends to bear all the responsibility alone. Neil insisted, No, we must face this together. Fool, what good will it do for you to step forward? Do you know how to take a pulse or perform acupuncture? Even what I say may not hold weight. Who would believe you? Why should you wade into these murky waters? Chongminer replied. Neil could not counter Chongminer, as it seemed that logic consistently favored her. Yet Neil, with her innocent heart, felt that since she had participated, she could not remain an onlooker, allowing Chongminer to confront the challenges alone. Shouldn't good friends share in adversity? The two voices together would be more effective than one. Neil persisted. Chongminer sighed in frustration. Do you realize that if we fail, you may never become a doctor? You have exerted so much effort to become an apprentice, and Uncle Li and Aunt Li are counting on you to succeed. No more arguing. We will proceed as I suggest. The incident at Den Hall had stirred up considerable turmoil, quickly becoming the talk of the town. Within the medical clinic, several doctors were discussing the matter. Upon hearing the news, old Wu scoffed derisively. Whether it's slander or not, Zhou Bi knows in his heart. Dear Wu! Dear Wu! Han Xiaoyuan hurriedly rushed in. Old Wu, upon recognizing him, narrowed his eyes and asked, What are you babbling about? If you need medical attention, don't you have doctors at Huichangtan? Han Xiaoyuan, flustered, replied, Dear Wu, something terrible has happened, something life-threatening. Old Wu's expression turned serious. Come to my office to speak. By the time Chongminer and Neil returned to Huichangtan, it was already afternoon. Upon entering, Xiang An exclaimed anxiously, Oh dear, why did you take so long? Hurry up to the upper room. Dear Su and Dear Wu are waiting for you. Dear Su and old Wu already know. Chongminer quickly deduced that it was due to Han Shouyuan. With the matter escalating, it was indeed time to consult them. The two hurried to the upper room. At this moment, Neil surprisingly remained calm. Chongminer, we agreed to face this together. If we cannot become doctors, I can pursue other paths, regardless of the outcome. I will prove that you did nothing wrong, and neither did we. Chongminer could only smile wryly, realizing that Neil had become obstinate. Even the strongest ox could not pull her back. Neil's unwavering loyalty moved her deeply. Had Shen Xintong in her past life had such a friend by her side, perhaps her fate would not have been so tragic. In the upper room, Su Yu furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Privately, he did not wish for Chongminer to ruin her medical career. She was an exceptionally rare talent. Publicly, he still hoped to rely on her in 3 months for the competition with the medical institute. Old Wu's expression was unusually grave. Upon hearing that Chongminer was involved, he abandoned his duties at the clinic and summoned Su Yu back from the palace. He too did not wish for any misfortune to befall Chongming. Hong Xiaoyuan stood silently to the side, observing the somber expressions of the two. The atmosphere in the room heavy and oppressive. If even they deemed the situation complicated, it truly must be quite dire. He had absolute faith in Chongming. Yet the authorities would not share that sentiment, nor would the doctors. Was it possible that an apprentice's skills could overshadow those of a physician? Such a notion would be an affront to the profession. Why not just say that I helped that lady? Hong Xiaoyuan inquired cautiously. Both individuals simultaneously glared at him, uttering in unison, "What a ridiculous idea." Hong Xiaoyuan curled the corner of his mouth, pondering how this could be deemed absurd. Only through this approach could he extricate Chongming from the situation. Moreover, having triumphed over Zhang Jitong, the second in command of the medical institute, in their previous contest, he had garnered a modest reputation in the capital. Thus, his words would undoubtedly carry more weight than those of Chongming. Chapter 80. The trial upon Chongming's arrival. Old Wu wasted no time with idle chatter and directly inquired about the condition of Granny Zhang. Chongming meticulously detailed the circumstances, including her methods of rescue, though she chose to withhold any mention of acupuncture. Su Yu, perplexed, asked, "There are several types of true heart pain. How did you learn to distinguish between them?" Old Wu interjected, "You need not question her. It was I who taught her." His medical notes contained specific records of cases pertaining to true heart pain. Su Yu felt reassured but could not refrain from cautiously asking, "Are you certain you did not misdiagnose the pulse?" Chongming replied earnestly, "I am certain. Granny Shen's heart pulse is thin and taut, coupled with purplish spots on the tongue. All signs indicate that the true heart pain is caused by chi stagnation and blood stasis." Old Wu nodded. If Chongming was confident, then she was undoubtedly correct. He had witnessed this during their time at the clinic, whenever Chongming was certain about a diagnosis. She had never been wrong. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Yu said, "Follow me." He led Chongming to the pharmacy where Dr. Jiang was attending to patients. Su Yu instructed Dr. Jiang to rise. "Chongming, you shall take the pulses of these patients. If you make no mistakes with any of them, I shall place my trust in you," Su Yu said gravely. He needed to ascertain that the fault did not lie with Chongming before devising a strategy to deal with Zhou. Old Wu and the others followed. And Ere Niu expressed concern for Chongming. With so many patients, could she truly make no mistakes? Was she truly capable of such prowess? Hong Xiaoyuan, however, wore a calm expression. "Chongming, let us witness the depths of your skill today." Chongming steadied her mind, seated herself, and positioned the pulse pill. The pulse was floating and slow, the tongue thin and white. Where does it hurt? The joints. It should be a condition caused by wind evil combined with cold dampness, obstructing the meridians and hindering the flow of blood and qi. The treatment should involve dispelling wind and unblocking the channels, employing a modified feng decoction. Next, where do you feel discomfort? Dizziness and tinnitus. The tongue is red, the coating yellow, and the pulse taut, indicative of liver yang rising and causing dizziness. The approach should be to pacify the liver and subdue yang while nourishing the liver and kidneys, using a modified Tenma-Goting decoction. For the third patient, eyelids are swollen, the tongue red, the coating thin and yellow, and the pulse is floating and rapid. You seem to have sores on your body, yes? Is urination smooth? Are there any signs of fever from wind? This appears to be edema resulting from damp heat invasion. The method should involve resolving lung toxicity and promoting diuresis to alleviate swelling, utilizing a concoction of mahuang, lianqiu, and red adzuki bean decoction along with a tasteless detoxifying drink. As Chongming diagnosed each patient, Su Yu personally reevaluated each case. Gradually, astonishment and disbelief began to manifest in Su Yu's eyes. Dr. Jiang was wide-eyed, while the assistants at the Guichang Hall gathered around, captivated by this incredible spectacle. Finally, all 16 patients had been diagnosed in less than half an hour. Su Yu was awestruck, gazing at the composed young girl before him, giving rise to a peculiar illusion. Was it possible that Shen Xintong had possessed her? If not, where had this prodigy emerged from? Such swift diagnosis, with no errors whatsoever, even seasoned physicians would find it challenging to achieve what she had done. Old Wu, having observed Su Yu's expression, already discerned the outcome. He too was profoundly shocked. This young girl truly was a hidden gem. Had it not been for Granny Zhang's predicament forcing her into this situation, they might never have witnessed such an extraordinary display. At this level, obtaining a medical qualification is more than sufficient. Hong Xiaoyuan's lips curved into a charming smile. Chongming, like a pearl, you should shine. Do not hide your brilliance. It is truly splendid. Dr. Su, have I made any mistakes? Chong Minor gazed quietly at Su Yu, her beautiful eyes calm as still water. Su Yu pressed his thin lips together, took a deep breath, and shook his head, replying, none at all. The room in the rejuvenation hall erupted in astonishment. Each person filled with admiration. Chapter 81. Wu is your master. Upon returning to the inner chamber, Su Yu instructed Han Xiaoyuan and Aaron Yu to wait outside, leaving only himself and old Wu. He closed the door and inquired of Chong Minor, with whom did you study medicine? There are no outsiders here, neither there. Wu nor I will speak of it. If Chong Minor's mentor were a reclusive master, it would lend considerable weight should the matter be brought before the court. Old Wu's small eyes sparkled with particular intensity, and he nodded earnestly, already consumed with curiosity about the enigmatic figure who could train such an extraordinary disciple. Chong Minor realized she could not evade the question any longer. Taking a deep breath, she gravely replied, my master is named Shen Xintong. Su Yu appeared as if struck by lightning. His hand trembled, causing the teacup to topple, while old Wu sputtered tea from his mouth. Both wore expressions akin to having encountered a ghost. Su Yu stammered, did you say who your master is? Surely my ears have deceived me. Shen Xintong. Chong Minor articulated clearly, each syllable resonating with weight. How do you know Shen Xintong? Su Yu inquired with palpable excitement. Chong Minor had prepared her explanation. My master often came to my village to gather herbs. One rainy day, she lost her way, and by chance, I encountered her. That is how we became acquainted. Subsequently, each time she ventured into the mountains, she would seek me out to impart medical knowledge. Su Yu seemed to drift into distant memories, murmuring, how many years ago was that rainy day? 6 springs ago, Chong Minor replied, puzzled by Su Yu's inquiry. Su Yu smiled wistfully, indeed, 6 years ago. On that day, the brothers returned, but she did not. As night fell, we had no idea where she had wandered, and we could only wait at the city gate for her throughout the night. Chong Minor was secretly astonished. No wonder she had not seen him the following day at the medical hall. Shi Qing had mentioned his illness but had not disclosed that he had waited for her in the rain all night. In subsequent conversations, he had not mentioned it, only requesting that she inform him of her whereabouts in the future. Old Wu gently patted Su Yu's shoulder, offering consolation, do not dwell on the past. It only brings unnecessary distress. Su Yu shook his head with a bitter smile, softly sighing, it is not so easy to forget. Chong Minor felt a tumult of emotions. In her memories, Su Yu was a gentleman of modesty and restraint, as gentle as jade and elegant as chrysanthemum. He had always treated her with a courteous distance, warm yet unobtrusive. She had been unaware of the depth of his concern for her, and now, even in her absence, he seemed unable to let go of the past. Could it be that in her fervor for medicine, she had overlooked his subtle affections? Chong Minor, do not speak of your master being Shen Xintong to anyone from now on. As for the matter concerning Zhou Bingyi, we shall devise another plan, old Wu sighed. Alas! The most credible individual could not be named. In the present day, the name Shen Xintong was a taboo among physicians, let alone in public discourse. Chong Minor felt a pang of melancholy. She understood Dr. Wu's meaning. Shen Xintong's misdiagnosis had led to the death of the empress, a grievous sin. Who would dare to mention such a sinner? Su Yu, calming his emotions, remarked, it is not difficult to prove that Chong Minor's diagnosis is correct. A coroner's examination would suffice. However, the issue lies in the fact that Chong Minor is not yet a licensed physician and would be subject to legal repercussions. Dr. Wu interjected, yet, if Chong Minor clearly possesses the ability to render aid yet chooses to stand idly by in the face of death, does this not contravene the ethical standards of medicine? In such a case, can she truly be deemed worthy of the title of doctor? Chong Minor felt distressed. It was easy for Su Yu to speak of an autopsy, but would Uncle John consent? In the conservative milieu of the small mountain village, conducting an autopsy was seen as a desecration of the deceased. Su Yu sighed, I shall first seek an audience with the eldest son of Den Ho, Zhou Bingwan, in hopes that this matter can be settled amicably. Dr. Wu's lips curled downward. I doubt Zhou Bingwan will be able to persuade his arrogant younger brother, and moreover, this situation concerns the reputation of Den Ho. Even if they acknowledge their error, they would likely refuse to admit it. Before Su Yu could approach Zhou Bingwan, the authorities arrived to take Chong Minor and Aaron Yu in for questioning. Chapter 82, in court, 1. The esteemed governor of Kyoto, Lord Zhang, had just fallen from grace, and the newly appointed White Minister of Justice, Lord Yuan, unexpectedly found himself presiding over his first case, a medical dispute involving his own brother-in-law. At the behest of his wife, Lord Yuan was compelled to act with utmost diligence. He promptly convened a court session, determined to restore his brother-in-law's honor. Without hesitation, he ordered the instigators to receive 20 lashes each. Zhou Bin, confident of victory, sought to exact harsh punishment on the Dashuan brothers, vowing to vindicate himself and clear the name of Deng Ho. The Dashuan brothers, both fiery youths, were unwilling to plead for mercy, firmly believing that their mother had fallen victim to the negligence of a quack doctor. Despite their grievous injuries, they continued to proclaim their innocence. As Chong Minor and her companions arrived at the yamen, they found it teeming with onlookers, packed in layers both inside and out. "Oh, Chong Minor, you too have come to witness the spectacle," someone in the crowd greeted her. Looking up, Chong Minor recognized Hua Xiaotang. "Let us depart," barked a fierce constable from behind. Hua Xiaotang hesitated, noticing the grave expressions on the faces of Su Yu and Dr. Wu behind Chong Minor, and inquired with surprise, "Dr. Su, Dr. Wu, what is the matter? Is Chong Minor involved in this case?" Da Shuang, standing in court, was expressing his grievances. "My mother was clearly improving. Yet this quack doctor acted negligently, misdiagnosed her condition, and recklessly prescribed treatments, leading to her untimely demise. The entire village can attest to this, as can Chong Minor and Aaron Yo, who participated in her emergency care." Zhou Bin retorted angrily, "You speak without basis. I have practiced medicine for years without misdiagnosing a single case. My medical skills are well recognized. You cannot slander me so easily." Seeing his brother-in-law overly agitated, Lord Yuan struck the gavel to restore order, thinking this trivial matter could easily be settled without his brother-in-law's heated involvement. "Bring forth Chong Minor and Aaron Yo," announced a constable. The gavel's echo resonated through the hall. "Bring them in." Chong Minor and Aaron Yo stepped forward and knelt. "Who is Chong Minor? Who is Aaron Yo?" Lord Yuan inquired, casting a condescending gaze upon them. "Replying to your excellency, I am the commoner Chong Minor." "I am the commoner Aaron Yo," came the response. "Do you possess medical qualifications?" Lord Yuan's tone was haughty. "I have yet to obtain medical qualifications," Chong Minor replied truthfully. Lord Yuan bellowed. "You dare to treat patients without qualifications? Clearly, it is your lack of skill that led to their death." Chong Minor, unyielding, retorted, "Your excellency, you have neither inquired about the deceased's illness, nor examined the prescribed medications, nor called for witnesses. Yet you hastily conclude that I caused the death, solely based on my lack of medical credentials. If this is how you adjudicate cases, then anyone could occupy your esteemed position." Lord Yuan's lips twitched. This girl possessed remarkable audacity to mock him. Bold commoner, to dare to defy a court official. "Seize her and administer 20 lashes," he commanded, flinging a token towards Chong Minor. Constables moved forward to restrain her for punishment. "Stop!" A cold, piercing voice rang out as Su Yu stepped into the courtroom. Lord Yuan recognized Su Yu, and his expression softened somewhat, yet his tone remained indifferent. "Dr. Su, I am currently investigating a case. Unrelated individuals are not permitted to enter without summons." Su Yu cupped his hands in salute and replied, "I am not an unrelated party. Chong Minor and Aaron Yo are apprentices at Huichangtan. I have thoroughly inquired and found that the cause of Aunt Dan's death is indeed suspicious." Just as Zhou Bin was about to speak, another person stepped forward from the crowd and coldly remarked, "Dr. Su, while your protective instincts for your disciples are understandable, it is rather unjust to cast aspersions upon my Deng Ho in your defense." Chapter 83, In Court, 2. Su Yu observed Zhou Bin stepping forward with a cold sneer, declaring, "Whether this is mere slander will soon be revealed. However, if Lord Yuan is determined to shield his brother-in-law and prevent my disciple from defending himself, rest assured, I shall not let this matter rest." Su Yu directly exposed the connection between Lord Yuan and the Zhou family, implying that should Lord Yuan fail to administer justice impartially, he would be suspected of favoritism. The onlookers began to murmur disapprovingly, and the villagers of Shirley-Pu seized the moment to shout, "No protection! Change the judge! We demand the truth!" The crowd's fervor swiftly turned in favor of Chong Minor, as they collectively called for a confrontation in court. Lord Yuan's face darkened with anger. Su Yu had dealt him a significant blow. The sound of the gavel echoed through the hall. "Silence! This court will not tolerate disturbance." The room quieted as Lord Yuan glared at Su Yu. "Su Yu, you are overly concerned. I have always enforced the law with rigor, ensuring that no innocent person suffers injustice, nor shall any villain escape punishment." Su Yu nodded slightly, responding. I too believe that Lord Yuan will not engage in favoritism or corruption. However, Chongminer, lacking medical qualifications, has unlawfully practiced medicine, thereby violating the laws of our dynasty. Furthermore, she has shown contempt for this court by slandering a government official. These are two offenses that merit severe penalties. Bring forth the punishment. Lord Yuan contemplated that it would be prudent to first subdue Chongminer before proceeding with the examination, to prevent her from speaking recklessly. Wait! Chongminer interjected. Previously, she had been wary of Lord Yuan due to his connection with the Zhou family, but now that she was aware of it, her fear dissipated. With a cold gaze and a resolute voice, she asserted, My lord, according to our dynasty's laws, severe penalties apply only to those lacking medical qualifications who cause serious consequences through their unlawful practice. If it is merely a case of general illegal practice, the penalty is the revocation of the medical examination qualification. My lord, the cause of Gong Danyang's death is yet to be determined, thus, my guilt cannot be conclusively established. Furthermore, my lord has already deemed me guilty before even questioning the case. Should I not be allowed to speak in my defense? I have no intention of showing contempt for this court. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. If you assert that you enforce the law rigorously, then I implore you to retract your command. Once the truth is established and if I am found guilty, I will bear any punishment, even to the point of death, without complaint. Su Yu calmly added, should it be proven that my disciple is at fault, I am willing to resign from my position as imperial physician and accept punishment alongside her. Chongminer was taken aback. Su Yu's words were unexpected, as he could have easily distanced himself from the situation. Outside the courtroom, old Wu stroked his goatee, equally astonished. The usually gentle Dr. Su had made such a fierce declaration, risking his future to vouch for Chongminer. This was not his customary demeanor. Lord Yuan's expression shifted between shades of anger and worry. While he could dismiss Chongminer's remarks, Su Yu's words weighed heavily on his mind. Though the position of imperial physician was not high, it involved dealings with noble individuals within the palace. If rumors were to reach the emperor's ears, it could spell trouble. Let us confront each other, then. Do you think I fear you? Zhou Bin retorted, seething. You at Huichangtan seek to oppose Dian Hou. I am not one to be easily intimidated. Upon observing the unwavering certainty in his brother-in-law's demeanor, Lord Yuan's thoughts shifted. He remarked, Since Physician Su is willing to stake his own future as a guarantee, I shall show leniency and record only 20 lashes for no. At that moment, an officer reported the arrival of the deceased husband, Zhang Daniel, along with the village chief from Shirlipu. As they were brought forth, Lord Yuan addressed the assembly. Zhang Daniel, upon witnessing the bloodied figures of Dashuan and Ershuan, was struck with terror, his legs trembling beneath him. Su Yu instructed, Zhang Daniel, when Lord Yuan interrogates you, it is imperative that you respond truthfully. Otherwise, the lashes endured by Dashuan and Ershuan would be in vain, and you too shall face imprisonment. Along with Chongminer and Ernu, Su Yu's words served as a stern reminder to Zhang Daniel that there was no room for retreat at this juncture. Lord Yuan, visibly displeased, interjected, Physician Su, is it I who is conducting the inquiry, or you? Su Yu offered a subtle smile, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and gracefully stepped aside. Chapter 84, In the courtroom, 3. In the interest of fairness, both parties agreed to summon a reputable physician of both skill and ethics for evaluation, and thus invited Li Borong from Sangshi Hall. This is utter nonsense. You are clearly colluding to fabricate testimony against me. When I examined Madame Zhang, she exhibited cold limbs, shortness of breath, palpitations, a faint pulse, and a dull tongue coating, without any signs of purpura. It was undoubtedly a case of heart-yang deficiency leading to true heart pain. Upon hearing the accounts from Zhang Daniel and Chongminer, Zhou Bin sprang to his feet to argue. Chongminer replied, You failed to see the purpura because I had previously administered acupuncture to promote blood circulation for Madame Zhang. However, Uncle Zhang has already informed you of her prior symptoms and how I attempted to save her. Yet, your arrogance prevented you from conducting a thorough investigation. Madame Zhang's internal blood stasis remained, and you prescribed a heavy dosage of C&I decoction with ginseng, forcefully counteracting her condition, resulting in this tragedy. Zhou Bin once sneered. Your words are quite eloquent, but did Dr. Su instruct you to speak in such a manner? If you truly possess such capability, why would Zhang Daniel need to seek a physician? Why not just request you to prescribe a remedy directly? Outside the hall, Hong Shouyuan clenched his fists in indignation. Grating his teeth, that Zhou Bingguan is exceedingly cunning, making it seem as though this entire affair is Dr. Su's conspiracy. Old Wu cast him a sidelong glance. Remain calm. Chong Minor declared, I am but a humble woman, having followed Dr. Wu in the clinic and witnessed true heart pain. Thus, I know how to assess and provide emergency care. When lives are at stake, I cannot stand idly by, which is why I attempted to save Madame Zhang. However, I also recognize my lack of medical qualifications and trust in Dr. Zhou's skills. Therefore, after reviving Madame Zhang, I departed. Had I known that Dr. Zhou would misdiagnose her, I would have fought to prevent him from treating her, even at the cost of my own life. Uncle Zhang added, after being treated by Chong Minor and Air Niu. My wife's complexion improved, and she was able to speak, assuring me not to worry, that she would recover in a few days. I never expected. Uncle Zhen's voice trailed off as he began to weep again. The Shuang and Air Shuang wiped their tears, and the scene was heart-wrenching. Zhou Bingwan wore a mocking expression. Are you suggesting that Zhou Bingyi's medical skills fall short of those of an apprentice like you? Su Yu replied calmly. Medical expertise cannot be judged by age or qualifications alone. Some physicians, confident in their skills, can be careless and make errors. Unfortunately, a physician holds lives in their hands. Even the slightest negligence is unacceptable. Zhou Bingwan, as a fellow physician, you must understand this principle. Zhou Bingwan stopped. Dr. Su, the patient is already deceased. Your words carry little weight. However, I could just as easily assert that Zhou Bingyi's diagnosis was flawless. And perhaps it was your apprentice's reckless intervention that led to this calamity. Yuan Darren, unfamiliar with medical practice, listened in confusion. Old Wu could no longer contain himself. Zhou Bingwan, are you implying that my apprentice does not even know how to administer aid for true heart pain? Zhou Bingwan shot him a cold glance. Dr. Wu's medical skills are undoubtedly commendable, but a master's brilliance does not guarantee that their apprentice possesses the same level of skill. Otherwise, with so many apprentices in the clinic each year, few would fail to succeed. Reborn, who had remained silent, pondered. Both parties have their own claims, making it difficult to discern the truth. The critical issue now is whether Aunt Zhen's heartache resulted from a deficiency of heart yang or from stagnation of qi and blood. However, since she has passed away, the only way to uncover the truth is through an autopsy. Su Yu's expression brightened. This was precisely the statement he had been seeking. Upon hearing the mention of an autopsy, Zhang Daniel immediately protested. That cannot be. The deceased must be respected. To offend her would lead to her unrest in the afterlife. The Shuang interjected, Father, if mother died under ambiguous circumstances, that would indeed cause her eternal unrest. Chapter 85 in court. 4. The pillar, anxious, shouted outside, Uncle. If you refuse to agree to the autopsy, then Air Niu and Minor will be at a loss. The village chief also advised, Zhang Uncle. Do you not wish to seek justice for Aunt Vang? Zhou Bingwan and Zhou Bingyi exchanged glances. Zhou Bingyi was beginning to feel uncertain. Zhang Uncle had previously informed him of Aunt's ailment, yet Zhang Uncle persistently referred to Minor, which irritated him. His initial thought was, if this Minor is indeed so capable, why summon him at all? Thus, he proceeded with his own diagnosis, confident in his expertise. However, now with Chong Minor's assertive stance and Su Yu's composed demeanor, he found himself in doubt. Zhou Bingwan sensed the predicament. He understood his younger brother's temperament well. Although his medical skills were undoubtedly sound, he was somewhat capricious and dismissive. If what Su Yu claimed were true, and an error had indeed occurred, it would lead to a significant embarrassment. Not only would they face compensation, but the reputation of Den Ho would also be tarnished. A good reputation is painstakingly built over time. How could he explain its potential ruin to the ancestors of the Zhou family? Yet now, they found themselves in a precarious position. If Su Yu agreed to the autopsy and he did not, would that not imply guilt? Lord Yuan observed the two brothers with a heavy heart, pondering whether they had any certainty in their hearts. It would be helpful to receive a clear signal from them so he could make a decision. After a prolonged hesitation, Zhang Daniel finally gritted his teeth and resolved, Fine, let us proceed with the autopsy. For the sake of Dashuan and Ershuan, for Chong Minor and Air Niu, and for his wife, he was willing to take the risk. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhou Bingwan. Dr. Zhou, what is your stance? Zhou Bingwan replied indifferently. We have no objections. Reborn personally supervised the coroner during the autopsy. Air Niu and Chong Minor held each other's hands tightly. Air Niu was encouraging Minor, while Minor was filled with concern. Although the autopsy would clarify Aunt's cause of death, she feared that her administration of acupuncture would be exposed. Old Wu and the others appeared relieved. The truth was about to unveil itself. After a brief interval, Reborn and the coroner returned to the court. The coroner reported. There was indeed blood clotted in the pericardium of the deceased. Han Shouyuan joyfully exclaimed, Chongmina's diagnosis was correct. The villagers of Shirleypu displayed expressions of delight. Su Yu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, only the Zhou brothers and Lord Yuan bore expressions of despair. This outcome indicated that Zhou Bing had made a misdiagnosis. The deceased had indeed succumbed to heart pain induced by stagnant qi and blood, and Chongmina's diagnosis was accurate. But Reborn's words took an unexpected turn. Every breath was held as they anxiously awaited Reborn's continuation. We discovered traces of acupuncture on the deceased. The heart pain resulting from stagnant qi and blood is peerless. Without timely intervention, death could ensue. Had the situation not been critical, a mere massage could have alleviated the condition. The use of acupuncture indicates that the circumstances were indeed dire, Reborn continued. Zhou Bingwan discerned the underlying implications in his words and inquired, what then? Does acupuncture relate to Anne's cause of death? Reborn cast a glance at the kneeling Chongmina and spoke slowly. While acupuncture can swiftly awaken a patient, if applied improperly, it may yield contrary results, leading to the possibility of the patient succumbing post-revival. Dr. Li, are you suggesting that Aunt Dawn might have perished due to reckless acupuncture? Zhou Bingwan's eyes lit up with curiosity as he inquired. Reborn replied, there exists such a possibility. As the most esteemed physician present, Reborn's words carried the weight of finality. The situation took a sudden turn. Su Yu and the others, who had initially felt a sense of relief, were now rendered speechless. Su Yu gazed intently at the pale-faced Chongmina, realizing she had not spoken the truth to him. Chapter 86, in Court, 5. Lord Yuan finally seized the opportunity, striking the gavel with authority and declaring, Chongmina, it is evident that your lack of medical expertise led you to administer acupuncture improperly, resulting in the patient's demise. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no room for denial. Guards, take this rogue away and administer 50 strokes of the rod. Could Chongmina, with her delicate frame, possibly survive such a punishment? Lord Yuan seemed intent on a swift and merciless resolution. Hold on, Su Yu interjected. Zhou Bing scoffed derisively, Dr. Su, do you really intend to assert that your apprentice is a polymath, excelling even in acupuncture? Ignoring Zhou Bing's mockery, Su Yu turned to Reborn, Dr. Li, your assertions are merely conjectural. You cannot definitively ascertain the truth, can you? Reborn nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is correct. Su Yu let out a slight scoff. Since the question of whether Chongmina misapplied the acupuncture is merely speculative, yet it is certain that Zhou Bing misdiagnosed the genuine ailment, then, Dr. Li, which scenario do you believe holds greater likelihood? That Zhang Denyang died due to improper acupuncture or due to a misdiagnosis? Reborn found himself in a quandary. This judgment was no simple matter, and he wished to avoid offending either party. After a lengthy pause, he replied, both possibilities cannot be dismissed. My medical knowledge is insufficient for a conclusive statement. Su Yu bowed slightly, addressing the court, Your Honor. If even a physician of such esteemed reputation as Reborn cannot ascertain where the fault lies, it would be unjust to solely penalize Chongmina. Lord Yuan dismissed this notion, asserting, Zhou Bing is a physician of considerable repute, his skills widely acknowledged. Do you expect everyone to trust an experienced doctor over an apprentice lacking even a formal medical qualification? Chongmina raised her gaze. Then how may I earn your trust? Zhou Bingwan interjected, unless your acupuncture skills can surpass mine, I shall not believe you. Though Zhou Bingwan was not as naturally gifted as his brother Zhou Bing, he excelled through diligence, thus surpassing Zhou Bing in medical skill, particularly in acupuncture, which had earned him accolades from the renowned Dr. Renli. In this realm, Zhou Bingwan held considerable confidence, unafraid to compete even against Su Yu. Everyone assumed Chongmina would be rendered speechless, but to their astonishment, she boldly proclaimed, Very well. I shall compete with you. What are the terms of the contest? The assembly was once again taken aback. Had this young girl consumed the heart of a lion? How could she dare challenge Zhou Bingwan? Was this not a path to her own destruction? Even Su Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Chongmina, how can you be so rash? You are a disciple of Shen Xintong, yet you are not Shen Xintong herself. If you do not compete, I can still defend you. At worst, we share the blame. But if you lose, the case will be irrevocably lost. Zhou Bingwan laughed heartily, viewing Chongmina as a mere source of amusement. Girl, you have willingly walked into your own trap. No one can aid you now. Niu, having witnessed Chongmina's acupuncture prowess firsthand, was filled with confidence in her abilities. Minor, do not fear him. Let him experience your skill. Minor, do not act impulsively. It is not only your reputation that is at stake, Su Yu cautioned. Minor gave a bitter smile, fully aware of Su Yu's concerns. However, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for her. She understood that if she did not exert herself to the utmost today, Lord Yuan would not spare her. With urgency pressing upon her, she could only focus on the immediate situation. Dr. Su, it seems you harbor little faith in your disciple, Zhou Bin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I have faith in her, Su replied. Minor, you must not bring shame upon my esteemed ancestor. Hua Xiaotang entered with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 87, a mysterious presence. Minor was taken aback, wondering how this fellow had managed to enter and utter such nonsensical words. Lord Yuan, unacquainted with Hua Xiaotang, was visibly displeased. This was a court of law, not a marketplace where any stray cat or dog could wander in. Who are you? He thundered. This is a solemn court. We cannot allow you to barge in. Guards, expel him at once. Lord Yuan's authoritative presence was unmistakable. Zhou Bingwan and his brother were also unfamiliar with Hua Xiaotang, puzzled by his sudden appearance. Li Borong frowned in confusion. Su Yu had only recently learned of Hua Xiaotang's identity. During the last competition at the Rejuvenation Hall and Medical Institute, Yang Guangnian had invited him as a judge. It was said that he was the direct grandson of the venerable Hua Renli, yet he seldom resided in the capital, rendering him relatively obscure. Hua Xiaotang's words astonished Su Yu. What did he mean by not allowing the disgrace of his esteemed grandfather? Could it be that Minor had a connection to the venerable Hua Renli? Two constables approached with clubs, intent on removing him, but Hua Xiaotang smiled and said, Hold on. I am here at the behest of someone to present something to Lord Yuan. As he spoke, Hua Xiaotang produced an item from his bosom, which the constables then relayed to Lord Yuan. Upon unveiling the handkerchief, Lord Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, staring blankly at Hua Xiaotang. Might I inquire who you are? He asked. Hua Xiaotang gracefully responded, I am Hua Xiaotang, the grandson of Hua Renli. I have recently taken a minor position at the Imperial Hospital as deputy director. A member of the Hua family, and the deputy director of the Imperial Hospital at such a tender age. Everyone's perception of Hua Xiaotang transformed. Su Yu was left in a daze. He had been at the Imperial Hospital that very morning and had heard nothing of this development. Turning to Minor, Hua Xiaotang remarked, Junior sister, why are you so naive? If you invoke the name of our esteemed grandfather, who would dare to question you? Oh! Could it be that you wish to teach a lesson to some self-important individuals? As he spoke, he gestured subtly towards the Zhou brothers. Zhou Bingwan's face fell. Could it be that this girl was a disciple of the venerable Hua Renli? What could he possibly say against that? Minor felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This fellow had taken it upon himself to claim her as a disciple of the esteemed elder to save her, and she would surely face reprimand upon his return. The elder had long ceased to take on apprentices, and even Shen Xintong had found no opportunity to seek his guidance. How could he possibly accept her? Lord Yuan's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation as he spoke in a congenial tone. Since Minor is a disciple of the venerable Hua, her medical skills are, of course, credible. There is no need for further contest. This case is clear. It was Zhou Bing's negligence that led to the unfortunate demise of Zhang Lu's wife. My lord. Zhou Bing looked incredulously at his brother-in-law, bewildered by such an abrupt judgment. After all, he was his brother-in-law. How could he possibly turn against him? However, Lord Yuan shot him a fierce glare, his penetrating gaze issuing a silent warning for him to remain silent. He continued. While it is true that a physician's misdiagnosis is regrettable, who among us is without fault? Considering that Zhou Bing did not intentionally cause another's death, he is thus exempt from punishment. He is ordered to compensate Zhang Zhouwen with 20 taels of silver to console the deceased's family. Zhou Bingwan, with his thin lips pressed tightly together, listened to the verdict. He believed that his brother-in-law's decision was born of an unspoken dilemma. The item presented earlier by Hua Xiaotang was undoubtedly something his brother-in-law greatly feared. It could very well be that a certain influential figure was intervening to protect Minor. This Minor is indeed remarkable. First, Su Yu risked his future for her sake. And now Hua Xiaotang has attested to her being the beloved disciple of the esteemed Master Hua. Now, even his brother-in-law dares not take action against her. Who, exactly, is she? Chapter 88, More significant figures. I had thought that today would end in difficulty, but unexpectedly, with the appearance of Hua Xiaotang, the problems were swiftly resolved. The Zhou brothers offered their sincere apologies to Uncle John and compensated with 20 taels of silver as a form of consolation. Moreover, Cheng Minor and Aaron Yu were merely sentenced to a 2-year prohibition from taking the medical examination. Such an outcome was truly astonishing. Upon departing from the magistrate's office, Su Yu intended to inquire about Cheng Minor, but Hua Xiaotan interjected, "Junior sister, you should promptly return home to explain the situation to the elder, lest he becomes irate." Cheng Minor managed a wry smile but had no choice but to comply. She bid farewell to Su Yu and Dr. Wu, expressing, "I am immensely grateful to both esteemed mentors for your vigorous defense today. When I return, I shall provide a thorough explanation." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "That is well. To become a direct disciple of Elder Hua is a tremendous fortune. Since Cheng Minor possesses such an opportunity, she ought to cherish it and prioritize explaining to Elder Hua." Watching as Cheng Minor and Hua Xiaotan departed, old Wu murmured, "No wonder this girl is so formidable, yet she still shrouds herself in mystery. It seems there is more to the story. With both Shen Xintong's guidance and Elder Hua's favor, one must wonder if it is their discerning eyes or if Cheng Minor is simply blessed by fortune to the point of evoking envy from the heavens." Old Wu felt a deep sense of reflection. He had initially planned to discuss with Su Yu about taking Cheng Minor as his apprentice in the near future. Su Yu appeared contemplative, realizing that one Shen Xintong was already enough to provoke admiration. Now, a more terrifying figure, Cheng Minor, had emerged. The skills Cheng Minor had displayed at the Rejuvenation Hall were not something Shen Xintong could have easily achieved at her age. Once they had walked some distance, Hua Xiaotan remarked, "Cheng Minor, you are exceedingly bold. You dare to treat patients without medical qualifications." Cheng Minor, unperturbed, replied, "Should I simply stand by and watch someone die? When I treated that individual before, did any of you question my qualifications?" Hua Xiaotan chuckled awkwardly. "That is true. Having qualifications does not necessarily make one a competent physician. In truth, I intended to wait until your competition with Zhou Bingwan concluded before making my appearance. However, considering your age, it is better not to reveal too much brilliance, as it may incite jealousy." With a self-deprecating smile, Cheng Minor retorted, "Having become Elder Hua's disciple, who wouldn't be envious? I doubt it will take until tomorrow for the entire medical community in the capital to learn of it." She continued, "It is merely leveraging the elder's reputation to intimidate others. Look at me, the elder nurtured me, yet my silver needle technique pales in comparison to yours. It seems my esteemed elder is not as remarkable as you." Hua Xiaotan seldom yielded such admiration to anyone, but he found himself genuinely respecting Cheng Minor. "Such words should not be uttered. Elder Hua's silver needle technique is unparalleled. Perhaps it is your own lack of comprehension or refinement that hinders you. A disciple's shortcomings cannot be blamed on the master." Cheng Minor held great respect for Elder Hua and sincerely wished to seek his guidance. Hua Xiaotan, somewhat exasperated, commented, "Why do you echo the elder's words? Am I truly that inadequate?" Cheng Minor laughed. "In comparison to Elder Hua, you certainly seem lacking." "Ah, do you truly intend to take me to meet Elder Hua?" Cheng Minor felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation within her heart. For this was the dream she had cherished across 2 lifetimes. Hua Xiaotan shrugged nonchalantly and raised an eyebrow, saying, "If you wish to meet someone, I can certainly take you to see them. However, for now, we must first pay a visit to another individual." Cheng Minor inquired with curiosity, "Who are we meeting?" Hua Xiaotan chuckled, "Do you really think that merely invoking the name of the old master would sway that Lord Yuan? Naturally, there is another, far more significant person involved." Cheng Minor suddenly recalled someone. Could it be Mu Heng? Chapter 89, Burning Bridges. Upon returning to the inner hall after leaving the court, Lord Yuan found himself being chastised by his wife, who grasped his ear tightly. "Have you eaten too much lard to cloud your judgment? Or did you bump your head while out? How could you misjudge the case of me and tarnish the reputation of Den Ho? You truly infuriate me." Lord Yuan, desperate to appease her, pleaded, "My dear wife, please calm your anger and allow me to explain." "What is there to explain? You need not say anything. I am returning to my family. I wish to divorce you," Lady Yuan declared angrily. Lord Yuan hastily restrained her. "My dear, I find myself in a difficult position as well. Do you know whose insignia that Hua Xiaotan brought today? It was none other than Lord Mu Hong of Yongning Marquis. He is not someone one can afford to offend." Lady Yuan stood momentarily speechless. Why would Lord Mu intervene for a mere maid? Lord Yuan replied, somewhat disgruntled. "How would I know? After all, It was Lord Mu who recommended me for the position of the capital's magistrate. Would I dare disregard his influence? The downfall of Lord Dong serves as a cautionary tale. Thus, he had no choice but to apologize to his brother-in-law, preserving his official title to precedence. My dear, it would be prudent to inform your brother not to pursue any trouble with that Chongminer. This girl is not someone they can provoke, he advised kindly. Though Lady Yuan was indignant, she found herself powerless and reluctantly acquiesced. Chongminer believed that Hua Shoutan was taking her to the residence of the Yongning Marquis. But to her surprise, he led her to a tea house instead. Outside a private room on the upper floor, Gao Lang stood sentinel, sword at his side. As rigid as a wooden post. Upon seeing Hua Shoutan and Chongminer, Gao Lang bowed respectfully and opened the door for them to enter. Despite being labeled a tea house, the moment they stepped inside, the aroma of tea was overshadowed by the scent of wine. There sat Mu Hong, leisurely pouring himself a drink, seemingly at ease. With the western window wide open, the evening glow was resplendent, casting a gentle yet brilliant light upon his handsome, aloof countenance, enhancing his alluring charm. When his deep, dark eyes met hers, Chongminer felt her heart race uncontrollably. How could someone be so strikingly beautiful? Why the delay? Is Yuan Bugue not forthcoming? Mu Hong inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lord Yuan was indeed forthcoming, the moment he saw your token. He changed his demeanor and reclassified his brother-in-law's misdiagnosis. It is a pity you couldn't attend, as this spectacle was quite entertaining. Had I not been concerned about your impatience, I would have relished witnessing Zhou Bingwan's embarrassment. Hua Shoutan chuckled, as he drew out a chair for Chongminer to sit. Mu Hong shot him a disgruntled glance. Who said I was impatient? Hua Shoutan lifted a wine jar, shaking it with a smirk. The jar is nearly empty, and yet you claim there is no urgency. With a scowl, Mu Hong replied, that is because you arrived too late. Originally, I intended to save a few sips of this 20-year-old vintage for you, but no. He seized the jar, poured the remaining wine into his cup, and handed the empty jar back to Hua Shoutan. Now, you may simply savor the scent. Hua Shoutan exclaimed in dismay, 20 years of fine vintage, and you didn't save me a single drop. Mu Hong, you are utterly unreasonable. Is there such a thing as burning bridges in friendship? Mu Hong curled his lip dismissively and raised his wine glass, prepared to drain it in one swift motion. Hu Shoutan, with a sudden movement, stood up and snatched the glass away, downing its contents in one gulp while glaring at Mu Hong with indignation. Chongminer stifled a giggle, finding it amusing that two grown individuals were squabbling over a mere drink. Well, you've accomplished your task and consumed your wine. It's time to depart, Mu Hong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the chuckling Chongminer. I'm not leaving. I'm hungry and I want to eat. Hu Shoutan declared, plopping down like a stubborn child, determined not to be dismissed without a meal. Mu Hong frowned slightly, retrieving another jar of wine from beneath the table. Now can we leave? Hu Shoutan broke into a mischievous grin. Now we're getting somewhere. All right then. In light of the wine, I won't intrude any longer. You may continue your conversation. Chongminer found his words rather peculiar. Once Hu Shoutan had taken his leave with the wine jar, she stood up and said, Thank you for today, I'll be going now. Stop right there, Mu Hong commanded in a low voice. Chapter 90, Unkindness. Chongminer shivered inexplicably. Her foot that had been raised retreated, and she forced a smile that she believed to be appropriate. Master Mu, do you have any further instructions? Mu Hong shot her an indifferent glance and replied flatly, Sit. My lord, I truly have matters to attend to. Mu Hong raised an eyebrow in displeasure. When I say sit, you sit. Why the fuss? What a domineering fellow. Fine. Considering that he had assisted her once again today, she decided to keep him company for a while. Gao Lan, serve the dishes, Mu Hong commanded loudly. Chongminer was taken aback. Was he really asking her to dine with him? Why such an expression? I saved you once more. Shouldn't you be treating me to a meal? Mu Hong muttered. But I have no money, Chongminer mumbled quietly, her funds barely sufficient for 2 meat buns. You treat, I pay, he asserted. Is that a thing? Chongminer was puzzled. Why did he enjoy inviting her to meals so much? Do you need my assistance with something? She could not think of any other reason. If he truly required her help, he could simply state it. Mu Hong scoffed lightly. You are overthinking. I have enough troubles of my own. Helping you would only complicate matters further. Then why? Am I not allowed to be bored? Do not forget. You once claimed that whenever I required your assistance, you would never decline. Therefore, do not question my motives in the future, simply do as I say. Nu Hong stated blandly. Chong Minor stifled the urge to roll her eyes. Was he to hold her to one statement for a lifetime? She was not his subordinate. By what right did he expect her to comply? Hey, this is rather unkind of you. I have also saved your life and aided in rescuing the prince. I never demanded anything in return, Chong Minor protested, determined to clarify matters today to avoid endless complications. To her surprise, he shamelessly replied, Did you not propose 3 conditions? I agreed to them all. How can you claim that I never asked anything of you? Chong Minor was left speechless, staring at him in disbelief. How could a dignified Marquis speak in such a cheeky manner, with a shamelessness that was utterly outrageous? Unfazed by her disdainful gaze, he continued, You see, each time I assist you and treat you to meals, can you find anyone in this world more kind-hearted than I? Chong Minor, one must be content in life. And speak with integrity. Chong Minor gazed skyward in silence, feeling as though she might either die of rage in court today or suffocate from frustration right here. Gao Lan knocked on the door, and the waiter entered with wine and dishes, swiftly arranging them. He placed 2 red eggs in front of Chong Minor before exiting. Red eggs bring misfortune, Chong Minor. Perhaps you should go pay your respects at the temple and light some incense. Just look at you. You saved someone and ended up embroiled in a lawsuit. What terrible luck. Nu Hong scoffed. Chong Minor stared at the 2 red eggs, thinking that indeed her luck was quite dismal. The last time she saved him, she found herself entangled with him. This time, after rescuing Mrs. Zhang, she was caught up in a lawsuit. The incense at the White Horse Temple is quite effective. The abbot and I are well acquainted. Would you like me to take you there to pay your respects another day? Nu Hong poured himself a drink. I think you should go pray, lest you find yourself being pursued again, Chong Minor said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then acquiesced. You make a valid point, let us go together. Chong Minor felt on the verge of despair, as conversing with him seemed to forever elude the grasp of her understanding. Chapter 91, How to Repay. Observing her tearful expression, Nu Hong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It was a rare occasion when he was not the one left frustrated. Eat up! These are all exquisite dishes that you would seldom encounter in your daily life, he generously urged her to indulge. Chong Minor slowly picked up her chopsticks and glanced around the table, only to find herself at a loss for what to eat. The spread was lavishly meaty, devoid of any vegetables. Consuming such greasy food at night is detrimental to one's health, she advised with genuine concern. Nu Hong dismissed her worries nonchalantly. These delicacies are prepared specifically for you. Look at you, so pale and emaciated. The fare at the rejuvenation hall must be quite poor. Eating nothing but bland broth is hardly beneficial either, is it? Chong Minor gritted her teeth. Thank you for your concern. Just so you know, you need not feel overly grateful. I enjoy these dishes myself, Nu Hong remarked, savoring a piece of rabbit meat with delight. Chong Minor tightened her grip on her chopsticks, inwardly cursing his shamelessness. It was evident that the meal was ordered for his own pleasure, yet he insisted it was for her benefit. She felt an urge to storm off but remembered that she owed him a favor. Determined to remain silent, Chong Minor focused on her food, resolute not to listen to his prattle, lest it infuriate her further. Chong Minor, how skilled is your brother in archery? He inquired. Taken aback, she wondered why he posed such a question. He is quite adept. He can shoot birds from the sky and rabbits from the ground. Nu Hong nodded thoughtfully. In that case, he is not lacking. Can he sustain a living through hunting? It used to be feasible, but now it is quite difficult. Most of the nearby mountains and forests have been enclosed by the wealthy, leaving little room for hunting. Chong Minor expressed her frustration, her teeth clenched. These affluent nobles, in their quest for amusement, had deprived the common folk of their livelihoods. Nu Hong was well aware of this. The very trend of land enclosure had begun with the Duke of Shao, who, leveraging the power of concubine Shao, committed various injustices. Currently, there is a recruitment for new soldiers. If your brother is interested, I could lend a hand and arrange for him to join the Eastern camp, he suggested. Fearing Chong Minor might not grasp the significance of the Eastern camp, he elaborated, the Eastern camp is my domain. If your brother performs well, his advancement would be merely a matter of my word. Chong Minor's heart stirred. Her brother possessed their father's true martial prowess. With a bow and arrow in hand, he could easily be considered among the best. If Nu Hong were to support him, her brother could indeed make a name for himself in the military. With a military title, he would gain respect and no longer be bullied by scoundrels like Master Zhang in their vicinity. Is that truly the case? Chong Minor questioned. apprehensive that he was merely making empty promises. Nu Hong raised an eyebrow. Do I appear to be jesting with you? However, it is contingent upon your brother's own efforts. He must not be like a pile of mud that cannot be molded. Chong Minor felt a surge of excitement. My brother is certainly no pile of mud. He is remarkably skilled. As Nu Hong watched her smile, revealing two charming dimples and her bright, clear eyes sparkling with pride and confidence, he found himself momentarily entranced. Then it is settled. But will my brother be sent directly to the eastern camp? Chong Minor seized the opportunity, eager to finalize the matter. Nu Hong, regaining his focus, offered a faint smile. The recruitment of new soldiers is coordinated and organized by the Ministry of War. Simply have your brother register at the government office, and I shall provide a prior notice. Thank you ever so much. Chong Minor expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Nu Hong replied with a grin. Thus, you find yourself indebted to me once more, Chong Minor. Pray tell, how do you intend to repay this favor? Chapter 92, The Old Golden Bull Well. When I have money, I shall treat you to a meal, Chong Minor remarked with a smile. Nu Hong chuckled. There are many who wish to treat me. I do not find it intriguing. Then, I shall not charge you for future consultations. Are you wishing ill upon me? Of course not. However, as mortals consume grains and vegetables, it is inevitable that one may fall ill. No one can guarantee a life devoid of troubles. Regardless, that is unacceptable. It lacks sincerity. Nu Hong shook his head, scrunching his nose. What do you wish then? Why must you be so difficult to please? Chong Minor thought to herself. Nu Hong's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable smile. I shall speak when I have thought of something. Chong Minor felt that something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. She decided to leave it be for now. If his requests proved unreasonable, she could always feign ignorance. Their meal lasted over an hour, and by the time they exited the tea house, the sky had darkened. It is not far to the Huichangtan. I shall not escort you further. In the future, be more cautious and do not invite trouble upon yourself. I might be away from the capital for a while, and no one will come to your aid then. Nu Hong advised casually. Ah, you speak wisely, Chong Minor replied, listening earnestly. Nu Hong observed her for a moment and added, if something arises, seek out Hua Xiaotang. Though he may not be entirely reliable, he will be devoted to your affairs. Ah, Chong Minor responded absent-mindedly, finding him rather verbose. Nu Hong felt a twinge of displeasure at her indifference. Did she not care to inquire how long he would be gone or when he would return? Shall I take my leave then? Once he finally fell silent, Chong Minor hastily bid farewell, thinking that Su Yu and old Wu might still be waiting for her. Nu Hong's gaze darkened, wanting to say something, but he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Watching her rush away, he let out an unexpected sigh. Gao Lang remarked, if the master is concerned about Miss Cheng, might I suggest sending 2 individuals to discreetly protect her? As the master's personal guard and a long-standing confidant, Gao Lang possessed insight. He had never witnessed the master show such concern for any young lady. Though Miss Cheng was youthful and unassuming, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and perhaps the master had a penchant for such delicacy after all. Even an old bull enjoys tender grass. As this thought crossed his mind, Gao Lang's eyes twitched, and he quickly chastised himself. The master was youthful, accomplished, and strikingly handsome. Even if he were an old bull, he would be a gilded one. Nu Hong shot him a stern glance yet offered no dissent. Once Chong Minor had walked a distance, she slowed her pace, pondering the absurdity of the meal. It made little sense. He had even deliberately sent Hua Xiaotang away. What was the meaning of that? Though she could discern no malice in his demeanor, it was precisely his kindness that unsettled her. Shaking her head, she dismissed these vexing thoughts, instead considering how to explain the day's events to Su Yu and old Wu. Upon returning to Huichangtan, she spotted Hong Xiaoyuan seated under the eaves, gazing at the moon with one leg drawn up. Hong Xiaoyuan, Chong Minor approached. He cast her a languid glance and replied, back already. Why are you sitting here all alone? Where are Ernyo and Tianyu? They're in class. Then why aren't you attending? Chong Minor inquired. Dr. Jiang said that the 5 of us need not attend those lessons. He provided each of us with a book to study independently. Hong Xiaoyuan produced a book for Chong Minor, saying, here, this is yours. Make sure to study it well. Tomorrow, Dr. Lao Su will personally teach the 5 of us. Dr. Lao Su? Su Huaishan? Is he really coming to teach? Chong Minor expressed mild astonishment, as she had yet to meet Dr. Su since arriving at the rejuvenation hall. It seemed that Su Yu was managing everything. What about Dr. Su and Dr. Wu? Have they returned? Chong Minor asked. Hong Xiaoyuan scratched his nose. Of course they have. Were they waiting for you? Chong Minor felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, she had overthought the situation. However, Hong Xiaoyuan chuckled. I was just teasing you. Dr. Su and Dr. Wu are waiting for you in the main room, so hurry along. But make sure you've prepared your speech. Don't let anything slip. While others might have overlooked it, he noticed that when Hua Xiaotang referred to Chong Minor as little junior sister, she appeared quite taken back. Mr. Hua had long declared that he would not take on students, and later, when he asked Ernio, she mentioned that Chong Minor had never left Shirley Pu. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. As for Chong Minor's background and identity, he was unconcerned. All he cared about was that she did well. Chapter 93, Confession. The truth of the lies was succinctly unveiled by Hong Xiaoyuan, leaving Chong Minor somewhat embarrassed. However, she remained unfazed, aware that Hong Xiaoyuan harbored no ill intentions towards her. Shall I teach you? Hong Xiaoyuan remarked with a teasing smile. Chong Minor stared at him in bewilderment. What do you mean? Hong Xiaoyuan chuckled softly, taking his time to elaborate. When it comes to spinning tales, I am quite the expert. 7 parts truth, 3 parts fiction. With reality intertwined within the deception, making it difficult for others to discern what is real and what is not. Don't blame me for meddling. Although there are not many as clever as myself, a few do exist. Chong Minor shot him a playful glare, finding amusement in his vanity. Yet, she felt a genuine gratitude towards him. It seemed he was privy to many of her secrets yet never pried. Instead, he diligently helped her conceal them. He was subtly warning her that Su Yu and Old Wu might have also noticed the underlying intricacies. Understood. I shall seek your guidance next time, Master of Deception, she said, casting him a sidelong glance with a smile. Hong Xiaoyuan waved his hand dismissively. Off you go. Chong Minor hurried to the upper room. As she reached the doorway, she overheard a harsh voice from within. Ruoyang, we are leaving. The soft curtain was suddenly drawn aside, revealing Zhou Bingwan pulling Zhou Ruoyang out forcefully. Elder brother. Zhou Ruoyang appeared reluctant. Upon spotting Chong Minor, Zhou Bingwan's face darkened as he grasped Zhou Ruoyang's hand with increasing intensity, hastening their departure. Ah! Is she being forbidden to remain at the Huichangtan? Chong Minor mused. Indeed, given that Huichangtan had brought disgrace to downtown today, it was only natural that Zhou Bingwan would not allow his sister to continue her medical studies there. Taking a deep breath, she ascended the steps and called through the soft curtain, Dr. Su. From within, Su Yu replied coolly, come in. Inside the room was only Su Yu. Old Wu was absent, and Su Yu appeared to be in a foul mood, his expression cold and withdrawn. Chong Minor felt she had arrived at an inopportune moment. Tentatively, she called, Dr. Su. Su Yu lifted his gaze, his deep eyes scrutinizing her for an extended moment, making Chong Minor feel quite uneasy. Have you met Mr. Hua? After a lengthy silence, he finally inquired. Recalling Hong Xiaoyuan's words, she refrained from using her pre-prepared response, apologetically stating, I am sorry, Dr. Su. Hua Xiaotang said that only to assist me. This lie, which Hua Xiaotang could fabricate, she could not utter herself, as it would be a sign of disrespect towards the esteemed elder, Mr. Hua. Expecting Su Yu to react with surprise, she was instead met with his composed inquiry. So, Mr. Hua did not take you as his apprentice, is that correct? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chong Minor nodded. Su Yu finally felt a flicker of relief. Chong Minor had not deceived him, which was reassuring. The circumstances had been complex and urgent at the time, and he had not pondered deeply. However, upon reflection, he recognized numerous inconsistencies. For instance, Chong Minor's reaction seemed far more astonished than his own. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Mr. Hua, the elder had once taken on a troublesome disciple, nearly leading to a confrontation that left him on the brink of distress, thereafter declaring he would never take on another apprentice. This proclamation had been made in front of all the esteemed doctors and pharmacists at the medical association, and given Mr. Hua's esteemed reputation, he would not easily make exceptions. Your acupuncture skills you learned from Master Shen Xintong, and with no one to practice on, you resorted to practicing on yourself. The first time I administered needles on Aunt Jean, I was confident that my technique was correct, Chong Minor remarked. Su Yu furrowed his brows, seemingly skeptical. You practiced on yourself? For a physician to master acupuncture, mastering the precision of needle placement is no trivial feat. If one were to rely solely on oneself for practice, how many needles would one need to endure? Thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, without extraordinary perseverance. It is an unattainable task. Chong Minor slowly rolled up her sleeves, extending her arm for Su Yu to see. due to her congenital deficiencies. She had been frail since childhood, which is also why the Wu family held her in such high regard. The Cheng family, having fallen into poverty, could not afford nourishing supplements or medicinal herbs, thus Cheng Minor relied on acupuncture and breath regulation to restore her health. Consequently, her skin bore numerous needle marks. Upon witnessing the myriad of puncture wounds on her arm, Su Yu harbored no further doubts and instead grew to admire Cheng Minor's resilience and willingness to endure hardship. In the future, I shall teach you, Su Yu declared. Although he managed the academy at Huichangtan, he had no intention of taking on disciples himself. However, as Cheng Minor was a student of Sheng Xintong, she was effectively his disciple, and he felt a sense of responsibility and obligation to guide her. Cheng Minor was quite taken aback, not expecting Su Yu to make such an offer. Su Yu's gaze suddenly darkened as he inquired, "Now, answer me truthfully. Why have you come to Huichangtan?" Chapter 94. At all costs Cheng Minor found herself perplexed by Su Yu's intentions. Did he assume she had come because she knew he was Sheng Xintong's fiancé, or was there an ulterior motive? Su Yu pondered this question incessantly. Why had Cheng Minor arrived? Given her medical expertise, she was fully capable of gaining admission to the medical academy. It was not that he sought to undermine others, but rather that the newly established Huichangtan could not compare to the medical academy in any regard. If her sole purpose was to study medicine, the medical academy would undoubtedly be the superior choice, yet she had chosen to come to Huichangtan. Could it be that she was aware of the connection between him and Xintong? I wish to enter the Imperial Hospital. I cannot believe Sheng Xintong would misdiagnose. Cheng Minor revealed her thoughts for the first time since her rebirth. Su Yu was testing her, just as she was probing him. What were his true feelings regarding Sheng Xintong's death? Had he never harbored any doubts? Su Yu was taken aback by her words. Yet he observed the calmness in Cheng Minor's eyes, which, though tranquil, bore an unyielding resolve. This was the first time since Sheng Xintong's demise that anyone dared to question the cause of her death. The atmosphere within the Imperial Hospital was thick with silence, and the physicians of the capital refrained from uttering Sheng Xintong's name. Once a brilliant star, she had suddenly fallen, dissipating like dust. The once flourishing Sheng family now lay in desolation. He was unaware of how many others shared his unspoken regrets, but he carried a heavier burden of guilt and remorse. If your intention in entering the Imperial Hospital is to investigate Sheng Xintong's case, I advise you to abandon that thought at once, Su Yu warned gravely. The splendid palace, a symbol of supreme imperial power, was, in fact, a den of filth, rife with bloodshed and conspiracy. Countless individuals had become casualties in the struggle for power, and Sheng Xintong was among them. He wished to spare Cheng Minor from the peril of losing her life. Why? Does Dr. Su know something of the underlying truth? Cheng Minor noted the shift in Su Yu's demeanor, marked by a palpable apprehension. Su Yu replied coldly, Cheng Minor, excessive curiosity is not a virtue. Shall we allow Sheng Xintong's death to remain an enigma? Though we bore no formal teacher-student relationship, our bond was genuine. No one else cares for her fate. But I do. Regardless of the cost, I will enter the Imperial Hospital and uncover the truth, Cheng Minor declared resolutely. Are you prepared to risk your life for this? Su Yu inquired somberly. Yes, Cheng Minor responded without hesitation. Heaven had granted her a second chance at life. Was that not the very purpose of her rebirth? The room fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of one's heartbeat could be discerned. Su Yu stared at her for an extended moment, ultimately exhaling a sigh, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. While she was unafraid of life and death, he felt a cowardly trepidation as he watched Xintong. Let these words remain between us. Do not speak of them in public, Su Yu seemed to lament. Cheng Minor nodded in silence, understanding the gravity of the situation. It was precisely because she trusted Su Yu's integrity that she dared to speak so freely. After a pause, Su Yu continued, if you wish to enter the Imperial Hospital, you must win the competition in 3 months' time. During these 3 months, I will dedicate myself to your training. By day, you will study with Doctors Wu and Lao Su. And by night, you will come to me. Ah! Cheng Minor was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be on duty at the Imperial Hospital tonight? However, his words seemed to indicate his support for her decision. Cheng Minor let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Su Yu could lend a hand, matters would become considerably easier. Indeed, Su Yu proved to be trustworthy, and Cheng Minor felt a profound sense of comfort. Chapter 95. Unworthy of the medical profession. After overcoming Su Yu's scrutiny, Cheng Minor felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. As she glanced at the time, the evening class was nearing its conclusion. She returned to her chamber, lit a candle, and retrieved the medical book that Hong Shouyang had entrusted to her. The cover was pristine, yet the contents astonished Chongming. It was a treatise on the organs and vital meridians, originally titled The Silent Medical Canon. Authored by the ancestral Shen Mo of the Sheng family, a cherished heirloom. How did this book come into the possession of the Su family? Could it be that after the incident, her father, fearing the ancient texts might be seized by the authorities, entrusted them to the Su family for safekeeping? The Sheng and Su families shared a long-standing friendship and kinship. Indeed, if her father sought a trustworthy guardian, the Su family would be his only choice. As she contemplated her family's medical book, a torrent of emotions surged within her. She wondered how her parents and siblings were faring in the northern desert. She recalled her younger sister, Sheng Xinhue, who had always despised the cold, retreating indoors as soon as winter arrived. Suddenly, the door was flung open, interrupting Chongming's thoughts. Assuming it was Heir Niu returning, she anticipated the girl's typical clumsiness. Back already? What did Dr. Jiang discuss today? Chongming did not turn around. Chongming, a voice laced with anger called from behind her. Startled, Chongming set down the book and turned to face the newcomer. Li Shiqi stormed towards her, eyes ablaze with fury. Chongming, you've done a splendid job. Without needing to ponder, Chongming understood the cause of Li Shiqi's ire. As Li Shiqi was close friends with Zhou Ruoyang, who had been taken away by her brother Zhou Bingwan, it was only natural for her to lay the blame at Chongming's feet. Li Shiqi, you could have at least knocked before barging in. How impolite. Chongming replied coolly. Li Shiqi gritted her teeth. You expect me to be courteous? If it weren't for you, Zhou Ruoyang would still be here. It's all your fault. With your self-righteousness and presumption, thinking you're so remarkable. How dare you treat patients so carelessly? Now that trouble has arisen, you expect the Huichantan to clean up your mess. What else can you do besides causing trouble? How can you sit here without a shred of shame? Chongming responded calmly. Why should I feel ashamed? Saving lives is the duty of a healer. Li Shiqi stopped. Oh, how noble of you to say. But are you a healer? Do you possess a medical license? You, with your half-baked knowledge, dare to roam about. How can you be so shameless? Chongming smiled slightly. It is you who is half-baked, not I. Moreover, Dr. Su has not deemed me at fault, and the authorities have ruled it was not my doing. Li Shiqi, what gives you the authority to judge? Li Shiqi fumed. You dare to call me half-baked? Chongming raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Isn't that common knowledge? This was a nickname given to Li Shiqi by Hong Shouyang, and the students often referred to her as such in private. Li Shiqi's face flushed crimson. Chongming, don't he be so arrogant. Dr. Su is protecting you out of necessity. Do you wish to tarnish the reputation of Huichantan? Without Dr. Su's intervention, you would have already faced punishment from the authorities. Li Shiqi, could you not amend your self-righteous ways? Today in the courtroom, it was your father who rendered the judgment. I suggest you return and inquire further before questioning me. At present, I wish to immerse myself in my reading, so kindly leave. Chongming's expression darkened. Engaging in a quarrel with such a person seemed utterly futile, a mere waste of time. You! Li Shiqi was filled with loathing, utterly disgusted by Chongming. Associating with someone like you feels as though one has fallen into a pit of misfortune for 8 generations. Then keep your distance from me, Chongming retorted coldly. She did not provoke others, yet that did not imply she would allow herself to be trampled upon. Li Shiqi was seething with rage. Her eyes fell upon the medical book that Chongming had opened. In a fit of impulsiveness, she reached out and forcefully snatched the book away, tearing it violently in half. Someone like you does not deserve to study medicine. Chongming was incensed. That book was a treasured heirloom of the Sheng family, and Li Shiqi had dared to tear it asunder. Chapter 96. The fight. Li Shiqi and Chongming erupted in furious shouts, completely incensed. With her neck arched and hands firmly planted on her hips, Li Shiqi arrogantly glared at Chongming, demanding, what now? If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. In the next instant, a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air. Smack. Li Shiqi cupped her face, her eyes wide in shock as she stared at Chongming, momentarily frozen for a full 3 seconds before realizing she had been struck. How dare Chongming lay a hand on her? In all her years, no one had ever dared to touch a single hair on her head. Yet today she had received a slap from Chongming. What are you, to dare hit me? Li Shiqi raged, charging at her, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Although Chongming was slender compared to Li Shiqi, the destruction of her ancestral treasures ignited an uncontrollable fury that unleashed her full strength. Li Shiqi, equally determined, grappled fiercely, and neither could gain the upper hand. Chairs toppled. A teapot shattered, Chongmina's clothing was torn, and Li Shiqi's hair became a chaotic mess. Heavens! What on earth was happening? Upon returning from school, Niu stood at the doorway, stunned by the scene. However, she snapped out of her daze in an instant and rushed to pull Li Shiqi away. No hitting Chongmina. With Niu's involvement, the chaos escalated further. The commotion finally attracted the attention of other students, who exerted great effort to separate the three. Zhao Dehai surveyed the three girls, their clothes torn and hair disheveled, their eyes aflame with fury, as if they wished to strangle one another. He could not help but feel a surge of anger. Have you all lost your minds, or are you simply bored? Is there no sense of decorum left? As soon as he finished speaking, one male student could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Zhao Dehai shot a fierce glare at him. Only then realizing the inappropriateness of his words, considering girls did not have certain anatomical features, he masked his embarrassment with an even fiercer and more authoritative gaze, lamenting. Look at yourselves. Where is the semblance of femininity? Instead of learning virtuous behavior, you resort to the crude antics of an unruly village woman. What future do you think you will have? It was Chongmina who struck first. Li Shiqi declared, her voice resolute. Chongmina retorted defiantly. Li Shiqi tore my book first. This was the first time in Chongmina's life she had engaged in a fight and lost control of her emotions. A testament to Li Shiqi's remarkable ability to provoke. Xu Fei, who was close to Li Shiqi, coldly interjected. Do you really think Li Shiqi would tear your book without reason? Just because she tore your book, does that justify hitting her? Chongmina. This is a place of learning, not your rural home. Niu, indignant, countered, so we are country girls, and that means we deserve your disdain and bullying. Just because you come from esteemed families, does that give you the right to look down on others? I think it is your upbringing that is truly questionable. Xu Fei's face paled at the retort. Li Yan's voice dripped with sarcasm as he echoed, TSK, wild girls are just that wild. Look at this uproar. You resemble nothing more than a shrew. Hong Shuang glared, rolling up his sleeves as he barked at Li Yan. What did you just say? As Chongmina's face was marred, Hong Shuang was already seething with anger. He had been suppressing his frustration due to the presence of the senior brother, but now, with Li Yansheng stepping forward, his pent-up rage erupted towards him. Li Yansheng puffed out his chest defiantly, asking, What? Are we going to fight? Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Silence, all of you. You dare to rebel. Zhao Dehai bellowed, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Chongmina, in distress, picked up the torn book, her heart aching. This was the very book that Li Shiqi had ripped apart. She handed the damaged book to Zhao Dehai, who, upon recognizing it, immediately changed his expression. Goodness, this is serious. This is a treasure of the master. After much persuasion, the master had reluctantly agreed to let Chongmina have a few glimpses of it. Chapter 97, united in thought as the incident involved the master's cherished possession. Zhao Dehai had no choice but to consult Su Yu. Su Yu looked at the damaged book, feeling a throb of pain in his temples. How could he explain this to his father? Ultimately, Su Yu decided to have Chongmina and Li Shiqi kneel before the statue of the Medicine King for an entire night, along with assigning them and Niu a month of menial labor as punishment. Xu Fei felt it was unjust for Li Shiqi. Fourth brother, your punishment is unfair. It was Chongmina who struck first. According to the rules, she should have been expelled. Su Yu pointed at the torn book. Do you know what this is? Xu Fei dismissed it. Isn't it just a book? Su Yu replied in a low voice. This was entrusted to our father by Master Shen. It is the Sheng family's heirloom. So what? That doesn't justify hitting someone. It's not even our book, Xu Fei retorted, showing no concern. Su Yu fell silent and coldly stated, Let me put it this way. If Li Shiqi were to tear a medical book in front of me today, I would slap her too. Xu Fei was taken aback. Her usually gentle fourth brother had spoken of violence. Well then, Li Shiqi had simply chosen the wrong book to destroy. Before the statue of the Medicine King, Chongmina and Li Shiqi knelt obediently, ignoring one another. Initially, they were still somewhat defiant, but the cold, hard stone beneath them made their knees ache excruciatingly after a while. Li Shiqi, unaccustomed to such suffering, felt wronged and began to cry. Chongmina, I hate you. Chongmina remained indifferent, ignoring her. In truth, she was also in pain. She had already spent an entire afternoon kneeling in court, and now she was being punished again. However, she bore no resentment towards Su Yu, after all. Fighting among students warranted expulsion, and Su Yu had shown her leniency. She did not regret her actions, although her slap could not restore the book. It had at least relieved her pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Han Shouyuan, having ensured Tian Yu was asleep, slipped a cushion under his arm and made his way to the pharmacy. Just as he reached the courtyard entrance, he collided with someone. Oh! It's Li Yansheng. He too was carrying a cushion. It seemed they both harbored the same intention. Phew! They both turned away, yet neither dared to enter. After a moment of stalemate, Han Shouyuan lowered his voice. You distract senior brother Swaman, and I will deliver the item inside. Li Yansheng's eyes started. Why not you distract him? Han Shouyuan casually replied. Chongminer is a country girl, tough and resilient. Kneeling for a night won't harm her. However, Li Shiqi is pampered. She might truly suffer. Concern flickered in Li Yansheng's eyes. His fear was that Li Shiqi might not endure it, which was precisely why he had come to deliver the cushion. If you don't go, then neither of us shall enter. If you dare to go in, I will report you, Han Shouyuan shamelessly threatened. Li Yansheng gritted his teeth, cursing Han Shouyuan's ancestors in his mind, but ultimately relented. Fine, I'll go. After handing the cushion to Han Shouyuan, Li Yansheng picked up a stone from the corner and tossed it into the courtyard. A voice from within called out, Who is it? Who's outside? The two quickly stepped aside, waiting for a moment, but Xiaonan did not emerge. Li Yansheng picked up a larger stone and threw it inside once more. Who dares to strike my head? Xiandong exclaimed angrily, clutching his head as he marched towards the door. Li Yansheng hastily fled, but upon spotting a fleeting shadow, Xiandong pursued relentlessly. As the two figures vanished into the distance, Han Shouyuan emerged from the shadows, swaggering confidently inside. Chapter 98. I shall report. Within the confines of the room, Chongminer and Li Shiqi exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Xiang'an's furious tirade. What could be the matter? A series of knocks echoed against the window. Chongminer, open the window, came a voice, slightly strained. Ah! It was Han Shouyuan. With great effort, Chongminer rose, limping towards the window, where she removed the wooden bolt and opened a narrow slit. What brings you here? In a swift motion, Han Shouyuan thrust two cushions through the opening. Take these quickly, Xiang'an will return shortly. Li Shiqi, observing Han Shouyuan's clandestine delivery to Chongminer, felt triumphant. Seizing the opportunity. Aha! Han Shouyuan, how dare you sneakily provide cushions to Chongminer? Are you two planning to cheat? I shall inform the senior brother. Han Shouyuan retorted with irritation. One of these was sent by Li Yansheng, who is currently being chased around by Xiang'an. If you wish to report him, then by all means, do so. Li Shiqi fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Chongminer hesitated, voicing her concern. Isn't this rather inappropriate? If discovered, Han Shouyuan could face punishment as well. Enough of this nonsense. With your two twig-like legs, kneeling until dawn will surely be your demise. Hurry up, I must leave. Han Shouyuan declared before slipping away. Chongminer smirked, thinking to herself, your long legs resemble twigs more than mine. Closing the window, she turned to Li Shiqi and asked, Do you want one? If not, I shall take both. Li Shiqi, somewhat begrudgingly, replied, Why should they all belong to you? One belongs to me. With that, she snatched one and placed it beneath her knees, finally feeling some relief. Chongminer grinned. Conversing with someone like Li Shiqi required a reverse approach. Chongminer, do you think Li Yansheng will be discovered by Xiang'an? Now somewhat more comfortable, Li Shiqi began to worry about Li Yansheng's fate. You might as well pray to the Buddha for mercy. If Li Yansheng gets caught, none of us will escape unscathed, Chongminer replied nonchalantly. All this is your fault. If it weren't for you, Zhou Ruoyang wouldn't have left, and I wouldn't be kneeling here, Li Shiqi complained. Why don't you consider that if Zhou Bin had misdiagnosed and caused a life to be lost, Zhou Ruoyang wouldn't have departed? Why don't you acknowledge that if you had held a grudge against me and sought trouble, you wouldn't be kneeling here either? Every effect has a cause. If you fail to grasp this, you may encounter even more misfortunes in the future, Chongminer stated coldly. Li Shiqi, confronted with Chongminer's unwavering logic, felt a twinge of unease. Could it truly be that Zhou Ruoyang's elder brother was at fault for the misdiagnosis? She had previously thought that Dr. Su had aided Chongminer in evading punishment. After all, the Su family held more sway than the Zhou family. Yet, she would never admit this aloud. You speak as if you are entirely innocent. You administered treatment without a medical license. Is that not your fault? Chongminer gazed at her silently and asked, if you encountered someone in dire need of medical attention, and you were confident in your ability to heal them. Would you simply stand by due to your lack of a medical license? Even if the patient were to perish, could you truly ignore their plight? Li Shiqi fell silent, inwardly questioning whether she could remain indifferent in such circumstances. Perhaps she could not. But the law is precisely as it is stated. The law is indeed sound. It serves to caution those who lack the competence to practice medicine against engaging in such endeavors, lest they unwittingly jeopardize lives. It also aims to thwart individuals who might exploit the guise of medical practice for deceitful purposes. However, the law is not devoid of humanity. We, as healers, must ardently uphold medical ethics, for there exists no justification for standing idly by in the face of death. Chen Minor stated solemnly. Li Shiqi was conflicted, pondering that Chen Minor had a point. Lian, Shu, do not speak. Brother Xiaonan has returned, Chen Minor remarked upon hearing footsteps outside. Chapter 99. Good news. Xiaonan had chased around but failed to catch anyone, suspecting that someone had employed a ruse to draw him away. He returned to check. Unlocking the door and pushing it open, he found two individuals kneeling motionless inside. A glance revealed a corner of an ochre-colored cushion peeking from under Li Shiqi's skirt. And upon shifting his gaze, he noticed another one beneath Chen Minor's feet. Xiaonan's lips twitched as he discreetly closed the door. Gripping his head in frustration, he muttered, "You little rascal, was it really necessary to crack his head just to deliver a cushion?" Outside, silence reigned as Li Shiqi continued with her unfinished thoughts. "Even if you are right, I still do not like you." Chen Minor curled her lips in response, silently thinking, "No one expects you to like me." The dynamics between people depend on fate, and it is evident that she and Li Shiqi are simply not destined for each other. Life seemed to settle back into its mundane rhythm, filled with busyness. Yet this was the existence Chen Minor cherished most, constantly enriching herself, healing others, while also surrounded by friends. If it weren't for the deep-seated hatred hidden within her and the numerous unfulfilled desires, she would wish to live like this for a lifetime. Half a month later, Juzi visited the Changtian frequently, bringing Wu's favorite wild fruit, the mountain red, and two pieces of news. First, Jin Qiuhua had returned, and her elder brother demanded she bow and serve tea to Wu before allowing her to enter. Second, her elder brother had enlisted and was stationed at the Dongding. "Minor, you no longer need to worry about your mother being bullied," Niu exclaimed joyfully. Chen Minor nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "Brother is right, without such measures, Jin Qiuhua would not behave properly." Scratching his head, Juzi grinned sheepishly, "There is something else I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Brother, have you arranged a marriage?" Niu teased, noticing Juzi's cheerful demeanor. Juzi, feeling flustered, glanced at Chen Minor and hesitantly replied, "I'm enlisting too, alongside Shi too, and will also be at Dongding. We leave the day after tomorrow." "Really?" Niu exclaimed joyfully. "That is wonderful, Brother Juzi. You must do well." Chen Minor felt genuine happiness, with Juzi accompanying her brother. They would look out for each other. "Ah, Brother Juzi, you're here." Han Xiaoyuan stepped out. Juzi greeted him with a hearty smile. "Brother Xiaoyuan, Dawan and Erwan mentioned they would invite you to dinner in the city one day." Han Xiaoyuan scratched his nose. "Why such courtesy? It's unnecessary." "Of course, it is. Thanks to you treating their injuries, otherwise, Erwan's waist would have been severely harmed," Juzi replied. Chen Minor looked at Han Xiaoyuan in surprise, wondering why she had heard about this. Niu explained, "Those officials were too harsh. They claimed it was just a beating, but the blows were aimed squarely at the waist. Erwan nearly had his back broken, and it was Han Xiaoyuan and Dr. Wu who assisted in the treatment. It was all Dr. Wu's merit. I merely assisted," Han Xiaoyuan humbly stated, stepping closer to Juzi and saying, "Come, I'll treat you to a drink." Chen Minor interjected, "Han Xiaoyuan, students are prohibited from drinking alcohol." Han Xiaoyuan chuckled, "I'm inviting Brother Juzi for a drink, not saying I will drink myself." Niu added, "Aren't you helping us with work today?" It was agreed that the three of them would serve a month of menial labor, yet each day someone would invariably come to lend a hand. Sometimes it would be Han Xiaoyuan, at other times it would be Tianyu, Zongyang, or Li Yansheng. A sly smile curled at the corners of Han Xiaoyuan's lips, and he remarked, "I shall graciously leave this opportunity to Tianyu." Niu's face flushed suspiciously, while Chen Minor paused for a moment, seemingly grasping the underlying implication, and stifled a giggle. Niu shot Han Xiaoyuan an exasperated glance and declared, "I'm off to do the laundry." Chen Minor repeatedly urged Juzi to keep a close watch on Han Xiaoyuan, cautioning him not to let him indulge in alcohol. for the rules set by the elder brother had become quite stringent. Juzi responded with a simple grin, understood. Han Xiaoyuan grimaced, muttering, like a housekeeper. Yet his eyes sparkled with mirth, shimmering with an unusual radiance under the sunlight. As she watched the two depart arm in arm, Chongmino prepared to enter and tackle the laundry, but just as she turned, she heard someone calling her name. Chapter 100. Accompany me on a journey. Huo Xiaotang. What brings him here? Chongmino observed Huo Xiaotang, who had traded his usual cheerful demeanor for a somber expression, his head drooping in despair. The man's emotions were always plainly etched upon his face. Have you come to see me about something? Huo Xiaotang appeared somewhat troubled. Chongmino, could you accompany me for a visit? Where to? My grandfather wishes to meet you. Ah! The prospect of meeting the esteemed Mr. Huo left Chongmino momentarily breathless. Was this a favorable development or an ominous one? She had presumed that the old gentleman, having remained reclusive for years, would be unaware of her apprenticeship, and she could not fathom who had divulged such information to him. It seems I have caused you some trouble, Huo Xiaotang lamented, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chongmino recognized that she must face Mr. Huo and clarify matters. Please wait a moment, I shall request leave from Diharsu. A quarter of an hour later, Chongmino found herself seated in Huo Xiaotang's carriage. Anxiously, she inquired, is your grandfather very upset? Huo Xiaotang forced a smile, though it appeared insincere. Not particularly angry, however. If he expresses any grievances, simply attribute it all to me. It was indeed my impulsive decision, and we had not conferred beforehand. Chongmino was not apprehensive about Mr. Huo's potential reproach. Huo Xiaotang's well-meaning attempt to shoulder the blame was commendable, yet she could not bring herself to accept such an arrangement. Mr. Huo was one of the individuals she held in the highest esteem. In her previous life, she had heard countless tales of his remarkable deeds while at the Imperial Hospital. Mr. Huo had once served as a military physician, renowned for his exceptional skills, having saved the former emperor on several occasions during dire circumstances. He later ascended to the role of head of the Imperial Hospital during a devastating plague in Shangxi in the 15th year of Yongxing, which claimed countless lives. Even the imperial medical officers dispatched by the court fell victim to the outbreak. Mr. Huo volunteered to aid, despite being the hospital's director at that time. The emperor had rebuffed his requests multiple times, yet Mr. Huo penned a farewell letter and ventured into the plague-stricken areas, dedicating an entire month to devising a remedy that ultimately curtailed the epidemic's spread. Such noble acts were deserving of profound admiration. Regrettably, by the time she entered the Imperial Hospital in her previous life, Mr. Huo had already retired, choosing seclusion due to an incident involving one of his disciples. Chongmino was unaware of the specifics, as she was not one to pry into others' affairs. The sudden necessity to meet him now left her feeling a touch apprehensive. Upon entering the Huo residence with Huo Xiaotang, they arrived at a secluded courtyard filled with an array of medicinal herbs, the air rich with their fragrance. Indeed, as a legendary physician, Mr. Huo's garden was dedicated to the cultivation of medicinal plants rather than ornamental flowers. These herbs are tended by my grandfather himself. He favors solitude, and this medicinal hall seldom receives visitors, Huo Xiaotang explained. Chongmino nodded in acknowledgement. They approached a medicinal pavilion, where Huo Xiaotang respectfully announced, Grandfather, Chongmino has arrived. Silence lingered in the air, with no response from within. Odd, where could he be? Huo Xiaotang muttered. Suddenly, a sound akin to something falling echoed from inside. They exchanged concerned glances, each reflecting a sense of foreboding. Huo Xiaotang hastily pushed open the door, only to find an elderly man with graying hair sprawled on the ground, a look of profound agony etched across his features. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Huo Xiaotang hurriedly stepped forward to support the old man. Chongmino approached to lend a hand, and together they lifted the elderly gentleman onto the bamboo couch. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were half closed, his breath unstable, and he could barely utter a word. In a state of panic, Huo Xiaotang exclaimed, Grandfather, I will fetch second uncle immediately. Turning to Chongmino, he implored, Please, take care of grandfather in the meantime. With that, he dashed away. Chongmino was speechless. Huo Xiaotang, being a physician himself, ought to have examined the old man first instead of rushing off to summon help. She pressed down on the old man's left wrist, delicately checking his pulse, and her heart sank with a jolt. Chapter 101. The blood drum. The old gentleman's pulse was faint, resembling the harbinger of death. Chongmino concentrated, meticulously examining the heart, lung, spleen, kidney, and finally the liver pulse, only to sense a rapid and forceful rhythm, akin to a newly strung bowstring. This was undoubtedly a true death pulse. The old gentleman's liver was in distress, and the situation was dire. As Chongmino reached beneath the old gentleman's ribcage, she encountered a hard mass, and it all became clear this was the blood drum. The treatise on blood disorders records symptoms of blood accumulation, including fullness in the sides, abdominal distension, blood streaks across the body, irritability, red urine, black stools, and prominent veins on the abdomen, all indicating a critical condition akin to a terminal illness. Observing the frail, ashen-faced old gentleman, Chongmino felt a pang of sorrow. She had finally met the esteemed Huoloyas, yet he was already ensnared by grave illness. She produced silver needles to alleviate his pain, for the blood drum condition had taken hold, rendering him unable to endure the agony, and he fainted. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Huoloyas slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing a young girl with bright, worried eyes beside him, he recalled hearing Xiaotan mention Chongmino had arrived. His eyes darted about, realizing that only he and the young girl were present. Where had that scoundrel Xiaotan disappeared to? Anticipating his thoughts, Chongmino quickly reassured him. Hua Xiaotan has gone to fetch his second uncle. He will return shortly. Old sir, do you feel any better now? Huorenli gazed at the silver needles protruding from his body and hoarsely inquired, You are Chongmino? Chongmino nodded, hesitating before responding, Old sir. The needles must remain for another quarter of an hour. You are quite audacious. Huorenli, recognizing the acupoints she had chosen, understood she was easing his pain. He, renowned as the world's greatest acupuncturist, had cured countless patients with a single needle. He never anticipated a day would come when he would be treated by another. Given the urgency of the situation, I took the liberty to act, Chongmino admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Was it presumptuous to administer treatment to the world's foremost acupuncturist? Huorenli grunted a couple of times, commanding, Bring me a glass of water. Chongmino glanced around. Locating a teapot. Upon touching it, she discovered the water was cool, unsuitable for the old gentleman's weakened condition. Her gaze shifted to a medicinal pot brewing herbs, and she found a ceramic bowl, pouring half a bowl of water, then removing the medicinal jar to place it atop the bowl for heating. Old sir, please wait a moment, I shall prepare some warm water shortly. Huorenli's eyes flickered. This young girl was astute and bold, a rare quality. For most people trembled in his presence, yet she remained composed. Daring yet meticulous traits essential for a healer. Just as she finished serving the old gentleman warm water, Hua Xiaotan arrived with his second uncle. Upon entering the room and seeing the old gentleman awake, both men exhaled in relief. Hua Zixian, the second uncle, approached to check the old gentleman's pulse, saying, Father, I've told you to move back to the main house. With your condition, you cannot be without assistance. Today, thanks to Shoutan's timely discovery, we narrowly avoided a grave incident. Huorenli coldly retorted, It was bound to happen eventually. There is no need for such alarm. Grandfather, my second uncle speaks the truth. It is far too distant where you are staying. My uncle and I were nearly out of breath. Hua Xiaotan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. Huorenli shot him a disapproving glare. How can you still speak so shamelessly? After all these years of medical training, have you learned nothing? When faced with a challenge, you immediately turn to your second uncle, abandoning our grandfather to a young girl. Do you not feel any shame? Hua Xiaotan weakly retorted, Chongmino possesses superior medical skills. With her around, I can only play a supporting role. Chapter 102, An unexpected turn. Hua Xiaotan's words prompted Hua Zixian to cast a few more glances at Chongmino. Could she truly be the renowned disciple of the old master, Chongmino, who had recently become the talk of the town? So youthful. Surely, Hua Xiaotan must be exaggerating. Noticing Hua Zixian's skeptical gaze, Chongmino offered a wry smile, wishing she could glare at Hua Xiaotan for his bold assertions, when it was she who was flustered. Help me up so I can take my medicine, Huorenli instructed. After consuming the concoction, his complexion improved somewhat, and his spirits lifted a little. Earlier, when Chongmino had boiled the water, she had tasted a bit of the medicinal liquid. It was a lethal brew composed of various herbs, frankincense, borax, and realgar. It bore no real efficacy for the old master's blood drum ailment, serving only to alleviate pain. Chongmino lamented to herself. Could it be that even the old master was beyond healing? Father, I shall make arrangements for you to move back to the main house today, Hua Zixian suggested. I shall not go. I am quite comfortable here. And it spares you all from bothering me every day, Huorenli insisted stubbornly. He despised witnessing the sorrowful expressions of his juniors. As if he were on the brink of death. Each time his illness flared up, they would weep as if he were already gone. As if they would cry him to death. Then from today onward, my third brother and I shall take turns attending to you, Hua Jixian conceded. Realizing he could not sway the old man. Go on, it's too noisy here. Hua Renli waved his hand impatiently. Understanding his temper. Hua Jixian knew that remaining any longer would provoke him, as anger was the bane of the old man's ailment. Xiao Tan, take good care of the old master, he instructed. Yes, uncle, Hua Xiaotan replied, bowing respectfully as his uncle departed. Once Hua Jixian had left, Hua Renli turned to Chongming and inquired. Whom did you learn your silver needle technique from? Recalling Su Yu's words, Chongming replied, I am unaware of my master's name. He has never disclosed it to me. And where is your master now? My master is a wandering physician, elusive in his whereabouts. It has been a long time since I last saw him. Hua Renli nodded. Xiao Tan mentioned you cured the crown prince of his good poison. Is that true? Unable to contain herself, Chongming shot Hua Xiaotan a reproachful glance. Why did he have to divulge everything? Hua Xiaotan, feeling awkward, turned his face away, pretending not to notice her disdain. It was merely a coincidence, Chongming humbly remarked. Wary of appearing boastful before the old master, Hua Renli pondered. To discern the presence of good worms merely by touch was an extraordinarily rare gift. Initially enraged at someone claiming to be his disciple, he had summoned Xiao Tan for a stern reprimand, only to find Xiao Tan turning the tables on him. If it were you, would you be able to achieve such a feat? He acknowledged he might not be capable, thus his curiosity was piqued. He yearned to meet this Chongming. You just examined my pulse, did you not? Chongming nodded earnestly. Speak, what conclusions have you drawn? Hua Renli sought to test her. If Xiao Tang's claims were indeed accurate, she ought to be able to diagnose his condition. Chongming hesitated, should she speak the truth? However, the old master was likely well aware of his own ailments. His inquiry seemed to be a test of her abilities. The old gentleman's liver pulse was as tense as a newly drawn bowstring. The younger generation felt a six-dimension-sized lump beneath his ribs and suspected that the old gentleman was afflicted with. Hua Renli's eyes gleamed with clarity. What is it? Speak freely. At her age, being able to discern the liver pulse and accurately assess the size of the lump was quite remarkable. Chongming lowered her head and whispered. It is a blood drum. Hua Renli remained silent for a long moment. A blood drum was not a common ailment, and she surprisingly knew of it. Hua Renli inquired. You didn't inform Chongming beforehand, did you? Hua Xiaotan hurriedly defended himself. Grandfather, I swear I said nothing. Moreover, how could I have known that you would fall ill today? Hua Renli snorted coldly. I doubt you possess such foresight. Hua Xiaotan twitched his lips. Not being able to predict was hardly unfortunate. Chongming, feeling apologetic, said, Old gentleman, regarding my being your disciple, I am terribly sorry. The situation was urgent. And Hua Xiaotan only said that to help me out of a predicament. Disciple? I do not accept such, Hua Renli interrupted Chongming slowly. However, if you find yourself with free time, come over to assist me in tending to the herbs in the garden. Chongming looked up in astonishment. Did the old gentleman mean to teach her medicine? Hua Xiaotang's eyes widened in surprise as well. Those herbs were the lifeblood of the old gentleman. Never entrusted to others. Now, he was inviting Chongming to help him tend to them. Was the old gentleman actually considering taking Chongming as an unofficial disciple? Chapter 103. Grouping that evening, Chongming conveyed the wishes of the esteemed Mr. Hua to Su Yu. After a long moment of contemplation, Su Yu replied. In the days to come when you refrain from visiting the medical hall, feel free to dedicate half a day to Mr. Hua. I shall inform Dr. Lao Su of this arrangement. The Imperial Medical Institute places great emphasis on practical skills. Therefore, it is imperative that the lessons from Old Wu's side not be neglected. Su Yu harbored some concerns regarding Chongming's stroke of good fortune, as they were all discerning individuals. His only hope was that Chongming would not develop an air of arrogance as a result. In truth, he wished to provide her with some rigorous training. Indeed, Chongming shared the same sentiment. The following day marked the occasion for Chongming and her companions to attend the medical hall. Upon their arrival, they promptly divided tasks. Tidying up the premises and preparing the necessary materials. Subsequently, they reviewed the previous day's case studies to identify any new developments. When Old Wu arrived, they would accompany him on rounds. However, upon his arrival, Old Wu summoned the five of them. The medical academy has made a request. They wish for you 10 to study together without adhering to the original groupings, essentially mixing the teams. What are your thoughts on this? He inquired. Are we to be separated? Xu Fei asked. Old Wu nodded, confirming the intention. Chong Minor remarked, there are benefits to mixing. It allows for better understanding and mutual learning. Yet, Han Shouyuan interjected, I believe the academy is more concerned with knowing one another. I have no objections, he stated. Li Shiqi added. Then I wish to be in a group with Xu Fei. Li Yansheng quickly echoed, so do I. The three of them were already a close-knit group. Chong Minor and Han Shouyuan displayed nonchalance, believing it to be a favorable arrangement. Old Wu continued, on their side, there will be Shou Wang, Zhang Jitong, and Sheng Rulang in one group, while Zhu Ximiu and Shi Zongping will be together. Thus, Han Shouyuan and Chong Minor. You two shall join Shou Wang and his companions starting tomorrow. Xu Fei protested, I disagree. I also want to be with Shou Wang and the others. The grouping was based on medical proficiency, and she was acutely aware that only by associating with the stronger individuals could she acquire more knowledge. Li Shiqi looked at Xu Fei in surprise. Xu Fei, do you not wish to be in a group with me? Xu Fei remained silent. Her focus firmly set on the competition 2.5 months hence, choosing whatever would be advantageous for herself. Li Shiqi felt a pang of disappointment, akin to being forsaken by a close friend. Perhaps I could switch with Xu Fei, Chong Minor suggested. If Han Shouyuan joins, he will only bicker with Li Shiqi all day. I would rather not be with you, Li Shiqi retorted disdainfully, casting a glance of disapproval. Chong Minor smiled gently. Are we not already together? We have been for over 3 months now. Old Wu found himself in a quandary. In truth, the medical academy had expressed a specific desire for Shou Wang and Chong Minor, along with Han Shouyuan, to be grouped together. Old Sun possessed a keen eye. Recognizing that Chong Minor and Han Shouyuan represented the greatest threat, though Xu Fei was also formidable. Very well, you 6 shall form a group, Old Wu declared, waving his hand dismissively, wishing to put an end to the ongoing debate. Li Shiqi's lips were so pouty they could hang a bottle of oil. Xu Fei would rather be with Chong Minor than with her, which left her deeply hurt. Li Yansheng softly comforted her, but Li Shiqi turned and stormed out in anger. Han Shouyuan touched his nose and remarked, I find myself missing that chubby one. He was referring to Zhang Jitong. However, Chong Minor was preoccupied with thoughts of Sheng Rulang, as she looked forward to studying alongside her in the future. Chapter 104. Hurry and treat. The following day, Chong Minor arose earlier than usual. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that she was not alone in her early rising. Xu Fei approached her with a blank expression, stating, You should summon Han Shouyuan. We must leave promptly. Chong Minor acknowledged her and hurried off to find Han Shouyuan. This fellow was still ensconced in his blankets, sleeping soundly. After a few knocks, he finally emerged, rubbing his bleary eyes to open the door. What is the matter? He inquired. We are going to the medical clinic early, Chong Minor replied. Han Shouyuan stretched lazily, dismissing her concern. Why go so early? It's not as if the one who arrives first will have superior medical skills. It at least demonstrates that our attitude is better than theirs. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall leave without you, Chong Minor frowned. Fine, I'll come. Just wait a moment, I'll be ready shortly. Ah! Women, always so full of schemes and troubles, he muttered. The 3 arrived early, completing their chores, while Shou Wang and the others arrived fashionably late. This was the first encounter among the 6 since the competition. Shou Wang greeted them politely with a bow, while Zhang Jitong, with his roguish eyes, fixated on Xu Fei. She found his impudence intolerable and would have scolded him had it been anyone else. Han Shouyuan stepped forward to shield Zhang Jitong from Xu Fei's disdainful gaze, cheerfully remarking, Brother Jitong, I trust you have been well. Zhang Jitong, who harbored a persistent dislike for Han Shouyuan, believed him to be unworthy of his victory. He disdainfully snorted and turned his face away, ignoring Han Shouyuan's attempts at camaraderie. Unperturbed, Han Shouyuan continued with a grin, From now on, we shall be working as a team. Shall we not divide the tasks at the clinic? Zhang Jitong raised an eyebrow. What work is there at the clinic? Ah! Were you not previously engaged in any tasks? Han Shouyuan exclaimed. Before Dr. Wu arrives, we must tidy both the interior and exterior of this place, organize all the items neatly, and prepare hot water, for Dr. Wu will certainly want his tea. Han Shouyuan's surprise was evident. Shou Wang glanced around. Is it not already quite tidy? Xu Fei retorted coldly. That is because we just cleaned it. But we come every day, and it is always clean. Surely, we need not clean again. Zhang Jitong smirked at Su Fei. Chen Minor began to comprehend the situation. Since they tidied up before leaving each day, Shao Wang and the others had no need to clean upon their arrival the next morning. The clinic, being a place for treating patients, could not afford to be unkempt, and thus maintaining cleanliness was essential. We have done our part today. Next time it will be your turn. Should Dr. Wu be displeased, then, whoever is on duty shall bear the responsibility, Hong Shouyang said with a smile. This statement was also directed at Su Fei and Chen Minor, suggesting they need not rise so early each day to claim others' tasks. For the morning hours are indeed the most restorative. An extra moment of sleep is invaluable. Sheng Rulang cast a cool glance at Hong Shouyang. Let it be as such, she declared, proceeding directly to the medical desk to review the cases. Her words seemed to carry weight, as neither Shao Wang nor Zhang Jitong voiced any objections. Doctor! Doctor! A frantic voice called from outside. Chen Minor was the first to step out of the house, only to see a young man supporting an elderly gentleman who was clutching his abdomen, seemingly in excruciating pain. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans emerged from his forehead, trickling down along his temples. Where is the doctor? My father is suffering terribly. Please help him, the young man implored anxiously. Hong Shouyang hurried forward, assisting the young man in guiding the elderly gentleman into the room. Shao Wang approached to take his pulse while inquiring, when did the abdominal pain begin? What kind of pain is it? It started in the middle of the night, and it feels as if my insides are being sliced open. The elderly gentleman replied with difficulty. Have you experienced any fever or thirst before this? Yes. Do you often suffer from constipation or diarrhea? Indeed. Zhang Jitong interjected. What did you eat yesterday? We had a stewed mountain chicken at home, the young man replied. Shao Wang quickly deduced the ailment. Mountain chicken is a fiery food. And given that the elderly gentleman already had a weak stomach, the excessive heat has triggered an acute intestinal abscess. Then, please hurry and treat my father, the young man urged. The group exchanged glances, each at a loss for words. Chapter 105. An apology is required, Shao Wang calmly stated. We are not doctors yet, merely apprentices. We cannot treat your father and must wait for Dr. Wu or another physician from the clinic to arrive. But my father is in such agony. Are you really going to stand by and let him suffer? The young man exclaimed, his voice rising in desperation. Zhang Jitong replied with displeasure, that is the protocol. Chen Minor furrowed her brow deeply, recalling that the uncle had mentioned the pain began at midnight and was severe. If it were indeed an acute intestinal abscess, failure to administer timely treatment could prove fatal. Noticing Chen Minor's grave expression, Hong Shouyang stepped forward to take the pulse. Although pulse-taking was Shao Wang's forte, he needed to ascertain the situation himself for reassurance. Indeed, it was an acute intestinal abscess. Hong Shouyang nodded at Chen Minor. Zhang Jitong scoffed, do you not trust Shao Wang's medical skills? At that moment, the uncle emitted a pained groan, clutching his abdomen and writhing on the ground. If you are so skilled in diagnosing ailments, why can you not treat my father? What ridiculous rules are these? The young man shouted, his agitation palpable. If anything happens to my father, I will demolish your wretched clinic. Su Fei spoke gently, please do not fret, the doctor will arrive shortly. The young man retorted angrily. Of course, you are not anxious, it is not your father who is ill. If it were your father, let us see how calm you would remain. You stand there blithely, utterly unworthy of the title doctor. Su Fei, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back. Seeing Su Fei frightened, Zhang Jitong stepped in to defend her. Hey, are you even capable of reasoning? This is a clinic, not a place for your unruly behavior. I will act as I please today. What of it? You heartless quacks, if my father does not survive, I will take you all down with me. The young man seized a stool, ready to hurl it. Stop! Chen Minor shouted urgently. But the young man's arm swung wide, unable to halt, and the stool was hurled towards Zhang Jitong's head. Zhang Jitong, having never encountered such a confrontation, stood frozen in terror, watching as the stool approached him menacingly. Su Fei gasped and shut her eyes in fear. Sheng Rulang's face turned pale at the sight. Yet the anticipated scream never came. When they opened their eyes, they saw Hong Shouyang gripping a stool leg, his gaze cold and unwavering as he glared at the young man. I can help alleviate your father's pain, but you must apologize for your earlier words. What do you mean by calling these doctors heartless? Do you have any idea how many lives they have diligently saved for meager wages? Speak without thought, and if you continue this way, your father may truly perish. In that case, you will be the one responsible for his death. With a forceful tug, Hong Shouyang yanked the stool from the young man's grasp. causing him to stagger back. Everyone stared in astonishment at Hang Xiuyuan, who had transformed from a carefree individual to someone exuding authority, instilling fear in all present. The young man, seemingly subdued, still burned with anger but refrained from further defiance. Hang Xiuyuan shot him a fierce glare and said, "Chong Minor, assist me." Chong Minor hurriedly fetched the necessary instruments, deftly handing them to Hang Xiuyuan. Hang Xiuyuan's silver needle technique is trustworthy in Chong Minor's hands. If Hang Xiuyuan refrains from action, she is prepared to intervene herself. "Brother Hang, think twice," Xiao Wang kindly cautioned. Unfazed, Hang Xiuyuan concentrated solely on applying needles to his uncle's Susongli, appendiceal, and ashy points. The uncle's condition appeared grave. "Hego point," Chong Minor whispered. Hang Xiuyuan nodded and inserted another needle at the Hego point. "Leave the needle in for 15 minutes. If your uncle's pain subsides, you must apologize, otherwise I shall expel you," Hang Xiuyuan declared coldly. Chapter 106, excluding him. Hang Xiuyuan, you have treated a patient without authorization. You are in violation of industry regulations. Zhang Jitong admonished. Hang Xiuyuan cast a dismissive glance at him and remarked to the young man, "You need not include him among those to whom you will apologize shortly." The young man's furious glare immediately shifted towards Zhang Jitong, who, intimidated, promptly fell silent. Sheng Rulang couldn't help but smile. This Hang Xiuyuan was quite intriguing. Chong Minor gently wiped the sweat from the elder's forehead with a warm cloth, softly advising, "Uncle, your digestive health requires nurturing. In the future, you must moderate your diet. Maintain balanced meals, consume more fruits and vegetables, and reduce greasy foods." Observing the apparent improvement in his father's condition and Chong Minor's tender reassurances, the young man's ire gradually subsided. Hang Xiuyuan instructed, "Come with me to register." Zhang Jitong muttered under his breath. I had heard that Chong Minor was prohibited from participating in medical qualification examinations for 2 years due to her unauthorized treatment of a patient. I was skeptical. But it seems that disregard for regulations is indeed the prevailing culture at Rejuvenation Hall. He thought to himself, it would be even better if Hang Xiuyuan were also barred from the medical qualification exams. Sheng Rulang glanced at Zhang Jitong with an expressionless demeanor, questioning, "Are you envious of her medical prowess, or do you resent your own lack of skill in acupuncture? Sister, why are you siding with her?" Zhang Jitong retorted, feeling displeased. Sheng Rulang scoffed. Although they were fellow disciples, she could not agree with Zhang Jitong's words. Hang Xiuyuan was healing and saving lives, standing up for the dignity of all practitioners. It was truly contemptible for Zhang Jitong to make derogatory remarks in this context. Moreover, rules are human constructs. Circumstances vary in urgency and significance, and one cannot apply a blanket judgment. Besides, if Hang Xiuyuan lacked confidence or assurance, he would not hastily treat others. This is what it means to possess great skill coupled with courage. Zhang Jitong was merely a fade, lacking the true talent and knowledge that Hang Xiuyuan possessed. Enough of this talk, Xiao Wang interjected, his tone firm. Zhang Jitong huffed in annoyance, glaring at the elder and maliciously contemplating. If the elder were to pass away at this moment, it would surely be a spectacle. Unfortunately for him, events did not unfold as he wished. As the elder's groans gradually ceased, the young man returned from registration and inquired, "Father, do you feel any better?" The elder responded, "I seem to be much improved." Hang Xiuyuan raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "How about you, brother?" The young man pursed his lips. Though reluctant, he clasped his hands and admitted, "I was reckless earlier. I take back my previous words." Chong Minor chimed in, "Anger harms the liver. Your flushed face clearly indicates an excess of liver fire. You must be more mindful of controlling your emotions in the future, for it is detrimental to your health." The young man harbored a favorable impression of this young lady. Having observed her attentive care for his father, he recognized that among the so-called apprentices, she and the robust brother were the most kind-hearted. Thus he willingly accepted Chong Minor's counsel. As Hang Xiuyuan was gathering his needles, old Wu arrived. Noticing the situation, he refrained from further comment and simply asked, "What ailment does he have?" Xiao Wang hurriedly replied, "It is an acute intestinal abscess." Zhang Jitong added, "Dr. Wu, just now Hang Xiuyuan treated someone without permission." The youth harbored a profound disdain for Zhang Jitong and remarked to dear Wu, "It was thanks to this young lad that my father, who was suffering immensely, has been cured by his acupuncture." Old Wu personally took the pulse of the elder and then instructed Sheng Rulang, "Please prepare a prescription." Sheng Rulang deftly penned a prescription and handed it to old Wu, who nodded in approval before passing it to the young man, "Go fetch the medicine." After the father and son departed, old Wu said, "Hang Xiuyuan, accompany me for a moment." Zhang Jitong, with a look of schadenfreude, observed Hong Shouyuan. Knowing that he was about to face reprimand, after all, what did it matter if he had cured the elder's ailment? Breaking the rules would inevitably lead to punishment. Chapter 107, Disclosure. Hong Shouyuan nonchalantly followed old Wu, while Chong Minor, appearing unaffected, proceeded to the front hall to distribute medical numbers to the patients awaiting consultation, adhering to the principle of first come, first served, with special consideration for urgent cases to prevent any oblivious queue jumping that might disrupt the order. After a moment's hesitation, Sheng Rulang followed in Chong Minor's footsteps. Are you not concerned about Hong Shouyuan? Sheng Rulang inquired, noticing the camaraderie between Hong Shouyuan and Chong Minor. Chong Minor smiled as she assisted an elderly gentleman to a seat, responding, "What is there to worry about?" In truth, she was not worried at all. Hong Shouyuan had always been in good favor with old Wu. He was straightforward, passionate, and adept at flattery, which endeared him to old Wu. Moreover, today was a special circumstance. And old Wu would hardly take offense, at most offering a few words of caution. In the medical institute, such behavior would incur severe penalties, Sheng Rulang remarked, her elegant and refined visage revealing a hint of concern. Chong Minor chuckled softly, taken aback by Sheng Rulang's concern for Hong Shouyuan. Rest assured, Dr. Wu will not have any objections. We are here primarily to learn and practice. However, one crucial point must be remembered: if one lacks complete confidence, one must not hastily treat patients, Chong Minor advised. Sheng Rulang nodded, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Is Hong Shouyuan's silver needle technique truly that remarkable? Did Dr. Wu teach him? Chong Minor replied vaguely. Dr. Wu has indeed imparted some knowledge to him. Although Chong Minor regarded Sheng Rulang as family, such sentiments had to remain concealed, particularly since Sheng Rulang was associated with the other institute, which introduced a competitive dynamic between the two establishments. Thus, Chong Minor had to exercise caution in their conversation. Are you aware that there is a mandatory examination at the Imperial Hospital known as the 9 Needles of Joy? Sheng Rulang inquired. Chong Minor feigned ignorance. Did your esteemed doctors not inform you? Sheng Rulang explained. The 9 Needles of Joy entails inserting 9 different types of needles into a live chicken without causing harm or death. Typically, a physician capable of inserting 5 needles is referred to as a common doctor, which is the minimum requirement at the Imperial Hospital. Those who can insert 6 needles are called teaching doctors, 7 needles qualify them as renowned doctors, 8 as great doctors, and only those who can manage 9 needles are deemed supreme doctors. Chong Minor responded in astonishment. That sounds exceedingly difficult. What is her intention in sharing this with me? Indeed, I have heard that only the former Dean, Huorenli, and the current Dean, Shi, possess the skill to insert 9 needles at the Imperial Hospital. There was also a female Imperial physician named Shen Xintong, who managed to insert 8 needles, which was quite impressive, Sheng Rulang said, her eyes reflecting admiration and reverence. Remarkably, you seem well informed, Sheng Rulang, Chong Minor teased. Shen Xintong and Sheng Rulang, both of you share the surname Shen and possess such formidable medical skills. Are you perhaps related? Sheng Rulang's expression darkened slightly. There are many people with the surname Shen in the world. Unwilling to acknowledge the connection, Chong Minor remarked. Indeed, Shen Xintong is a criminal. It is safer to distance oneself. I was merely jesting, Chong Minor replied lightly. Yet, I find no humor in it, Sheng Rulang stated coldly. Chong Minor pursed her lips, thinking, your sensitivity only fuels suspicion from others. In the last competition, Shi Zhongping had not even demonstrated his silver needle technique, being the nephew of Dean Shi. Sheng Rulang uttered these words before turning away. Could it be that Sheng Rulang was warning her that Shi Zhongping's silver needle technique was formidable, advising Hong Shouyuan to exercise caution? Was it possible that the medical institute intended for Shi Zhongping to confront Hong Shouyuan? Chapter 108, I am willing in the inner hall. Old Wu gazed at Hong Shouyuan, who was grinning and dutifully serving tea, and furrowed his brow, remarking, Zhang Jitong is a petty man. Hong Shouyuan's eyes widened in admiration, exclaiming, your judgment of character is remarkable. It is astoundingly precise. Old Wu retorted with irritation, be cautious around him in the future. Do not allow him to find any fault. Old Wu, known for his straightforward nature, spoke his mind fearlessly and detested evil. His blunt tongue often offended others, prompting him to prefer the humble life of an ordinary physician in a small clinic over the prestigious position of a court physician. He understood Dong Jitong's true nature all too well. Dong was cunning, while Hong Shouyuan was slippery. Though only a single word separated them, the difference was vast. Were it not for the funding, he would have long since expelled Dong Jitong. With a cheerful grin, Hong Shouyuan replied, I understand, my friend. It is worth noting that his discerning eye for character was also quite sharp. The malevolence of Dong Jitong was evident. Yet the seemingly honest and kind-hearted Shou Wang appeared to be no less devious, for his shrewd and calculating gaze betrayed him. Conversely, Sheng Rulang seemed quite disdainful of Dong Jitong's conduct. I intend to reorganize the groups. You shall be paired with Shou Wang, Old Wu declared. What about Chen Minna? Hong Shouyuan inquired, his concern immediately directed towards her. She shall be with Sheng Rulang. Master, that simply will not do. Hong Shouyuan protested vigorously. Old Wu narrowed his eyes, demanding, why not? Hong Shouyuan thought to himself, does the elder not realize Zhang Jitong harbors ill intentions towards Su Fei? If they were to be teamed together, Su Fei would surely be distressed. I believe Shou Wang is more trustworthy. It would be better for Su Fei to be paired with him. I will handle Zhang Jitong with care. It is preferable to allow the villain to be vexed rather than to burden the girl. Old Wu pondered for a moment and replied, then be cautious. The two proceeded to the main hall, where Old Wu began assigning tasks. Shou Wang, Su Fei. You two will inspect the wards in the left courtyard. Hong Shouyuan, Long Jitong, you shall check the right courtyard. Report your findings to me upon your return. Chen Minna and Sheng Rulang will remain here to assist. Zhang Jitong had anticipated Old Wu would publicly reprimand Hong Shouyuan, but to his dismay, Old Wu said nothing, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. As they grouped for the ward inspections, Long Jitong found himself once again separated from Su Fei, deepening his discontent. Observing Zhang Jitong's glum expression, Hong Shouyuan leisurely remarked, Brother Zhang, let us be on our way. Reluctantly, Long Jitong led the way, while Hong Shouyuan ambled along behind him. One dejected and the other at ease, making it seem as though Long Jitong was merely guiding Hong Shouyuan. By the end of their first day of collaboration, Hong Shouyuan and Zhang Jitong had already engaged in several disputes. Previously, Su Fei had found Hong Shouyuan's aggressive demeanor quite irksome, yet today, as he directed his bullying towards Zhang Jitong, she found it rather satisfying. Sheng Rulang, with her usual aloofness, offered no support to Zhang Jitong, while Shou Wang, intent on being a peacemaker, refused to offend anyone. Consequently, whenever disputes arose, Zhang Jitong found himself isolated and defenseless, simmering with frustration, this insufferable brat. One day you shall learn the extent of my capabilities. After a day of study, a carriage arrived to take Su Fei home. Today marks her mother's birthday, and she must return to the Su residence. Chen Minna and Hong Shouyuan strolled leisurely back. Hong Shouyuan, why do you persist in provoking Zhang Jitong? He is certainly not a virtuous individual, Chen Minna remarked with concern. Hong Shouyuan casually rubbed his nose and replied dismissively, simply because I cannot abide him. You have said yourself that he is not a good person. Chen Minna was at a loss for words. What is the point of your quarrel with him? I enjoy it. I take pleasure in it. Hong Shouyuan grinned. Beware, the rabbit may bite when cornered. Then we shall see if he possesses that capability, Hong Shouyuan retorted. He aimed to provoke Zhang Jitong. The latter's immediate hostility upon arrival indicated a deep-seated grudge. Zhang Jitong would undoubtedly devise schemes against him, and rather than feigning cordiality, it would be more prudent to confront the conflict openly, thereby simplifying matters. Chapter 109. Startling news as Su Yu was to visit the Su residence that evening. Chen Minna was spared from attending her evening class. With nothing else to occupy her time, she decided to accompany Aaron Yo and the others to the apothecary. Today, Dr. Chu lectured on the nuances of medicinal consumption, how to take powders, decoctions, and tonics, among other topics. His lengthy discourse left the students diligently taking notes, their hands and minds weary by the end of the class. Chen Minna shook her head inwardly, finding Dr. Chu's teaching rather lackluster and monotonous, merely a recitation of facts. It was no wonder Aaron Yo returned home each night with a mournful expression. Sympathetically, Chen Minna patted Aaron Yo's shoulder and whispered, I'm leaving now, you continue. Aaron Yo, disheartened, replied, Aren't you staying? I barely understood much, and was hoping you could help me when we return. Chen Minna chuckled. I never said I wouldn't teach you. Upon exiting the apothecary, a gentle breeze greeted her, the early summer night proving quite pleasant. How swiftly time flies. It had nearly been half a year since her rebirth in this world. Yet, to achieve her goals, much time was still required. Sister, I truly believe I have come to the wrong place. As she approached the entrance to the courtyard, a sorrowful whisper carried on the night wind reached Chen Minna's ears. It was the voice of Li Shiqi. Sister? Could it be Li Shiqing? Chen Minna halted her steps. What prompted such sentiments? Indeed, Li Shiqing's soft voice soon followed. Sister, both you and father mentioned that my chances of entering the Imperial Medical Institute would increase by attending the Rejuvenation Hall. However, it now seems I have little hope. For that Chongminer surpasses me. Li Shiqi added, moreover, Dr. Su seems quite fond of her, personally instructing her each evening. The courtyard remained silent for a considerable time until Li Shiqing finally murmured, Is that so? Chongminer, I have heard father speak of her, mentioning she is a direct disciple of the esteemed Hua Renli. She is indeed fortunate to garner such attention, but aside from her and Su Fei, are there not others here who are more exceptional? There is also a Hong Xiaoyuan, who is quite impressive. Li Shiqing pondered, I see. That does complicate matters a bit. However, you are not entirely without hope. The Imperial Medical Institute has lost many personnel following the recent purge. A jolt of realization struck Chongminer. Was this purge something that transpired after her incident? Were there others involved in the affairs of the Imperial Medical Institute? Who among them faced repercussions? Why had Li Shiqing, who should have been under suspicion, managed to evade calamity? A torrent of questions surged through her mind. But were not most of those at the Imperial Medical Institute selected from the Medical Academy? Not necessarily. There are not many truly outstanding talents in the current Medical Academy. Originally, our father had hopes of securing a position as deputy director at the Imperial Medical Institute, but then Hua Xiaotang appeared unexpectedly. Ah! Chongminer suddenly recalled that Hua Xiaotang had mentioned this matter in court, though at that moment, her mind was preoccupied with the case and she had paid little attention. Was Hua Xiaotang's admission to the Imperial Medical Institute related to the Crown Prince's affliction? Actually, entry into the Imperial Medical Institute is not solely determined by one's medical prowess, Li Shiqing remarked. Then what is it based on? Connections? Sister, you are merely a medic now, and father cannot enter the Imperial Hospital, Li Shiqi lamented. Li Shiqing smiled gently. Use your mind, the tall tree attracts the wind. Sometimes, being too conspicuous is not advantageous. Shen Xintong serves as a prime example. Chongminer felt a buzzing in her ears. Li Shiqing, whom she had always regarded as her closest friend, had supported her from the medical pavilion to the Imperial Hospital. Without her, Li Shiqing would never have gained entry to the Imperial Hospital. Before her, she had always been humble and soft-spoken, yet now, she spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if recounting a mere jest about her demise. Such a demeanor chilled one's heart to the core. Perhaps she had never truly comprehended Li Shiqing's essence. Sister, I don't understand, Li Shiqi confessed. Li Shiqing gently grasped Li Shiqi's hand and replied, In time, you will come to understand.